Haria was an exceptional Special Forces sniper. He was famous in the barracks for his pinpoint accuracy. Though only a first sergeant, his sharpshooting talent far surpassed that of other seasoned Special Forces members, much to the astonishment of his superiors. A sniper competition was fast approaching, and Riha was throwing himself into training with determination, aiming to win. However, fate played a cruel hand. Just before the competition, Riha suffered an accident, and tragically both his legs were severely damaged, rendering him unable to walk. Every day he wrestled with the conflict between striving and despair, and today, in a hazy state between sleep and wakefulness, Riha seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear. "Don't you wish you could walk again? If you make a contract with me, I will make you walk again." The mysterious entity extended a hand towards Riha, and he reached out a trembling hand to take it. "Can you really make me walk again?" Just as their hands were about to meet, Riha suddenly jolted awake. "What's wrong, Hung? Did you have a nightmare?" A familiar face was inches from Riha's, startling him. This brat, wasn't it his damn cousin? But he— "You startled me, Hung. What's wrong? Have you already forgotten your cousin's face? You must be really tired, huh? So tired you didn't even notice me moving you." The boy waved something helmet-shaped in his hand. Only then did Riha realize he wasn't in his bed but lying inside some cocoon-shaped machine. His cousin explained that it was a full hardware gaming device, very popular these days. He said Riha had been sleeping so deeply that he had assembled it himself and laid his Hung inside. "You bought this without even asking me and installed it right in my room?" "Don't worry, Auntie decided it. It only cost 10 million dong, 10 million dong, and he called it only?" Riha couldn't help but marvel at his cousin's optimism. Besides, their family wasn't that wealthy, so where did his mom even get the money to buy something so useless? His cousin brushed aside such concerns, telling Riha not to worry about money and just focus on experiencing this VR game. After all, Hung had been despondent since the accident and couldn't even find a job. As family, how could they not be worried? Besides, this game wasn't entirely useless, as talented players could even earn a significant amount of money within the game. Even so, how could you spend 10 million dong so carelessly? Riha still tried to resist as his cousin placed the gaming helmet on his head. "Hung, don't you want to walk again?" the boy whispered close to his ear. Riha was startled to realize this line was exactly the same as in his dream just now. The boy said it could make him walk again. In the end, Riha decided to log in. The system quickly authenticated his voice and transported him into a whole new world. Riha felt as if he was free falling. And most importantly, he landed firmly on both feet. The feeling was incredibly vivid. Not only had he fallen from the sky and landed in some secluded spot, but he was also standing firmly on his own feet. Afterward, Riha heard a clear, melodious voice, and simultaneously, a beautiful red-haired girl appeared. "Outsiders are always welcome, and blessings be upon those who set foot in the Central World." Riha felt his ears ringing and couldn't understand what the other party was saying for a while. Just then, Riha suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. It turned out he was wearing nothing. The adolescent boy immediately panicked, but the red-haired girl chuckled. "Men from East Asia always strike that pose, don't they? I've seen it many times, so don't worry, it's fine." This was clearly a game world. The other party spoke to Riha very gently, as if she had her own thoughts. He realized this was an entity serving as a guide. "Not bad, right?" the girl asked again. "Now tell me your name in this new life, in this world, the Central World." The girl was asking Riha to choose a username. After much deliberation, he decided to use his real name, Haria. At the same time, he kept his real appearance as well. The girl was a little surprised. In this world, one could change their face, height, or even race, yet Riha was the first person to decide to keep everything as it was. "Are you sure?" she asked again. "Yes, I'm sure," Riha replied firmly. "It feels so real. I want to stand on 2 feet like this and walk through this world." "All right, Haria, person from another world, congratulations on taking your first step into the Central World." As the other party waved her hand once, simple clothes appeared on Riha's body. It was mystical, like a world of magic. The girl also told Riha that he would be able to achieve everything he desired through this place, and that she would await the day they could meet again. With that, Riha free fell once more. This time he had truly fallen into the real game world. Riha initially thought he would land headfirst, but after a long moment nothing happened. He cautiously opened his eyes and found himself standing in the middle of a plaza. Many people were busily coming and going. Everything around him was so vivid that it made him wonder if this was truly just a simple game or if another real world existed. Riha spread out his hand and observed it closely. Even the calluses on his hand were identical to those in the real world. This was his body and his character in the game. Riha recalled what the red-haired girl had said earlier. The ability to change one's face, body, and even race was indeed a tempting offer, but he simply wanted to experience the feeling of being able to run around again like he used to. Riha stomped his feet a few times in place. Then he swung his arms and kicked his legs this way and that. The sensation was incredibly real. In reality, he couldn't walk, but here he could run freely. Riha trembled with emotion at the fact that he could move his 2 legs. And as he was engrossed in this euphoria, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Are you that moved? I've met many people in this Canal Castel, but you're the first I've seen so pure." The blond man introduced himself as someone who helps adventurers adapt to this Middle-earth world. It sounded plausible, but Riha realized he was simply a beginner guide NPC. "So what do I need to know to adapt to this world?" when Riha asked. The other party seemed quite intrigued, seeing him as an enthusiastic player. So he began to tell him a few things to keep in mind. First, a person can't run endlessly. If you don't rest properly, you won't even be able to move. That's this game's stamina stat. The man then pointed to a pretty girl holding a basket of apples standing not far away, and then he made an absurd request for Riha to touch the girl's chest. At first he thought he'd misheard, but the man mechanically repeated the request. At that, Riha threw him to the ground and began cursing him. "Hey you jerk, that's a crime. Do NPCs in games also have this kind of comedic streak?" This guy was just giving an example, Riha. He was trying to tell you that you need to uphold morals, even in Middle-earth world. If you commit a greater sin, you'll be banished to the countryside and fined. It was this NPC who collected money during the beginner's guide process. "I just said that because I wanted you to know," the guy said. Riha pouted. "Thanks a lot. If I had done what he said just now, I would have dug my own grave." "Haha, you're a quick learner," the blonde guy said with a sly smile, waving his hand, but his expression clearly showed how terribly disappointed he was that he hadn't managed to tease Riha. Riha felt that this game was no different from the real world. Even NPCs acted autonomously and had their own personalities, just like people. Afterward, the guy added, "Head to the northern training grounds. There Riha will learn new lessons for beginners." Riha looked north and indeed there was a very long road. He stretched and then ran down the road with all his might. For others, running fast would only cause fatigue and yield no benefits. But for Riha it was different. Only moving his body as he wished truly made him feel alive. Riha laughed loudly as he ran, so much so that other players who saw him thought he had mental issues. As Riha continued to run, he received a notification. He had gained a new passive skill, Fast Runner. By running too fast, the system automatically activated 0 stamina consumption, unlocking this skill. The level 1 effect of this skill allowed him to run continuously for 5 minutes without stamina consumption, while also increasing his running speed by 7. Riha hadn't expected to gain experience points and a new skill just by running, but he was truly delighted. "Since things are like this, I might as well run straight to the training grounds." When he arrived at the northern training zone, Riha felt an unusually familiar atmosphere. It was like when he was still in the military. In the training zone, many players were training with wooden dummies. Riha also picked up a wooden sword, ready to experience the feeling of being a new recruit again. But what surprised him was that as he prepared to attack, his body moved automatically. It seemed this was what they called the combat assistance system. Riha turned his head to observe the other players. Indeed, they all seemed to be swinging their swords awkwardly. He felt as if the combat system was controlling all the players. But Riha didn't like this. He wanted to regain control himself. So Riha gripped the wooden sword in his hand tightly. He thought to himself, "If I just think of this as reality, that I really have to attack my opponent." With that thought, Riha brought his hand down once more. And this time he broke through the combat assistance system's control and shattered the wooden dummy. The other players stared open-mouthed at this sight, because Riha's attack was far more powerful and resolute than theirs, even though he was just a rookie. Whoa, he smashed the dummy. Did he really use the same attack as us, the one we just learned here? Why can't we do that? Tell us, what skill did you just use? Other players crowded around asking. But in fact, Riha had just used the same rookie player attack as them. The only difference was that he had used his own will. After knocking down the dummy, Riha received a new system notification, congratulating him on completing the training without any mistakes. However, the system advised him not to be complacent, because talent could also bring disaster. At the same time, the system gave him a small reward, 3 stamina points and 2 intelligence points. Riha felt the system's words were very true. There was no benefit in standing out too much. After all, in the past, talented soldiers were always the first to be chosen for things. After completing this tutorial, Riha moved to the class selection interface, and there he met the red-haired girl he had first encountered again. "You said it would take a long time for us to meet again, but it hasn't even been a day," Riha greeted the other party first. "That's because Koreans grasp things too quickly. Do you just play games all day anyway, model student of Canal Castel? What kind of weapon do you want to choose?" Following the girl's words, a myriad of weapons appeared before Riha. Weapon selection was directly linked to class selection, so it had to be done very carefully. Riha had expected many types of weapons, but not this many. The girl even said that some people deliberated for an entire day before making their choice. What first caught Riha's eye was a staff symbolizing the mage class. Before logging into the game, his cousin Gijung had told him to ignore other weapons and choose a staff. However, as Riha reached out to touch it, the red-haired girl advised him to calm down and look around slowly. Riha did as she said and seemed to find something more suitable for himself. It was a firearm. Without hesitation, Riha immediately reached for the gun. "You know what kind of gun it is, right?" she asked playfully. Riha knew it very well. It was by no means a new type of gun. He didn't know the exact model, but he was certain it was a flintlock musket, invented in the late 1700s and existing since before the Napoleonic era. As Riha rattled off the details, the girl couldn't help but be impressed. Indeed, a model student. His perfectly accurate answer proved he was quite knowledgeable about firearms and suitable for the marksman position more than anyone else. Riha handled the gun for a long time. It had a flint and a powder pan. He presumed the bullets would be lead balls or iron shot, so he wanted to fire at once. The girl, of course, agreed. She then provided Riha with priming black powder, loading black powder, iron shot pellets, and a ramrod. Riha reached out and picked them up, thinking to himself, "At least it has everything I need." After a long time without handling a gun, touching one again made him very excited. First, he put the priming powder into the powder pan. Then he loaded the main charge powder and pushed the iron shot pellet behind it. Next, he used the ramrod to ensure the powder was evenly pressed against the iron shot. This entire process took a full minute, leaving Riha dumbfounded. He truly missed the advanced firearms of the 21st century. Furthermore, this musket was very heavy, weighing 4.5 kilograms, which was akin to weightlifting. "Well, I've already loaded it, so I can't not shoot it, can I?" Riha raised the muzzle and aimed at a target 40 meters away. As he pulled the trigger, thick white gunpowder smoke billowed, stinging his eyes. But the most serious problem was that he missed. In the real world, Riha had never missed at this range before. The red-haired girl giggled and told him to read the description again, because at a distance of 40 meters a musket's accuracy was only 50. Riha was incredulous. He tried once more. It was still a loading process that took over a minute. This task made him want to cry. However, the girl felt that for a rookie to fire a shot within a minute was already excellent. Riha was truly disheartened. He wanted to test other ranged weapons, but the only remaining options were bows and crossbows, which also had weak attack power. Riha felt this game was too unfair to marksmen. The musket had strong attack power, but its attack speed was much slower compared to bows and crossbows. "What kind of ridiculous conditions are these?" he muttered. "That's to balance it with the combat assistance system." Girl replied, "Then what happens if I turn off the combat assistance system?" As Riha kept asking, the other party still repeated her previous statement. "If a player shoots manually, does the accuracy increase?" "I told you, the combat assistance system needs to be balanced." By the third time, she seemed very annoyed. Clearly, they couldn't find common ground in this conversation. Riha realized this was something the system wouldn't tell him. In other words, instead of asking NPCs or the system, he had to find the answers himself, just like in reality. The beginning was somewhat rough, but Riha was determined to figure everything out for himself, one step at a time. If he could fire the gun 10 times in a minute, or increase its accuracy to 80, he would be able to fully utilize the immense offensive power of this flintlock. So, Riha decided to log out for a while, think carefully, and search the game forums for more information. However, the girl refused his request. She said he couldn't log out during the class selection process and could only do so after it was complete. In other words, the system prevented Riha from finding out which class was most advantageous. It was truly a game just like reality. Riha fell into agony. He wasn't playing the game just for enjoyment. It was going to be his future source of income. Shooting was clearly his strength and passion. But if he couldn't improve the firing speed and accuracy of this flintlock, it would be useless. So he really didn't want to gamble his future on it. After a long period of internal conflict, he made a decision. Riha decided to give up on the flintlock and, as his cousin had suggested, play it safe by choosing the mage class. However, as he reached out to touch the staff, his body was pulled away by an invisible force. "Riha, Riha, wake up!" Riha heard someone urgently calling his name. As the game helmet was removed, he gasped for breath. He saw his mother's worried face. It turned out that his mother had seen Riha groaning too severely and had pulled the plug on the game machine, forcing him to log out. Thanks to this, he managed to avoid the class selection for a while. "Are you okay? Are you really okay?" Riha's mother kept asking, stroking his head like a child. "Of course I'm fine. Next time, please wake me up by pressing the power button." His mother nodded, told him to rest well, and then left for work. Fortunately, this time it was thanks to his mother. Riha felt that an opportunity to earn money was within his grasp, and now all he had to do was carefully choose his class. But as he thought about this, he started to worry again, because the AI girl had said earlier that he could only log out after completing class selection. So what would happen now that the class change process had been interrupted? So Riha decided to log into the game forum and search. There were many people like him who had been forced to log out because the power was cut. They all ended up with unwanted classes. It was said that if you deleted a character and wanted to create a new one, it would take 4 to 5 months before you could do so. Reading the posts, Riha felt that what had just happened was not luck but the greatest misfortune of his life. He consoled himself by thinking that since he had touched the staff just now, he would surely become a mage when he logged in again. However, upon logging back in, Riha found himself as a musketeer. He truly let out a bellow, and the other players thought he was crazy. They had never even heard of such a class. But what was done was done. His mother had spent 10 million dong to buy this device, and waiting another 4 to 5 months to create a new character would be foolish. If he was a musketeer, so be it. It wasn't Riha's first time holding a gun anyway. After accepting this miserable class, he immediately learned 2 skills, Flintlock Mastery and Bayonet Charge. Flintlock Mastery was a passive skill. The more he used the gun, the higher his mastery, increasing accuracy and reload speed. Bayonet Charge was an active skill, used in the final stage of combat by attaching a mono bayonet to the flintlock and charging, converting 30 of the flintlock's attack power into armor penetration for 15 seconds. However, this skill consumed 50 mana and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. Riha plunged into the depths of despair once more. Bayonet charge? What kind of ridiculous skill was this? His current maximum mana was 50 points and this skill consumed 50 mana per use. This meant he could use the bayonet skill if he couldn't shoot, but only once, and if he missed that too, it was over. Long time no see, guard. In despair, Riha heard a voice resounding above his head. He clearly knew it was a guide NPC, but Riha was in such a bad mood that he didn't have time to listen to a long speech. Alright, let's get straight to the point. What do I need to do? He cut off the other party. Perhaps this NPC had never met such a rude player before, as he flinched slightly. Then he gave Riha a new quest, hunting spirit rabbits. Specifically, he said that spirit rabbits were appearing at the entrance of Candle Castle, the beginner's village, harming crops and livestock. His mission was to hunt and obtain 10 rabbit pelts. The rewards were a 10 increase in affinity with Candle Castle NPCs, a 10 increase in affinity with the Candle Castle guards, and 50 coins. Beginner quests were something everyone had to do, and Riha was no exception. When he arrived, many other people were already hunting spirit rabbits. Riha quickly found his first target. It was a harmless-looking rabbit grazing on grass. He immediately took out his flintlock, loaded it skillfully but not very quickly. Then Riha accurately aimed at the rabbit and pulled the trigger. Again, thick gunpowder smoke billowed, blinding him for a moment. Riha desperately hoped he had hit it. After all, he had just shot it from a distance of 35 meters. But unfortunately, Riha missed again. Moreover, that bullet had completely enraged the rabbit. Seeing the rabbit charging at him at tremendous speed, Riha tried to reload as quickly as possible to retaliate. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't match the rabbit's running speed. In the end, while reloading his cartridge, he was hit so hard by the rabbit that his guts almost spilled out. This guy looked small but was truly incredibly powerful. Indeed, spirit rabbits were different. Riha couldn't possibly die miserably during a reload on a beginner quest. So he gripped his gun and ran with all his might. But unfortunately, what was chasing Riha was a creature that could reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour within a 0 to 20 meter range. His escape was completely pointless. The lethality of a K2 rifle was 1,960 joules. In contrast, one kick from a spirit rabbit had a lethality of 117 joules. This meant that one hit felt like the recoil of a rifle bullet. Other players were very worried seeing Riha being pummeled by the spirit rabbit, but they were all beginners, so they couldn't afford to help him. Riha had to struggle alone in this difficult situation. At this point, Riha's mana was halved. If he did nothing, he would surely lose his life in this easy quest. So at the most desperate moment, Riha sprang up. He used the gun stock as a baseball bat, imagining the spirit rabbit as a fiercely flying baseball. Then, with a perfect swing, Riha sent the rabbit flying into the sky. After completing the mission, he was too exhausted to stand properly, so he propped himself up with his gun. Few guns aren't just for shooting, you rabbit devil, Riha panted, looking at the rabbit that had turned into a small dot in the sky. But this was only a temporary measure, because the rabbit soon returned, even more furious. The gun in Riha's hand weighed 4.5 kilograms, making it inconvenient for him to move, and as expected, he was hit by the spirit rabbit again. The two sides fought relentlessly, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Other players watching this scene became depressed. Was there really such a way to catch rabbits? Seriously, if you have a gun, isn't it much better to just leave it to the NPC? They said this because they didn't understand Riha's pain. After a long struggle with the rabbit, he finally took it down. What made Riha most miserable and pained was that he hadn't landed a single shot. Forcing a marksman into close combat with a monster, the system was clearly discriminating against him. Seeing other players with swords take down spirit rabbits in one hit, Riha felt an unbearable envy. But he was determined not to succumb to this system. Riha wanted to be the first person to beat this game using a gun. So after logging out, he diligently researched ancient documents to study the factors affecting the ballistics and muzzle velocity of ancient firearms. First, the barrel was unstable, making it difficult to maintain a stable state during shooting, so he had to measure the possible range. If people in the past had used it to fight, Riha would surely find a breakthrough with this gun. Calculating the flight trajectory, the maximum range was about 350 meters. But the problem was the wind. Because of the wind, he couldn't create the same ballistic trajectory every time. If the combat assistance system was activated, he could only fire one shot per minute, and the accuracy was only 50. Riha tore at his hair, unable to find a way to solve this problem. Just then, his mother suddenly opened the door and entered the room carrying a plate full of fruit. She was very happy to see her son engrossed in research and looking much livelier. She thought buying her son the game console had been a very wise decision, and she should have bought it earlier. After his mother returned to her room, Riha continued his research on the flintlock. Since his mother had spent 10 million dong, he couldn't be lazy either. Although he hadn't achieved a high rank in the military, he should at least become someone who earned a lot of money for his mother. In the game, 20,000 gold could be exchanged for 2 billion dong. By then, he might even be able to have surgery in the real world and walk again. After much research, Riha logged back into the game. This time, players in the spirit rabbit hunting area kept hearing gunshots. They seemed surprised that there was a gun in this area. Approaching closer, they saw Riha seriously loading, aiming and shooting at a wooden target. This time his reload speed was reduced by 3 seconds, and he looked very happy. but in the eyes of others Riha looked foolish. This was because he could only fire 1 shot per minute, which was more than enough time for them to hunt a rabbit. He'll probably quit the game soon. Why is he shooting at trees instead of catching rabbits? Let's just ignore him, they muttered and left. Riha didn't care what others said. He was still seriously calculating to find the laws of using this gun. Riha had just conducted a small experiment which was quite similar to his previous calculations. The bullet holes were quite close at this distance, and the accuracy was clearly higher. In any case, the destructive power was quite large. One bullet had a power of over 1,500 units, so he had to make the most of it. Now Riha had ammunition and gunpowder for 23 more shots remaining in his inventory, and he soon found his next practical target. Riha seriously estimated a distance of 130 meters. The wind was currently blowing from the west at 5 meters per second. This wind was blowing towards the target's location, and he drew an appropriate ballistic trajectory. Riha began to load, and as the rabbit noticed someone was preparing to attack it, he seized the opportunity and fired the gun. As before, thick gunpowder smoke billowed, blinding Riha for a moment. But this time he had a very good feeling that he had hit it. He did hit it, but the bullet only grazed the rabbit's hind leg, and Riha was once again in a situation where he had to engage in close combat with the gun stock, just like before. After a long struggle, he took down the rabbit. Riha was not disheartened and continued to try with other targets. This time he really hit it, and even directly killed the opponent with the first shot. Riha was incredibly excited. This was because the distance to the target here was at least 100 meters. It meant his research had not been in vain. With a ding sound, he immediately received a new notification. Thanks to his recent achievement, Riha had unlocked an achievement and entered the Hall of Fame. He excitedly opened his character window. This achievement alone had leveled him up by a whopping 8 levels. This was good news. The sad news was that the flint of his flintlock was broken due to overuse, so Riha had no choice but to activate hand-to-hand combat mode. If his gun stock could speak, it would probably cry out in agony. Continuing to fight hand-to-hand like this, the gun stock might even break in two. For several days of fighting with his gun stock in the rabbit hunting area, Riha earned the nickname Bloody Stock from other players. They all couldn't understand why this man had a gun but didn't shoot it and acted so crazy. Of course, Riha didn't want such a thing to happen either. It took him a minute to reload but only 8 seconds to catch a rabbit in hand-to-hand combat. Fighting directly was much faster than shooting, but it was also more tiring. Fortunately, he caught all 10 and completed the mission. Thanks to this, Riha leveled up, and other players also surrounded him to congratulate him. In their eyes, Riha was a strange person who engaged in close combat with spirit rabbits despite having a gun, but watching him hunt rabbits was quite entertaining. When he returned to the plaza, many curious eyes were on him. It seemed the nickname Bloody Stock had spread throughout the beginner's village, but Riha didn't pay much attention. He hurried to report his results and collect his rewards to buy supplies and train. The NPC handed him the coins and asked, "Those fierce rabbits, they must have been easy to catch, right?" "Ah yes, they were easy," Riha replied with mixed feelings. "Are you going to catch more?" he asked again. But of course, Riha never wanted to relive that painful experience. He received 50 coins as per the previous quest notification, and at the same time, gained a 10 increase in affinity with Candle Castle NPCs, and a 15 increase in affinity with the Candle Castle security force. Although these 50 coins weren't much, they were a huge motivation for Riha. He vowed to earn a lot of gold and silver in the future, convert it into military funds, and show filial piety to his mother. Then Riha went to sell the rabbit meat. Madame Lu, the giantess owner of the Sacred Roast restaurant, offered 7 dong per rabbit. Afterward, this NPC suggested that Riha help out at her restaurant for a while. Specifically, it involved grilling meat and supplying ingredients. As expected, this was a new branching quest called Collaboration in Developing New Menu for Sacred Roast's restaurant. The main requirements were 5 pieces of unspoiled rabbit meat and 1 piece of black-furred rabbit meat. The reward was a special bento box from Madame Lu's new menu. "What's black-furred rabbit meat?" Riha asked, and Madame Lu replied, "Oh, among those fierce rabbits, there's a black-furred one, and its taste is truly fantastic. You must try it." Riha guessed it was something like black pork. However, as it was a special rabbit, it would clearly be harder to hunt than the other white rabbits. Although there was no money in the reward, Riha decided to accept the quest. Madame Lu quickly grabbed his hand and informed him that if he hung a bag on the tree near the south gate, that rabbit would smell it and come, and then he could stab it in one go. Furthermore, she said it was only active at night, so he didn't need to waste energy during the day. Not stopping there, she pulled out a kitchen knife longer than a katana and threatened him not to try to deceive her with any kind of bad meat. She said all those who played with food had died beneath her blade. Yes, of course, who would dare to trifle with Madame? Even if Riha had truly had bad intentions, he would have given up the moment he saw that knife. So he now had 50 dong from the previous quest reward and 77 dong from selling rabbit meat, totaling 1 silver and 27 dong. Riha used this money to first buy gunpowder and lead shot. However, the cost of weapons was much more expensive than he had thought. 1 pouch of gunpowder cost 10 dong, 1 pouch of priming powder cost 5 dong, and 1 lead shot cost 3 dong. The total amount he intended to buy was 1 silver and 26 dong. The shop owner said that because of such high prices, no one practiced being a musketeer these days, except for fools like Riha. He was utterly dismayed. One shot cost 18 dong. How was a marksman supposed to make money? It was going to be difficult to earn money playing this game. He had no idea how he could sustain playing while still earning, or maybe he should just sell it. At such high prices it was anyone's guess when it would go bankrupt. The shop owner advised him to, but being a marksman had already become Riha's profession. How could he give up? However, he had to find another way. Just hunting rabbits was too costly. One rabbit was worth 7 dong, but a single bullet to hunt it cost 18 dong. Moreover, the chance of missing was high. Actually, he could still beat rabbits with his gun even without bullets. But if he did that, the rabbit would be mangled and some of the meat would spoil. If he returned with spoiled meat, there was no telling if Madame Lu would slice him up with her katana-length knife. In the end, Riha spent all his money on weapons and ammunition, and the hard-earned cash dwindled to just 1 dong in an instant. Leaving the weapon shop, Riha endlessly regretted not choosing the mage class. If he had, his pockets would be full of magic by now. Then Riha suddenly had another thought. Could there be special conditions for accepting quests? Previously, the Candle Castle security chief had given him a quest based on his level. Madame Lu had entrusted him with a task based on the quality of the rabbit meat. Was it possible that certain elements had to be met to receive quests, for example, fulfilling the requirements presented by an NPC? As he thought this far, Riha's stomach rumbled. Good heavens, even hunger was this vivid. The developers of this game were truly terrifying. Moreover, his HP had decreased by 40 due to hunger. At this rate, he wouldn't even have the strength to hunt rabbits. So Riha stopped by a bakery. He wanted to taste how similar in flavor the game's bread would be to reality. As Riha opened the door and entered, the bakery owner said she was already closed. This game was cruelly realistic. He could do anything during business hours, but once the sun set he couldn't buy food. Riha, starving to death, persuaded her that he just wanted one slice of bread and would leave immediately, and she agreed. But something unexpected happened. The cheapest bread remaining in the shop cost 3 dong, but his total wealth was only 1 dong. The owner said that because she didn't make much bread these days, the 1 dong bread had sold out early. The main reason, she explained, was that the spirit rabbits had eaten all the barley, so there weren't many ingredients left. It was then that Riha suddenly realized that if an NPC was experiencing difficulties, it might mean they wanted the player to help them. He thought if he asked about the barley flour shortage, he might be able to start a new quest. So Riha seriously suggested, at the request of the Candle Castle security chief, I have cleared out some rabbits. So, wouldn't it be good for both of us if I helped you clear out all the rabbits and you gave me some bread? Oh my, really? The bakery owner exclaimed. Riha thought he had succeeded, but the other party poured cold water on him. 20 outsiders have already come today and said the same thing. But the rabbits are too fast, so you won't be able to help me. If I agree to a deal with you, my shop will go bankrupt. Riha was speechless. The NPCs in this game truly possessed logical thinking. They were even more intelligent than him, but he didn't want to give up yet. He was a poor man with no money even to buy bread, so Riha subtly hinted at his extraordinary status. He explained that he was different from the other passers-by who had come to the bakery and asked for bread in exchange for hunting rabbits, as he had been asked by the owner of the Sacred Roasts restaurant. Moreover, Madame Lu had asked him to catch a black-furred rabbit. As soon as she heard the 2 words, black rabbit, the bakery owner's attitude completely changed. But then she dealt Riha another crushing blow. She said Riha looked too weak and didn't seem like someone capable of catching a black rabbit. She added that someone capable of catching a black rabbit wouldn't be so poor they couldn't even afford a slice of bread. I'm sorry, I was a bit harsh, she continued. Truly, she was a master of playing hard to get. Severely wounded, Riha decided to persist to the end to get free bread. He pulled out the bag Madame Lu had given him to catch the rabbits. He didn't know what was inside, but it smelled terrible. The bakery owner didn't dare to go near the bag. Oh my, this terrible smell, it really is from Sister Lu, so you're a skilled person entrusted with work by Sister Lu. It seemed this smelly bag really worked its magic. Riha pretended to be calm, but inside flowers of joy bloomed. The bakery owner seemed to trust him and asked Riha to help her with one more thing on his way to catch the black rabbit. The system immediately turned the bakery owner's words into a new quest. There was a type of grass that grew where black rabbits excreted, and it was said to enhance the flavor of bread. However, this had to be kept absolutely secret. Because if customers knew the bread contained spices grown from animal feces, they might stop patronizing the bakery. Riha's mission was to collect 3 pieces of this grass. The reward was a slice of bread sprinkled with grass powder and 30 dong. But the most important thing was that the name of this quest was Life-Threatening Spice Collection. Just the name alone made it clear it was a very dangerous quest. Riha thought this game developer was insane, and the NPCs in the game were just as crazy. How could they ask him to risk his life to collect spices? Moreover, the price for his life was just a slice of bread topped with grass grown from rabbit droppings and 30 dong. Could he really complete this kill 2 birds with 1 stone quest? As Riha remained silent, the bakery owner urged him again. Honestly, he was a little scared. Just now this woman had mentioned the concept of Angus black cow. She was probably referring to that black-furred rabbit. The other party explained that the black rabbit got so incredibly angry that people called it Angus black cow, and of course its attack power was much stronger compared to ordinary white rabbits. Anyway, since he had to make a living, Riha had to accept this quest. However, he was very hungry now, and if he didn't eat something he felt he would faint before even reaching the black-furred rabbit's location. Riha subtly mentioned this problem to the other party. She then looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Are you after my bread? But what if you eat the bread and run away? Don't worry, I'm trustworthy." "I'll definitely find the grass," the bakery owner thought for a long time before making a decision. According to her decision, the quest details were also changed. Specifically, the reward, which was a slice of bread sprinkled with grass powder and 30 dong, now also included 3 sweet croissants and a 15 increase in affinity with all NPCs in Candle Castle. But there was no such thing as a free lunch. As the reward increased, so did the difficulty of the quest. Specifically, Riha had to bring the herbs to Annie's bakery within 12 hours. If he failed, there would be a penalty. A 20 decrease in affinity with Annie the bakery owner, and a 10 decrease in affinity with all NPCs in Candle Castle. Riha couldn't help but shout. For the sake of 3 more pieces of bread, the difficulty had increased so much, and there was even a time limit. If he failed, his affinity would decrease, which would greatly affect his activities in the beginner's village later. Instead, Annie gave Riha 3 croissants in advance to quell his hunger. The bread was delicious, but he couldn't be happy. This game was even harsher than reality. Riha ate the bread with tears in his eyes, but not long after leaving the bakery he received a new notification. He had learned a skill called Trading Contract. The effect of this skill was to modify NPC trading and quest conditions by 20 based on increased affinity. This was why Annie was able to change the quest details for him just now. Returning within 12 hours seemed too difficult for Riha. He hadn't even thought about what to do yet. Just then, Riha heard someone shouting loudly, "Looking for comrades, black-furred rabbit hunters, come this way." As soon as Riha saw someone with the same objective, he immediately wanted to join. But the other players looked at him suspiciously and asked what his profession was. He replied that he was a long-range sniper. It sounded grand, but as soon as the other party saw his equipment, they realized he was a low-level player. "Trying to leech off us? Find someone else. Just looking at your shoes, I can tell you're not even level 5. Black-furred rabbits are boss monsters. Why would we want to take a useless guy like you and get held back?" Riha was furious. These people were ignoring him and openly despising him. But from their conversation he gained new information. If he lost his life in this quest, he couldn't do it again. So it was natural that they were looking for players of similar levels for safety. Riha was a little puzzled. His quest conditions didn't mention at all that he couldn't retry the quest if he was defeated by the black-furred rabbit. Perhaps their quests were different, so he asked, "What quests do you all have related to black-furred rabbits?" "A pelt quest, but it probably has nothing to do with you." "Then go somewhere else," Riha exclaimed. "Oh, it really was a different quest. Then we can't go together, even if the other party doesn't look down on me for being low level." Riha began to calculate. It seemed there were several quests related to black-furred rabbits being issued simultaneously. For example, quests for meat, herbs, or rabbit fur. In that case, there must be others in the village who needed other parts of the rabbit, and it would be more profitable if he gathered more related quests and dealt with them all at once. So Riha returned to the village. He used the same phrases he had used when talking to Annie to persuade many other NPCs to give him quests. For example, the woman at the clothing store asked him to collect rabbit fur for making clothes. The blacksmith at the weapon shop asked him to bring rabbit claws, and the owner of the jewelry shop asked him to bring rabbit eyeballs. Riha collected 3 more new quests. His skills and level also increased thanks to this. If he caught a black-furred rabbit, he could obtain all 5 items they needed at once. It was truly a profitable deal. But the prerequisite was that he had to catch the rabbit. In 2 hours it would be daytime. Riha had to make sure he didn't miss the time when the rabbit was active. Otherwise everything would be in vain. So he picked up his gun again and headed to the outskirts of the village. To be fair, Riha's level was really low right now, only level 5. Moreover, his HP, stamina, and other stats were all low. Plus he had hit so many rabbits with the flintlock stock that it was now a bit wobbly. If this gun also broke, he would be bankrupt. As Riha was racking his brain over this problem, he suddenly spotted a fallen backpack on the ground. Riha reached out and picked it up, and somehow a familiar voice rang out. "The bag is quite heavy. Alright, let's finish this. If we keep going like this, we'll all die. It's not time yet. Let's make it more furious. Just 30 more seconds. The archer is in danger. Go quickly. They're going to die." Riha realized these were the same party members who were recruiting at the fountain earlier. They seemed to be having trouble with the terrifying rabbit. Riha peeked out and saw that their archer was already dead. The remaining people were tense, crouching, and preparing to fight with all their weapons drawn. At the front was a shield warrior responsible for defense, in the middle a cleric, and behind them a fragile-looking mage girl. The party composition seemed quite stable, but in reality, they were having a lot of difficulty against that rabbit. Specifically, even the fire magic and seemingly powerful control magic emanating from the female mage's staff at the back couldn't stop the rabbit. Riha hid in the nearby bushes and observed seriously. This was the true power of the mage class he had missed. The casting time for magic was about 15 to 20 seconds, which was 3 to 4 times faster than his darn gun. The arrogant party members were probably paying the price for being too picky. Because the tank had also died by now, with only 2 squishy characters left, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to defeat that monster. And at this point the best course of action was to run away. Under the bright moonlight, Riha clearly saw the black-furred rabbit. He understood why Annie had called it the Angus Break cow. This rabbit looked even bigger than a cow. He didn't step forward yet, choosing to observe the situation. At this moment the two surviving players had already started to flee. They cursed as they ran. They blamed each other, saying the magic hadn't hit the target, which made the tank and archer run away. But there was clearly one rabbit chasing them, and another one was standing next to the tank's corpse. It was then that Riha belatedly realized he had two opponents. Just one was terrifying enough, but the difficulty had doubled. Before, even catching small white rabbits had hurt so much that he felt his body was breaking apart. Now, if a black-furred rabbit hit him, he felt his ribs would all be broken. But Riha couldn't give up here. He had already received 5 quests. All 4 locations except Madame Lu's grilled meat restaurant required him to bring items within 12 hours. If he failed now, his affinity points would be deducted. 4 quests, a total of 40 affinity with NPCs, would be lost. If that happened, Riha felt he wouldn't be able to return to the beginner's village. He decided to take a gamble. Anyway, he was a guard, so he had to use his gun effectively. If he could accurately hit the rabbit's vital spot, he might be able to kill it in one shot. Riha recalled his time as a Special Forces sniper in the real world and encouraged himself, saying he was originally very good with guns. This game world was so delicately crafted that it could be mistaken for reality, so he would be able to bring his shooting skills to the highest level. Riha took his gun, opened his character information window, and invested all his remaining free attribute points into agility. As a result, his agility score rose to 55. After that, Riha stood up straight. He shouted loudly towards the 2 black-furred rabbits that were frantically chasing the party members. "Hey, you 2 dumb rabbits, come this way." Riha was nervous with a hint of anticipation. His agility was 50. According to the system, agility only increased up to level 9. Attack power didn't get stronger beyond that. Instead, if he aimed and shot, he could finish it in one shot. He had to take it down in one shot no matter what. If he failed the aimed shot, everyone would die. "Alright, loaded. Just need to insert the bullet." Just then an urgent voice sounded. "Help, help over here." Over here, Riha was very flustered by the sight before him. Wait, why are both of you running this way? If both of you come this way, what am I supposed to do? One of you go the other way." Just then, Wayan ran up shouting loudly, "You damn idiot, if you're going to save us, hurry up." Then she and Heller started fighting. "Why are you saying that? Are you trying to chase me away? If you're uncomfortable, you run away." Their noisy arguing made Riha extremely uncomfortable. Should I shoot that woman instead of the rabbit? My ears feel like they're bleeding. In the end, he had to calm himself. "Calm down. It's okay. Wait." Riha checked the precise range to aim at his target and focused on the target 85 centimeters in front of him. Wayan and Heller were about 80 centimeters away from him, and the 2 black rabbits chasing them had closed the distance to 75 centimeters. This meant they were very close behind the 2 women. As the distance narrowed to 50 centimeters, the black rabbit's claws suddenly extended. But Riha waited patiently, and when the aimed shot range narrowed to 45 centimeters, it was finally the exact distance he had been waiting for. They were finally close enough, and immediately, Riha didn't hesitate and fired the gun instantly. The bullet grazed Wayan's cheek, startling her and whizzed past her eyes. The next moment the bullet struck the black rabbit precisely in the head. Witnessing this sight, Wayan couldn't believe her eyes. It died, did it? She was so shocked she forgot to run. What was that just now? As Wayan stood bewildered, Heller, who was beside her, was caught by the remaining black rabbit. Its ferocity terrified her so much that her legs gave out. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Wayan. She didn't know when Riha had appeared beside her. "What are you doing? Run away. Why is he fighting us right now?" Only one thought was in Wayan's mind. "I must not have seen wrong, right? One shot and that monster disappeared. How could that be? Is his level high?" Meanwhile, Riha was also suffering from an intense headache. "When can I reload again?" In the end, Wayan was dragged along by Riha like a puppet. "Who the hell is this guy?" Riha ran with his head down, looking only forward. "If I get support, I need to reload, otherwise I'll be eaten. Anyway, I've escaped far from that rabbit. If I run a little further, I'll have time to reload." As he was calculating, he suddenly felt the atmosphere around them change. He saw the black rabbit that had been chasing them suddenly lift its head and let out a long howl. Their footsteps didn't stop, but the psychological impact was tremendous. This was an unexpected situation for Riha. Did that guy just eat it all? He sighed inwardly. Am I going to die here? Before the two could even think about how to react, Wajing suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing her, a momentary look of panic crossed Wayan's face. She quickly told Riha to duck his head. Her sudden action startled him for a moment. What? The next moment, thin smoke rose from Wajing's hand, and at the same time numerous ice staves appeared around her. Following this, Wajing's storm-like attack immediately began. Her target was, of course, that giant black rabbit. Before Riha could even understand what was happening, the ice staves plunged directly into the black rabbit's body, and the next development surprised him even more. Is that frozen? At this moment, Wayan suddenly spoke up. Quickly, tell me your name, quickly. Riha stared blankly at her. Why are you asking my name? Wayan replied as if it were obvious. You have to tell me if you want to cooperate. Tell me quickly. I have to repay you, don't I? Although it wasn't clear what was happening, he replied, Riha. Then she began an incomprehensible action. Okay, cooperation process complete. He could see the flame ring in Wayan's hand glowing brighter and brighter. Now continue. she attacked the black rabbit with all her might. Dai, as a high-level player, Wei Yan's skill power was by no means negligible. In the blink of an eye she completely subdued the black rabbit. Only now did Riha breathe a sigh of relief. Got it. A system notification also rang out simultaneously. He leveled up. Riha was very satisfied with this result. Good. Level up, however, he suddenly encountered a problem. Surely the items didn't all burn up too, did they? Wei Yan approached the black rabbit. Let's see, items. At her voice, Riha was startled. Is she planning to take all the items for herself? Wei Yan looked at him nonchalantly. Of course, I burned it. Riha immediately got angry. Then what about me? Hearing that, she pointed to a distant spot. There, the one behind you. Then she gave Riha a playful smile. You take it all, isn't that fair? After collecting all the items, the three of them set off again. However, Riha was now extremely confused. Why are they following me? Just then, Wei Yan suddenly said, My name is Lin Wei Yan. Riha coldly replied, I didn't ask your names, but she ignored him and continued. And that's Lin Wajing, he casually replied. Ah yes. Then Wei Yan became even more impatient. You don't know Waso Lin Wajing from Hong Kong? You're a bit dense. Riha also asked her, Do you know Haria from South Korea? Wei Yan immediately showed interest. Who, that person? That guy. But he shook his head. We all don't know each other, so it's a tie. Whether it's Sake or Lin Wajing, go home quickly. It was really a pleasure hunting with you all. His attitude made her even more puzzled. Something's off. How could he take care of a black rabbit in one shot, such a large one? He doesn't look even level 7. Just then, Wajing, who had been quiet until now, suddenly reacted. She uttered a quiet word and Riha froze. There are herbs over there. This was because Annie's voice was still echoing in his head. Remember, don't tell anyone. Riha, his entire body stiff, slowly turned to face Wajing. How did you know where I got the herbs? At this moment, Riha was extremely flustered. How did she know? The bakery owner told me not to tell anyone. Did the mission fail? Only Wei Yan was still confused. What herbs? Wajing kindly explained to her. It's a quest item, something this person is looking for. Then she turned to Riha and said, It's okay, you can tell other players. Hearing that, Wei Yan suddenly glared at him. Are you afraid we'll steal your quest items? Wajing, who was nearby, added fuel to the fire. Probably. She thought for a moment and then continued. I saw you shoot a black rabbit in one shot from afar. This was what she had been curious about. How did you do that? This was also what Wei Yan wanted to know. Yeah, that rabbit had 100 health. How did you catch it? Regarding this question, Riha couldn't help but prevaricate. I guess it was just luck. As he was flustered, several notification windows suddenly appeared in front of him. The content mainly listed his latest achievements. Seeing the content, Riha couldn't hide his joy. Mission successful. A moment later, Wei Yan excitedly dragged everyone to a nearby restaurant to celebrate their safe return. Cheers. Riha couldn't refuse her enthusiasm. Cheers. Taking this opportunity, he asked a question he was truly curious about. By the way, who are you? Even NPCs bow to you, and people make way for you. Wei Yan was slightly surprised by his question. You really don't know, her eyes shone with pride. Wajing is ranked 5th in Asia and 9th in the world. Let me introduce myself again. I am Flame Shooter Lin Wei Yan, and this is Snow Blossom Shooter Lin Wajing. At these words, Riha found it a little hard to understand. They call running away flame, that's a bit much, isn't it? I'm a little ashamed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yan immediately got angry. Hey, what can I do if that's the job name? But Riha, far from being scared, laughed even louder. Haha, you must be embarrassed. After a round of jokes, Wei Yan suddenly remembered something. Alright then, who are you? How did you catch the black rabbit? Riha was silent for a moment, then calmly replied, I just shot and killed it. His attitude once again angered her. Do you want to die? But Riha was extremely calm. I'm telling the truth. What should I say? I killed it instantly. As the two argued, Wajing suddenly spoke. Level 6. Even if you subtly adjusted your accuracy with a skill, you can't kill that with one critical hit. It can only be explained if it was an instant kill. Hearing that, Wei Yan was startled and shouted, He's level 5, he caught a black rabbit at level 5? Riha, on the other hand, was interested in another problem. How does she know all my stats, items, and skills? Now Wajing answered her sister's question. That rabbit killed itself instantly, she continued to analyze. To catch it in one shot, your aimed shot and power must reach 90. This was something Wei Yan was hearing for the first time. 90? Power has to be 90, Wajing emphasized again. Besides power, she said slowly and forcefully, syllable by syllable, your level must reach 90. Hearing that, Riha remembered the notification window from earlier. So that job description was talking about level. On the other side, the two girls were still enthusiastically discussing critical hits and stealth stats level 70. Suddenly, Wei Yan glanced at Riha. Are you okay? Wajing, who was beside her, nodded. He's fine. Their suspicious behavior made him instinctively flinch. What's fine? Wei Yan's expression suddenly became serious. All right, Mr. Haria from South Korea. Don't you want to join our faction? Riha really hadn't expected this situation. What did you say? Wei Yan boasted again. The leader of this faction is Wajing, who is ranked 9th in the world. It's quite a famous faction. Riha hesitated for a moment and then said softly, You know I'm only level 6. Wei Yan said as if it were no problem, We'll just level you up. He once again brought up his weakness. I still only have beginner items, but she still thought it could be resolved. I'll get you items. In the end, Riha had no choice but to continue. I don't know how much money you have, but I have something to say. Wei Yan immediately cut him off. A lot. She tried every method to persuade Riha. The leader of this faction is Wajing, who is ranked 9th in the world, you know what I mean, right? But unfortunately she had found the wrong person. I'm sorry, I'll decline, Riha said. My mother told me that if I follow strangers for candy something bad will happen. My mother raised me well. Wayang couldn't believe her ears. He refused such a good opportunity, Riha calmly replied. The conditions are too good, it makes me a little uncomfortable. She still didn't give up. Wajing is our leader, aren't you interested at all? Nevertheless, their conversation continued for a while. Do you know what rank our faction is in the world? Well, it must be incredibly high, right? What is it? In the end, Riha calmly explained. I also need to check things out. Anyway, I'll just check the first shop. If other places are better, I'll come back. When he said this much, Wayang no longer pressed him. All right, it's better than suddenly fighting. If you change your mind, contact me. I'll add you as a friend. Riha readily agreed. Then that's fine. After that, Wayang calmly stood up. I'll pay. Wajing, let's go. Oh, and she turned around and said with a sincere voice, thank you for saving us, and Wayang quickly walked to the counter. Keep the change. Hurry up, Wajing. Riha, on the other hand, was extremely flustered by Wajing's staring eyes. Aren't you leaving? Suddenly she said, see you next time. As he opened his mouth to reply, she continued, Oppa. Hearing this suddenly, Riha paused for a moment. Oppa? As the two girls left, he finally let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, when people go crazy, the quests go crazy too. Now it's time for rewards. First, Riha went to Kutor. Seeing these red eyeballs, he must have found them in just one day. He immediately smiled brightly. If you have anything else to do next time, please entrust it to me, she quickly replied. Of course, you caught a black rabbit in one day after all. The second person Riha visited was Tickle. These are indeed black rabbit claws. I can make a good weapon with these claws. Seeing his happy expression, Riha also felt good. Boss, please make me an excellent weapon. After completing these two quests, he received a level up notification. Next, Riha went to Sandy. Yes, that's right, that's really right. How can fur be so beautiful? Thank you. Riha imagined that if a cloak were made from this, it would be truly beautiful. Here, and this is a special reward. He quickly accepted it. Thank you very much, ma'am. So far, Riha was very satisfied with everything he had achieved. Indeed, after hardship comes joy. He then immediately headed to Kutor's bakery. Excuse me, welcome. At this time, she was alone in the shop. Annie's bakery. As soon as she saw him, Kutor smiled brightly. Oh, Mr. Haria, welcome. He was also very happy to see her. Hello, then Kutor handed him what she was holding. It's freshly baked bread, please try some. Riha quickly refused. No, it's a bit expensive, but she immediately objected. You don't need to pay, are we strangers? He could only think to himself. Yes, we are strangers. In the end, Kutor successfully made Riha sit down. Please eat some bread slowly, it seems you haven't had breakfast. He had no choice but to listen to her. Oh well then, I'll eat well. Their actions attracted the attention of other players. Drink some milk too. Why is that NPC like that? Is she even offering a tasting? Now Kutor carefully spoke. Then what about the herbs? The herbs. If she hadn't mentioned it several times, Riha would have almost forgotten. Ah, here it is. As soon as she saw it, Kutor forgot everything else. The herbs are here. Riha truly couldn't understand her emotions. Why is she interrupting me before I've even finished speaking? Does putting that in really make the bread delicious? Kutor was still immersed in joy. Can't you smell this rich aroma? People who love bread would buy it just by the smell. Riha found it even harder to understand. It's just grass that grew where rabbit droppings were. She immediately hardened her face. Silence, droppings. Riha widened his eyes in confusion. After finishing his bread, he set off again. This weirdness is really tiring. I ate bread, but why do I feel like my blood is draining? Now let's go to the last shop. Kutor saw him off at the door. Goodbye. His next destination was Madame Lu's restaurant. Oh my, our Mr. Haria is back, so the rumor of success must be true then. Riha tried to lift his head and look at her. There's a rumor that I'm back, Madame Lu replied nonchalantly. Yes, I also heard you went to the pub yesterday. Nothing happens in this candlelight castle that I don't know about. I also heard the news that you succeeded in hunting. Hearing that, Riha understood. The rumors spread all over the neighborhood. After that, Riha didn't ask any more questions and handed her the items. Doesn't the chef check the meat? Madame Lu smiled gently. If it's something our Mr. Riha brought, it must be good meat. He looked at her and quietly admired her. Affinity has gone up to 70. Currently, Madame Lu was very happy. Oh my, this is black rabbit meat. She handed Riha money and exclaimed, Oh my, I should give you a special reward too, shouldn't I? Wait a moment, I'll make you a bento box. As soon as he heard that, Riha immediately became wary. Is there something else coming, he thought, and cautiously asked. It'll take some time to make the bento right. Madame Lu playfully winked and said, I'll be quick. But as soon as Riha heard that, he knew. As expected, it's a linked quest. Madame Lu continued as expected. Mr. Riha, you can certainly do it. I need Golden Eagle meat from behind the mountain. So Riha had another task. The final mission, Golden Eagle boss raid. Riha was very excited. Level 10, the final mission of Candlelight Castle. He was just still a little puzzled. But is the reward really just a bento box again? Madame Lu explained further. Candlelight Castle is a village in a very remote area, isn't it? So to go to the city, you have to pass 2 forest path stops. For that, Golden Eagle meat is essential. You have to go 2 forest path stops, so wouldn't you need such high-grade ingredients to do big things? You understand, right? Hearing that, Riha forced a smile. Yes, right. Then a Golden Eagle would be necessary. In fact, he was cursing wildly inside. Did the creator of this game intend to depict corruption and injustice? Only Madame Lu seemed very pleased. Oh my, it's done. She looked very excited. It's all done, all done. Riha, however, hesitated slightly. Should I eat all the rewards? Then he smiled at Madame Lu. Haha, thank you. Suddenly, Riha's eyes flashed with surprise. He suddenly lunged forward and stared at the bento box. The next moment, the system provided detailed information about the item. Riha couldn't believe his eyes. Agility 1, stamina 1. Oh my, how is it? Madame Lu smiled, looking at him. It's not an ordinary bento box, is it? At this moment, Riha was extremely happy. Moreover, if the reward was a top-tier item, its effect would triple. A stamina increase of 7 was equivalent to 100 million dong in real money. Even if sold cheaply, it would be over 60 million dong. Now I need to take this and sell it. While engrossed in his calculations, something strange suddenly caught his eye. What is it? What's this tag hanging there? Riha, curious, looked closely at the tag hanging on the bento box. Special item, untradeable, was clearly printed there. In an instant he felt as if his whole world was collapsing. Can't sell it? I can't sell this? It's not an equipment item, so I can't equip it either? Just then, Madame Lu suddenly spoke. Not bad, ha ho ho. Riha immediately changed his attitude. What? Madam, it's top tier, isn't it? He consoled himself. I can't help it. This is a huge gain. This life seems to be mocking me for being too humble. Now, Madame Lu gently reminded him. Then go and catch the golden eagle, Riha seriously promised her. I'll bring it right away as fast as I can. And then he left the place feeling very excited. Good, I've finished all the missions. At this point, his character information window had changed significantly compared to the beginning. Riha began to plan his future. If he received other linked quests, he would reach level 10 and be able to level up 2 more times. Good, once I catch the golden eagle, I'll be able to leave the beginner's village. Next, he decided to eat Madame Lu's bento box. Wow, this smell is really good. Should I take a bite? As soon as he tasted the first bite, Riha felt the world around him change. He was moved and ate continuously. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Thank you, whoever made this game. This meat gives me even greater motivation. I think I can catch a few more black-furred rabbits. Now I just need to level up. After finishing the meal, Riha felt his body brimming with strength. Good, now let's go hunting. Inventory, I need to buy more bullets. All the guards are dead anyway. These game developers, in the end he had no choice but to stop by the general store. Hello. Since my affinity has increased, the uncle should give me a discount. As soon as he entered, Riha found Louis lying on the sofa. I came to buy some bullets, but he answered nonchalantly. Yes, come in. Riha felt a little displeased by this attitude. Is greeting customers that bothersome? My affinity increased by 15 and he's greeting me while lying down? But he didn't forget his purpose. I came to buy some bullets. Before Riha could finish speaking, Louis cut him off. Did you come to buy 8 sets this time? Since you've changed your clothes, you won't buy 7 like last time. It's 18 dong per set. He hesitated for a moment and then tried to haggle. 18 dong per set, can't you lower the price a bit? He still maintained a cold tone. That's right, I can't change the price. At that, Riha's anger flared up again. Can't you be a little more polite with your words? But Louis no longer paid him any mind. What's so great about being a guard? Suddenly, Riha's gaze fell on old stock piled up in the corner. I'm the only guard in this village. Even if I spend all my money, I can only buy 37 sets. I should save some for my expenses. After careful consideration, he decided to buy 23 sets first. Let's see, 23 sets, that's 4 silver and 14 dong, ho ho. Now Louis's attitude softened. Anyway, buying 23 sets was better than last time. As he was speaking, Louis suddenly approached him and got very close. What's that smell? Riha was a little flustered by Louis's behavior. I just ate a meat bento box earlier. But he still didn't stop. No, this isn't the smell of meat. Riha cried out in panic. Uncle, where are you touching me? Louis became even more agitated. I'm going crazy. What is this smell? This time Riha was truly scared of him. No, please put your hands down first. Louis was still immersed in his own world. Bread, this is the smell of bread. It was clearly not an ordinary bread smell. Hearing that, a thought flashed through Riha's mind. Wait, bread, could it be? He immediately opened his bag. Oh my god, there was bread sprinkled with herb powder in my bag. As soon as he heard that, Louis's eyes lit up. Herbs, bread sprinkled with herb powder? Share some with me. I'll buy it for 50 dong, okay? Riha coldly refused. I went through a lot to get this, and only 50 dong. He quickly raised the price, then 1 silver. No, but Riha was still not satisfied. How about 5 silver? Hearing that, Louis angrily turned and left. You thief, I won't buy it, I won't eat it. Riha watched him calmly. Oh really? He gave a mischievous smile and activated his trading contract skill. Activating this skill increased the chance of persuading the other party by 21. Then Riha spoke again. Is bread really that delicious? But Louis showed no reaction, making Riha extremely flustered. Did I fail? But the next moment he suddenly spoke cautiously. You had a hard time finding that herb bread, didn't you? Riha smiled contentedly. Uncle, do you want to know how hard it was? Louis continued to haggle. 2 silver, but he shook his head. I guess I'll just eat the bread then. At that he had no choice. I'll give you a few more sets of bullets. Riha continued to push. Uncle, how do you sell bullets? 23 sets for 4 silver and 14 dong? He left Louis speechless, a person haggling. In the end, Riha set the price at 5 silver. He still tried to haggle. Then I'll give you a 5 dong discount per set, but he just repeated one sentence. 5 silver. Louis grumbled unhappily. This is the limit of the discount. Seeing that, Riha suggested another method. Then 100 sets of bullets. As soon as he heard that, he immediately got angry. You thief, he glanced at him. A thief, what did you say? Then he quickly backed away. Ah, nothing. Louis was extremely distressed. Can't it be just 70 sets, please? Just 70 sets. Seeing that, Riha no longer bothered him. 70 sets? Okay, then I'll take 70 sets instead. Please deliver them. Louis suddenly felt he had been tricked. Alright, after finishing the transaction, Riha felt very excited. Good, the deal was successful. I need to work hard and earn a lot of money. Then I'll truly be showing filial piety. Next, he used his free time to rest. I need to find out about quests and see what's happening in the world. Immediately, a mechanical voice rang out. Hello everyone, this is today's Middle-earth news. Reporter Han Gung-hee, what news do you have today? Today's Middle-earth news also has many surprising stories. Riha continued to marvel while eating ramen. Middle-earth news is even on the news. At this time, the TV program was still continuing. The first news is about ranking changes. And there's another interesting piece of news. Rumor has it that Snow Blossom shooter Lin Wajing has appeared in the beginner's village, Candlelight Castle. Oh my, Lin Wajing, but it's not just Lin Wajing. Lin Huayan, the second member of the Lin Long group, ranked second in Hong Kong, is also there. The Lin Long group, that's Hong Kong's top chaebol group. But why are these two in a beginner's village? Yes, from what we've found out, it's to hunt a Korean player. Hunting people in a beginner's village. They say Lin Huayan was very flustered. Lies, who was flustered? I think they met in a beginner's village with fewer people. Snow Blossom shooter Lin Wajing is a truly outstanding player, isn't she? Comments flooded the news board, but they say this incident hasn't been clearly revealed yet. Huh? But now Riha was no longer in the mood to listen. She was so boastful earlier. As if understanding his feelings, the news ended with "It's too late to regret now," he muttered to himself, fortunately. Just as he hadn't even finished sighing in relief, the news started again. However, there is information that a Korean player using a long weapon, like a gun, appeared at that time. A weapon like a gun? The eyewitness was certain that the person was not a lord or staff member. We are curious about that Korean player. Will that player who uses a long weapon like a gun return to Candlelight Castle? Now Riha was completely shattered. This shocking news made Riha give up eating and focus on the computer screen. This chaos is on the internet? The scene of the three talking together was posted with a sensational title. Lin sisters appear in Candle Castle, leaving Riha dumbfounded. That's the exact moment. 1.1 million views and 72,000 comments. This video was uploaded 2 hours ago. Just this alone made the crowd ecstatic, and anti-fans who hated them clicked their mice like crazy. Is that a person or a doll? Haha, it must be surgery. The Lin sisters didn't get plastic surgery. Didn't you watch the news? And as public suspicion poured in, more problems arose. They were curious and harshly criticized Riha. Why is a high-level Korean player in Hong Kong? And is he really a high-level player? Or is he deliberately dressed like a beggar? The more they looked, the harsher their words became. All eyes are on him. Meeting the Lin sisters and his equipment looks like that. Haha, he must be a dog in a corner. He could only laugh blankly. Ha ha ha. Moreover, some people mocked the guard profession. Labeling Riha as a rookie, a crazy person, and a beggar, he couldn't help but be confused by the cruel power of keyboard warriors. Fortunately, people thought this video was fake. Then, ignoring what was happening on the screen, Riha fell into a flood of thoughts. I know the Lin Long Guild is famous, but there's almost no information about the Lin Sisters Guild. If I joined that group, I could level up really fast. And then he muttered, sweating coldly. But the conditions are too good, it makes me a little uncomfortable. Judging by Lin Huayan's personality, if I refuse, it seems irreversible. However, all those troublesome problems did not stop or hinder his actions. But I have to level up on my own, so because the gun loading and aiming was still a bit unstable no matter how much he struggled, Riha successfully completed the quests requested by the Fox family. These are the Fox families the uncle asked me to catch. Even Gart was very surprised. Just now, at the same time, a notification popped up on the system board. Smart Animal Quest complete. Affinity with Candle Castle NPCs increased by 10. Affinity with Security Force increased by 15. Acquired 50 dong and a pair of leather socks. Riha was a little disappointed. Tisk, no level up? Before he could even catch his breath, Gart began a conversation with him. I just finished a job and it feels a bit awkward to ask again, but someone as capable as Mr. Riha could even handle wolves. I don't know how you knew where the foxes were, but I'll catch them. The next moment, the system board also showed that he had to kill 10 wolves, and there was an attractive reward. In fact, he had already looked up and knew about this mission. As he pressed the accept button, another surprising thing happened. Weapon usage rights? There's something like this, Gart cautiously advised. It's time to repair your weapon. This would be a great help to beginner players like Riha. The wobbly gun display board would soon be fixed. He shouted loudly. Then I'm off, he replied in a solemn voice. I'm counting on you, Riha. Riha soon arrived at a place with a warning sign, Wolf Infestation Area, and leaned against it, exhausted. Riha muttered dejectedly. From here on I need to find companions, but finding collaborators was not easy. It'll be difficult for someone like me, level 8, alone. But if he formed a team, he would be busy reloading while everyone else was busy hunting wolves, he thought to himself. 2 minutes later his ramen would be cold and he would be standing alone in despair. A person with 50-50 accuracy and long use time, he sighed. I knew this would happen. Overthinking wouldn't help. Riha immediately displayed positive hope and confidence. It'll be tough if 2 or 3 wolves chase me, but if I separate them, I'll be fine. Then, crouching, he approached the danger zone and calculated. Catching 100 foxes costs 13 sets of ammunition, so I have 71 sets left. I'll finish the wolf quest with 11 bullets. I need to reach level 10 and catch the golden eagle too. He had been in an ambush position for a long time, but nothing happened, making Riha sweat. Are there no wolves that travel alone? Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. Magic missile. He opened his eyes wide. Ha, oh ho, fellow players. The friendly gay man directly in front said, I brought 3. The tank firmly said, I'll control them. Other comrades shouted, operation starts in 3 seconds, and a team perfectly coordinated could cast several support skills simultaneously. As kicks, magic missiles, and magic energy balls intertwined, a solo player like Riha couldn't help but gape in admiration. While the wolf is frozen, with sad tears, he still had to crawl away. It's sad, I need to find prey before getting hurt. Meanwhile, the other team was still very lively. Kicks, missiles, and magic energy mixed with the wolf's yelps. After an agonizing wait, a soft-furred target finally appeared before his eyes. Its dangerous red eyes narrowed as if discerning the movements of the hunter chasing it. It turned out to be an unexpected opportunity to confide his true feelings comfortably, and Riha happily found his target. There was no hesitation or unnecessary movement. He clearly had strong determination. I'll show them the results of my training. Immediately after biting open an ammunition pouch, he skillfully inserted gunpowder and a bullet into the flintlock's muzzle. The third step, of course, was to blow air into it by mouth instead of using a bolt. Finally, he tapped the gun stock a few times on the ground to ensure there were no gaps between the flammable materials. With the long and tedious operation complete, the wolf was already done in the sunlight, and Riha officially entered the aiming stage. Recalling the sniper of the 95th Regiment commander he had seen in movies, his face was full of confidence. Control your breath and shoot accurately, you rascal, he exclaimed. Thank you, Commander. Thanks to you, I reloaded in less than a minute, and with the smoke he exhaled, all distracting thoughts vanished. Without further hesitation, Riha resolutely pulled the trigger and fired the flintlock. The shocking gunshot cut through the wind and flew straight towards the wolf, which was still cowering, freezing it. He couldn't tell how much time he had spent, but the final result was enough to make Riha jump for joy. Excellent, as he was delighted with his first achievement. His face hardened at the appearance of a second wolf. One more to catch. Unlike before, this time a murderous aura pierced the sky, as if it clearly recognized the human who had killed its comrade. A chilling sensation ran down his spine, and Riha hesitated for a moment. Is another one coming? Was it hiding somewhere and is only coming now? Recalling how he used to have to engage in close combat with long-range weapons, his mind had to work at super speed. The durability of this musket isn't much. I need to avoid getting too close to them. As soon as the decision was made, his hands moved quickly. I have to reload within a minute. The 4 actions he had performed earlier were leisurely yet resolute. Now they were replicated at double the speed. Bite, pour, blow, tap. With his talent and experience, the series of movements was completed in a hurry, and fortunately there were no hitches. Damn, I need to aim quickly. But when Riha reached the 5th step, he had to stop because the wolf in front of him wasn't moving at all. This incomprehensible situation sparked curiosity and many conjectures, making him swallow hard. Why is it doing this? Why isn't it charging? In any case, the wolf eventually moved its limbs, but it circled around as if it didn't want to charge straight at Riha. This behavior clearly proved his deduction. Was that thing trying to avoid my aimed shot? Do these stupid wolves know how to dodge bullets? It was difficult to aim accurately at a moving target. If it suddenly moved left or right, he could miss even at close range. Or should I leave it alone quietly and provoke it once it's far away? No, I can't do that because I can't take the one I caught earlier with me. In the end, Riha took a deep breath and put strength into his core, resolving to either get both or none. The next moment he ignored the flintlock in his hand and fired imaginary shots with his mouth. Bang, 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 although the threat seemed meaningless. Unexpectedly, the wolf's body stopped as if it had received a signal. Then, revealing its white, even teeth, which could be said to be the most beautiful among wolves, it moved its body with a sneering smile full of confidence, displaying both subtle physicality and intelligence. Riha didn't miss the opportunity and immediately pulled the trigger. And with a deafening gunshot, smoke billowed into the sky. It was a simple battle of wits, and victory lightly tilted towards him with a chilling sound. Facing the lifeless wolf, Riha exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh my god, it's finally dead. During that time, the wolf still hadn't grasped the situation. I definitely attacked after it shot. Receiving a notification that his guard skill had increased to level 2, Riha thought it was foolish that it reacted even though he had only made gun noises with his mouth. Should I praise it for its delaying tactics? The wolf gnashed its teeth in anger, even in reincarnation. You made gun noises with your mouth? In the excitement of taking down 2 monsters consecutively, Riha was still busy meticulously checking left and right. There aren't any other wolves, are there? Then, completely forgetting about what was behind him, he focused on the results in front of him. Good, let's collect the items. Finally, a figure who had quietly approached spoke. Wow, how did you catch that just now? At those words, Riha was startled, then calmly turned around. Is it another player? At the same time, he smiled awkwardly. Unexpectedly, he had just fought a wolf monster, but now even more terrifying and sudden than the wolves player stood tall before him. Facing the imposing presence of Mr. Bin and Mr. Jinggang, Riha only regained his senses much later in extreme fear. Ah, the monster giants. The lightning-fast series of movements also instilled the same fear in the 2 opponents. Mr. Bin stepped forward and blocked, Wait, we're not monsters. I'm a player, and Mr. Jing Gong had already cowered and stammered, don't shoot. And at this moment Riha was startled as if struck by lightning and remembered, those are the Li family and the giant. I saw them on the homepage. As those words left his lips, Riha turned away, relieved, and no longer paid attention to anything else. It wasn't a monster after all. Mr. Bin quickly reached out his hand to restrain him by force. What kind of attitude is that? Eventually, as Riha smiled awkwardly and led the way, the atmosphere returned to normal. I'm sorry, I thought another monster had appeared, he said very casually. It's fine, we've been mistaken for that many times. Mr. Jing Gong was a bit slower. It's fine. In less than a few minutes Mr. Bin's expression turned murderous. Are you hunting alone? Riha broke into a cold sweat. Yes. A chilling question came back to him. You caught 2 wolves alone? He shuddered inwardly. Why is his expression so sinister? His manner of speaking and acting is elegant though. Not stopping there, Mr. Bin approached directly and offered, just asking, if our levels are similar, let's hunt together. Riha was more nervous than ever. Gary, don't come any closer. Why was his laughter so chilling? He checked, slightly startled and stammering. Cooperation, though he looked like a bandit. He as a representative seriously explained, we have a mission to catch 3 wolves, but it's a bit difficult at level 9. He even pierced Riha's heart without hesitation. You also take a minute to reload, don't you? If monsters swarm you during that time, won't you just die? Thanks to that, he was less flustered by him. He's speaking politely. He must have seen me reloading. He has a point. I was just lucky before. And there isn't much level difference, so I won't lose anything, right? After thinking for a long time, Riha chuckled and asked a question in return. I'm level 8, is that okay? Mr. Bin was still surprised, exclaiming, you're even lower level than us. I thought you'd be higher. It's fine, let's hunt together. Then he reached out his hand towards Kim Heller Jing Gong. I'll bring them over, you 2 attack. You giant do both defense and resistance. Once he subdues it, we'll take care of it immediately, Riha exclaimed in admiration. Sounds like a well-balanced team, then he said. Thank you for letting me join, my name is Haria. He began introductions. I'm Mr. Bin, also known as Venom Mage. I specialize in poisons, the person next to him continued. I'm Mr. Jing Gong, level 9, facing the silent man. Riha grew suspicious and stammered, asking, Mr. Jing Gong, what's your profession? In his heart, he was once again slightly flustered. Strange. Why does he feel so familiar? As he scratched his face in embarrassment mentioning this problem, he suddenly noticed something above Mr. Jing Gong's head and realized, wait, that fruit, that must be him. Finally, all his previous questions were answered. It was none other than the Driss who had been subjected to a forced ceasefire. Thus, his illustrious dark past was revealed. You're the giant Driss who became that way because of a power outage. The one who yelled bald at me 10 times at the fountain. Mr. Jing Gong was startled. Gasp. Are you Korean? But back then I only ran 9 laps. The next moment he fell into an autistic state, growing mushrooms. It's okay, I'm used to it. Thanks to that he also received relief following this. Mr. Bin, the poison specialist, said happily. I'm from Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. As soon as he finished speaking, Riha casually scanned the team, which consisted of Mr. Jing Gong as a tank and Heller and another swindler. He himself was slow but had strong destructive power, so cooperating was fine. But if there were losses, he would suffer more. In the end, a strange team was formed where the members regarded each other with mystery and pity. Why not? Let's try it. Yes, let's try it. Without wasting time, Mr. Jing Gong's hellish pit rushed forward with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Relit. Riha shivered, trying to suppress his laughter, reminded of a 3-year-old's innocent voice. I can't concentrate. Why do I keep hearing relit? Meanwhile, Mr. Bin had already flown out, charging with a powerful finishing move. The act of spewing venom made Riha unable to concentrate, driving him mad. Even looking at it, he couldn't laugh. The pack of wolves growled, dodging. Why do you dare to spit at us? Mr. Jing Gong's clumsy appearance made him have to firmly suppress his laughter. If I laugh, my hands will shake. If I miss, a minute of reloading will be in vain. In the end, after numerous hardships, he succeeded in landing a hit that made the wolf scream terribly. But as soon as this one fell, another charged with fierce murderous intent. Its bloodthirsty mouth was wide open. Unfortunately, Mr. Jing Gong had already entered a serious state and unleashed a monstrously powerful punch. To be sure, Mr. Bin, the next moment, accurately cut the exact center of its head with his knife one more time. The remaining wolf, witnessing the continuous sacrifice of its 2 comrades, only growled and threatened, not daring to charge. Unfortunately, Riha, who was far away, had already successfully reloaded his flintlock. Thus he sent it flying without hesitation, preventing it from wavering. He successfully raised his guard skill to level 3 and evaluated himself. The accuracy is too good. Immediately following this, a level up notification appeared. Mr. Bin saw it and immediately approached, exclaiming, Congratulations on leveling up, Haria. He humbly replied, Thank you. Our team's hunting speed is too fast, but he quickly cut him off and said with a serious expression, It's because Hariha's attack power is strong. Mr. Jing Gong, showing a firm stance, looked embarrassed. No, it's because I'm big, he praised inwardly. He's really good at communicating. Following this, seeing that everything was finished, Riha opened his mouth. I've completed the mission, so I should go report. But the experienced Mr. Bin instructed, it's no use reporting now. If you report after getting 89 experience, you'll level up. When you reach level 10, you can catch the Golden Eagle. Immediately, the entire team cheered, raised their hands, and were filled with determination. The 3 of us don't need to waste any more time. Let's go straight for the Golden Eagle. Let's all level up together. Time flew by and their team's reputation spread far and wide early on. Look over there, the hybrid cooperation team is coming. Clara Joy couldn't help but be surprised. A hybrid cooperation team. At the same time, Mr. Jing Gong suddenly let out a roar that seemed to reach the sky. Following this, he completely proved that he was indeed a true tank and heller. He and the Hellcrows alternately shouted, "Heal relit, relit, heal relit, relit." But the two members of the Eben team were frozen. What's that guy doing? Unexpectedly, not stopping there, Mr. Bin suddenly poked his head out and spat at two wolves. This brought even greater surprise to his team. What else is there? Of course, that wasn't all. It's over. Riha burst out of the reeds and successfully sent them to the afterlife. It was only then that Eben realized, Is he shooting a gun too? Clara Joy exclaimed in admiration. It's my first time seeing a guard. Before long their gazes were fixed blankly on the steadily growing pile of wolf corpses. Wow, their hunting speed is really fast. It looks a bit strange, but it's fine. Is this how they become so strong, by cooperating? Following this, a series of sounds once again echoed regularly beneath the blue sky. Gather, heal. In the midst of that battle, Mr. Bin was truly astonishing. He moved with a gait as if strolling through his own garden. Each time he used a special move he would spew venom, and the wolves would fall, his expression completely unfazed. Spew venom. Riha, with his rich experience, entered an automatic reloading state, dazed. The team composition is a bit strange, but it's a powerful team, Mr. Jing Gong then praised. Mr. Lizard, you're amazing, filled with endless doubts. He slowly posed the question. How can you walk and spew poison? He then demonstrated. You just do it. Riha, being a relatively new player, didn't know much and asked, Is walking and spewing poison that amazing? Mr. Jing Gong said it was like holding a cup of cold water and running without spilling it. He also asked blankly, How is that possible? Suddenly, memories of meeting the Lim sisters flooded back. Speaking of which, Lim Wajing could also cast magic while walking, as expected of the ninth best in the world, but he clearly recognized the difference here and widened his eyes, gasped no. Wait, Mr. Bin's level was similar to mine, but looking at his series of actions, Riha wondered, perhaps that lizard is using a master skill? After a full day of continuous work they finally gathered in a safe clearing, and Mr. Jing Gong exhaled. Let's restore some HP. Mr. Bin was still full of energy. Good work. How much experience did you gather? He checked and replied. 69. Ignoring the lizard's face, he proved the phrase handsomeness is a feeling. Anyway, once we reach level 10, we'll get the Golden Eagle mission, so we need to raise our levels to 12 or 13. Let's level up first. As Hariha's experience rose to 87, Riha fell into deep thought. I read that a 4-person team needs level 14, a 5-person team needs level 12. That's an appropriate level, but that guy wants us to try when we reach level 10. So, do the 3 of us only need to be level 10? Can 3 people at level 10 catch the Golden Eagle? He didn't need to think for too long before Mr. Bin cut him off. Shall we continue? Riha immediately replied. Yes, he muttered inwardly. Am I perhaps worrying too much? And finally, the sky above them turned into a dark, star-filled night. Achieved 88 experience. With his joyful cheers, the long day ended. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Mr. Jing Gong saw Riha like that and asked worriedly. I'm worried. I'm only at 28 of level 10. It's too hard to level up. Mr. Bin didn't complain at all. I'm also at 42 of level 10. Shall we go back to the village and re-equip? And he muttered, as expected, everyone is close to level 10 in the end. They all achieved their goal. So Riha smiled brightly and said, let's go. After the exhilarating and intense battle, the party finally reported to Gart, we've caught the wolf pack. Even Gart was surprised when he saw their group. Oh Riha, have your companions come too? What an unusual combination. At the same time, all of Beam's calculations succeeded. Just as Riha's bright expression showed, alright, I've leveled up. I'll be level 10 now. But suddenly a red notification appeared before his eyes, startling him. Right after returning the items to Gart, a system window popped up with a mission complete notification, an achievement as an honorary security officer, and a message that his strength, agility, and intelligence had each increased by 2, leaving him puzzled. 100 affinity. As he was still entranced, gazing at the dazzling rays of light engulfing his entire body, exclaiming, amazing. The people around him whispered curiously, what's that effect? It's not a level up effect, is it? In this awkward situation, he hurriedly dodged away, so rushed that he couldn't even properly check the rewards he had received. Excuse me, coming through. Beam looked at him and shouted, I'll follow you too. Sitting in a nearby patch of grass, Riha sighed softly. It's a beginner village, so everyone's attention is focused solely on me. Beam chuckled, it can't be helped. I was just curious for a moment, but everyone's just seen someone gain honor for the first time. But how did you get 100 affinity? Hearing that, he immediately looked suspicious and said, what did you say, this lizard fellow? Then he asked loudly, how did you know? Beam immediately stammered defensively, that red light is a sign of increased honor. I saw people talking about it online. At that moment, Riha was filled with suspicion. How does he know exactly that my affinity is 100? But outwardly he acted as if nothing was wrong. So there's information like that online. Beam, determined to figure out the truth, was puzzled. Even after completing all the missions, affinity only goes up to 60. So how did it reach 100? Riha scratched his head, forcing a laugh. I don't know either. Then he suddenly recalled the time he fought the Angus Black Rabbit. Thanks to completing the linked quests and using the trading contract skill, he felt relieved. My hard work wasn't in vain. After much thought, Riha cautiously speculated. Perhaps it's because I did the rabbit hunting quest and other quests together when I was level 5, Jing Gong asked curiously. Other NPCs gave you quests too. At that, Beam was so surprised he even dropped his weapon. Seeing his reaction, Riha asked bewildered, Mr. Lizard, what's wrong? He hastily picked up the fallen item and said flustered, Oh, nothing. Then he glanced at Riha suspiciously and muttered, Level 5, and he caught a black Angus. A little later, after exchanging items with Lewis, he could only sigh. It's really too expensive, but using that method he could catch them with just 40 sets. As soon as Gart saw him, he greeted him warmly. Riha, I have one last favor to ask of you. Immediately asked, Is it the Golden Eagle? Gart was slightly surprised, as expected of an honorary security officer. Riha said enthusiastically, I know everything, so please give me the quest. Gart still had doubts in his mind. Why is he so impatient? Nevertheless, Gart smiled and gave him the quest, ruler of this mountain castle. He was a little confused by the reward items, but thinking that his affinity was maxed out and it was time to increase his reputation within the kingdom, he pressed the accept button. As soon as they exited the castle gate, Riha asked his companions, Did everyone get the quest? Jing Gong raised his head and replied concisely, and the crows ate their fill. Beam quickly answered, I'm all ready too. He adjusted the pack on his shoulder firmly. All right, shall we all head to the front hill with anticipation? Are we going to take the beginner's graduation exam now? Just then, as Riha's party passed by, another team was arguing loudly. Ah, we failed again. Didn't only your tank die? What do we do? Do we have to wait for the tank to revive? Are you crazy? We only have 48 hours left. Why wait? Sophia retorted. You didn't even get any experience from the wolf hunting quest, so why did you ignore us and just leave? Miabe angrily countered. It was chasing me. What was I supposed to do? Ella blamed her again. You brought these people and the tank died. Seeing this, Riha admired the atmosphere is tense. The fight continued endlessly, with no one backing down. Are you talking to me like that? What's your address, you damn jerk? Why just say you're sorry already? He sighed inwardly. Instead of fighting each other, it's better to find new companions. After walking a little further, a man's sharp sword sound suddenly rang out. Come here and check out my wares. Players gathered on the field like a market, selling HP potions, 30 increase for 10 minutes. Selling flame arrow scrolls, 80 dong total. Selling recovery potions, 25 recovery. Looking for strong tank, companions wanted for cooperation. Also looking for mages. Seeing this sight, Riha was slightly shocked. It's really chaotic. Beam calmly explained, if the team composition isn't good, the items have to be perfect. Jing Gong laughed loudly. Isn't our team the most unusual combination? Ha 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 ha. Hearing that, he remembered the scene earlier and worried slightly. The people who were fighting earlier were also a 4-person team and their tank died. They had attack, defense and healing characters, but they still failed. Will our 3 be enough for offense? With a worried heart, he cautiously suggested, Hey, should we find one more companion? But Beam immediately refused. No, who would want to join this team? It's a level 10 combination, but it already looks like a mess. At that reaction, Riha hung his head, lost in thought. I'll have to go directly to the boss and use this method. As he was deep in thought, a reassuring voice suddenly spoke. Don't worry too much, he asked, startled. What did you say? Then Beam smiled slightly, looking back meaningfully. Do you know why I chose such a hideous character? Those words made him feel relieved, and he muttered inwardly, That's right, there must have been a reason, since that lizard fellow believes in it so much. When the 3 arrived at the barrier, Jing Gong said, All right, let's trust Riha and go in. Beam also chimed in. It's all up to you. At these words he felt the burden of a heavy load on his shoulders, but he gritted his teeth. Shall we go then? At this moment Waiyan was struggling amidst a breathtaking battle. Here they come, a terrifying roar echoed from afar. Fierce wolves with glowing red eyes rushed forward, cutting through the wind. At that moment Wajing suddenly stepped forward, raised her hand high and said firmly, Sister, stay back. Then she gathered cold energy in her palm and cast a skill. Freezing fog instantly turned 3 wolves into cold gray ice blocks, immobilizing them in a thick fog. At that sight, Waiyan shouted excitedly, I'll finish them off, but Wajing shook her head and refused. Sister, save your mana. Even if you defeat them, you won't get any experience. Hearing that, Waiyan sighed and stood blankly. What does it matter if I don't get experience? Then she realized the reality and complained. You told me to save mana, Wajing calmly instructed. This way not even one is consumed. Waiyan was even more puzzled. Is it because your level is high? Wajing shrugged and said, Sister, help me burn down that house owner. Hearing that, Waiyan exclaimed happily, With you the quest will be over quickly. Wajing, still calm, reminded her. Still, you have to finish it, sister. Waiyan said enthusiastically. All right. As she walked without hesitation, Wajing suddenly urged, Hurry up. In front of the darkened sky, covered by a flock of black crows, Wajing calmly said, Sister, use your most powerful magic. Even as she gathered power, Waiyan hesitated for a moment. It's too far from here, how can I shoot? But Wajing didn't bother to explain. Just do it. Behind her, her entire body was resonating with surging spiritual power, emitting a cold chill. Looking up at the fiercely swirling black cloud layer, growling, Wajing whispered, A very powerful frost vortex draws targets in. And as the foolish flock of crows rushed directly into the ice storm, she firmly concluded, The target is flying into the frost vortex. The power intensified even more, and all the energy gathered into one point, aiming directly at the target. Wajing also opened her eyes wide, focusing all her concentration on the direction in front of her, then unleashed numerous brilliant beams of light that seemed to tear space apart. Blizzard, they flew like countless arrows towards the flock of crows. In a few breaths, the giant body was torn apart, lost its balance and crashed to the ground. In the end, it lay lifeless without any movement, as if all its breath had been swallowed by darkness. While the dust still faintly remained, she calmly approached the giant corpse and looked back. Sister, finish it. Without hesitation, she reopened the system window, quickly scrolled through the list and checked the next target. Yan, on the other hand, immediately concentrated her firepower to harvest experience. Missile. At this time, Riha's party had already entered the barrier, and the system voice rang out. Invaded mission area. And beside them, conversation was heard. Jing Gong, you have the one-hit kill skill, right? Riha asked, and he replied, one-hit kill? As soon as he opened the data window, he muttered, I do, but I can't use it during combat. Beam smiled and said, it's okay, you'll be able to use it. At these words, Riha secretly harbored some doubt. Does that guy know everyone else's skills? Suddenly, Beam turned around and suggested Riha, just follow behind us. Hearing that, he paused slightly. Me behind? But instead of a direct answer, Beam gave a meaningful smile. You'll see. Riha was even more bewildered by Beam's strange reaction. What is that guy trying to do? Suddenly, Beam's gleaming eyes widened, and like a cold-blooded lizard, he resolutely spewed venom. At that very moment, a terrible slime erupted in all directions, freezing Riha. What is that guy doing with his body? When everything settled, Beam pointed forward with his hand. Let's go. Jing Gong, use one-hit kill skill, and Riha, hide behind. They won't easily notice you, hidden by the smell of poison. Hearing this, Riha was filled with suspicion. What if the wolves charge this way? But Beam asserted with a confident tone. Let's see. They'll never charge this way. Gripping his gun tightly, Riha became even more anxious. This is a wolf-guarded area. If 5 wolves charge at once, the entire team is at risk of being wiped out. We still have to take down dozens of golden eagles. What are we even doing? As they walked a few more steps, a fierce wolf suddenly appeared before their eyes. Here it comes, Riha immediately announced. Mr. Lizard, there's a wolf in front. Beam scoffed slightly with a confident smile. Oh ho, I told you I'd handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked directly towards the pack of beasts, and Riha was so angry he could have gone mad. What are you doing? Why are you going there? Then he asked himself inwardly, should we run away while the wolves eat that guy? But no matter how frantically he called, he didn't turn back at all, slowly approaching the monsters step by step. As they got closer, the wolves began to smell the strange scent emanating from Beam's body. Beam had prepared in advance. When he confirmed that the wolves were not reacting fiercely at all, he gave a cunning smile. I knew it would be like this. In contrast to his calm expression, Riha was hiding behind Jing Gong. What should I do? Meanwhile, Beam was still looking at the wolves with interest, slowly explaining. Wu created AI that is close to reality, so the wolves will think we're their food, but they won't touch food that will kill them if they eat it right, he said, wiping off the remaining slime on his body, and emphasized, besides I also have some resistance to poison. Now you know why I chose this race, right? Not stopping there, Beam immediately began a lecture explaining how to utilize this method here. Jing Gong used the one-hit kill skill to appear like a tree, and Riha, the smell of poison will cover you, making it hard for them to detect you. Hearing this, Riha couldn't help but admire inwardly. I see he was utilizing the resistance of his race. He was a player who knew other people's skills and professions accurately, exploited game loopholes, and found opponents' weaknesses and commonalities. Then he suddenly thought, did Woe gather the real world's transformation abilities and express them like this? There's something in the sky. He was suddenly distracted. Why are there black crows? Is it part of the game background? The crow chirped with a mournful voice as if the target was them. Master, please come with me. Only then did Jing Gong realize, dumbfounded. Oh, that's right. As soon as the wolves saw that sight, their fur bristled and their red eyes flashed, instantly turning the situation into chaos. Jing Gong? Black crow, call it over. The crow spun around excitedly. I'll go first. While everyone was at a loss, the wolf pack, following the direction the crow flew, quickly chased after them to find food, having just escaped danger, only to be surrounded by it again. Beam said angrily, if I had known I would have hidden that crow. Before his eyes were countless drooling wolves charging, and Riha swallowed hard, muttering in fear, there are too many. Over 20, Jing Gong straightened his clothes, an apologetic expression on his face. Everyone, I'm sorry. This is my fault, so I'll take responsibility. I'll block them. Everyone run to the entrance. Hearing that, Beam hesitated and expressed his gratitude to Jing Gong. But Jing Gong shook his head and refused. No, it's my fault. Don't worry about me. Go inside and find another tank player to complete the quest. Then he bravely stepped forward. Then I'll see you all again in 48 hours. Seeing that, Riha gritted his teeth and a feeling of unpleasantness welled up in his heart. Anyway, I can't let him die like that. We just started playing the game together. I can do something, then Jing Gong said, flustered. You have good intentions, but you don't need to worry about me. But Beam didn't seem to care at all. What did you say? Don't worry about anything. Only Riha kept muttering to himself, AI close to reality. AI close to reality. Then he thought, if we can find a loophole in the system, wait a minute. No way. Thinking this far, he suddenly jumped up and immediately interjected. Jing Gong, don't attack them. Jing Gong was slightly puzzled. If we delay any longer, the wolves will attack first, Riha said firmly. Anyway, it's too much of a waste for us to separate like this. I definitely have an idea, he declared in a booming voice. If we live together. If we die together. At that sight, Beam's eyes widened in surprise. You have a plan? A guard could only shoot one shot, but he said nothing. His silence only amplified Beam's suspicion. What is that guy trying to do? He's putting 2 ammo pouches in at once. Yes. Filled with worry, he hastily interjected. You don't even have bullets and you're still. But Riha didn't care. It's fine. At that very moment he raised the muzzle of his gun straight towards the dark sky. The resolute movement seemed to cut off all hesitation, and he urged, "All right, everyone, cover your ears." A moment later an explosion that seemed to shake heaven and earth rang out. The explosion, tearing through the quiet night, shook the space, making Jing Gong stagger. I can't hear anything." Beam's face turned pale as he hurriedly asked, "What on earth are you doing?" Riha merely coughed a few times. There was no turning back now. Glancing at the wolf pack, he felt a bitter pang. Is this how it all ends? But surprisingly, the entire wolf pack suddenly froze, and he immediately shouted, "Go quickly, quickly!" Yunim was bewildered and startled. What are you saying? What is it?" Jing Gong asked in confusion. "Why are we running away?" But Riha had no time to explain. "I'll tell you once we get out of here." Running at full speed, Beam still managed to pant and ask, "What on earth did you do?" He gasped for breath and quickly replied, "I even tried to transform." Hearing that, he became even more confused. Transformation? Riha still gave a vague answer. "This will be shorter than applying poison or using a skill to take them down." Only then did Beam hurriedly shout behind him, Wait, I'll follow you too." It was only after running madly for a long time that they finally stopped. Had they escaped the wolf pack now? Jing Gong gasped, exhausted. Yes, that's right. They're not chasing us anymore." Beam was still not reassured. Seriously, what exactly happened? Just then, as if a flash of lightning had struck his mind, his pupils widened in surprise. "No way." Then, in a solemn voice, he clearly asked, "Is it the smell of gunpowder? You chased them away with the smell of gunpowder?" Jing Gong's eyes widened in shock. "My goodness, really?" Only Riha maintained a calm expression as if nothing had happened. "This game is implemented to be similar to reality. Even humans find it hard to bear the smell of gunpowder, let alone wolves." Beam said in admiration. "Incredible, that's unbelievable." He secretly rejoiced. "Thank goodness, I thought both bullets were wasted." They lavished praise. "You're really smart. You have abundant knowledge and a unique profession." As they walked, Beam suddenly asked an odd question. "Mr. Riha, have you ever played a game in Middle-earth?" He was surprised by this question and asked back, "What? We're playing a game in Middle-earth right now." Realizing his mistake, he stammered and blurted out, "Oh, right, that's right." Then he quickly pushed him and changed the subject. Yes, that's right. Come on, shall we go this way?" Suspicion immediately blossomed in Riha's heart. Why is this suspicious guy appearing at another suspicious moment? Jing Gong shouted, "EV everyone," he awkwardly suggested. "I'll call that crow back, then we can go." Hearing that, the two turned their heads and chuckled. After speaking, the two tilted their heads together and each posed a question. "It looks like you can't use the skill. Is that skill not visible to outsiders?" At this, he was flustered. "Oh no, it's just a bit hard to use the skill." Seeing his awkward reaction, the two became even more cruelly delighted. "Then shall we take a look? We'll even record it under this pressure." Jing Gong trembled, his voice on the verge of tears. I understand it's a bit embarrassing, but the two didn't care and just smiled brightly. "We're excited." Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, he solemnly shouted, "Crow, summon." After speaking, he skillfully began to dance, and music pulsed in his head like a disco. Oh, at that sight, Riha and Beam rolled on the ground laughing. "What is that? I'm going crazy." He could only clench his fists and endure. "If I don't do that, it won't come back." Amidst the imaginary music, Jing Gong danced and said, "Nature worship is a condition for the existence of the lit." Tears streamed down his eyes, but he finished the dance to the end. "Especially to summon it, you must observe it with sincerity." Beam asked with suspicious eyes, "If I see this, will the crow come back?" Riha empathized with him. "That crow is really too much." Two streams of tears continued to flow. Jing Gong enunciated each word sorrowfully. "It's all done." Beam's eyes gleamed sharply. "Summoning is also my dignity." Not knowing how to comfort him, he forced a laugh. "Since the crow has returned, let's go up there now." And so the three of them headed together to the majestic, misty mountaintop. Seeing the grand objective before them, Riha was thrilled. "Finally, we meet the boss." Finally, after a long journey, Riha's party arrived at the target location. That's the Golden Eagle," Beam stammered, asking again. But he could no longer speak anything else. Wow, Riha's face was filled with surprise. "Why does the person who made this game keep increasing the size? Is that an eagle? The rabbits were the size of cows, and now the eagles are the size of light planes. Next, will the monsters be the size of buildings?" With the sharp eyes of a sniper, he could roughly estimate. If the small eagle behind is about 2.5 meters, then the large eagle must be at least 4 times bigger. Eventually, his face hardened. "Anyway, it must be over 10 meters simultaneously." Beam and Jing Gong discussed. "I'll scout now. I've already explained the attack method right." "Yes, I've mastered it." "Good. First, it will charge and attack us. If Riha is caught, both his shoulders might be dislocated. You need to be careful and focused." Hearing this, the two felt a chill run down their spines. "How many times do I have to die in this game?" Not stopping there, Beam slowly emphasized, "Then it will go high up and let out a loud cry. If you get dizzy from the sound waves, it will feel like you have a thorn in your throat." Riha was startled. "Eating raw?" Jing Gong asked. "Do I also need to prepare to attack when I'm sitting in a tree?" The answer came back to him. "Yes, If their strength falls below 30, they will no longer fly and will attack from the ground. The golden eagle's eyes glinted. Everyone die. After that, Nim continued the plan without pause. At that time, Jing Gong will use the marble skill no matter what. If he's still alive by then, I'll distract the small birds first, Riha declared with a confident and determined smile. No, there's no need for that. I'll shoot the boss directly. He was very flustered by those words. You'll shoot first, he replied calmly. Yes. But Beam wanted to stick to the plan. It's safer to catch the small birds first if I lure them one by one, Riha asked again. Are you sure it's safe? This made him confused. If I lure them one by one, I should be able to catch them. Why is it dangerous? Jing Gong was also puzzled. The distance is too far, how can you hit it? To buy time, Riha decided. Let's see, I'll roughly measure the distance. Finally, he got an answer with a very calm expression. It looks like about 90 meters. Eventually, Nim angrily roared like a fire-breathing dragon. Mr. Riha, 90 meters? Are you kidding? Meanwhile, he was bewildered. Did you really measure that distance? Of course, not everything was always certain. Riha said in a confident tone. They can fail too, so Mr. Beam, get ready to use your skill. Steam seemed to be coming from his head. Of course, he then pointed to Jing Gong. He pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Seeing his cheeky expression, Riha uttered strange words. Come over here and lie down, Jing Gong asked, flustered. Ha, he explained in more detail. Lie down, I'll put my gun on you and use you as a support. Those words, he couldn't stand it. What, this guy? In the end, Riha got his way. I can do it. I don't need a gun rest anymore. Jing Gong was speechless. Because I'm happy, he went even further. Can you hold your breath? If you breathe, it'll wobble, he muttered speechlessly. Don't move. Do you want to take your last breath? These words echoed in his mind. Finally, Riha spread out his flintlock on Jing Gong's back and successfully aimed at his prey. The creature was moving between 95 and 110 meters, flying up 2 to 3 meters with each flap of its wings. If the bullet speed is a bit faster, it would be safer. Alright, breath control is done too. Based on numerous experiences and practical experience in both the real world and Middle-earth, he aimed at the position where the golden eagle was about to fly straight and pulled the trigger. The next moment, Riha hastily lowered his gun and informed his teammates. I shot it. If it charges, get ready to use your skills quickly. Suddenly, numerous notifications poured in from the side, startling him. Achievement? That's impossible. After a moment of silence between the three, his two companions emerged from their ecstasy and passionately shouted, You hit it with one shot? That's amazing, amazing, really amazing. Only then did Riha finally realize. Oh, that's right, it died with one shot. Before the golden eagle could even grasp what had happened, it had already met its demise. Still unable to believe the situation, he muttered, I did shoot it, how could this happen? The moment the monster officially landed on firm ground, numerous system messages appeared. Ruler of Holy Mountain, Golden Eagle King has died. Acquired Golden Eagle Wings. Leveled up. Guard skill level increased to 4. Clearly, not only Riha but also Beam and Jing Gong received congratulatory messages. Congratulations on defeating Ruler of Holy Mountain, Golden Eagle King. Strength, agility, intelligence, stamina, willpower increased by 1 each. He wanted to surrender himself to the wind. Mr. Riha, this is the second achievement I've received. I've gained so many stats. Beam smiled brightly and rejoiced. Is this for real? An achievement with one shot? He replied happily. Because I'm happy. Inside, he muttered, I need to get the meat before this place closes. Finally, a notification appeared. You will automatically exit this dungeon in 30 seconds. But by then, Riha had already finished getting the Golden Eagle meat. Achievement window. I got 2 achievements. The first blue message was about D-rank Golden Eagle one-shot sniper achievement. Strength, agility, intelligence each increased by 2. After carefully reviewing the entire content, he unconsciously muttered, I should quickly give way to the person behind me. Oh, so I've become level 11. The second window was about C-rank sniper achievement. Agility increased by 6, stamina and intelligence added, simultaneously acquired the skill Composure in all situations. Riha clearly understood that he had accurately hit the flying golden eagle. That monster was 100 meters away. After confirming everything, Jing Gong said, Let's get out of here. The door is open. He turned to check. Yes, but at this moment, another notification appeared. I closed the achievement window, but another one popped up. As you have acquired the second sniper achievement, the basic effect increases by 200. Stats also double. Riha's eyes widened. This is the Hall of Fame, Beam hurriedly urged. If you've checked the eagle's corpse, let's go quickly. He snapped out of it. Oh, let's go. With excitement for an unknown future, the party cheered and was filled with joy. Finally graduating from the beginner area, upon returning to Kandal, Jing Gong jumped with joy. All my stats increased by 1. I haven't received an achievement since my affinity with summoners reached 100. Riha added from the side, Really? Then your rank must have gone up to F now. A moment later, Beam directly asked the question he had been harboring. How were you able to do that? He was bewildered by the sudden question. What are you talking about? He emphasized each word. How on earth were you able to hit that? How? Seeing another player next to them, Beam lowered his voice and said, Hitting it with one shot is no small feat. That was a boss monster. Jing Gong stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? Isn't it good to catch it quickly? But he refuted him word by word. The problem isn't catching it quickly. It's impossible with our levels, with our skills. That's a boss. It should take us quite a long time to catch it at our level. Did you perhaps use a game hack? Riha couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Ahaha, everyone, don't be like that to me. Inside, he muttered, I didn't even know I could do that. Beam looked at him with a look-me-straight-in-the-eye and answer expression. Then was it really a critical hit? Riha answered awkwardly, and yet honestly, I was lucky. I didn't expect to kill it either. If I was that lucky every time, I would have reached level 50 by now, right? No matter how many times he reassured him. He still glared at him with suspicious eyes, making him flustered. I wish I knew how I hit it. You're scaring me even more by staring like that. But this situation didn't last long, and Beam was the first to speak. I'm sorry, I've never seen anything like this before, so I got a bit excited. Jane Gong also ran over and chimed in. Me too, it's like winning the lottery, right? Riha smiled brightly. Me too, but in his heart he recalled the system mentioning no one can notice that he fired the gun and speculated. Perhaps Beam reacted like that after seeing that first proverb. I should remember that proverb well. After all the doubts and hardships, he successfully reached the mission completion point and received recognition from Gart. I really did have a good eye for people. Thank you, Riha, he replied with a wide grin. Thank you, Sergeant. And the system notification showed Pavel Kingdom merit increased by 300. Level increased upon mission completion. Following this, something specially given only to him appeared. This is a recommendation letter for the Royal Guard Academy in Brown Bet City, the best training center on the continent. Receiving that and 90 coins, Riha thought to himself, isn't that the British Imperial Guard Academy? Gart continued. It seems you know your weaknesses, Riha, but the Academy will sharpen your observation skills even further. He solemnly promised, yes. Then he fell into deep thought again. Weakness, that's right, I earned an honorary title that means I know my own weaknesses. Is that why he said that to me? Then I can stack a few more achievements. Suddenly he hesitated. Riha. Gart's next action immediately startled him and broke him out of his thoughts. He couldn't help but be flustered by the NPC's sudden intimacy. What is it? He seemed to embrace Riha with all his might. Thank you so much. You have become a talent of our kingdom. At these words, he no longer needed to check and was sure. This must be over 100 affinity. Then he opened his mouth. Thank you even more, Sergeant. All meetings eventually lead to partings. As they parted, Riha was filled with the same nostalgia he felt when he was in the military. Meanwhile, other players around them murmured, what was that just now? Do NPCs hug too? First time seeing that. Is it a free hug? Leaving them, he focused on his two companions. Where are you all going? Jane Gong and Beam said in turn. Our next destination is Emerald Forest. That's the Dre training center. Mine is Timber Forest near there, finally Riha said. I'm going to a city called A, he said with a slight regret. What a shame, we were an undefeated team. Those words gave him an opportunity to tease. You don't want to go with me? Jane Gong stammered. I don't dislike it. It was an honor to go with you. At those words, Riha's emotions welled up. It's not like we'll never meet again. We're friends, aren't we? Originally a strong team, they shared comradeship and parted ways for their respective futures. See you next time, Mr. Riha. Be careful, Riha also shouted joyfully. Everyone level up diligently and let's team up again later. He patiently watched Beam and Jing Gong until their retreating figures disappeared. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief and was thrilled to finally have some time to himself. Once alone, he commanded the system to open his character status window. Riha laughed in disbelief upon seeing the list of 3 achievements gained from defeating the Golden Eagle. Haha, is this for real? A Special Forces sniper, and he was the second person in the world to achieve this. To confirm and investigate further, he opened the character window only to grow more suspicious. Is this a dream? It can't be true. I only focused on agility. But strength and intelligence also increased by more than 30. After that, Riha continuously pondered everything he saw. According to the statistics, the total points converted from title achievements are 114, and I still have 40 points left to use. I'll leave the points for now and look for the newly acquired skills. The Calm Mind skill, which helped prevent hand tremors, left him slightly disappointed. How great would it be if 3 seconds turned into 30 minutes? The Apprentice Royal Guard skill also gave Riha a vague feeling. A level-up speed of only 0.5 is too stingy, but in any case, everything was just beginning, and Riha quickly brushed aside all negative thoughts. No, I shouldn't covet this. Now that everything is confirmed, I feel relieved. If I work hard, I'm sure I'll do well. All calculations were set aside for the next task. First, I need to report the mission completion. He shouted loudly and excitedly, "Hello," and the other party responded with a warm welcome. "Oh my, who's here? It's Madame Lu. Mr. Riha, you know your weaknesses, don't you? You've already succeeded in the hunt?" He froze at her attitude. "Ah yes, I succeeded." Inwardly he screamed, "Don't call me by that title and don't come so close to me." Madame Lu teased him with a bright smile. "Am I too fast? You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Riha's expression turned endearing. "Deceive you? Madame has helped me so much," he understood himself. If I had deceived her, I would surely have become mincemeat. After careful verification, even Madame Lu exclaimed, "Truly exceptional ability." Riha extended his hand. "This is not copper, it's silver." Then she said, "Wait, I'll make you a bento box." "Ah, do you want to meet Chef Kyo?" "He was disappointed not to meet you," he asked, bewildered. "Me? Really?" Madame Lu emphasized each word. "It's rare to meet someone like you, so he's sharpening his knives waiting for you." Although he inwardly exclaimed, "If he wants to meet me, why is he sharpening his knives?" he forced himself to endure. "In that case I should meet him," as if waiting for him to say this. Madame Lu immediately announced, "Kyo, Riha is here." who knew as soon as he appeared he uttered the threatening line, "Has the meat returned?" At those words he flinched. "He called me meat immediately after seeing Riha's performance." Kyo praised him with the most honest assessment. Very good, it was truly worth waiting for. This is high-quality meat." His face turned extremely pale. "Don't say such things while looking at me. Say it while looking at the eagle meat." After that, who knew that other NPCs besides Gart would express their emotions so passionately? "Thank you so much. I knew there would be someone to bring such delicious meat. You must be someone who loves meat, right?" There was even a slightly blind and stubborn assessment. Someone who loves meat can't be a bad person. At this moment, all of Riha's breath and soul seemed to want to leave him. "First, please let go of me, then I'll talk. Save me." Finally, Kyo let go of Riha but suddenly raised another question. "Are you interested in learning how to cook?" At those words, he stared blankly for a long time before asking again. Riha suddenly realized a fact he had missed until now. Wait. Cooking? There's no chef profession to level up cooking skills. There are only combat-related professions. But it's not like there are no production professions. There were people who chose the warrior profession and became blacksmiths. I heard those professions earn quite a bit of income. He fell into thought. Wait. So is cooking a beginner skill or a production skill? It looks similar to crafting, so it must be a production skill. Is it a skill like butchering, gathering, farming, or fishing? I can learn two types. I can choose skills that are good for making money or skills that help in combat. Cooking is a bit ambiguous, but if I learn it, I can sell food and it can help increase my stats, so I should think about it more carefully to avoid wasted effort. Then he immediately nodded and agreed to Kyo's enthusiastic suggestion. "Yes, that's fine. Now please let go of my hand." He laughed loudly with a satisfied expression. "Oh ho, very good, a very wise choice indeed. Day 1 of practical cooking class, you must confirm this and participate, right?" Riha's intuition sounded an alarm. And he had an ominous premonition. Participate? What did you say? Kyo spoke again in a mysterious sermon-like voice. "Cooking is creation. But creation starts from the basics." "Ha ha ha, you'll be busy since you're only learning for 1 day. When the mission details appeared, Riha breathed a sigh of relief. "Anyway, it's a game, so I can learn it in a day." I thought a day meant every day. His face suddenly became much more serious. "Good, I'll support you from the side," Riha asked, bewildered. "Me? Support?" Kyo asserted in a confident voice. "The fastest way to learn cooking is to cook directly, isn't it? I'll teach you enthusiastically." Riha was slightly interested and smiled faintly. "Yes, I'll give it a try." A moment later, as he sliced ginger, he reminisced about his time in the military. "I worked quite a long time during my military service and I know how to cook. Simple cooking is no problem. Besides, it's only 1 day of hardship, so it's fine." Kyo immediately noticed his complacency, pointed a finger, and lectured. "What are you hesitating for? When peeling, peel thinly. Start removing the scales. What are you doing before peeling? You've ruined the meat. Shall I cut your finger to show you an example? What is this trash? If you eat it, it'll turn into poop, so you're making poop from the start? Are you doing your best? You don't need to do your best. Just cook it deliciously. Not even a dog would eat this. Damn it, this is grilling. This is grilling. What? Bring a priest. If you bless this grilled rabbit, it will surely come back to life." Kyo's voice cracked in despair and confusion as he clutched his head and screamed, "Oh my god, did I agree to teach this stupid sleeping kid how to cook? If I could go back in time, I would never accept, even if it meant cutting off my tongue." Riha had heard so much that his ears felt like they were bleeding. "Would this game become too strange if I shot an NPC? I want to shoot him, I want to shoot him." He gritted his teeth and endured. He tried repeatedly, persevered, and didn't give up. Finally, a presentable dish was placed on the table. Kyo picked up a piece of steak with a fork and slowly put it into his mouth to taste. He chewed and savored the flavor. Riha's patience was pushed to its limit. He was filled with murderous intent. "If he curses again this time, I'll shoot him. I'll really shoot him. I'll shoot him and turn off the game." Fortunately, this time it met the standard. Kyo nodded and praised him, but didn't forget to boast about his own excellent contribution. "To be able to cook like this in a day, isn't it because the teacher taught well?" The system immediately announced the acquisition of the cooking skill. You can now create dishes using ingredients. Riha's stamina was extremely depleted. His eyes were sunken and his face pale. "I've been hungry all day, just one last endure." "Yes, endure." He barely managed a polite smile. "Thank you, I'll be going now." He worried about the mission regulations. "If my HP drops below 30, I'll get a penalty." Riha's legs were trembling and he stumbled as he walked. He hadn't expected to be so exhausted. Madame Lu, who was sweeping, stopped her movements when she saw him. "Oh my, are you leaving now?" Riha gasped for breath and replied. "Yes, I have to go." "Is it already time to close the shop?" she reminded him carefully. "Then you should take your bento box." He suddenly came to his senses and picked up the bento box on the table. "That's right, I should take the bento box." But she quickly blocked him with her hand. "Oh ho ho," Riha wanted to collapse. "Madame, what's wrong? I can't move at all." Madame Lu revealed her purpose. "I have something to ask of Mr. Riha." Oh ho ho, as soon as he heard that he shivered as a familiar nightmare came to mind. "Another mission?" She spoke with a bright smile in a tone that seemed to not allow refusal. "You'll accept my request, won't you?" Oh ho ho, Riha, in his confused state, did not foolishly agree. "How can I accept if you don't tell me the details?" As she took out a bento box wrapped in red cloth, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly grew unusually dark. Should our relationship be like that too? Her actions made him suspicious. Another bento box. Just then, the system announced the mission: Candlelight Castle Sacred Roast Restaurant Branch opening expenses. Deliver a letter in a bento box to Madame Cho in Stock City A within 1 month. It came with both success rewards and failure penalties. Riha quickly skimmed it. This is a transport mission. Where is it easy? Why are the success rewards like this? It's the final linked mission, so the reward should be plentiful. The failure penalty is strong. He cautiously reconfirmed with Madame Lu. I just need to deliver it and that's it, right? She nodded decisively. Of course. Riha was still not reassured. Madame Cho, your sister isn't a man-eating monster or a monster who kidnaps people and hides them in dark places, is she? She laughed and created a friendly image of her sister. Oh my, she's just a city girl. Why do you say such things? He didn't believe her at all. His heart was full of doubt. Then what's so difficult about this mission? Indeed, it was as Riha expected. Madame Lu frankly confessed. Human. Riha's eyes widened in surprise and suspicion. Human. She suddenly let out a deep sigh. He still didn't fully believe her and looked down at the bento box in his hand. Is an assassin chasing after this bento box? She joked in a gentle tone, but her words were like a horror movie. Nothing like that happens. Oh my, are you okay? A murder case targeting a stranger's sacred roast bento box. Riha was so terrified by those words that a chill ran down his spine. Don't make up such stories. Madame Lu didn't realize the gravity of the situation at all. She casually corrected herself. Just a joke, a joke. I was just trying to promote it. Oh ho ho, he was angry but cursed only inwardly. But why did it seem so real? After that he calculated his next route. Direct to the capital, about 500 kilometers. Walking would take a full day for 10 days. The road won't be easy, and of course I can't go in a straight line. It will take at least 15 days. If I have to cross mountains it will take over a month. In reality it would take about 4 days, right? Anyway, I have to go. The Royal Guard Training Center is also in the city. Nothing will happen on the way, will it? Then Riha said clearly. I'll accept the mission. Madame Cho immediately explained clearly. Thank you, Mr. Riha. This is a bento box made with golden eagle meat. This is the bento box to deliver to Madame Cho. He was still a little worried and asked cautiously, but will it spoil on the way? She quickly reassured him with a confident voice. It has preservation magic so it can be preserved for 3 months. Oh ho ho, of course it won't spoil, but I can't guarantee the taste. Surely Mr. Riha isn't trying to ruin the dream of sacred roast number 2 with unappetizing food, are you, Mr. Riha? As her face darkened terrifyingly, Riha flinched. Ah, no, no. Ha 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 ha. Hearing her reply, Madame Lu was relieved and handed him the 2 bento boxes. I'm entrusting them to you. Oh ho ho. He could only force a smile. Yes, thus he began his perilous mission. Before departing, Riha, out of curiosity, tasted the purple bento box first. Eating it ravenously, he couldn't stop praising it. So delicious, oh my, it's much better than the Black Angus bento box. The fatigue accumulated from cooking all day is gone. Simultaneously, his HP increased by 1 and agility increased by 3, as befitted its name, Special Elite Bento Box. Its effects exceeded expectations. Riha leaned back in his chair, rubbing his bulging stomach, and said, If I made and sold this, it would be a huge hit. His gaze suddenly shifted to the other bento box. Oh, this. He picked it up and turned it over, examining it. I'm so curious about this. It's Madame Lu's bento box, so it must be much better than the Black Angus meat bento box, right? It doesn't even smell. Let's see. What is this? Item information. A rare bento box containing all the secrets of sacred roasts. Any creature that eats it becomes Madame Lu's slave. The only drug approved by the state. Riha was surprised and broke into a cold sweat. Stats increased by 20 times. Tradable. I looked around to see if anyone was nearby. Is this crazy? And it's a rare item. I need to hide this first. Where would you find an item that just by eating it your level goes up by 4? Then he couldn't resist thinking about the value it would bring. How much would this sell for? Riha immediately opened an online forum and searched for prices through other people's sales posts. His mind raced. 1 gold coin usually sells for 200,000 dong. If you upgrade to elite, movement speed 15 and one-handed sword gets an additional agility 6. This is really crazy. 14 million dong. Madame Lu's bento box has no profession restrictions and doesn't need to be equipped. It's an item that can increase stats just by eating it. These types of items are very expensive. Riha swallowed hard, his hand gripping the mouse, trembling with excitement. Even if I sell it cheaply, it would be over 100,000 dong. No, I can sell it for 1 million dong. That's 1 million dong in real money. He looked up at the sky and mumbled, 1 million dong, 1 million dong. The treatment cost 20 million dong. So I've earned 5 with 1 million dong. But after that he snapped out of it and thought calmly, Mr. Riha, a Special Forces sniper, shouldn't be so excited, should he? If I sell this, my affinity will be completely ruined. As soon as I arrive in the city, I'll be alienated. But it's 1 million dong. If I abandon the mission, my relationship with the NPCs will be bad and everything will be over. I've never thought about quitting this game, but now if I quit the game, I'll get 1 million dong. Damn it, Riha clutched his head in agony. Such a huge amount of money violently shook his heart. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted loudly to express his emotions. But the success reward should also be something good. The reward for attending the opening ceremony is too vague. Can I get 1 million dong as a reward, or should I just sell it and betray them? Riha gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his last shred of morality. No, I shouldn't betray them. He recalled Madame Lu's friendly attitude. Our Mr. Riha, eat your bento box while it's warm. he brainwashed himself. They're just NPCs. No matter how similar to reality, they're just programs. What's the meaning of it? Riha let out a sigh full of regret. She told me to be careful of people. It turns out she meant to be careful of myself, not others. It's too contradictory. As he was in a predicament, the door suddenly opened. Kim Do entered and gently asked, "Son, why are you sighing at such a young age? Is something wrong?" He snapped out of it. "Mom, you're not asleep yet." His mother nodded quietly, her eyes full of worry. "Mom's going to get some water. Why are you still awake?" he reassured her. "I'll be in bed soon, Mom, don't worry," his mother gently said. "All right, I have a late appointment with a guest tomorrow night. I've made all the side dishes, so you eat dinner first." His mother's unexpected appearance lightened Riha's heart considerably. "What am I so worried about? Let's just think simply. I can worry about it more later, right? Anyway, I have to go to the city." In the game world, Riha opened the shop door and called out loudly, "Uncle." Louis was surprised by the familiar voice. He stammered a greeting. "Ah, Riha, no, Mr. Riha, you're here." He rubbed his hands together, a servile smile full of anticipation on his face. "Oh my, what have you brought today?" Riha shook his head and explained, "The herbs aren't growing well these days. I'm still looking, so please wait a bit." He knew the basic information. Of course, those aren't easy to find. Did you come for something else this time? Where's the wholesaler?" Louis flinched for a moment, then hastily picked up a coffee cup to hide his tension. The sun has just risen. It's driving me crazy. He's probably on his way, right? Would you like some coffee?" Riha smiled politely, completely unsuspecting. "You can give me some." In fact, he had misunderstood Louis's intention. Is he barely holding back from mocking me? He deftly changed the subject and asked about something else. "Do you also sell maps?" he answered while making coffee. "Of course. How much are you thinking of spending?" He recited fluently as if he had memorized it. "A map of the area around Candle Castle is 80 silver. A map of the entire Drovian Kingdom is 5 gold. Riha didn't realize it would be so expensive. From 80 silver to 5 gold. Louis glanced at the wall. There was something covered with a cloth. He slowly explained, "Maps are originally high-grade items, so of course they're expensive. They're so high-grade that they're covered with cloth." Riha thought. "So that's why people printed out local information and plastered it all over the internet. Then making maps like this in the game must be a big deal. I'll buy a map later when I earn some money." Suddenly, the door opened and someone shouted loudly, "Uncle, the goods are here." Louis greeted him warmly. "Oh my, Mr. Pope, you're here early?" He put the box down in the corner and asked, "I heard you were introducing someone today." Pope turned around, revealing dazzling white teeth and a bright smile. "A seller can't be late for an appointment, so I came early." Riha quietly faced him, glanced over and assessed the other party. "This is the one." The two met for the first time but shook hands warmly, their eyes full of trust and their faces with comfortable smiles. A few short conversations seemed to conclude an important transaction. "Hello, I'm Riha." "I'm Pope. I heard you buy a lot of bullets. I deliver them at wholesale prices. Please take good care of me in the future." In contrast to their harmonious atmosphere, Louis stood by, arms crossed, looking anxious. Pope confirmed the order again. "How much do you need?" "I've brought 500 sets in advance." Hearing that, Riha was bewildered. A lot. Even at wholesale price, 500 sets would be over 50 silver." Louis panicked and cut between the two, stammering, "Hey, I need to organize some goods, so wait over there." But before he could push Riha away, Pope muttered incomprehensibly, "Only a few silver." Louis's body immediately stiffened and his face twisted in embarrassment. Riha didn't hesitate and moved in front of him in an instant. "Mr. Pope, how much is it?" He honestly stated the price. "One set of gunpowder is 4 dong, and a bullet is 1 dong." Riha's eyes looked at Louis as coldly as if he were a dead man. 4 dong and you deliver it?" he stammered, trying to make excuses. "No, that's..." His face became extremely terrifying and he approached threatening. "But you tried to sell it for 15 dong?" He broke into a cold sweat and explained in a trembling voice, "Ah, no, that's not it. I also have to make a living." Without hesitation, Riha opened the door and left, saying cruelly, "Go find the herbs yourself. Let's see if the rabbits bite you to death." Louis knelt and grabbed his leg, pleading, "Oh, Mr. Riha, just a moment, please. Just this once. I'll compensate you with something else." Riha glanced at him with murderous eyes. "Something else?" He hastily nodded repeatedly. "Yes, anything." Riha sat down arrogantly, crossing his legs and leisurely asked, "Do you have a matchlock?" Louis was flustered. That's sold at the weapon shop," he continued to demand. "Armor?" He still looked for excuses. "You have to go to the clothing store for that. Rings and necklaces are at the jewelry shop, right?" His voice was cold. "You said you'd compensate me with anything. Were you bluffing?" In the end, Louis gritted his teeth and said, "All right, choose anything in this shop," Riha said magnanimously. "Then I'll choose something cheap. The map of the entire Drovian Kingdom." Hearing that, he was greatly shocked, his face turning pale. 5 gold is 1 million dong in real money." Louis cursed painfully, tears streaming down his face. "That's expensive, you thief." He calmly stood up. "Ah, then you go find the herbs yourself, uncle." "I'm leaving now." He had no more room to back down. In the end, Louis agreed. "This damn guy, all right." Once they reached an agreement, Riha readily left. Pope didn't forget to remind him, "Deal with me next time too." He assessed the cloth bag in his hand. "This much gunpowder and bullets should be enough." Riha recalled his explanation. He said payment is faster if you use the public vault bank. He thought it was similar to online payments in the real world. A clerk finished the procedure and informed him, "The account has been opened." With nothing left to do, he suddenly remembered, "It's been a while. Should I call Gijung?" He immediately opened the communication channel. "Hey Gijung," he quickly responded. "Hung, you're still not asleep?" Riha laughed and asked. "Hung has to earn money." "What are you doing?" he answered evasively. I'm hunting with allied faction members. Riha scratched his cheek, bewildered. Allied? I'm jealous. Now that Hung is level 12, I should go to the city. Want to meet up? Gijun was surprised by this news. Level 12 already? Hung, did you catch the golden eagle? Riha said with a slightly proud voice. Caught it already, kid. Gijun was happy for him. Awesome. Anyway, congratulations, Hung. Have a good time in the city. Wait, Hung, you were in Candlelight Castle, right? Did you happen to see Lin Wajing? Riha nodded casually. Yeah, I saw her. Gijun was quite displeased. Tisk, Hung should have contacted me. Riha was embarrassed. Are you a fan of theirs too, actually? Before he could finish, he angrily shouted, damn it, we have to take care of those bad guys. Then he realized he had made a mistake. Oh, it's nothing. Riha's face turned pale and he covered his ears. Wait, what's going on? Gijun wasn't a kid who cursed. Why is he like this? A strange voice came from the phone. Oh really? No way. Our faction put a bounty on those two. Didn't you know? Really, if I had known I would have caught them already. He couldn't understand their reaction. Are you talking about those little kids? You're going to take care of them? Gijun was excited. Little kids, they're crazy, Hung. You didn't see them use magic, did you? They're really patient. How can they be little kids? They're villains. Villains, I tell you. My magic faction members and I suddenly froze. Everyone saw and felt it but couldn't move. They laughed and broke people's necks like snapping anchovy heads. We couldn't log into the game for 48 hours, so all our items and levels dropped. I couldn't log into the game for 5 days after getting my neck broken. If I catch them, I'll tear them to pieces. Riha had no choice but to sit there enduring the ear-splitting whispers. After expressing enough anger, Gijun calmed down again. Hung, I'm sorry for cursing. He gave an understanding look. It's nothing. I understand what's going on. Everyone's fighting, Gijun added. It's not just our faction. Lin Huayan spends a huge amount of money. When a big company enters a local market, everyone goes bankrupt. 5 factions, including ours, are allied in fighting those crazy people. They've already reached 5th place. Riha frowned deeply. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. This matter seems to be connected with some dangerous people. If I joined the Lin sisters' faction, it would be like turning my back on Gijun. He remained silent for a long time, then finally sighed. All right, I'll call you back later. On the other end of the phone, Gijun still spoke obediently in a clear and warm voice. Yes, Hung, goodbye. Riha's heart was heavy. He clearly distinguished between game and reality, but the boundary felt blurred. First, I shouldn't go anywhere. He clutched his hair with both hands, so tormented that he felt like tearing everything apart. My head's going to explode, really. I'm happy to receive offers from high-level people. But what about my cousin who ended up like this? It was useless to worry now, so he decided to go to the city and solve what could be solved. He would worry about it later when he had free time. Riha shook his head slightly, deciding to set aside his worries for a moment. He opened the interface and tested the functions of the new item he had received. A moment later, his eyes widened and an exclamation escaped his lips. Wow, this is really amazing. This is a GPS device. It can't find roads but gives accurate position and direction. I really hated map reading in the military. Can I zoom in and see it in detail? If I gave the gunner a map, the game would end too quickly. Riha was fully equipped. Total assets 27 dong, a flintlock, 3 pieces of bread, a bento box that might sell for 1 billion dong, 100 sets of bullets and gunpowder. He hummed a cheerful melody as he set off. I know the way, so no problem. I don't have money, but I can get sponsorships locally. 3 hours passed. Riha's steps were still light and he felt no fatigue at all. What if I didn't have the fast runner skill? I've never run this long before. Suddenly a warning sign appeared ahead with bold letters catching his eye. Warning, area with numerous assault incidents. Riha stopped. This is a forest where many monsters attack, isn't it? I need to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a mighty roar echoed from behind him. Combat start. Target brown bear. Kim Hwa immediately activated the death taunt skill. He held a large shield and took a direct hit from the bear's claw, which came down like a blade. A deafening metallic sound echoed throughout the forest. The bear let out an angry growl, its bloodshot eyes shining fiercely as if it would tear apart anyone who invaded its territory. Taking this opportunity, Kim Hwa tried to buy time and Lena Kim charged. She gripped 2 swords tightly, their blades flashing silver as she rushed towards the monster. They've gotten fiercer. Be careful, the green snake will appear too. The two cooperated skillfully, defending firmly and launching continuous attacks, making the battlefield tense. Next to them, a monk stood quietly, palms together, chanting incantations. Riha watched for a moment, arms crossed, and shook his head and thought to himself, as expected, everyone has diverse professions. Do they give up attacking if they only have 2 shields? Suddenly, the surroundings became chaotic. Screams echoed throughout the forest. Bear, brown bear has appeared, you'll die if it catches you. Uninvolved people hastily moved aside, their faces pale. Run. Run quickly. Kim Hwa recruited on the spot, recruiting attack team members. Those who can cooperate apply quickly. Immediately, a few people joined. We're applying, he shouted loudly. Everyone gather in one place. Riha was bewildered by this situation. Where did they come from? Did they expect all this? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A black bear, To catch a boss, a 20-person attack team would be needed, right? No need to overthink, he decided to retreat. But if the attack team isn't good, I'll get caught when attacking the boss. Let's just give up quickly. But if they block close combat when catching the bear, it won't affect me, right? He was still shouting loudly. I am Captain Kim Hwa, join our team. We have already gathered 3 comrades. That strange name coincidentally caught his attention. His name is unique, don't regret it. Go your own way. The knight in thick armor quickly stepped forward and commanded, the boss has appeared. Defense team to the front. In the end, Riha couldn't resist and secretly hid behind a rock. It's okay to watch for a bit, right? I'm too curious. They quickly divided their duties. Take your positions before it comes. Manhua took on the role of team leader. You attack, don't hide behind your comrades. Stand in order. Melee attack team. Stand a certain distance behind the defense team. Riha's lips moved slightly, uttering a gasp of admiration. They formed a good composition in a hurry. Main dealer, healer, melee attack, defense. All standard comrades are participating, so the ratio is good. It's a bit disappointing that there are few mages. Manhua loudly announced, it's here, prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Riha still maintained a safe distance of 70 meters, leisurely narrowing his eyes to examine the boss's face. This distance is far enough, so it must be safe. Just then, one of the team members raised his bow high and the arrow shone brightly. Shouting loudly, I'll lure it. From afar, the giant brown bear stomped its feet heavily, and a heavy thud echoed throughout the forest as if tearing the ground apart. The bear opened its massive mouth wide, letting out a roar that filled the forest, bringing with it a violent gust of wind. Team members at the front hastily crouched down, enduring the terrifying pressure. Even Riha, far away, felt a chill run down his spine as the gust of wind swept over him. His entire body trembled unconsciously, and he stammered, no. Even at this distance, suddenly the system coldly informed him, Agonia Oso is roaring, you cannot move for 2 minutes. HP reduced by 10, speed reduced by 30, anxiety pierced his heart. The usual magic safe distance is 55 meters, but I'm affected even at this distance. The giant bear's body stood towering in the middle of the battlefield, its heavy breathing like a massive drum. Riha's entire body trembled uncontrollably, and a forced smile hung on the corner of his lips. He seemed to be encouraging himself. Crazy. A rabbit-sized one is that big. A bear? Riha tried his best to suppress his fear, but his stiff legs wouldn't listen. My legs won't move, damn it, why do I feel this damn emotion even in the game? He needed another 2 minutes to resolve this strange state. Oso still stood there, its eyes shining fiercely, its heavy breathing like fire further increasing the pressure. If before Riha could leisurely observe, now his body was stiff, and his heart pounded violently as if it would burst from his chest. I hope those people can catch that monster before I return to normal. Agonia Oso's roar. The system displayed the time. Cannot move for 2 minutes. Not only Riha but many others, including Jack, now were in a similar state, their bodies trembling, their legs stiff as if rooted to the ground. He shouted loudly. A hoarse voice urged, damn it, hurry, the bear is looking this way. We have to deal with it here first. As the brown bear's gigantic footsteps drew closer, screams of terror spread throughout the area. It's coming. Immersive paw slammed hard into the ground. Manhua knelt, raising his enormous shield to block. He struggled to ward off the claw attack, but the impact was so strong that both his legs sank deep into the earth and his entire body trembled as if it would shatter. His comrades cried out in worry, see Captain, but Manhua was still pushed back, sliding a long way across the grass, leaving a deep trail. His face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes still shone with determination as he commanded, I can block 2 more attacks. When this state is dispelled, everyone group up. Attack teams that weren't hit, help the other attack teams. It's coming again. Oso's massive hand swept sideways as if to crush Manhua. In an instant he decisively used his highest level defensive technique. Oso's burning red eyes flashed. It brought its next attack down hard on Manhua's shield. A clash of metal echoed loudly. The shield was severely dented by the terrible impact. Manhua's entire body froze and he gasped for breath before the monster could launch its next attack. He shouted loudly, attack! Immediately, tens of thousands of arrows flew in unison, raining down like a storm over Oso's head. However, fierce flames suddenly erupted from Oso's gigantic hand, incinerating all the arrows in midair in an instant, turning them to ash. The ash scattered across the entire sky. At the front, a defensive line armed with heavy shields struggled to protect their comrades from the landslide-like pressure. Manhua urgently commanded melee attack teams support from the rear. Defense team, return to your positions. In the midst of the suffocating battlefield, 2 minutes passed and Riha's penalty was finally lifted. He joyfully moved his limbs. But we might be able to catch it right over there. Everyone was still fighting hard. Captain, we need time to calm down. Next team, move up. Riha poked his head out from his hiding spot. Everyone's already relaxed. Nissen casually watched the battle and conversed with Lamia. At this rate, we'll catch it soon, right? Lamia, still maintaining her magic, waved her hand and replied with a laugh. Should I film it? A video of us attacking like this might earn some money. In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor, Manhua at the front was drenched in sweat. People in the back get ready to cast magic. When its HP drops below 20, everyone launch a full-scale attack at once, otherwise it will use other skills and become dangerous. The two, having been pointed out multiple times, pouted unhappily. Let's see the situation. We've almost caught it. Take it slow, we're not just playing a game, we're managing MP. Oso was severely injured, its massive body groaning and unable to move. The teams briefly caught their breath, taking a short break, and at the same time quickly exchanged opinions. Everyone get ready. The attack team uses a lot of power. Why is the atmosphere like this? Catch it quickly. The weakness of a hastily formed team is showing, isn't it? Manhua clenched his fist. He activated all his remaining power in the shield. His shout echoed across the entire battlefield. Everyone get ready. 21 left. Oso's colossal claws sliced through the air and like lightning pierced the shield. He gritted his teeth, stiffening his body to endure the fierce impact. From behind, an arrow flew towards a wolf, embedding itself in its shoulder, and the wolf howled in pain. Immediately after, fierce flames erupted from below his feet. Kim Hwa, startled, immediately commanded, "Attack team, attack with everything until it reaches 20. As Oso's HP dropped to 19.9, it went berserk. Its entire body swelled and its eyes glowed red. It opened its massive mouth and let out a roar that shook the entire space. The heat was so intense that even Jun's hair far away caught fire. She screamed in surprise, waving her hands to put out the flames. Fire magic? The bear uses magic too. Sakuri's shoulder armor was metal, but it couldn't escape its fate in an instant. Everyone was engulfed in fierce flames, their bodies charring black. Screams echoed everywhere. "Ah, I'm on fire, hell, run away quickly, this isn't ordinary fire magic." The battlefield was engulfed in red flames, thrown into chaos. Kim Hwa gritted his teeth. Sweat and ash mixed. In the end, he had no choice but to give the order, "Damn it, retreat, everyone get out of here." Those engulfed in flames writhed on the ground, desperately pleading in the agony of burning flesh. Take me with you, save me." He ignored their fate and led the way, declaring coldly, "Disperse if you don't want to die, run quickly." Kim Hwa's gaze suddenly swept past. He spotted Riha, still hiding behind a rock, motionless like a wooden statue. "What are you doing there? Didn't you hear me say run away?" Riha was startled, his heart pounding violently. "I didn't attack," he explained with a friendly smile. "I didn't participate in this battle. Since I didn't clash with it, I should be fine," Kim Hwa warned him. "In this state, Agonia Oso will kill everything it sees. It'll take days to kill it. You'd better go hunt somewhere else." Riha, startled, reconfirmed, "It'll take days, even if we're quick." 10 days. Kim Hwa's steps quickened. "If we're late, it'll take over a month. Anyway, we're going to run," he urgently shouted towards the fleeing people in the chaos. "Hey, wait a minute, you guys made it crazy. So what do I do if you just run away? Weren't you going to catch it?" He clenched his anxiously trembling hands. "Over a month's journey. Oh my god, can I change this situation? If I don't reach the capital, Kim Hwa, Ip, or seedlings or whatever will be sold off. Oh no, think calmly. Don't try to escape." Riha took a deep breath, maintained his composure, and began to list the possible options. 1. Find an attack team. 2. Two high-level players come and handle it. 3. Secretly avoid the bear's flames. He tore at his hair in anguish. "None of these methods work. I can't even sell the expensive bento box. Then I have to choose another option." In the end, he chose the 4th method, to deal with it cleanly. Riha drew his gun, ready to fight with determination. "Anyway, if it takes a month, the mission and the bento box sale will all be ruined. If I can't form a team, I'll have to deal with it myself. Its HP is below 20, so I can do it. The other team will block it below, so I have enough time." He stood straight, took a deep breath, and focused on the massive monster in the distance. Distance 70 meters. "A southeast wind is blowing 2, minimum speed 2 meters. Good. 3, 2, 1. Riha pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot ripped through the night. Oso instinctively sensed the danger and flinched. It roared and turned around. That very movement unconsciously exposed a weakness. The bullet lodged precisely in the center of its forehead, and with powerful penetration, its massive body staggered. Gun smoke billowed from the hot barrel. Riha swallowed hard and gripped the gun stock tightly. A quiet shout echoed in his mind. I hit it in the head." Elsewhere, Kim Hwa rubbed his chin as he walked deep in thought. "Should I form a new attack team? 6 people. No, if I form a team of 7, it might be possible." Just then, a girl shouted loudly, Captain Kim Hwa, Captain Kim Hwa." He glanced at Lamia and said, "Run to the village quickly. No time for chatter." She, flustered, explained, "Ah, no, Captain, look behind you. The person who was hiding behind the rock earlier seems to have shot something." He was momentarily doubtful, then turned his head to look in that direction. "Shot something?" Suddenly, Kim Hwa was filled with extreme regret. "Is he a guard? If I had known earlier, I would have put him in the team." Since he hadn't seen it himself, he asked Lamia about the situation. "Where did he shoot? Did he hit it?" She answered honestly, but with an incredulous tone. "The head. He hit it precisely in the center of the head." He quickly calculated the advantages. With this guard's attack power, he could play the game well. "If I had formed a proper team and included him, we could have caught it right." Another person exclaimed in surprise, 70 to 80 meters, how did he hit it?" Kim Hwa inwardly agreed. "To hit the head from that distance, his skill is amazing." Nissen muttered doubtfully, "If I teamed up with that person, we might be able to catch it right." Lamia wanted to try. "There aren't many people left now, so there will be plenty of empty spots." However, Kim Hwa suddenly turned his back and left, cutting off their hope with a cold voice. "Stop with the useless talk and run away," she, startled, asked again. Even though he hit it in the head, he seemed not to care much. "He did well, but that's his limit." Nissen was bewildered. "That's his limit," Kim Hwa calmly analyzed. "A guard takes a minute to reload. He shot just now, right? He'll die within the next minute." Riha had no idea what they were talking about. He was still standing there, frozen in disbelief, unable to believe his own eyes. I hit it in the middle of the head. Why is it still alive?" Oso was completely unscathed. Its eyes burned fiercely, overflowing with murderous intent. A cold system notification sounded like a death sentence. Agonia Oso's roar. "The bear is in a state of terror, cannot move for 2 minutes. HP and stamina will decrease." Riha swore violently. "Damn it, I hit it in the head and it's still alive." His body trembled and he struggled to move, but it was no use. Cold sweat poured down and his pale lips mumbled in despair. It collapsed too quickly. Moreover, that monster was targeting him. The massive monster in front of him turned, its entire body engulfed in flames, taking one step after another, heading towards Riha. Riha gritted his teeth, forcing strength into his trembling body to resist Oso's skill effect. His hands shook violently, but he still tried to pour gunpowder into the gun. Damn it, pour quickly. Just then, another player lost his mind and screamed, fleeing. Oso immediately roared and fierce flames engulfed him. In an instant his body turned to ash, and the terror of his last moments was clearly etched on his burned face. Terrified screams echoed throughout the battlefield. Don't come, run away, put out the fire. Calls for help poured in from all directions. Amidst the chaotic footsteps, the massive monster flinched, its bloodshot eyes sweeping around in confusion, unsure who to attack first. That very moment gave Riha precious time. It's not charging directly at me, my hands are shaking because of that penalty. But if it takes 2 minutes to reload, it will kill all those people and then me. Discarding his pride, he pleaded in a loud, hoarse voice. Help me, Captain Kim Hwa from earlier, can you hear me? I'm confident I can attack, so please block it for me. But despite his shouts, no one appeared. Riha trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and muttering, damn it, have they already run away? Hope vanished, and there was nothing to expect from others. Only ear-splitting screams could be heard. Help me! Each time Oso roared and took a step, fierce flames erupted. Everything within reach was incinerated. The unfortunate player, caught by Oso's hand, became a living torch, burning alive. The distance between Oso and Riha grew shorter and shorter. I'm going to die like this. His heart bounded violently, and he gasped for breath, but he desperately suppressed his fear and gripped the trembling gun. It's okay, Riha, don't be nervous. Should I fire one more shot? Let's see if I can hit the head twice at this wide range. There's only one target to aim for. His eyes were fixed on Oso's slowly approaching form, its massive body burning like a walking volcano. Riha cast aside all distracting thoughts, ignoring the screams and chaotic scenery around him. Only the sound of his own heartbeat filled his ears. The gunshot ripped through the space, shaking the entire battlefield. That gunshot stopped Kim Hwa in his tracks. He immediately turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise. Again, Oso staggered back half a step after being hit by the bullet. Nissen, witnessing the sight, also paid his respects. He's crazy, he hit it again, Lamia exclaimed in admiration. He hit it in the head again, how can he do that? Wow, I've never seen anything like it. How can he always hit the target? Amazing. Kim Hwa's expression grew serious. His eyes darkened, lost in deep thought. The two accompanying him rejoiced unreservedly, ceaselessly persuading him. Captain Kim Hwa, are you really leaving? He hit it twice in the head, so it must have very little blood left. Let's go finish it off and share the items. He gritted his teeth and said honestly, these people are too arrogant, aren't they? Almost all the other players are dead and now it's going to finish him off. Nissen reminded him of the opportunity at hand. That's why I said we should go help him before he dies. Lamia expressed her trust if Captain Kim Hwa blocks it. Kim Hwa's veins popped out in anger. He clearly knew their intentions. If I interfere now, I'll die first. My shield is also broken, making it difficult to block. Are you trying to use my body as a shield? The two flinched and couldn't retort. He did not yield his opinion. I'm sorry to that person, but let's go back to the village. This time it's clear. Lamia still felt regret. Then we're abandoning him? He snorted disdainfully. I warned him earlier too. He didn't run and kept shooting. They ignored Kim Hwa and focused on the battle situation. Wow, the bear's flames are burning. The last attack team member died. Ah, the guard is also running away. He turned around and urged. Let's go quickly. We need to go find him. We'll form a new attack team in an hour and come back here. He calculated inwardly. Good, we'll also call in other talented guards, and reap the benefits. There was no other way. Life is a race against time. As soon as they returned to the village, the atmosphere immediately changed. A fire bear is real, a boss monster, but they said fire bears are hard to catch. Did you see the shield break? Only they survived. We have to catch it before it fully recovers its HP. Kim Hwa began recruiting team members again. We are recruiting for the Agonia Oso attack team. We've almost caught it. Line up in order. Immediately volunteers stepped forward. I'm attack. I can attack accurately. The numbers quickly filled up. He announced that recruitment was complete. Let's go immediately. 30 minutes later, night fell. Darkness covered the forest. Kim Hwa, tense, cautioned his comrades, it's coming. Everyone be careful. You never know when it'll pop out. They walked, admiring the scene. Before their eyes were scorched marks, still smoldering ashes and deep claw marks in the ground. Wow, amazing. A boss monster is really different. Crazy. The paw prints are as big as pot lids, but where did the fire bear go? Kim Hwa immediately assigned tasks. It probably killed all the players and moved somewhere else. Everyone be careful. It's big, so it should be easy to find. If you spot it, shout immediately. They split into small groups to investigate the area. 2 hours later, everyone was tired of waiting. Mia stomped her feet in annoyance and complained, "Ah, this is annoying. Where is it?" Then he frowned, suppressing his anger. Yeah, they lied to us, didn't they? 3 hours later, Lucy and Junie. The man covered in leaves and panting yelled furiously at Kim Hwa, who was standing close by. Where's the fire bear? You said it was as big as a black rabbit. Why don't I see it, you lying bastard? You tricked us, didn't you? Kim Hwa quickly stammered. And no, I'm not the fire bear. He tried to calm the situation with a trembling voice, but remained firm. It was definitely here. Everyone saw the combat traces. It probably bled too much and hid somewhere. They were furious, but decided to trust Kim Hwa's words one last time. Let's search a bit more. If it's not here, Captain, you're dead. This is so annoying. What are we doing here, not hunting at this hour? The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. Kim Hwa gritted his teeth and cold sweat ran down his spine. His mind was in turmoil, constantly cursing. Damn it, where did it hide? That guard couldn't possibly have caught it. What on earth happened 4 hours earlier? Riha stood blankly, muttering, crazy, truly crazy. A giant bear roars and fierce flames erupt, burning everything in their path. Each time the monster took a step closer, Riha's heart seemed to stop. I hit it twice. How is it still alive? It's still alive. I need to calm down and escape first. Fortunately, at that moment the penalty was lifted and he immediately left quietly. As his gaze swept past, he saw Kim Hwa's party of 3 turning their backs and leaving coldly, and rage welled up in his heart. He gritted his teeth and let out a sigh like cigarette smoke. Damn it, those guys are already far away. Why did they set the fire and run? All right, complaining now won't change anything. Riha tore a piece of paper, bit it with his teeth and quickly pushed it into the muzzle of his gun to ignite it. Every movement was clean and resolute. I have to reload while running, just like in training. I trained dozens of times, just like in training. Just like in training. The heavy gun stock forcefully struck the ground, resonating like a marker of life and death. Reload complete. Done. He turned and raised his gun. In the chaotic shroud of night, a cold metallic flash gleamed. I have to shoot it from afar again. This time I must hit it, you damned fire bear. But at that very moment Riha's strained nerves almost snapped. Oh, so sharp white teeth were so close that its massive fangs seemed poised to engulf the muzzle of his gun. His pupils constricted and his heart stopped for a moment. Right then a hammer-like punch struck his stomach and Riha's body flew into the air. His body spun several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground, and the sound of breaking stone assaulted his ears. As if bones and flesh were being crushed, Riha's face contorted in agony as if his internal organs were churning, and a mouthful of hot blood burst out, flowing down his jaw. Damn it, it hurts more than I thought. My HP is only 20 and it hurts this much? His blood-stained vision grew increasingly blurry. Fortunately I didn't die. Damn it. Why is it so blurry? Is it because it hurts too much? I can't even see where that damn bear is. Riha resolutely closed his eyes, gathering all his remaining will to calm himself. He used his hearing instead of his eyes. I don't hear footsteps. It's so big, can it really hide its footsteps? That guy really seems intent on killing me. I don't feel the bear's heat. Is it the limit of 20 HP? Ah, concentrate, concentrate. Riha, one more hit and you'll definitely die, but its HP is also low. If the fire bear appears, I can finish it in one shot. An assassin going blind is a bit funny, but a marksman going blind is despair. Riha was not flustered at all, unlike what he had imagined. The corner of his mouth curled slightly into a cold smile. A blind marksman, that's interesting. Slightest rustle of grass brushed past his ear and the muzzle of his gun immediately pointed in that direction. This is it, he yelled loudly, as if cheering himself on at the crossroads of life and death. Calm down. In that moment of life and death, Riha unexpectedly stepped back, narrowly dodging a lightning-fast punch. The gun was instinctively raised, and as his finger pulled the trigger, a muffled gunshot ripped through the air. The bullet lodged in Oso's neck and its massive body flinched, blood gushing violently, staining the fur on its neck red. It staggered slightly, then forcefully stomped the ground to regain its balance. Riha unconsciously cursed. Damn it, it's still not dead, this damn monster, this damned fire bear. Oso's eyes glowed red, fiercely staring at the prey before it, and a fiery breath surged, bringing with it a murderous aura. There was no more room to retreat. Riha gripped the gun stock tightly, and the bayonet gleamed coldly. His breath was ragged but resolute. Bayonet charge. Riha gripped his weapon with both hands and charged forward. He plunged the blue blade deep into the fire bear's thick hide with all his might. Riha gritted his teeth and groaned. He continued to stab the blade deeper into the bear, blood splattering, and he screamed. Die. After struggling with all his might for a while, Riha collapsed from exhaustion. The gun with the blade attached trembled slightly with his body's movements. A few seconds later, Riha lay unconscious on the grass, and opposite him was the fire bear, its body covered in blood. Riha then suddenly woke up, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He staggered to his feet, looked around, and thought, was I unconscious? If it hadn't been unconscious, I would have died. Damn it, where did the fire bear go? After a long while, Riha finally managed to stand up, and just then a system message congratulating him on leveling up appeared. His face was blank and he asked what? He read it clearly but still couldn't believe it. Am I level 9 now? Before, my guard skill was level 1 and my bayonet charge skill was level 2. After pondering for a long time, Riha saw the fire bear's corpse lying on the grass with its tongue out and understood. So the guard skill level went up to 9. He excitedly crawled onto its back and shook it vigorously. Amazing, this bear seems to like the terror of a long-range attacker. How? Let's share the items, he dug in, laughing excitedly. It's not an ordinary bear but a legendary bear, so I'll probably earn quite a bit. Suddenly a system information window popped up. He gasped in surprise. Hall of Fame. I'm the first person, total attack power increased by 10. That means my stats will be 45 points in total. Riha blankly clicked on the character information window and the system showed him a long window. Riha was even more surprised as he read. Remaining points 135. I'm not seeing things, am I? I've already reached the standard stats of a level 30. With these points I can level up 27 times. Let's see, I can even beat a level 50 by myself. Riha continued to click excitedly. The numbers kept jumping and he muttered happily. Good, all stats allocated. Final result. Riha can now be a tank with long-range attack power. Agility 168, Stamina 62, HP 1350. He muttered to himself, now I need to check the items scattered on the grass. At this point Riha stood with his arms crossed, cursing himself. Crazy, crazy. He picked up a few items, but then he admonished himself. The owner of these expensive items is already dead, so it's fine. Even if I wanted to buy them, it would be too hard. No, others will surely pick them up, so I have to take them. I'll put them to good use. Rihal muttered for a long time, then approached the bear and continued to search. Finally, after processing it, he pulled out a thick, warm red fur cloak. It read, finest quality cloak made from fire bear skin, defense 115. A moment later, he also found finest quality boots made from fire bear skin, defense 60 feet, and finest quality hunting hat made from fire bear skin, defense 50. Rihal's eyes widened as he read, all three are finest quality, no weapon but really amazing. He looked at his own sweat-soaked body and muttered, the clothes I'm wearing aren't even as good as one fire bear cloak. Oh, I've worn these clothes well all this time. My stamina has gone up to 70, so I should wear them right away. He happily touched the thick fur of the cloak, praising it. It fits my physique perfectly, such luck on the first day. A few minutes later, Rihal was dressed. Now he looked much more handsome and dignified. With his new clothes, Rihal felt much better. Let's go straight to the capital. Meanwhile, a new player was receiving severe curses. Player Kim Hwa Leaf, look carefully. I won't return the items I dropped. Is it right for a captain to run away and let everyone die? Damn it, is he trying to kill other teammates and intentionally take the items? Kim Hwa slammed his desk as he read, cursing. No, you stupid bastards. Derisive comments continued to pour in. Kim Hwa Leaf, more like Sprout. No boss bear, just wasted items. If you have a conscience, return the items to the players, you scammer. Kim Hwa cursed in a furious voice. I'm going crazy. He was frustrated that he couldn't find the fire bear. They're saying I killed others and took their items. I have to find that guy no matter what. If I can't find that thief, I'll be the culprit. Then I won't even be able to play the game. He cursed and tore at his hair. Damn it, who is it? Is he hiding nearby? That guard could never have caught that bear. Rihal was humming a cheerful melody innocently at this time, completely unaware of Kim Hwa's sinister plans. Just you wait, I'll take your life. He ran happily on the grass like a child, thinking joyfully. These items have 30 defense. With these I should be able to block Lin Huoyan's magic to some extent. As he rejoiced, Rihal suddenly remembered Gijung's frantic face and was flustered. If I catch those guys, I'll tear them to shreds. Then he muttered to himself. Lin Huoyan, Lin Huojing, what a headache. After wandering for a long time, he suddenly remembered the map. I need to find out where I am now. He muttered. Forest of Green Jade Dragon. Both places are far from the city. Where is Tian Shan? It's not marked on the map. Are they in another country? After standing and looking around for a while, Rihal's stomach rumbled. He clutched his stomach and sighed, just in time for hunger. To eat, of course. He picked up his gun and headed deep into the dangerous area of the forest where bears lived. Time to hunt. Rihal gripped his gun tightly. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Let's see, I think there's one here. In less than a few minutes, he saw it lumbering and happily shouted. Found it. Rihal lay prostrate on the grass, slightly raising his head to observe. Distant 60 meters, no wind. Just as the bear spotted him and was about to charge, he quickly shot one bullet straight into the bear's belly. Rihal felt a slight pity for it. It's easier for both of us if you go in one shot. It must have hurt. I'm sorry. I'm a little sorry, but you're just a monster. But looking closer, the bear was perfectly fine and he was puzzled. The bear isn't charging, Rihal gasped in admiration without moving. The effect of the bear king's skin is truly amazing, but this time he was determined to send it to the afterlife. The sound of a gunshot echoed with a scream. Go back to hell. Finally, the bear fell. Rihal jumped up and ran. Bear meat, if I hunt at this speed, I'll reach level 30 before I even get to the city. As he was about to butcher the bear, a small bear cub emerged from a nearby bush. Seeing its cute face and small body, Rihal unconsciously shouted, what is this? How cute. The small bear cub acted cute, clinging to Rihal's pant leg and whimpering, and he froze blankly. A few seconds later, Rihal clutched his chest and muttered, dangerous, I feel both guilt and cuteness at the same time. He sat down helplessly, grabbed its paw and sobbed, damn it, how can I kill it? Not only did I spare its life, but Rihal even fed it. Are you hungry too? I'll feed you. Bear meat won't do, so eat some bread for now. Seeing it lower its head and gobble it up, he laughed and teased, is it delicious? You must have been hungry, you poor thing, little one. Even after finishing its meal, the bear cub showed no signs of leaving. Rihal then stood up, muttering affectionately to himself. I thought it was going to eat my entire arm. No, I have to leave before I get attached, he muttered to himself. I need to hurry to the capital. I'll have to hunt many more bears later. I'm sorry, but let's not meet again. But the small bear cub still clung tightly to Rihal's leg. Its clear eyes looked up at him. Rihal helplessly sat down and pounded the ground. Stop being cute, where did you learn to tilt your head? Is it instinct? He sighed, annoyed. Damn it. After that, he picked up the small bear cub and looked at it with loving eyes. What should I do? I have to take it with me. At this moment, Rihal was talking to Gijung. Gijung, big brother, arrived in the capital. No, I'm on my way. I feel like I'm going to die. Be careful. The bears are strong. At your brother's level, you can't run, so you have to keep going. Okay, Rihal muttered to himself. The bears should be more careful of me. After that, he and Gijung talked deeper. Not asleep yet? You're still a student. You're going to play games all night even though you have an exam tomorrow? Or are you going to attack? How about tomorrow? Attacking is more important. He sighed inwardly. If that's his priority, he'll probably like it. Should I stop him? Unlike Rihal's current mood, Gijung was very innocent. But why does Hung speak in a whisper? He answered vaguely, his gaze fixed on the bear in front of him. Nothing. Can I raise animals? That question reached Gijung's ears. Animals? Hung, are you thinking of buying a horse? Rihal immediately denied it. No, it's just that there's an animal-shaped monster in the forest, he seemed to vaguely understand. Hung wants to tame them and hunt together. You can't tame them unless your profession is a tamer. Basically, they consider humans as enemies, and you won't be able to control them completely, Hung. Meanwhile, one of his legs was affectionately held by the small bear cub. Really? What's wrong with feeding it and treating it well from a young age? Gijung got to the core point. From a young age? Hung, did you see a small monster? Small monsters are hard to find. Each monster has different HP but the same experience. If it's small, it has less HP but the same experience. So what's the point? It licked his face slightly. What's the point? But the next words froze Riha. As soon as it appeared, I was immediately tempted. Low HP benefits and the same experience. The information was too difficult, so he decided to end the conversation. Let's talk again when I reach the capital. He traveled for another 5 days in Middle-earth time. He sighed inwardly. This cute little guy is tempting me. On the other end, Gijung happily replied, Hung, I'll buy a scroll with my own money. You've really been through a lot, Hung. Come quickly and let's meet. Riha carefully put the small bear cub down. All right, he squatted down and looked at it face to face. Crazy. I caught all its parents and siblings. I don't have the courage to catch this little one. If I leave it here, others will hunt it. What should I do? Despite the complex thoughts in his mind, Riha ignored everything and picked up the small bear cub. Oh, I don't know. I'll think about it later. In the end, Riha decided to follow his instincts and prepared to set off. Let's go, little one. Koma excitedly raised his front paws. The next day, as soon as the sunlight shone throughout the forest, a growling bear had its head pierced by a bullet. When the bear fell, a level-up notification appeared in the system, and Riha felt a little happy. Good, I'm level 24 now. The leveling speed is decent. It's good that my level is rising quickly. But why is that monster growing so fast? 2 pieces of meat and claws. Perfect. If I sell all the weapons I've picked up, I should be able to make a good amount of money. Everything will be fine if I just get past the early stage. While Riha was off guard, a green snake ambushed him. Being a guard isn't so bad. What is this? A snake? A snake came all the way here to bite me? No sooner had he finished speaking than the scenery before his eyes began to sway. Gasped simultaneously, a system window popped up with a notification. You have fallen into a poisoned state. Riha quickly checked the details. 50 HP deducted every 10 seconds for 3 minutes. If it's 50 HP every 10 minutes, that's a total of 900 HP in 3 minutes. My HP is around 1300. To die from a snake bite, reducing my HP. I couldn't see the snake in the tall grass. Seeing Koma tear at the monster with his teeth, his mood improved. Oh, you caught the snake? You're pretty good, huh? Well done, well done. Did you catch it because you were worried about me? Koma was wrestling with the snake growl as Riha praised him highly and felt satisfied. As expected, he's a special one. Koma sent the pathetic-looking snake to the afterlife. At this sight, Riha's hands and feet felt a bit cold. Are you going to eat it all? Yeah, it's probably okay to eat it, right? You've already grown so much anyway. Oh no, it's a bamboo shoot, but it's already grown this much. Because of Koma's weight, Riha's body felt heavy and trembled. You've really grown a lot. At this growth rate, I'll be able to ride you and go fast soon, right? The next day, Riha could easily sit on Koma's back. I can ride him. His heart was filled with surprise. These foolish guys who would raise an animal that grows this fast in reality anyway, right? Then there would have been no need to hunt bears. The growth rate is slower than the hunting speed. Moreover, today, Sleeping Kid was almost attacked 6 times and could have died in the blink of an eye. I need to put some kind of mark on him. Riha hung a sign around Koma's neck that read, My bear doesn't bite people. Still, he felt uneasy. This isn't enough yet. Isn't there a more noticeable sign? It's going to be a sore neck by the time we get to the capital. Should I put the bear in my inventory and think about it later? And as expected, as soon as he entered the castle gate with Koma, a shout of monster was heard. Riha hurriedly waved his hands to explain, Oh, it's okay, everyone, don't be scared. He's a good bear. He doesn't bite people. He's just a little bigger than a normal bear. You can all see it, can't you? Are you still scared? Just then, Koma suddenly opened his mouth and bit Riha's head. Although it was a display of affection, it was a very dangerous act to others. The bear bit a person. Rihabel was slightly flustered. Is it a boss bear? It bit off an entire head in one go. He hastily warned, Run away. In the blink of an eye, the street was empty. And with no one around, Riha felt helpless. Everyone ran away again. Nothing I can do. He's too big. How can I explain? He's grown as big as a tank, but I can't even eat him. Isn't this too much? There's no other way, but going back to the village is too tiring. Let's go. As he entered the forest, a sudden murmur of voices was heard. It's true. He rode a bear, and rode a horse. No, he's riding a bear and shooting a gun. All the sounds reached Riha's ears. Gasp, riding a bear and riding a horse. He bent down and asked Koma, Little one, can you run faster? But Koma, as if understanding the doubt, suddenly changed his expression and began to run like an arrow down the road. And Riha continuously shouted, Oh, you can run faster? No, I didn't know you could understand me. If I had known, I would have tried it earlier. After finding a comfortable position, he gradually adapted to this speed. Let's go to the capital like this. But we have to run on paths with no people, Koma growled, looking a little flustered. In just 2 days, Riha arrived riding Koma. This is a stock capital. His gaze focused on observing the bustling activity of Pavel capital. Now that I've arrived at the Royal Guard Academy, I'll be busy again. At this time, outside the castle gate, there was a lively crowd of people coming and going. Riha stroked Koma's soft fur. Good job, we're almost there, let's walk now. He vowed inwardly not to cause a commotion. No matter how meticulously he planned, those who saw them could not maintain their composure. There's a huge monster, it's a bear, so big, we'll probably have to form a party. He felt helpless in this situation. It's already causing a commotion, I just got off and everyone's gathered around. People held their weapons with wary expressions. Isn't that a boss bear? Levels below 60 aren't allowed through the gate. One hit from that monster would kill anyone. Who can catch that thing? Someone catch it, Riha tried hard to explain. I've raised him since he was young so he doesn't bite people. Is everyone listening to me? Despite his words, a battle formation was already complete in front of the gate. Tanks, please step forward. Prepare for the boss battle. I am a guard. Now take a defensive stance. NPCs are joining too. He was slightly surprised. Guard NPCs, this is a bigger problem. On the other side, physical and magical attacks were already prepared to strike. Mages, attack first. No matter how much he explained, no one paid attention. Riha gritted his teeth in anger. Ah, damn it, I told you no, everyone, listen to me. Don't move, if you attack I'll shoot all of you. Nevertheless, Megahe did not stop. Fireball spell, double sky were also condensing power. Riha, sweating coldly, concentrated all his strength on aiming, his face tense. His target was none other than the massive orb where the power of the two spells was condensed. As soon as he confirmed the target, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet flew with astonishing speed. Just as the bullet was about to collide with the orb in front of the people, Riha's expression changed to one of shock at something he saw. Gasp. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the hand of Degard. Soon after, it condensed into a gigantic shield, quickly blocking the bullet Riha had fired. Not only that, but he also cast an additional conflict resolution spell towards the gigantic orb floating in the air. The next sight was so dazzling that Riha and the surrounding observers squinted their eyes, and in a moment the shield and the orb shattered into small crystals before his eyes. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. Is it an outsider riding a bear? But Riha was looking at something else and didn't pay attention. Gasp! The appearance of Degrom and Digio caught his eye. Put your gun down. His voice was very firm. No one shall cause a disturbance in a stock capital. No sooner had he finished speaking, the crowd continuously murmured, anti-magic? Those are Zen knights. Digi, who was approaching, gently advised Riha. Please put your gun down, outsider. Since this situation arose due to a misunderstanding, we will not punish either party. He did not forget to warn. However, if you shoot one more time I will not forgive you, as I will be ready to draw the sword at any moment. Hearing that, Riha pointed at Megahe and said, they attacked first. Degrom replied, I know, but you are clearly the one who caused the misunderstanding. That is why I am handling an unprecedented matter. In the end, Riha decided to compromise. All right, I will not shoot anymore. Degrom gave a thumbs up in praise. Thank you for your cooperation. In the capital, using offensive magic without permission is strictly prohibited. However, since you used magic for the safety of Estok citizens, we will consider this matter null and void. All right, disperse. You are obstructing traffic. Disperse. The crowd continuously chattered as they left. It was my first time seeing a fireball spell and ray. Those spells were amazing, but the nullification magic of the night mages was even more amazing. Riha brushed the dust off Koma, thinking, good thing. They don't know anything. Degard turned his gaze towards them. Excuse me, outsider. Could you please follow me for a moment? At those words he was slightly annoyed. What now? What is it? Are they going to make me follow them and suddenly kill me? Or are they wary of me and planning to assassinate my bear, even using the name Zen Knights? Degard revealed his name to build trust. I am Sir Degard. I will not harm your bear. So is that enough? Riha briefly accepted. That's fine. I was a little uneasy in my heart. What's going on that you're swearing so much? He turned to talk to the person next to him. Sir Degrom, I have obtained the outsider's consent. Please guide the way, Degrom replied. Understood, Sir Degard. He thought inwardly, is this how knights greet each other? After that, Digi gestured. Please come this way, I will guide you. Riha unconsciously scratched his head. He took Koma and followed. Let's go, little one. In the meantime, he tilted his shield and observed. He broke his own shield during that defensive attack earlier. Who on earth is he? Then Riha's expression suddenly showed an unknown emotion. This was because the system window suddenly appeared. It mentioned that with his newly acquired achievement he had received reputation as a reward for gaining the respect of the Sea Guard Knights. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. An achievement, Guard Knights. As expected, he wasn't an ordinary person. A good relationship, gained the respect of the Guard Knights. Then did I also gain the respect of the Knight Commander? So far, my total continental reputation is 30, but this alone gives me 50 points. Just then, Degrom, who was walking, suddenly stopped. This is far enough. At those words, Riha was slightly flustered. Yes. He turned to look at him. What will you do with that bear? He was flustered by the sudden question. That. Degrom quickly reassured. There is no need to be so wary, outsider. Are you not an honorary security officer of Candlelight Castle? Digi approached leisurely. Therefore I do not believe you will cause a disturbance in the city. Riha's voice immediately turned to surprise. What did you say? You also knew about that, he replied cheerfully. Of course, I know everything necessary to protect this Drovian kingdom. Hearing that, Riha's face showed a deep, thoughtful expression. His kingdom's merit is amazing. Or is it reputation? He lowered his head and whispered. So about that. All of Riha's previous actions had been monitored by Degrom and Degard. Oh ho, he tamed a bear cub, he's not a tamer. He came all the way here. Anyway, I know it doesn't attack, but it's too big. Will it become a grizzly bear? Oh, Agonia, oh so, that's possible. At that moment, Digi rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. I know it doesn't attack humans, but entering a stock as before won't be allowed. Even if it's completely tamed, there's a possibility of causing confusion. Riha was slightly worried. Then what should I do? He reminded him. Bears have bear villages. Isn't that logical? He already understood the intention. You want me to release him? Degart replied honestly. That's right. Riha still had doubts. If I do that, can I enter a stock? He quickly replied. That's right. His mind fell into deep thought. If he asks if the bear is tamed, there must be some sign to show that the monster is tamed. If even NPCs can't tell and players can't tell, then this sleeping kid will be in danger. In the end, Riha made a decision. All right, I'll release him. Degart was pleased. Oh, thank you for your cooperation, he promised again. Then I will release him immediately. As Riha was about to leave with Koma, he suddenly called out, Hold on, outsider. No, honorary security officer of Candlelight Castle. He honestly expressed his question. What is your name? At this question, Riha inadvertently smiled. It's Riha. And he answered more specifically, Guard Riha. Hearing that, Degrom placed his fist on his chest and said Riha. Then white wings suddenly sprouted from his back. I will remember. Degart also flew up. Interesting. Ah no, what a wonderful name, then have a pleasant journey. At that sight, Riha was extremely envious. Cool, ha, Tisk, as expected, you need good equipment to make a difference. He continued on his journey. Let's go, little one. After a while, Riha entered deep into the forest. Now he can go back to the village. Under the soft moonlight he held him tightly. It's time to part. I don't know if he understands me. It'll be better for both of us. Don't do that. Go quickly. Riha urged, reminiscing about their memories. Go quickly, little one. He turned away without hesitation, ignoring Koma's sad expression. Suddenly, Koma bared his teeth and growled. And in the blink of an eye, Koma suddenly lunged and bit Riha's arm hard. Ah, he immediately blamed him. Ouch, you rascal, what are you doing again? As Koma licked his wound, both of them suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and Riha squeezed his eyes shut. What's this now? Simultaneously, a system window suddenly appeared. As soon as he glanced at it, his expression turned to shock. Gasp. This was the reward and blessing given upon acquiring the D-rank soulmate title. As Riha was carefully reading the contents, another notification suddenly appeared next to it. Another one? Oh, the system window stated that he was the third person to achieve the soulmate title, and if he met certain conditions there would be new rewards. At those words, Riha's heart was filled with surprise. Soulmate? Now, seeing Koma's sad appearance in the system notification, he understood. Oh no, I understand, I won't forget you. Little one, take care. Don't get hunted. Just by his appearance, it looks like he's going to be hunted. He's a little smaller than a boss bear, and Riha turned to prepare to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Goodbye, little one. Under the soft moonlight, he walked alone through the forest. In his heart, he was slightly confused. Why am I like this? I don't feel good. I didn't feel this way when I parted with the lizard and Jing Gong. Simultaneously, Koma suddenly let out a long howl from afar, startling Riha. Accordingly, the system window reappeared, announcing the start of the Soul Link skill, and presenting its explanation and effects, which greatly surprised him. I can summon the soul of my soulmate? Riha couldn't hide his interest. I can summon the body from before death. Can I also summon the soul after death? Though there are limitations, won't I be able to meet him anytime? Judging by her expression, I think I can raise her rank, so I hope she grows quickly. Riha's advice seemed to have reached Koma. You have to grow up quickly. Riha's words echoed. You'll do great. The sun shining down at the end of a long journey seemed to remind him of the time. It's already afternoon. How far have I come? I've been walking all night from here, but I haven't entered the city gate yet. Riha looked straight ahead. Anyway, he had arrived in Estok. As he entered, he was somewhat disheartened by the bustling crowd. Wow, it's so crowded. How am I going to find Gijung? Just then, an unexpected message arrived from Gijung. Hung, have you arrived in Estok? Riha immediately replied. Just got here. Mom, why are there so many people? He explained cheerfully. It's a game, so if people have nothing to do, they flock to the city. Hung, did you forget there are a billion Middle-earth players? Riha focused on searching again. Where are you? Gijung quickly gave his location. I'm at the south gate. Hung, aren't you at the south gate? I've been waiting since morning. He looked around. Where's the south gate? Gijung was a little flustered. Where's the south gate? Riha suddenly realized something. Are you messing with me, Hung? How can I find you here? No sooner had he finished speaking than he answered from directly behind and not through the communication screen. It's always like this. The south gate isn't on the continental map, so you have to rely on luck to find it. As soon as he heard that, Riha's face darkened. If you were here, you should have said so. This sleeping kid. Gijung stood still and took the hit without resisting at all. Hung, your annoyed face is really funny. Hyen watched helplessly from afar. That guard fellow. Sasuke was a little speechless. I heard he's not even level 15. Suddenly, Riha's gaze stopped. Gasp, I'm only just seeing him now. Then he noticed Gijung wearing dazzling white armor. His arms and legs were all covered, emitting a shimmering aura. It was a perfectly complete outfit. Riha praised him. Your equipment looks great, high level. Gijung puffed out his chest with pride at the compliment. At this level, this kind of equipment is a given, but Hung, did you spend real money in the game? He was somewhat confused by the question, Gi-jung speculated. Or did you steal someone else's quest? Riha quickly clarified. Hung got it by hunting. While he continued to admire, someone approached incredulously. At most he probably caught a wild boar. The man suddenly extended his hand. Hello, I've heard a lot about you from Gi-jung. Then he introduced himself. I am Hyan. Riha turned back with a suspicious expression. You've heard a lot about me? Then he replied politely. Hello, I am Haria. I am a former army sergeant and sniper. Hyan covered his mouth as if to praise him. Gi-jung praised you, Hung, saying you have immense potential. Gi-jung's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. When did I say that? Riha unconsciously smiled at this lively scene. Gi-jung is a good kid too. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind. Is this it? Sasuke had approached unnoticed. Is this the clothing you got from catching that boss bear? It seems to be Agonia Oso. He nodded, confirming. That's right, Agonia Oso. The man continued to admire. Oh ho, that's really amazing, to have caught it already. Sasuke. Riha was a little curious about that name. Is he Japanese? Sasuke clarified. No, I just used that name to be impressive. My profession is the same. Gi-jung was very confused by their conversation. Boss bear, Agonia Oso. What is it? Why? He tilted his head and asked again. Hung didn't know. Nowadays the community is in an uproar about it, asking how one person could catch Agonia Oso. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke seemed to realize something. Wait, Agonia Oso? He recalled the information he knew. There are 3 pieces of this set. How could a beginner equip that? While Sasuke was lost in thought, Kong introduced from a corner. This is the person I told you about before. He's a Kendo 5th Dan Master. Riha extended his hand to greet him. My name is Haria, Tien replied cheerfully. I am Tien. Then Gi-jung pointed at the people and said, Ask me if you have any questions, Hung. I asked these people to spare their precious time to help you. We need to decide on a hunting ground, so we need to check your level first. What's your level, Hung? Is it high? As soon as he heard that, Riha's expression was bewildered, still unable to react. Hung, he also answered honestly without hiding. 25. Gi-jung's group was collectively bewildered. They whispered amongst themselves. Over level 12, didn't he just arrive in the capital a few days ago? Listening to him now, it's a bit different. Then Gi-jung suddenly turned around and looked at him with suspicious eyes. 25, really? Is that really true? In contrast, Riha's expression was quite calm. Anyway, that's right, Hung hunted. While Gi-jung processed this fact, hunted, Hung. Hyan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He was only level 12 when he caught the golden eagle a few days ago. How could he have gained more than 10 levels in such a short time? Then he extended his hand and said, We'll see each other often in the future. Let's add each other as friends. Riha agreed without hesitation. Yes, good. Immediately a friend request was sent and quickly accepted. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Then I'll add you too, he replied humbly. That would be my honor. After the meeting, Hyan's group decided to say goodbye. We've said our greetings, so we'll get going. Gi-jung was a little surprised. Hyan, Hung, are you leaving now? No sooner had he finished speaking than he replied while using teleportation magic. That's right, see you next time. Gi-jung waved cheerfully. Goodbye everyone. Looking at the streaks of light flying away, Riha couldn't help but admire. That's really cool. To be able to go back instantly without walking. Gi-jung immediately turned around and said with an excited expression, Hung, please tell me your story. I'll buy you dinner, he smiled slightly. Alright, you sleeping kid. Where should Hung start? Haha. A moment later in a restaurant, Gi-jung was so surprised he couldn't even scream properly. Really, you caught the boss bear, Hung? Riha leaned back comfortably in his chair. Yes, I caught that and my level went up so quickly, he continued to admire. Amazing, really amazing. Actually a guard's basic attack power is strong. He also has enough time to fire as many shots as he needs, and it's possible the hit points were vital spots? Riha was unaware of this. Is that so? He continued to analyze. It might have been an attack team, but it could have been a hastily formed one. If you call in unsuitable people and even one person gets disorganized, that team can't do anything. So you could shoot slowly, Hung. As far as I know, a guard's basic attack power is 233. There must have been damage. Even if you can only shoot 1 shot per minute, it's still amazing. Anyway, I believe you could catch it because its health was almost gone. Inwardly, he was slightly suspicious. Is it because Hung is a sniper? But he still expressed respect. I admit you caught it, Hung. But you're really good. One archer in my faction can only shoot once from 66 meters away, because the bow is too long. They said they shot once and couldn't hit it, so they turned on combat assist mode. Riha listened intently even while eating. Isn't a bow's basic range 60 meters? Gi-jung explained. Originally, you can't aim accurately if you turn off the combat assist system. Since the system is already guiding you, you just have to match and aim. But that's strange. A guard's basic range is 40 meters. Oh no, it's a boss. Hung, did you kill it in 1 shot? He took a sip of beer. 3 shots. I fought with the gun like a knife at the end. Gi-jung was even more surprised. What? I can't believe it. From 40 meters away. The bear waited patiently for Hung to shoot 3 times with a minute reload time. Riha's expression was still calm. That I hunted with the combat assist system turned off. The child's voice was so shocked that he couldn't adjust the volume again. Hung, you turned off the combat assist system? Why? Riha replied casually. That's how you get used to it. If the system is on, the accuracy is only 50, then you can't hunt. Now Gi-jung couldn't help but admire endlessly. Wow, Hung, you're really good. Then your basic range has increased a lot too, Hung. You can predict. He immediately took out his gun and made a gesture of aiming at 100 meters. And I hit its head 3 times. The more he heard, the angrier Gijung became at the fact that he had found out too late. Why are you telling me such important information only now? Riha immediately retorted. You only just asked, you sleeping kid. He suddenly slammed the table and said with a determined look, Hurriah Hung, do you want to join our faction? Riha was unable to react to this sudden offer. Riha just smiled without immediately deciding. What if Hung doesn't join your faction? Let's see what happens. Gijung, not expecting this answer, slammed the table and shouted, What? Why? He just leaned back, showing no intention of answering. Seeing that attitude, Gijung promoted endlessly. Our team is super famous. We summon faction cloaks. Hung, don't you know the Starlight faction? It has 3 stars. You don't know. Haven't you heard the guild master or guild members talk about it? Riha was a little flustered. No, Hung doesn't know much about your faction. 3 stars is the Starlight faction. Is your faction fighting the Mongolian army? After calming down, he sat down and sighed helplessly. Hung, you're really putting me in a difficult position. Remember Haiyan Hung, whom we met earlier? That Hung is the guild master. He's a talented person who even appears on cable TV. Gijung's tone suddenly became agitated. He's ranked 8th in Korea. Riha was a little confused by these words. 8th place, he immediately expressed respect. That's no joke, right? When that Hung used magic, all the monsters disappeared with a bang. Riha was still doubtful. What's his world ranking? Gijung hesitated a little. Around 40th? I'm not sure. He was still nonchalant. Really? Gijung still seemed unsatisfied. Why is your reaction so bland, Hung? He's ranked 8th in Korea and 40th in the world. Aren't you surprised? In Riha's mind, Wajing ranked 9th in the world came to mind. Then he suddenly changed the subject. Then what about you? Gijung seemed reluctant to answer this question. Hung, why do you want to know all that? Riha was a little helpless. Don't change the subject. He also no longer intended to hide. I'm within the top 100 in Korea. There's no one in the hunting grounds who doesn't know Gijung, the tank master. Hung, now you can call me Invincible Tank Master Gijung. Riha was annoyed by this arrogant display. Should I shoot him once? Then he smiled sarcastically. You barely made it into the top 500 in the world, haha. Gijung was still puffed up. Being in the top 500 out of a billion players is amazing, Hung. If I level up 2 more times, I'll be in the top 200. I'm not inferior to anyone either. As soon as he heard that, Riha's voice changed to surprise. Level 198? Your level is higher than Hung thought? Gijung was a little speechless. Hung is only surprised by my level. First, let's eat, and then I'll show you around the city and take you to the academy. Before we go hunting, I need to guide you first, right? Riha quickly made an okay gesture with his hand. Aren't you going to give Hung any money? Gijung just sighed. Hung doesn't forget that either. At the same time in the office, Tian was waving goodbye, preparing to leave. Then see you next time, Guildmaster. Haiyan replied with a smile. Have fun hunting Tian Hung, Sasuke also said. See you next time. As soon as the room door closed, the gentle expression on his face instantly vanished. Anyway, he's just a gruff old man, he agreed, crossing his arms. Perhaps. Haiyan pulled out a chair. I want to talk to him for a moment. Then he sat down and placed his hands on the desk simultaneously. No one's around, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned blue and glowed. It quickly spread to the area outside the house. He still stood there, sensing after a moment Sasuke's power checked every corner without missing anything. Then he casually reported the results. No one's here. This answer matched Haiyan's expectations. That's right, in this Middle-earth region, almost no one can avoid my detection skill. Then he glanced meaningfully. See, Sasuke replied. Yes, he changed all his equipment. But I think his physique and weapon are similar to the person in this photo. Haiyan stared intently at the photo on the desk. This guy is the right one, he speculated without hesitation. High possibility. His level is exactly level 25, but his other abilities are not visible. Haiyan was somewhat confused. The stats window isn't showing, Sasuke analyzed calmly. He probably isn't a beginner, he continued to confirm. Achievements, his tone was still the same. I couldn't see that either. Haiyan wasn't too surprised either. I knew it. This is really crazy. They hid this. They're clearly planning to groom him and devour him, right? Then his face became very frightening. They've really researched thoroughly. Did those rotten bastards know that damn guy who's related to Gijung approached him? They're going to groom that damn guy to approach Gijung or infiltrate our faction to get information? I didn't think they'd go this far. I don't need an answer. I already know. I'm just annoyed because I don't know what he's trying to do, Sasuke suddenly said. I saw his title. These words piqued Haiyan's interest. Title? What title? He immediately provided the information he knew. He's using the Fearless One title. This name was somewhat unfamiliar to him. What does that title do? Sasuke explained in more detail. It's a title that increases attack power. It's a title you can only get by catching a monster 20 levels higher than yourself. At this moment Haiyan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The Lin sisters seemed to value him greatly. That's why they yielded so much to him. Inwardly he quietly confirmed, a Korean received an offer from those rotten bastards. It's definitely that guy. There's no other Korean using a guard character at that level. It's that damn little rascal. Then Haiyan calmly analyzed. Lin Wajing and Lin Huayan definitely approached him and supported him from behind. Sasuke hesitated again. But I still haven't seen the stats window. He was still very resolute. Just think simply. He was only level 12 when he left Candlelight Castle a few days ago. Plus he just came to the city without hunting. But he's already level 25. and he even got Boss Bear items, but if he says he didn't get any support, no one will believe him. Those rotten bastards, Sasuke offered his personal opinion. He might have hunted himself. Hien suddenly struck the table and said angrily, Sasuke, is this the time for nonsense? How can a level 12 catch Agonia Oso alone? If even your abilities can't see his stats and records, then those bastards must have used magic items to hide them. Do you think that silly face looks like someone who bought an item to hide information? Or if the Lamb sisters caught Agonia Oso and gave him the items, then that kid and the Lamb sisters were already working together. I recently heard that those damn guys came to the southern region of Estok and caught a random boss bear. Increase the bounty on those damn Lamb sisters. Report to Ki to keep a close eye on that foolish guy. Sasuke quickly replied yes. There was anger in Hien's footsteps. Don't just leave it to Ki, you also directly confirm that bastard's location. You added him as a friend too. He immediately replied, yes. Suddenly he turned around and demanded, Sasuke, use an item to prevent your friends from tracking your location. You must not reveal your location. Only then did Sasuke calmly step into the barrier. Understood. Hien manipulated him. Let's go. Well, what about the expression? Should I look kind? He painstakingly searched for words of praise. Yes, very impressive, but Hien was not at all satisfied. Damn it, stop with the nonsense. No, I should use pleasant words, so Sasuke, shall we go? At the same time in an alley, Ki was constantly marveling. I'm a bit surprised that you bought a map for 5 gold, Hung. Riha focused on the map. This is the weapon shop, this is the general store. He was slightly puzzled. How long are you going to look at the map, Hung? Riha explained. This is basic knowledge for a sniper. You have to check and understand the terrain, then mark it. Once he confirmed that Riha had finished with the map, Ki immediately turned around and led the way. Let's go now, Hung. I'll show you where the Royal Guard training center is. Riha suddenly remembered. I was just thinking about what you said earlier, he spoke while walking. That mission related to the sacred roasts. Before, when I was level 100, I returned to the beginner village to hunt missions, but I didn't know about that mission. Riha was slightly curious. What's it like to return to the beginner village at level 100? Ki hummed happily. Is it like a bento box? It's probably an untradeable item, right? I haven't heard that rumor. Even if I received that mission, I would have eaten it all, right? I would have eaten it too. At those words, Riha fell into deep thought. No matter how much he searched the map, Sacred Roast Branch No. 2 was nowhere to be found. Ki also said that such a shop didn't exist. Ki's guess was that no one had received this mission, or if they had eaten it halfway through. Perhaps they hadn't cared about the invitation to the opening of Branch No. 2 or the affinity reduction penalty while playing the game. They might have thought they could raise their affinity by doing other missions without returning to the hunting grounds in this city. But what would happen if I completed this mission? In Riha's imagination, Sacred Roast Branch No. 2 was very bustling. Branch No. 2 will open, right? Then the map of this city will change, right? Just then, Ki suddenly interrupted his thoughts and said, no one will be able to complete that mission. I'm level 198, and even if I could gain 4 levels by taking that mission, I wouldn't achieve 2 achievements even if I hunted for a week. Riha found it a little hard to understand. Is it that much? He tried to explain as simply as possible. Leveling up is no joke. Even at my level it's like this, so what about the top-ranked players? Time is money, but in Middle-earth it takes over 100 days to earn money. Anyway, I have to complete that mission. Riha was still deep in thought. Ki suggested. Hung just at those words he immediately listened. Yeah, Ki's next words startled Riha. Let's just sell it. Actually, at your current level, gaining 4 more levels is crazy. You can't carry a bento box around until you reach level 200, can you? You're holding on to it for the effects, right? He honestly admitted. That's right. Ki's voice was filled with hesitation. That thing, if you sell it, it'll be really expensive, much more expensive than you think, Hung. At those words, Riha couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ki was right. If I sell this, I can cover all my medical expenses and living costs. In the meantime, he still focused on spreading information. If you post it on our faction's bulletin board, Hung, you'll also get purchase offers from our country's top-ranked players. Just post it there and wait for luck. Hearing that, Riha replied decisively. All right, Ki sighed understandingly. That's right, there's no other way. But Riha said something unexpected. I'll think about it some more. At the unexpected answer, he became extremely angry. Ki's voice was full of annoyance. I knew it. You're not going to sell it, are you, Hung? Riha explained. All right, I just said I'd think about it. Hearing that, he immediately stood there, lost in thought. What else is he thinking? Annoying. Riha took an aiming stance again. A sniper doesn't shoot immediately after seeing the target. Keep the bento box a secret, Ki replied casually. I'm a business major, so I'm sensitive to calculations. While the two were talking, someone suddenly appeared and interrupted their conversation. Oh, we meet again here? Drome and Doug were approaching. As soon as Riha saw their attire, Ki couldn't help but be surprised. They're the Zen Knights. And he hastily pointed to the opposite side and said, Hung, what did you do to get caught by the Zen Knights? Riha's expression remained calm. I didn't do anything. Then he sent a message to the system. This team is responsible for finding, apprehending, and monitoring elements that pose a danger to the Drovian kingdom for serious crimes. Ki was still flustered. That's their mission, isn't it? Riha wasn't worried at all. You talk as if I've started a rebellion or something. Then he sighed weakly. All right, let's say hello. This person is... Riha's next words startled Doug. This is Sir Dong, the prodigy of East Asia. Hearing that, Drome put his arm around his shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Aha, Key whispered in a low voice. Hung, are they Korean? Riha turned around and said, I think the NPCs know me. Only then did Drome introduce himself. I am Sir Drome. Then he tried to suppress his laughter and pointed to the person next to him. This is Prodigy. Peeved crossed his arms and replied, I am Sir Dunn. He still brought up the previous story and teased Prodigy Gaz. Ha, he painstakingly explained, I am Sir Do. Only then did Riha suddenly realize, Sir was placed before the name. It wasn't a surname but Sir. Suddenly Key sent a message. Hung is also a mood maker. He found it a little hard to understand. What's so funny? What's going on, Sir Do? Dunn immediately replied. Do we only meet when something's wrong? We just happened to pass by and saw Mr. Riha, so we came to say hello. Riha's mind was full of suspicion. How can I believe that? He brought up the old story again. You don't have to worry about the bear cub. I released it in the southern forest. Hearing that, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Of course, that's the only way you could have entered the city. Thank you for your cooperation. Then he looked at the side with sharp eyes. This person is a member of the Starlight faction, right? Key scratched his head, embarrassed. Yes, I am Master Key, he praised without hesitation. We are well aware of your faction's hard work on the western border. Thank you for bringing honor to the Drovian kingdom. He awkwardly shook hands. Haha, I just hunted diligently to gain experience. After conversing for a long time, Dunn raised his hand and saluted. Then we'll be going now. See you later. At those words, Riha was extremely surprised. Did those two come all this way just to say hello? Suddenly, Dunn gave a meaningful smile. You are right. Watching the two leave, Key constantly marveled. Wow, this is my first time talking to the Zen Knights. Riha was slightly surprised. First time, he became conceited again. Perhaps I'm so famous that they came to greet me. They must know our faction well, that's why. Tisk, he realized something. No, wait. They didn't come to greet me, they came to greet you, Hung. How do they know you? This is my first time talking to them too, Ra explained. They came because of the bear. They came to confirm. Key's voice was full of confusion. Memories of coma flashed through Riha's mind. Then he recounted everything that had happened. I met him then. It's nothing, Key roughly understood. Now I understand even people with 150 reputation like me aren't recognized by NPCs, but they greeted you first, Hung. That's a bit strange. Riha was startled and flinched. 150, he said with an extremely suspicious expression. My reputation is currently 80. Why isn't your reputation 150? You're level 198. Hearing that, Key became excited. What are you talking about, Hung? To raise reputation, you have to hunt an enormous amount, and it only goes up a little by blocking monsters. But how did you raise it to 80, Hung? Riha continued to waver, and his head ached. I just did missions, and it went up on its own, he explained in great detail. Hung, reputation missions have a level 200 restriction, and I haven't even received them yet. Did you find a faster attack route, Hung? Riha quickly denied it. No, I just roughly did missions according to my level. Kong scratched his head and said weakly, Hung's leveling speed is fast and his reputation is also accumulated. Should I really call you special, Hung, or amazing? I'm looking forward to what you'll do next, Hung. He spoke about his current situation. I borrowed money to play the game. He suddenly remembered. That's right. You also borrowed money for medical expenses. If you borrowed money, you should start with professional skills. Riha listened to his words and observed what was in front of him. Oh ho, this building. The old and dilapidated building greatly disappointed him. This is the Royal Guard Training Center, Key honestly evaluated. It's a bit old. Riha immediately retorted, not a bit, it's too old. He boasted and provided additional information. That splendid building over there is the Astrok Temple and this is our training center. Hearing that, he felt extremely jealous. As expected, job discrimination. Key added, there are many other professions like paladins and monks, so it's spacious. First, a carriage is 2 gold. And these items are what you need, Hung. You can sell the clothes you're wearing later when your level is high. It'll be a bit troublesome later when you become famous. Riha didn't even have time to react as he was given an enormous amount of items. Thank you, friend. 2 gold is 4 million dong in real money, right? Before leaving this place, Key didn't forget to instruct, if anything happens, contact me. I'm going to do missions, he replied cheerfully. Thanks, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward. All right, let's go inside now. As soon as he opened the door, what entered Riha's eyes was a dark and quiet space. Is no one here? Seeing the broken tables and shattered bottles scattered on the floor, he was speechless. This is practically a haunted house. Is it okay for the creators of this game to treat the guards like this? Can't they be a little nicer? Just then, someone suddenly appeared from the darkness pointing a gun and saying, Don't move. Brow demanded, Don't answer, just breathe. Otherwise your head will fly off, feeling the gun barrel behind him. Riha couldn't help but be surprised. He's not an ordinary sniper, with perfect camouflage. Not even his breathing could be heard. At this moment his eyes sharpened, and he instructed to only move his mouth. If you move any other part, your head will fly off. Who are you? He calmly replied. I am a guard. Brow continued to ask, Where did you come from? Riha honestly replied. I didn't come from anywhere, but I have a recommendation letter from Sergeant Guard of Candlelight Castle. Even after hearing that, Brow commanded, Exactly 3 steps forward, then turn around. Exactly 3 steps forward, otherwise your head will fly off. Only then did Riha analyze inwardly. If I take 4 steps, it will affect my accuracy. If I take 2 steps, I might be able to grab the gun. This is a thorough way to test and control a guard. he continued to demand. Put the recommendation letter on the floor. He calmly analyzed while obeying the command. The medicine bottle is empty, so even if you're holding a flintlock, it'll be useless, right? Brow still maintained his gun-wielding stance. I pulled the trigger, he said. Take 3 steps back. Riha was slightly confused. If I take 2 steps back, my head will fly off. He ignored that question and moved on to another topic. Looking at you, you seem like an outsider. He raised his hands. Yes, I am a rookie guard. As soon as he finished speaking, Brow immediately rattled off information about Riha. You're an honorary security officer of Candlelight Castle, right? You also have an achievement of hitting a target from 100 meters away. He wasn't particularly surprised. He quickly grasped my records. He probably knows because he's an NPC, right? After observing for a long time, he put away his gun. Follow me. Only then did Riha look around the room. Is there no one else here? Anyway, this is a training center, but why is there no one guarding the office? At those words, Brow became annoyed. Training center. Stop with that nonsense and sit down. His body reflexively sat up straight. Yes, his mind was extremely confused. This familiar atmosphere. Why am I obeying commands? Suddenly, something occurred to him. That's right, enlistment. When I enlisted, I was a soldier, right? Good, let's just think of myself as a soldier. Then it'll be more comfortable. I'm used to military environments. Brow suddenly said, Gart praised you too much. You always work hard and dedicate yourself to Candlelight Castle. You can become an excellent sniper who protects the Drovian Kingdom, so he told me he's entrusting you entirely to me. This is the first time he's written such a recommendation letter. Riha scratched his head, embarrassed. Is that so? That's a relief, suddenly. Brow crumpled the recommendation letter and threw it on the floor. Everything he said is useless, just nonsense. He only talked about effort, but a guard doesn't need effort. What's important is talent. Ah, that's right, shooting can also be shortened by effort. Hearing that, Riha didn't feel any pressure at all but rather smiled. I understand what you mean, Brow said sarcastically. You understand? Interesting. Are you conceited because you can hit targets from 100 meters away? He immediately denied it. No, as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rose from his chair. If you understand, then the conversation will be easier. Brow's gaze was coldly directed downwards. Stand up. He carefully observed Riha holding the flintlock. Pull the trigger once. Riha followed Brow, deep in thought. He must mean to pull the trigger because it's a flintlock, right? Is he trying to test my skills right away? But wasn't I supposed to be admitted to the training center as soon as I reached level 10? Why is he suddenly testing my skills? Suddenly, a system bulletin board appeared, showing a new challenge, Brow's test and failure conditions. This slightly startled Riha. Is this the academy entrance exam? What is it? It doesn't even tell me the content, and if I fail, I'm denied admission. Even the prize money is a question mark. Brown tilted his head and looked back. Why, nervous? Riha closed the system interface and answered casually. No, sir. By then, he had already stepped outside. Riha's gaze instead was fixed on the training ground. I'm really looking forward to this. He was now carefully inspecting his flintlock. Is the Vocational Training Academy a place I have to visit regularly until I reach level 200? It doesn't even tell me the failure conditions, and if I fail, I'm denied admission? Does that mean I should quit the game? But if it's a guard, considering the essence of a sniper, I can understand this. This is a test of surrender. A sniper is no ordinary sniper. Reckless challenges endanger not only the sniper but also allies. So the answer to this mission is to abandon the mission. Taking a step back and moving forward is an important mission for a sniper, and that is the test. But his answer was, I don't want to choose. Anyway, in this situation, Riha's eyes gradually turned green. I don't want to lose. Seeing this, Brown, who had been quiet until now, suddenly burst into delighted laughter. He, your expression is interesting. He was still focused on the area in front of him. Is this the training ground? He replied. You won't be able to use it if you don't pass. As soon as he finished speaking, Riha began to analyze inwardly. This is the basic structure of a shooting range. Roughly the distance from the firing point to the scarecrow is the basic range of a guard if the combat assist system is not turned off. After giving him time to observe, Brown quickly presented 3 test methods. Choose one of penetrating shot, center shot, or quick shot. Failure means immediate disqualification. Instead, if you give up now, I will teach you the basics again. Hearing this, Riha immediately hesitated slightly. I understand center shot and quick shot, but what is penetrating shot? Then he decided. I will choose center shot. Inwardly, he was still a little confused. It's better to choose what I'm confident in. Just then, Brown smiled meaningfully. Center shot, how interesting. Riha suddenly raised his hand. I have a question. He looked puzzled. What is it? He honestly stated his curiosity. How many people have taken this test so far? Brown answered very concisely. 2. Riha was even more confused. Only 2 people have taken the test? He repeated the question. The test, you say? Brown's expression immediately became solemn. Only 2 people have succeeded. At these words, he was startled. Automatic shooting at 40 meters has a 50 success rate, but only 2 people succeeded? Riha continued to ask. Then what is the total number of people who took the test? Brown's tone was full of sarcasm. You mean how many cowards gave up and how many fools failed, right? It's nothing, just over 1,000 fools failed. His expression gradually hardened. There are over 1 billion participants in the game, so there's no way only 1,000 failed. At least 5,000 of the billion must have come here as guards. A pass rate of 0.004? How difficult is this skill test really? Wasn't it just hitting a target 40 meters away? Seeing Brown enter the training ground, Riha became even more convinced of his guess. That's right, the 40-meter scarecrow is the target, right? But he paid no attention to the shooting practice objects next to him. Instead, he casually walked past them, making him uneasy. What is that person trying to do? He's already passed 45 meters. Riha was extremely flustered. Wait, he's passed 50 meters too. How far is he going? Just then, Brown stopped in front of the training ground fence. Seeing this, he immediately gauged the distance between the two. 55 meters isn't an impossible distance to shoot from. What is that person trying to hit? There's no target there. Riha's face suddenly tensed as if he had realized something. No way, his gaze was fixed on the feather that had just been stuck in the wall. Seeing Brown's casual demeanor, Riha's inner speculation was proven true. He wants me to hit that? That's why only 2 people passed. The Golden Eagle last time was 100 meters away, but it was much bigger than that. That's as small as a dot. It's surprising that only 2 people passed. Brown returned to his observation position and sat down. Riha tilted his head and looked back. There's no other way. He gradually calmed his mind to concentrate better. I can't go back now, I have to shoot. Then a resolute expression appeared in Riha's eyes. There's only one way. He began to activate his assimilation rate. The system immediately sent a notification. Assimilation rate activated. Simultaneously, a blue light gradually emanated from his arm. Increase assimilation rate to maximum, it quickly warned. Assimilation rate can be changed up to a maximum of 50. At that moment, a surging power was gradually permeating Riha's body. I've trained enough. All I need now is an accurate sense. The system bulletin board reappeared. Currently activating maximum assimilation rate. He was feeling his current state. This is as sensitive as reality. The notification continued. Excessive adjustment of assimilation rate may interfere with gameplay. Responsibility for any issues arising from changes to assimilation rate rests solely with the user, both inside and outside the game. Do you agree to this? Riha answered without hesitation. I agree. Then his whole body was enveloped in a strange sensation, and Riha couldn't hide his surprise. The system immediately sent a notification. Your assimilation rate is 50. He calmly felt the changes in himself. Even though the assimilation rate is only 50, my accurate senses have become much clearer. I want to try increasing this rate to 100 when I reach level 100. After that, Riha reached out and reloaded. Brown, who had observed the entire situation, was slightly surprised. Oh ho, are you pressing your key? He didn't try to hide it either. Ah yes, he calmly assessed. Fortunately, you didn't choose the quick shot test. If you had chosen that, you would have failed by now. Riha was slightly flustered. Is that so? Inwardly, he was guessing the hidden meaning of those words. Is he saying I'm slow? Finally, he completed all preparations and took aim. The target is a feather about 10 centimeters at a distance of 55 meters. Riha continued to search. The target is too small, I can't see it. It's okay, I can do it. I'll imagine this as a tiny target at 250 meters. He focused on regulating his breath and state, and everything would be fine. Both target and breath are stable, and courage is also needed. Meanwhile, Brown was also anticipating. Go ahead, kid. A moment later, Riha found it. I see it. Finally, the small feather appeared in his scope. I see the target. It's clearly visible, and once I see the target, it will get bigger and bigger, then Riha calmly said. Skill activation. In an instant, countless rose petals spread out in a long line towards the feather. Nevertheless, he did not forget to remind himself. I must remain calm. Riha's finger was on the trigger of the gun. When the time came, the bullet was fired along with the beautiful rose petals. After concentrating for a moment, his expression now turned blank. Did I hit it? As soon as he saw the bullet precisely penetrate the purple feather, Riha couldn't hide the joy on his face. I hit it. Brown also gave an unreserved and honest compliment. You hit it, not bad. He immediately turned his head and looked. He saw it even though he didn't shoot. To me it only looked like a dot. Then Riha looked puzzled. Won't you go and check for yourself? He quickly left his seat. Is that a joke? If I say I hit it, then I hit it. Contrary to his casual tone, he was inwardly smiling delightfully. It's been a long time since such an interesting person came. Meanwhile, Riha was still standing there blankly. I didn't see anything. Brown suddenly said, follow me. At that moment, the system kept sending messages that he had completed the mission, and simultaneously transmitted the rewards. It also stated that if he achieved this accomplishment 3 times, his name would be entered into the Hall of Fame, and the honor effect would greatly increase. The more he read the content, the more surprised Riha became. Sensitivity increased by 15, reputation increased by 20, it can increase by up to 200, plus I can even be listed in the Hall of Fame. Was this why the reward had a question mark? If everyone saw the reward, they would all rush for it. Seeing him still standing there, Brown said, what are you standing there blankly for? Come in quickly. Riha ran over with an excited expression. Yes, I'm coming right away. As he entered, he leisurely poured water into a cup and asked, aren't you happy? He also didn't try to hide his feelings. Yes, I'm very happy. As soon as he finished speaking, Brown quietly pushed the tea to the other side. Your talent is truly admirable. Riha immediately reached out to take it. No, it was just luck, he honestly replied. Luck doesn't follow those without ability. You can only achieve luck when your composure is at its peak. Then Brown quietly drank his tea. Riha seemed to be pondering. The report card said he was one of the 3 most famous guards in Drovian Kingdom, and even the founder of the academy. So his skill must be incredible. As he was deep in thought, Brown continued, maintaining composure allows for more flexible thinking. Flexible thinking was what Riha listened to and felt relieved by. He professionally taught him how to lead with sensitivity. Kid, your name sounds familiar. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Ah yes, it's nothing. At that moment, Brown's tone conveyed a slight regret. If you had come a year earlier, we could have trained you to be the next of the 3 snipers. It's a bit regrettable. Riha caught the key phrase. The 3 snipers, he says. He leaned back comfortably in his chair. It's a long story. He didn't ask any further. Yes, I understand. Brown suddenly rummaged through his pocket. Since you're here, I don't need to teach you how many bullets to use or how to adjust them right. Then he threw a bulging pouch onto the table. Open it. Riha immediately went closer to look. What is this? The contents startled him. So many sets of ammunition and silver. The system also sent a notification. Acquired 200 bags of black gunpowder. Acquired 200 iron bullets. Brown's tone was still casual. I told you, basic training is meaningless. Riha's current mood was very happy. He gave me all the rewards for the basic training mission at once. Oh, look at that big bag, then he said. Thank you, platoon leader. He lowered the brim of his hat. No need to thank me. You have a lot of work to do. I should be preparing such things. Shall we start spider hunting now? As soon as he finished speaking, the system bulletin board immediately appeared displaying the mission, eliminate 30 red spiders in the lightless forest, including rewards. After reading the content, Riha couldn't hide his delight. I get the mission right away. I thought there'd be an entrance ceremony or something at the academy. I'm starting the mission right away. It's good to complete the mission quickly. But those are level 15 monsters. I'm level 25 right now. If the rewards are small, it's inefficient and a waste of time. Then he scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Platoon leader, don't bats also appear there? Brown asked, looking a bit confused. So, the negotiation skill was activated, increasing the chance to persuade the opponent by 23. Riha suggested, then how about we catch both spiders and bats together? Hearing that, he became angry. Am I already getting arrogant just because I praised you a little? He quickly denied it. I am not arrogant. I am not young enough to mistake arrogance for confidence, but if the general requests it, I will finish the mission in one day. Brown was now calmly facing Riha. Finally, he seemed to agree. All right, in that case. Riha was inwardly extremely surprised. I can use skills, I can't miss this, then he said, but with this opportunity. Riha made another request. I have one favor to ask. Brown tilted his head and asked, what is it? He honestly made his demand. If I succeed, please teach me shooting techniques. Hearing this, Brown's eyes immediately sharpened. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and Riha was a little worried. He tried to maintain his composure. Did he say to wait? Do I lose if I speak first? Brown suddenly reached out and grabbed the bottle handle, then pointed at Riha. Then how about this? Just then the system bulletin board suddenly appeared and the mission content changed. Mission conditions changed. Collect 30 red spider legs and 30 vampire bat fangs from the lightless forest with rewards. Time and failure conditions specified. As numerous demands continued to pour in, Riha crumbled. Couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, not even a day. Then Riha scratched his head with a puzzled expression. That platoon leader? Brown immediately tilted his head and looked back. Why can't you do it? He gave a typical smile. I'll depart immediately. Now Riha's eyes held intense determination. Greater danger means greater profit. This sight amused him. This kid interesting. Meanwhile, Riha had already run for a long time, arriving at a place that would take 2 or 3 hours to reach. 6 hours round trip. I only have 6 hours left to hunt. Moreover, it's not 30 monsters but 30 legs. Even if the drop rate for fangs is high, I need to catch more than 30 monsters. I'm looking forward to becoming the 3rd leader of the next generation, so my motivation is high. First, I need to go to the West Gate. There's no time to form a cooperation team. As Riha passed by, a team was recruiting spider and bat hunting companions. Spider and bat hunt 7 tiger team. Come here. If you're a tank, come here. 2 attackers, come to Mount GMT, around level 130. Those words reached his ears. Mount GMT, you say? Riha immediately stopped and observed the people nearby. Is anyone going to Orc Village? We're going to Sentinel Mountains. We plan to go to Mount GMT after assessing the situation. A thought crossed his mind. Mount GMT sounds familiar. Riha suddenly remembered. The Lin sisters were at Mount GMT. Where is Mount GMT? I think I have to pass through Sentinel Mountains. Wow. Sentinel Mountains are at the western end? I have to go a little further from here. It would be difficult for Lin Huayan to come all the way here. Since her level is similar to mine, it seems Lin Wajing is pulling her along. I'm a little jealous. Riha sped up. Good, I'll follow that woman. Then he vowed inwardly. Just you wait, I'll definitely catch up by night. Riha had already arrived at his destination, taking only 45 minutes. Riha, you really run exceptionally well. Even a round trip only takes 45 minutes, so I can hunt for 10 hours. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. What is this? He looked up at where the sound came from. On the other side, countless people were gathered. I can't aim, I can't catch it. Mages have to get close to shoot attackers. Do your best, you can't use magic if it touches your body. The bats only targeted the attacker's cloak and Riha was busy assessing the battle situation. There are a lot of people. Mayang sighed, exhausted. They're too agile, it's hard to attack them even by hiding and sniping, Mabio said in an irritated voice. I died hunting bears and came here, but it's hard to hunt here too, Dion Lion calmly said. It's hard at night, but the spiders will be slower during the day. Let's chat and wait until morning. Riha shrugged helplessly. There's no other way, is there? Are these monsters cooperating too? Are bats and spiders cooperating? People were still discussing. Alright then, let's go in during the day. As soon as the sun rose, the bats fell asleep. Oing suddenly spotted Riha, whom he immediately approached and asked, "Are you a hunter?" Kunbun immediately interjected and reminded him, "It's dangerous to hunt at night. Let's wait until morning and go in together." Riha refused without hesitation. That would be too late. Seeing him go deeper, he could only stand and watch. Is he going in alone? The surrounding crowd murmured. I bet 1,000 dong. He'll run away before sunrise. All right. I bet 1,000 dong. He'll come out in 2 hours. I bet 1,000 dong. He'll come out in 1 hour. I bet 2,000 dong. That person will die. We'll go in at sunrise and check the body. If he dies there, he'll be processed and disappear. All their whispers reached Riha. People who bet on other people's lives, everyone's really evil, but it was okay. He held his gun ready to hunt. I can't turn back anymore. Although he went deep into the forest alone, Riha was confident in his abilities. He stopped to carefully plan his next moves. Reload complete. It takes 63 seconds to reload with my eyes closed, but I have less than 60 seconds left to shoot. Suddenly, he struggled to find something. This was because it took 63 seconds to reload with his eyes closed. Immediately, a new tactic popped into Riha's mind. If there's light, I can reduce reload time by at least 15 seconds. So Riha quickly lit a torch brightly. A red spider suddenly appeared from the darkness. As the flames accidentally burned its web, the spider fell to the ground with a thud. The muzzle of the gun coldly aimed at the target, and the bullet precisely pierced the spider's body. The spider whimpered a few times, then fell motionless. Riha stood there, carefully observing the monster's condition. A moment later, as soon as he saw it struggling violently, a frantic shout echoed in his mind. Reload, reload. Finally, the spider turned over. It scrambled away quickly on its 6 legs. But as if fate had decreed it, it was pierced by Riha's next bullet before it could get far. After dealing with the spider, he quietly timed 52 seconds. It was certainly faster. This method would definitely be effective in increasing agility. My assimilation rate is so high that it feels eerily vivid, making me almost feel sorry for them. But an agility of 125 is the standard for level 50. I heard it's like this when you reach level 50. They say your senses get even better when you reach level 100, but it feels too vivid now. While retrieving items, Riha was still deep in thought. It's not strange for a spider to die in one hit if I deal damage. But is it because the assimilation rate is too high? Why is it so vivid? Then a bolt from the blue suddenly struck. No items. I can't believe I'm stuck here. I have to collect all the items no matter the cost. Otherwise it'll only be about 50. Both of the two I just caught had no items. Realizing there was no harvest, he calculated again inwardly. 10.5 hours left. Should I give them a surprise? At the same time, whispers from other players could be heard at the edge of the forest. Has it been 2 hours already? I lost 1,000 dong. Didn't you know if he dies he can't come out? At this, Kong Tong slowly stroked his chin and said, we can just go in slowly and check. But Kun Bun was slightly afraid. What if spiders and bats appear? But he didn't care and tried to go inside. I'm not a hunter, just going to watch. What's the harm? Just dim the light and take it with you. After speaking, Kong Tong left first. Don't I have to check the body to earn at least 1,000 dong? That person stirred a little curiosity in Kun Bun. Need to earn money too, so let's go together, Oin said. I don't know if he ran away or where he's hiding. I'll go too. At this moment, a sinister smile flashed across Kong Tong's face. That guy who went into the forest alone, he seems to have spent some money in the game. If he dies, his clothes will be left behind, so I won't lose anything. I want to wear the most expensive-looking clothes, but his hat and shoes look good too. It's good that these two fools are following me. That way I can avoid attacks, damn it. Walking along the path, Oin looked around. I don't see anything. Kun Bun felt something strange. That's strange. Then Kong Tong slowly made his suggestion. We need to use fire magic to check the surroundings. Without hesitation, he cast the skill. Numerous flame missiles poured forward, illuminating every corner they passed. It's over, Kong Tong exclaimed in surprise. Why is there nothing? Oin agreed. That's right, Kun Bun couldn't hide his surprise. Shouldn't there be at least a few spiders or bats? To be sure, he checked again. No one saw any monsters, right? Hearing that, Jin replied, I didn't see any. At that moment, Kun Bun was still looking around. Why can't I see anything in this situation? Kong Tong frowned deeply and thought to himself. It's a bit strange not to see any monsters. But where did that guy from earlier go? Where did he hide that I can't even see his items? Those items would sell for more than 1 gold coin. I have to find him. He didn't give up and suggested going a little further. Suddenly, Kun Bun discovered something strange. Oh, he pointed forward. Everyone look over there. Immediately, Oin turned his gaze. What is it? Before their eyes was a pit full of slime, he speculated inwardly. A swamp? Kong Tong was extremely surprised. There's no light in the forest and there's a swamp too. Was there a swamp originally? At that sight, Kun Bun just widened his eyes. I don't know. What is this? Then Oin bent down to observe more closely. Is there something sticky down there? After a careful look, his face turned to horror. Wait, this isn't a swamp, it's spider and bat corpses, so all these sticky lumps are monster corpses? Kong Tong couldn't hold back and threw up, and Kun Bun patted him on the back. Hey, is this really the time to throw up? Suddenly, Oin felt uneasy. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's get out of the forest quickly. Just then, an ear-splitting sound echoed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He activated his alert mode. It's a monster sound. At the chilling sound he urged Kong Tong, snap out of it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jin turned around and all his expressions changed. Countless red eyes glared at them in the air, and a red spider suddenly leaped down, scattering everyone in panic. Monster ambush. A flash of lightning ran down his spine and cold sweat broke out, further confusing Kong Tong. Why are they all coming at once? I can't believe it. The monsters are all charging at once. If there are so many, I'm going to die. While the place was filled with suffocating tension elsewhere, a person was slowly swirling a cup of tea, drinking it. Currently Brown was savoring his tea, muttering to himself inaudibly. Time's up. Did he give up? Suddenly, he flinched at a small sound and immediately became alert. As soon as he detected a stranger, Brown quietly picked up his gun and aimed it at the other person's back. Don't move, he said quietly. A cold threat was contained in his low voice. Don't even answer. Just breathe, otherwise your head will fly off. Even in that situation, Riha was not afraid at all. Oh. He slowly turned around and calmly said, are you going to catch me again and ask me to show my recommendation letter? Brown's eyes widened when he saw the person in front of him. How? To this, Riha threw the heavy pouch onto the floor without hesitation. This is what you asked me to bring. Red spider legs and vampire bat fangs. A smile as bright as the sun shone. I don't think there's a single one missing. Soon after, he took out all the items in the pouch and inspected them. He brought it on time, so I should praise him, right? He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Is this kind of attitude considered praise? After checking all the items, Brown suddenly recalled his first impression of Riha. He must have caught over 500 of these. Even if he kept pressing the tab key to shorten reload time, 500 shots at 1 minute per reload is 8 hours. Even if he shot all night, he wouldn't have had enough time. How did he succeed? Does the mission end if he shoots over 500 shots? That rookie. After a moment of silence, he formally said, you've worked hard. At that moment, a mission complete notification with rewards appeared on the system bulletin board. Riha was stunned as he read it. Oh, what were the mission conditions? With an indifferent expression, Brown handed him the money. I don't know how many shots you fired, but the training was effective. He accurately grabbed the money. Thank you. At this moment, another notification popped up in the system. Acquired 1 silver coin, acquired the skill Proficient Hands. Riha was very happy with the content and carefully read the description of the skill he had just acquired. Oh, a skill. This must be an essential skill for a royal guard. Reload time is 3 seconds, and I can use it continuously for 5 minutes. After checking all the information, he directly questioned Brown without hesitation. What should I do next? But he didn't answer immediately and cleared his throat. That earlier thing. How did you catch them? No sooner had he finished speaking than Riha was bewildered, understanding nothing. Yes? He immediately changed his attitude and asked solemnly, it's impossible for a rookie to bring such spoils. You didn't buy them, did you? Hearing that, Riha scoffed. Oh, that? He directly showed Brown his dangerous abilities. I used a combination of skills. Thus, Riha explained the mission process from catching red spiders to eliminating vampire bats. At that moment he sat blankly, leaning against a tree stump. The efficiency is so low it's driving me crazy. When can I catch one? As there was no progress, Riha's mood became extremely bad. I don't have a single skill I can use. I don't want to do this. Catching them one by one is impossible. I only have 3 skills, Calm Mind, Bayonet Charge and Guard Master. It's impossible to attack multiple targets with 1 shot. No. Should I line them up and use a penetrating shot? No. Before that, how many targets can a flintlock penetrate? It might not even penetrate one. He blamed himself and lamented. Inwardly, he felt like bursting into tears. The bigger problem is that I caught 4 but only got 1 item. If I only use area of effect attack skills, there's a way. A place where multiple paths lead to one spot. There's no good terrain here to use that skill. Riha's mind recalled watching fighting. She must have at least 1 or 2 area of effect attack skills among her magic skills, right? At times like this I envy other professions. The guard profession doesn't have area of effect attack skills at my level. But a memory from the last battle suddenly came to mind. The smoke I created during the Golden Eagle mission wasn't a skill, but the wolves definitely ran away because of it. Thinking this far, he suddenly paused. Silu, as a new idea struck him, a cunning smile crossed Riha's lips. Should I use that method? All right, ready. I've confirmed there are no other players around. At this moment he was fiddling with something around a tree stump. Shall I try it? A long while later, Riha was startled by a strange sound, patted his chest, looked around and hastily threw a large pouch into the pit he had just dug. Before he could even rest, he was met with an unexpected attack. A red spider appeared looking very ferocious. Without even needing to search, Riha quickly ran up and dealt with it. First one. As the enemy approached, the red spider raised its sharp legs intending to pounce on him. Riha, highly focused, judged the direction of attack. Soon after, the red spider leaped to finish him off. But Riha easily dodged, and before the monster could react in surprise, he quickly got up. He immediately counterattacked, giving the red spider no chance to escape. Bayonet charge. Without hesitation, Riha precisely stabbed the spider's belly with his flintlock. As the bayonet plunged deep, the red spider was helpless. A subtle smugness permeated his heart. Scream, scream louder. As the spider's screams echoed, numerous other monsters were drawn in. Even the red spider's kin swarmed in groups at the same time. The vampire bat swarm hidden high above also woke up without further delay. Riha quickly ended its life as planned. Now I've deliberately sprinkled spider blood to make them chase me. Jump. Good, I've lured the hordes to follow. As they chased him like mad, his heart grew extremely uneasy. But there are too many. If they catch me, I'll die. Suddenly, a red spider charged and attacked, making Riha wary. Oh, it can attack me from this distance, I'll get caught at this rate. He couldn't give up like that, but only the thought of escape filled his mind. How can I catch them? He immediately focused all his strength on his legs and ran at full speed. Very quickly, Riha lured them to the deployment area and rejoiced inwardly. Almost there, now all I have to do is finish the game. He gripped his flintlock tightly, extremely tense. With clean movements, Riha drew a large circle around the trap with his gun. Then he raised the muzzle high and used the calm mind skill. Riha focused intensely, aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, accurately hitting a small rock above. Immediately, the rock shattered and sparks flew like fireworks, falling onto the preset bullets. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion shook the entire space, and at the same time numerous bullets flew towards the swarming monsters. They had no chance to turn back and were buried in a sea of fire. Riha watched the explosion, cleverly maintaining his distance to avoid being caught in the intense heat. Satisfied with the result, Riha unconsciously smiled contentedly. Indeed, looking at the shattered monster corpses piled up, a sense of smugness welled up in his heart. I thought it would explode like a claymore. A claymore is a weapon that uses explosive energy to launch 700 steel balls about 3 millimeters in size. The kinetic energy of the steel balls can riddle enemies with holes. The ragged breathing finally subsided. Riha wiped his sweat and let out a small sigh. I filled it with gunpowder like last time, and it was a much more powerful storm than expected. It flew 8 meters, and I almost got caught too. He gripped his flintlock tightly, feeling tense. Anyway, joy was evident on Riha's face. Completed. Brown, who had heard him describe the entire situation, thought for a moment and then asked, "A bomb?" Without hesitation, Riha honestly replied, "Yes." Then he explained the bomb or claymore in detail, though crudely made on sight. It's capable of sending 100 bullets into one spot. Hearing this, Brown praised him. Well said. After that, he slowly repeated the name he had just heard as if deep in thought. Claymore, how this is truly. Brown found the tactic interesting and commended him. Truly fascinating. Hearing that, Riha scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Thank you, platoon leader." Then Brown's attitude suddenly became much more solemn. But can this be called a Royal Guard tactic? The training I presented is to enhance a Royal Guard's abilities. That's right, but the number of items you caught with a gun. He leaned back in his chair after saying this. Nevertheless, you must not be complacent. Riha smiled with his eyes and politely replied, "Yes, of course." After a brief silence, Brown slowly rose. "But what role do you think a Royal Guard plays?" Riha was slightly bewildered and asked back. "What kind of situation are you referring to?" At this, he presented a more specific scenario. After a pause, Brown continued, "The Great Monster Invasion War 20 years ago, the Second Centaur War." The memory immediately flashed in Riha's mind. That image, was it the image of Middle-earth? That was the war between the monster legions and the human allied forces 20 years ago. According to rumors, both humans and monsters had excellent commanders. Whether it was the Centaur War or a monster attack, the commander's ability to understand the battlefield was ultimately the most crucial. Based on that data, he quietly deduced, in that case, there is only one thing a Royal Guard must do. Riha answered without hesitation, "Sniping." Brown was surprised to hear that. "Sniping, you say?" Then Riha explained according to his knowledge. The human army has an emergency command system. Even if a commander is lost during a war, the deputy commander succeeds and continues to lead the battle. Hearing this, he raised a question. "Monsters?" He immediately clarified. "Monsters do not have such a countermeasure. If the commander is eliminated, the soldiers fall into confusion. At such times, a large-scale attack is most effective." At those words, Brown fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said quietly, as if to himself, "Is that why this academy could be established?" Hearing that, he was startled. What did you just say?" But Brown merely returned to his seat nonchalantly, changing the subject. "Never mind, I was just rambling." Seeing this, he couldn't ask any further. "Ah, yes." He seemed no longer interested in continuing the topic. All right, no need to explain further." Just then, a system bulletin board appeared, startling Riha slightly. A mission. The next mission he had to undertake was to eliminate Hiraka, the chief of the Khan-Huska tribe, and rewards were presented along with it. Suddenly, Brown gave a cunning smile. "Ah, that's right." Immediately, new content appeared in the system information window, and the mission details were changed. This made Riha unable to ignore it. The content and conditions have changed?" He realized that it was similar to the original, but with new rewards added and a definitely increased risk. Riha couldn't help but gasp and inwardly shouted intensely, "Failure conditions? What's the difficulty level?" No, before that I haven't even used my contract skill, so why is he changing the mission arbitrarily? Am I going to catch Koban already? This mission is harder than my level. Is this the time to calmly drink tea? If I form a group or reach level 30 or die even once, it's a failure? Thinking this far, Riha broke out in a cold sweat. That worm monster should be attacked with companions around level 30, but that person is telling me to catch it alone? And it's not an ordinary Koban but a chieftain. What else is Brown expecting? Why isn't he explaining anything? Don't blush and make that expectant face. This is a truly disgustingly difficult mission. Brown, seeing that he was still flustered, deliberately reminded him. "No need to worry, kid. That's the sniping you were talking about earlier. You just need to hit the chief in the head. Hearing that, Riha's heart became even more conflicted. This isn't an easy mission, it's a dangerous one, but it smells amazing. After a long deliberation, he finally made a decision. I will accept this mission. Immediately, Brown was delighted and cheered slightly. Oh ho, as if afraid Riha would change his mind, he quickly pulled down his hat. Good, then let's go. He picked up his flintlock with an excited expression. Yes, before leaving, Brown left a remark. I have high expectations for you. After a moment, Riha walked along the path, muttering to himself. Thankfully, this mission has no time limit. I should catch it when I'm level 29 and 99. Who is Brown anyway? He talks so much. As the academy just established, it just occurred to me. The achievement mentioned 3 leaders of the next generation. With that thought, he immediately wanted to find more information. Should I ask Gijung? Riha sent a message, but no reply came even after a long wait, so he gradually lost his patience. No reply. Is he hunting? Riha muttered to himself. Let's see. As soon as he checked his friends list, he immediately noticed something strange. Look there. A question arose in Riha's mind. All 4 of them are in Tu Canyon. They're probably with their faction members. He stroked his chin, seemingly thinking about what was to come. If I join this faction, it'll be more convenient for group cooperation. Riha felt an ominous premonition, seeing the other 2 friends were also in Tu. No way. Simultaneously, in a certain canyon, players were communicating with each other. I'm in pursuit. The Lin sisters are escaping. I'm heading to Tu Canyon, so please send reinforcements immediately, another voice commanded decisively. Surround them. Dragon K will arrive soon. Hien quickly instructed. Sasuke, send the special forces to the escape route. He disappeared as soon as he received the order. Understood, he added. Deploy 5 healers at long range. Hien assigned tasks to others. Attackers move with the defenders. Increase movement speed. They immediately replied yes. At this, he carefully observed the system, but did not forget to assign tasks to others. T and Hung, keep pursuing them. Hearing that, he hurried away. Understood. Absolute confidence blossomed in Hien's heart. With over 60 high-level players here, even Lin Wajing won't be able to break through this fortress. This time I will definitely kill them. The only thing to watch out for is teleportation magic, but as soon as he thought about that problem, he began to cast magic. Everyone, watch closely. Concentrate the greatest energy and make everything explode immediately. An invisible wave expanded, covering the entire area. From afar, Gijung clearly felt that energy. Good, Hien Hung has blocked teleportation, so now they can't escape, but at that very moment another player was also chanting spells. Crystal light scattered everywhere, and everything turned to nothingness. He was hastily carrying out his mission when he suddenly found something sparkling ahead. Numerous small ice shards flew through the air like countless leaves. They rushed towards the Doi soldiers immediately. Painful screams echoed, and even he struggled greatly. But his companions one by one fell beside him. Just then a thin mist slowly cleared, revealing the faint figure of the person who had just attacked. As soon as Gijung clearly saw the opponent's face, he gritted his teeth and said, Long time no see, Seozal Warm Wajing. Seeing Wajing prepare to attack, Gijung nervously commanded, distance 70 meters, tanks maintain distance. From the opposite side, he coldly cast Ice Spear. Sharp ice shards flew forward incessantly. In a dangerous situation, he immediately shouted at the defense team, but several tanks had already fallen, and a faint voice of encouragement was heard beside him. Hold on. After a moment, the ice attack showed no sign of stopping. Gijung's heart was filled with anger at the unexpected counterattack from the enemy he was pursuing. How many ice spears can she cast at once? Before he could even calm down, a flame erupted and flew straight towards them. The flame acted as a catalyst, causing the ice shards to explode violently, and casualties surged. Witnessing that tragic scene, a faint thought crossed Gijung's mind. Did she use fire to explode the ice mass we were blocking? You can only use fire magic skills. Just then, Hua suddenly appeared and grabbed her sister's hand. Wajing, hurry. The person who had just attacked was indeed consistent with his expectations. Flame Lin Hua. A warning light flashed in Gijung's mind. Such a low-level attack can be this powerful. A member in Lu had already disconnected due to character death, and he decided he could not retreat. So he decisively commanded the others, reform the front line, minimize casualties, quickly defend and attack while pursuing Hua and Wajing. A sense of complacency welled up in Gijung's heart. Good, well done. There are casualties, but I've cornered them. It's according to Hien Hung's plan, but I must not let my guard down. After all, that little blue-haired girl is world rank 9. Gijung constantly thought about the opponent's skill. How did she get to D rank? Suddenly, he noticed an ice pillar gradually forming before his eyes. In just a few seconds, it expanded so rapidly that it was clearly visible to the naked eye, successfully blocking Gijung's army's pursuit. He was slightly surprised. Blocking the path with ice, anger surged, and he gritted his teeth. Do they think they can stop me with this level? Without hesitation, Gijung hastily commanded, quickly bring the shield, quickly. Before they escape, although they were enemies, he secretly admired her. It's unbelievable that she can create such a thick ice wall even while escaping. This is indeed befitting of a world rank 9. Gijung was not one to give up easily, so he exerted all his strength to break through the obstacle. But I'm not an easy opponent either. I already expected this much. As soon as the ice mass shattered, his heart was immediately filled with indescribable shock. Warm Wajing, why isn't she escaping? Just then a cold voice echoed. Gust, But Gijung didn't understand what it was and merely speculated, is she still creating ice? Suddenly his face was cut by a sharp object. The tanks behind him were also attacked simultaneously and fell. Gijung continued to be injured, but he couldn't figure out the cause. Why is my HP still decreasing? As soon as he looked closely at the small objects he was horrified. These are fragments of the ice wall I just broke. She kept connecting with them. Unbelievable, but that makes me even happier. While the atmosphere here was suffocatingly tense elsewhere, Riha's mind was complicated as he scrolled through the system interface. This person, he was slightly nervous as no reply came even after a long wait. What's he doing that he's not replying? Riha clutched his head, but nothing came to mind. Unnecessary worry. Just because we're in the same region doesn't mean we can meet. Middle-earth is really vast even in the same region. No way, considering the kid's reaction he probably won't be fighting. He was worried because he couldn't reach the kid, but he hoped everything would turn out well. Simultaneously in Tu Canyon, Huayan and Wajing were cornered. At this moment an arrogant voice echoed, "It's going as planned. Now we can talk properly." Huayan emerged from another corner. "Let's talk for a moment. Why do you keep running away?" Hearing that, Huayan angrily replied, "There's nothing to talk about. Nothing to talk about with you." But he didn't seem to care, maintaining a relaxed posture. "Why is there nothing to talk about? I sent you many letters about donating to Carnell Castle." Those words made her even angrier. "I said I would donate to Carnell Castle of my own free will. What else is bothering you?" Huayan pressed on. "Why, that's the first castle we ever visited. You know we're working at Carnell Castle." Huayan's face showed no change. "Why should we abandon famous cities and be tied to that small castle? Moreover, it's something that can only be done with your permission." At this moment his voice clearly contained a threat. "You'd better watch your words. Do you know how many people are gathered here because of you two? So many people donated to Carnell Castle. No matter how much you donate, you'll still be second place. That's as good as last place. What's the benefit for you? You can't get the winner's rights. But if you keep spending real money like that, we'll have nowhere to go." Hearing that, a slightly bewildered expression crossed Huayan's face. "Then shouldn't you spend more money?" Those words hit Huayan hard. "That's not so easy." Then he justified himself with what he believed to be correct logic. "We need to understand each other and negotiate. Besides, you're using real-world money. Shouldn't you use money earned in Middle-earth? Wouldn't that be fairer? Or are you just trying to show off your wealth because you're the daughter of a big company even in a game?" All his words made Huayan falter. "Show off in a game? What is he talking about? This is business. Have you ever seen a company waste money?" Finally, Huayan went straight to the point. "I won't prolong this any further. I'll return your money, so relinquish your rights to Carnell Castle." But she countered with a defiant voice, "What if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me?" At this he lost his patience, and his face gradually became terrifying. "Kill you? Middle-earth is like reality. There will always be things worse than death, won't there?" Lin Huayan. Those threatening words added fuel to the fire, making her grind her teeth in anger. "Huayan is disgusting, this rotten bastard." After a long while, Huayan, seemingly no longer interested in arguing, said decisively, "Wajing." Her sister, understanding her intention, immediately extended her hand forward to examine her sister. However, Huayan misunderstood that the opponent was preparing to attack and hid behind the tank. Several minutes passed, but he felt awkward as there was no sign of an attack. "I thought she was going to attack again, damn it." Wajing's movement just now was not an attack but to examine the opponent. 10 people are blocking the escape route. Immediately after, she said in a low voice, "I've dealt with everyone." Those words were unbelievable to Huayan. The thought of refuting flashed through his mind like lightning. "Dealt with? What is she talking about? They were just here a moment ago." Wajing slowly added, "There are a total of 44 people in front of us." Hearing that, Huayan was slightly surprised. 44 people, not as many as I thought. These Koreans, the feeling of being ignored pierced Huayan's pride like a knife. "What are you talking about?" Following that, small flames erupted from Huayan's small palm. "Don't underestimate us." Following her signal, flames erupted fiercely. F-arrow. Then, to everyone's surprise, the flames shot straight into the sky. Huayan looked up at the sky, immediately growing suspicious. What is she doing? Why is she shooting that skill into the sky? Is it a distress signal? Anyway, I've blocked the teleportation path so no one will be able to see it. Besides, Sasuke blocked the retreat path. She won't be able to handle it. How could she possibly catch a level 212 shadow ninja? Then, in a confident voice, he stated firmly as if to steady the hearts of the people, "No need to show off like that. Don't be fooled, everyone." After speaking, Huayan sent a signal to the tank team to prepare for the operation. "All you have to do is docilely accept my proposal." How bothersome. "Now I have no choice but to make you taste humiliation more bitter than death." He immediately gave the command for an all-out attack. Before they could even attack, a resolute voice echoed, "Please stop." Huayan immediately sensed that something was wrong. An invisible pressure was exerted, forcing him to his knees on the ground. He and many of his comrades also experienced similar situations simultaneously. This is an abnormal situation. The tanks also gasped for breath, shouting desperately, where are all the healers? Quickly, at this moment Huayan's mind was in extreme turmoil. An abnormal situation, you say? He struggled to lift his head and look forward, thinking incessantly. Lin Huayan can do this? What on earth is this? Suddenly, a tank discovered something and shouted quickly, look over there on the cliff. Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing, and a powerful army had already appeared on the cliff. One person recognized their characteristic symbol. It's the Golden Dragon banner. They are the Yao Wanglong. Haiyan's heart trembled greatly at the majestic appearance of the vanguard. The Yao Wanglong? Until recently, the Yao Wanglong and Lin Huazheng's Yao were still in conflict, weren't they? Why has that guy come here? Could those Chinese guys be trying to join forces? At this moment, Baiwu jumped down from a high place and Haiyan was still lost in thought. The Yao Wanglong boasts both quality and quantity in its ranks. It is one of the most powerful factions in Asia. Currently over 10,000 people are here. It's not 200 but 300. Their cohesion is also very strong, making them truly dangerous. As soon as he landed on the ground, Baiwu greeted them. Ni hao, pleased to meet you, Korean friends. He briefly introduced himself as Baiwu, a martial artist of the Yao Wanglong. I am Baiwu, ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia and 1st in China. As soon as his identity was revealed, tension immediately rose in Haiyan's heart. Baiwu of the Yao Wanglong. Then murmurs were heard. He's Baiwu, ranked 4th in the world. Why is the Yao Wanglong here? What on earth is going on? Haiyan trembled with anger, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself. It seems they've resolved their conflict. The fire arrow shot into the sky earlier was indeed a distress signal. Did Lin Huazheng perhaps spend money to borrow the Yao Wanglong's power? No, it seems both sides have something to gain. It's not a monetary transaction but an alliance. Rage surged in his heart. Damn it, but it's too regrettable to back down now. If I can't have it, I'll ruin it. Thinking this, Haiyan immediately changed his attitude, putting on a fake smile. Isn't that Baiwu of the Yao Wanglong? Why are you here? It seems we have no business with the Yao Wanglong. However, Baiwu maintained his polite demeanor. That's right, we don't. But we are displeased to see Lin Huazheng and Lin Huazheng being treated this way. Hearing this, he cursed inwardly again. Displeased? What displeasure are you talking about? But Haiyan reminded himself, I must be careful. Then he forced a smile. What is the Yao Wanglong's relationship with the Lin sisters? Suddenly, Huazheng interrupted their conversation. You don't need to know, just listen to my proposal. First, retreat from here. Second, don't mention the Carnell Castle issue anymore. After a moment, she continued in a serious voice, you just have to agree to these 2 conditions, even if you attack or wage an all-out war later. I will accept everything. But if you keep pursuing and threatening others like this, I will never forgive you. Haiyan was extremely angry but still rationally weighed the pros and cons. Damn it, is that damn woman pretending to be merciful? But since the Yao Wanglong is here, attacking would be disadvantageous. After a moment, as he remained silent, Baiwu urged, You're taking a long time to think, Haiyan. Are you trying to oppose our Yao Wanglong? If so, it seems we'll have no choice but to slaughter all of CJ with all our might. At this moment, Huazheng interrupted again, breaking the tense atmosphere. I just need him to agree to these 2 conditions. What are you doing? Baiwu replied cheerfully. That's true, Lin Huazheng. Meanwhile, a tank hesitantly offered his opinion. Anyway, we can't fight the Yao Wanglong, can we? The people of CJ also showed signs of fear. How can we defeat so many people? Hearing them discuss, rage surged in Haiyan's heart. These foreigners, as expected, that little girl is not ordinary. Baiwu lost patience and asked one last time, then what is your answer, Master Haiyan of CJ? He closed his eyes, trying to suppress his emotions. All right. Only after a long while did he painstakingly utter each word. I agree. However, at that very moment, screams echoed terribly from the cliff above. The body of a Yao Wanglong soldier was riddled with countless blade wounds and splattered with red blood everywhere. Baiwu and the Lin sisters simultaneously looked in the direction of the sound with shocked eyes. The screams also drew Haiyan's attention. He too stared in that direction, growing suspicious. A death sentence? No, normally that person would turn gray and immediately log out. Why is he red? The sight before her eyes made Huazheng exclaim in shock. At that very moment he glanced at her and inwardly speculated, could this also be that little girl's doing? But as Haiyan observed more closely, her face was also full of surprise, and she seemed to have no idea what was happening. Haiyan immediately smiled with satisfaction, a cunning scheme flashing in his eyes. Even Lin Huazheng can't understand this situation. On the other side, Baiwu urgently shouted, Huazheng, prepare. He immediately stepped forward, not forgetting to instruct Huazheng, Sister, quickly get behind me. Even then, Huazheng still didn't understand. What is it, Baiwu Oppa? His face grew serious and his voice was as heavy as lead. It has arrived. That answer confused Huazheng even more. Who on earth is it? Just then, a gigantic foot landed on the cliff. At this moment, Baiwu said in a highly vigilant voice, Yo has arrived. Truly from above. After slaughtering all the Yao Wanglong soldiers, Yo looked down with an arrogant gaze. He, it's noisy here. Yo had arrived with that sound. He carried a gigantic greatsword on his shoulder and his entire body was shrouded in a sticky, thick smell of blood like bones and gore. His 2 eyes, burning red like a beast, flashed with murderous intent, and he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Said in a long, hoarse voice, He, it's noisy here. 2 magical flames burned in his empty eye sockets, and Yo grinned horribly, baring his teeth. His sharp teeth were like blades, seemingly ready to slice through any opponent before him. After interfering with my hunt for several days, have all of you gathered here now? Other ancient runes carved into the gigantic greatsword suddenly glowed. That magical light contained immense power, seeming to shake space itself. He gripped the hilt and raised both hands high, growling like a beast. Rend crossed, the ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the immense gravity and shattered into pieces. Earth and stones erupted like a violent tsunami. Blood-red cross marks streaked across the blue sky. Countless people froze at the horrific sight. Bai Wu calmly looked up, clicking his tongue with cold, sarcastic eyes. Tisk, he turns into a wolf as soon as he arrives. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Haiyan secretly smiled with satisfaction. CJ Lightning Dragon Knights. He pointed directly at the target with his finger, growling in a grating voice, all-out attack, just kill Lin Huayan and Lin Huajing, quickly kill them. On the other side, Riha sat quietly in front of the system screen, a deeply thoughtful expression on his face. Sleeping kid keeps not replying to messages. He must be really busy. Still in TU Canyon, I just wanted to ask a bit about Brown. Would it be faster to ask an NPC? Thinking this, he immediately stood up and quickly appeared in a bustling tavern. As soon as he entered, a young waiter bowed respectfully in greeting. Welcome, customer. Riha glanced around. In a tavern like this, NPCs would know a lot of information, wouldn't they? Passing a table, he happened to overhear two people whispering with tense faces. Hey, did you hear? The internet is in an uproar. Something big is happening in TU Canyon. Lin Huajing, Bai Wu and Yo have both appeared, causing chaos. Everything's a mess. As that news reached Riha's ears, his steps halted, his pupils constricted and his breathing quickened. He pretended to pull a chair closer and sit, but his consciousness was highly focused on clearly hearing every word. I heard over 200 people died. The Yao Wanglong intervened and Koreans were also caught up in it. If it's the Wanglong and Agonia, it's easy to understand these days. The Chinese are interfering with Agonia's leveling. Since the Wanglong mobilized a large force, they must have been almost annihilated. That Korean Yao is truly unlucky to be suddenly caught up in this. Tisk tisk. Putting these clues together, Riha immediately understood. If it's a Korean Yao, it's probably CJ. Worry surged, and he hastily checked his brother's status. Gijung should be fine, right? Fortunately, he's still logged in, but still a little worried. But this is TU Canyon. His finger suddenly stopped in midair and a questioning sound escaped his throat. Sasuke logged out. He was just here a moment ago. Just then, many notifications popped up in the system at once. Highlander High-End Healer T and Lin Huayan have logged out. The screen continued to show disappearing statuses, and Riha's heart pounded violently, and anxiety washed over him like a huge wave. What on earth is happening there? I need to log out first and meet Gijung directly. Riha's body immediately vanished, leaving only a faint shadow in the air. In the real world, Riha opened his eyes and shot up from the game pod. He took off his helmet and let out a long sigh. Phew, without delay, he picked up his phone and called his brother directly. Gijung, what's going on? Are you okay? From the other end of the line, Gijung's voice was a weak whisper. Hung, I'm sorry, I have to whisper now. I'm so tired. Riha unconsciously raised his voice. The internet is in an uproar. Were you also involved in the fight? Are you okay? In the dark room, Gijung had pulled the blanket over his head, and the faint light from his phone illuminated his pale face. They're really strong world rankers. It was truly terrifying. His eyes were blank and his lips mumbled as if his soul had left him. Hung, quickly level up. If you don't want to see painful scenes, from now on I won't care about anything but leveling up. I'm tired, so I'll go now. I'm logging out. Riha remained silent, knowing that Gijung needed time to process the event himself. Instead of asking him, he turned on his computer and started searching for information on what exactly happened to Gijung. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Numerous popular posts immediately appeared before his eyes. Killed over 100 people alone. Haha, Bai Wu has already started casting skills. Lin Huajing is so cute. Her movements are like a real goddess. In the TU Canyon battle, set a target and click to watch the video. Let's see. The screen was dark, only chaotic sounds were heard before screams erupted. What is that? Isn't that a death sentence? It's Yo, Agonia's Yo. Yo jumped from the cliff, brandished his gigantic greatsword and in an instant cut a person's life in two. Blood splattered and sharp screams mixed with the sound of metal clashing. The others recoiled in fear, all trembling and unable to even breathe properly. It's the red light of death. All the red light was absorbed by Agonia. The corpse beneath his blade was shattered into bones and blood, and the bones immediately melted and were sucked into the blade. His face was shrouded in darkness, but his two eyes gleamed like a beast hunting its prey. The Wanglong members froze in place, cold sweat dripping, their bodies stiff as they barely spoke in trembling voices. Yo's pupils burned like hellfire ready to consume everything. He raised his gigantic greatsword high and charged like an arrow towards the Wanglong members, their hearts pounding violently, their faces devoid of color. Our eyes met. He's attacking in this direction. Just when they thought it was the last moment of their lives, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed their shoulders. In a critical moment, Bai Wu grabbed their collars and leapt high, and the greatsword slashed right below, causing the ground to explode and smoke to billow. Space was momentarily enveloped in silence. Bai Wu created distance and landed gently. What are you again? His voice was calm, but every word carried murderous intent. Do you want to interfere with me too? Suddenly he paused as if sensing something, then instinctively turned his gaze in another direction. Below the cliff, Huayan and Huajing took the opportunity to deal with the enemy team. Ice and fire perfectly harmonized, easily controlling the chaotic situation. Yo suddenly bared his teeth and laughed bizarrely. Hee, you dare look elsewhere in front of me? Bai Wu was immediately startled, realizing something was wrong, and anxiety surged. Indeed, Yo no longer paid attention to him, and suddenly vanished and sprinted straight down. He deliberately provoked him, saying in a cold voice, "Are they your weakness?" Huayan's intuition immediately sounded an alarm. Murderous intent directly poured over her, making her entire body tremble, and she turned around as soon as he saw Yo charging. Bai Wu shouted without a moment to stop him, "Damn it, it's dangerous." Lin Wajing calmly pushed her sister aside. "Sister, quickly get behind me." She raised her hand high and magic exploded as she chanted a spell. Frost Willow, cold magic condensed and a gigantic ice willow was instantly generated, surrounding Yo in midair. The air around her changed and the temperature dropped sharply to the point of numbing the skin. Yo frowned, feeling wary of this sudden power for the first time. His face changed and he clicked his tongue in displeasure. He immediately increased his speed, dodging the fatal attack. The Dragon Knights also hastily discussed countermeasures, shouting in confusion, "It's Lin Wajung's ice magic. What is this gigantic willow? Break it first. CJ, everyone stick together." Yo gritted his teeth, focused all his strength into his arms and fiercely brought down his gigantic greatsword. Hia! All the knights trembled, their hair stood on end and they flinched under the suffocating pressure. Haiyan's mind was tense with numerous thoughts. What is that again? Why is he suddenly attacking us? Wasn't he fighting Baiwu? Yo landed with a massive explosion. Dust and debris flew up, obscuring vision. His muscles tensed and immense power erupted. Half of the giant blade was deeply embedded in the ground. He muttered as if he couldn't understand, his eyes fixated on his opponent. "Why do all these East Asians look the same?" Yo irritably muttered as he pulled the massive blade from the ground. "They're all mixed up." He suddenly swung his arm sideways, slicing through the air with a sharp tearing sound. The serrated edge of the blade struck the ice surface hard, leaving shallow cracks and shattered ice fragments scattered under the faint light. He casually slung his sword over his shoulder and turned, in no hurry. "Can't break it in one go, really tricky. I'd have to break that to take down the East Asians behind it." Gijung held his shield in front of his body and calmly commanded his team. "Formation, where are the tanks? Everyone quickly protect Juma." Haiyan was already terrified, hiding behind his comrades and sobbing. Gijung shouted for him to come back quickly. But before he could finish, Yo's greatsword cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere, and no one could escape the tragic outcome. Gijung's heart sank and his pupils constricted. With one swing, all the tanks were cut down in an instant, as if by a whirlwind. Yo laughed loudly, eliminating his target with a single blow, as if ruthlessly taking lives in an empty space. Their bodies transformed into a bloody, bony smoke that enveloped the blade, and he inhaled deeply, feeling satisfied. "I'll absorb it all." The bloody aura made Yo even more irrational, with only the thought of blood in his mind. Just then, Baiwu kicked Yo squarely in the back. "Here," he flew, hitting a rock hard without a chance to retaliate. The scene shook with the extreme impact and witnesses were horrified. Terrified, lying in a pile of dirt and dust, he ground his teeth and let out a cold sneer, his eyes gleaming with dangerous, murderous intent. Baiwu inhaled deeply and exhaled. "HMPH," he confidently beckoned with his hand, provoking him. "Agony Igor, come here." He stood up and moved the joints of his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing sharply. "What are you again?" Without hesitation, he immediately approached, and his tiptoes plunged deeply into Yo's calf, making him groan softly. The surrounding crowd watched the aerial battle intently. "Amazing, Agony Igor and Baiwu are fighting. The world's 3rd and 4th ranked are fighting. Too fast, I can't see anything." Haiyan clenched his trembling hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stammered, "Let's go. Now is not the time to watch them fight. Everyone quickly catch the Lin sisters." Confused noises echoed throughout the area. "What's that willow? Oh, what's falling? Damn it, I can't get close to her." Tian skillfully used his sword to shatter the incoming sharp ice shards, trying to approach the target. However, he still couldn't completely avoid them. Sharp ice shards grazed his skin, drawing blood. He gritted his teeth and endured. Cough just a little more. After all his efforts, he finally managed to get close to the Huayan sisters and put all his strength into the sword in his hand, intending to finish off his target. "I'm sorry, young lady. Die." Baiwu, who was fighting Yo, noticed this situation and lost focus. "Lin Huayan, Lin Wajing." Tian's sword came down and the clash of metal was deafening, but soon his body stopped moving and a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. The sword was tightly bound by flexible willow branches and Tian couldn't move. When he exerted force, his legs trembled and he realized it was a trap. "Damn it, I can't believe she could make such thin ice willow branches." While he was still struggling, a voice full of anger was heard. "How dare you? Don't you feel any gratitude towards them?" Baiwu clenched his fist and approached Tian. "I helped you attack, so why are you targeting Huayan, who is on my side?" The willow branches wrapped around his sword suddenly loosened. Cough, he quietly thought of a way to counterattack. "I've become Baiwu's target. He's the world's 3rd ranked after all, but I'm a Highlander. I just need to hold on a little longer." As soon as Tian raised his sword, Baiwu's kick landed on his side. His ribs felt like they would break, affecting even his internal organs, and his body stiffened. His face turned purple and saliva flumed from the corner of his mouth. Cough, his sword also slipped from his hand. Seeing this, Gijung rushed to help. Baiwu took a step and put force into it, speaking in a calm tone. "I hope you become more polite." In Tian's vision, his leg was raised high and his massive body obscured the sun. Baiwu's tiptoe aimed at his head. Snap, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and a strong wind stirred up dust, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. Although the front was obscured by smoke, Gijung barely managed to protect Tian with his shield. Tan was still trembling, yes. He also knew this wasn't a long-term plan. He blocked it. "But if he attacks a second time, my instincts will react faster than I think." Gijung immediately scooped up Tian horizontally, threw him over his shoulder and ran through the smoke. "We have to escape from here first." Baiwu crouched, taking a defensive stance. "How dare you just now?" Yo's shadow suddenly appeared next to him, his eyes burning red as if to incinerate everything right elsewhere. Thanks to Yo buying time, Gi safely escaped with his comrade. He put him down on the ground and called out. He and Hung quickly snap out of it. He grimaced and groaned painfully. He encouraged him. "Just wait a little longer. Don't think I can't find a healer. I'm behind you." Suddenly a massive explosion interrupted his words and smoke billowed. Baiwu's body was slammed into a rock and Ji looked at the opposite side with tense eyes. The beast's footprints, sharp claw marks in the ground. Yo bared his teeth and laughed. Ha ha ha, because of you cowards I'm very low on blood. Yo slung his weapon over his shoulder and sneered. Because of you brats I'm very low on blood. He looked at Ji and calculated. I need to replenish my blood. His cruel eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and said blood. Gijung, seeing his horrifying appearance, shouted angrily, shut up. But as soon as he finished speaking, his opponent quickly approached. Yo, with a powerful blow, knocked the shield from his hand. His hand instantly gripped Gijung's neck deadly. Cutting off his breath, he struggled helplessly. Damn it, my defense skill is also gone now. The difference in power was simply too great. Gijung became increasingly exhausted under Yo's overwhelming power and his eyes gradually blurred. He saw Yo raise his weapon and aim it at his body. He incessantly wailed, blood, I need more blood. Gijung, realizing the imminent danger, widened his eyes and said in a flustered voice, oh no, in an instant his life was decisively ended by Yo, cause of Gijung's death. Bosco, Agony Igor, level 260. He transformed into a werewolf. In his transformed state his HP is constantly consumed, and that HP is absorbed from monsters or celestials. At this moment Riha clutched his head and lamented. I'm only level 26, I still don't have the strength to face Yo who is 10 times my level. I didn't expect Gijung to suffer such a miserable fate. Assimilation rate of 50 already hurt so much, and I couldn't even walk. It was truly despair, but Gijung brought me into the Middle-earth world. In Riha's mind, memories of the happy past moments they shared together flashed. He clenched his fists in anger and muttered to himself, Gijung died so miserably. Agony Igor, I'm going to get you. Riha looked at the game headset in his hand and vowed to focus on leveling up from now on. Sitting down and preparing, he firmly resolved, only then can I catch up to that Bosco. Very quickly, Riha immersed himself in the virtual space, constantly repeating, Agony Igor, just you wait. Screen transition. Many confused screams were heard from the front. T there, run, help me. Wajing only observed quietly. Waiyan was very anxious. What, how can we go back? Where did Baiwu go again? Recalling Yo's violent appearance, she said angrily, damn it, why did that bastard interfere? If Baiwu and Bosco had fought one-on-one, we might have stood a chance, but now getting back alive is the most important thing. Looking at her distant sister, Waiyan spoke. Wajing, to get out of here. Her words were cut off as Wajing concentrated on chanting a spell, her body lightly rising into the air and spiritual power gradually appearing in her hands. Wajing opened her mouth, hesitating with a slight regret. Sister, I'm sorry, but Waiyan froze, and as soon as she finished speaking she broke into a cold sweat. Sister, please die. She bit her lip tightly and for a while didn't know how to react. However, Waiyan soon collapsed to the floor and complained. Oh dear, yes, it's better if I die. Her eyes suddenly sharpened and she suggested, instead you have to take care of everything for me. Wajing lowered her eyes and quietly replied with a small hum, as if understanding. Very quickly her spiritual power was summoned to its maximum. Such a large movement immediately attracted his attention, who had been quietly and cautiously observing that direction, grinding his teeth. As soon as the spell echoed, the ice elemental spiritual power in Wajing's hand poured out fiercely. Haiyan shouted in terror, block it, if that reaches us we'll all die. Meanwhile Waiyan let out a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, too late you fools. Wajing controlled her spiritual power to launch a powerful area of effect attack. Numerous players were immediately eliminated, their bodies quickly freezing. Screams filled the space. From behind, Waiyan quietly watched her sister overwhelm the opponent. She gently sighed. Waiyan laughed softly and casually said goodbye. See you all in 48 hours. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately vanished without a trace. Screen transition. In a shop in Alex, the voices of the owner and a customer were heard simultaneously. Come again. Yes, sell a lot. A foot approached, lost in thought. After selling all the items I received before, I earned 4 gold. Riha looked at the money bag in his hand and calculated. It cost 3 gold to buy all the items for the Freelib soldiers. Expensive. Now it was time to upgrade his weapon. Suddenly someone called from behind, excuse me. When there was no answer, the voice continued, excuse me, the person in the red leather armor. Riha was slightly surprised. Red leather armor, me? Very quickly a person appeared in front of him. Kim Hwa smiled, pointed to his face and asked, finally found you, don't you remember me? Riha hesitated. Who are you? He immediately showed him through action and reminded him. Does this make you remember? Riha was startled, his eyes wide, and he said a few words. Ah, the tank, he recalled. He was in the bear hunting ground. He had 2 shields. The past image overlapped with the present. When his opponent remained silent, Kim Hwa spoke first. Did you take everything and run away? Riha, not knowing what was happening, heard him list. Aren't the clothes, shoes, and hat all items from Agonia Oso? Kim Hwa suddenly became angry, his voice filled with accusation. Did you take all the other players' items too? Did you take them all? Hearing this, Riha's head was full of question marks. What is he suddenly talking about? He turned to leave and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. He angrily pointed his finger and cursed. Hey you bastard, do you know how hard I looked for you? I was treated like trash. They said a low-level guard took everything and ran away. You must be near the academy or in a shop. Riha reacted quite indifferently. So what should I say? I clearly suggested cooperating to catch the monster back then. He was amazed by this answer and said, what? Recalling the situation at the time, he continued. When I came back and asked for help, you abandoned me and ran away. Riha turned around, revealing angry eyes. The two argued fiercely. He told his opponent that when he brought his team he fought alone with all his might and caught it. Manhua shouted in a contemptuous voice, "How could a low level like you catch a monster like that?" Riha pointed to the cloak, the loot. "Do you need more proof? If you want to say I didn't catch it, bring proof. Otherwise shut up." He was cornered and began to panic. "Alright, even though it sounds like a trick, I admit you caught the bear." Manhua suppressed his emotions, gritted his teeth and suggested. "But you have to share the other people's items." Looking him straight in the eye, Riha said, "When you die, equipment items disappear and you can't log into the game for 48 hours, so why should I share items that have no owner?" At this point he really couldn't bear it anymore. Manhua loudly commanded, "Hey you brat, what level are you? Why are you acting like you know everything when you're low level? If I ask for it, you should just give it to me." He coldly warned, "Otherwise I saw it too, stop the act. Get lost." Manhua, hearing Riha's words, ground his teeth in anger. He turned his back, deliberately showing the symbol on his cloak, and said loudly, Hey, do you know which guild I'm from to talk to me like that?" Riha was completely unfazed and immediately retorted, "I'm not curious. Please disappear." After that, Riha calmly walked away, not forgetting to remind him, "If you bother me one more time, I'll call Sir Secret Knight." Manhua behind him was anxious and angry, steam almost coming out of his head. "What, is Sir Secret Knight your friend?" He let out a small laugh, a sigh of relief seeing his opponent's reluctance to use that name. In Riha's mind a monologue echoed, "Friend, no, not a friend. I need to take this opportunity to leave quickly." He ran like lightning. "But I had no intention of calling him either." Manhua shouted, "You bastard." He immediately pursued fiercely, continuously commanding, "Hey, stop." Riha didn't care at all, running straight ahead and even whistling mockingly. Manhua, seeing his opponent quickly widen the distance, was bewildered. "You bastard, where are you going?" He stopped, panting, and said helplessly, "Just you wait until I catch you. Damn it, why is he like that? I can't catch up." Riha, looking at his level notification, couldn't help but admire. A speed of 247, unbelievable. He muttered to himself, "That's why he couldn't catch me. Level 47 is only 246. Recalling Riha felt a little uneasy. Nevertheless, that guy who killed GI is level 260. He quietly calculated, "Now I need to find a way to level up." After that, his feet kept running. Riha headed towards the towering mountain ahead. "First, I need to go to Mount Simu and find a way later." Recalling the mission he received, he lamented, "But when can I complete the bento box mission? This mission has a 1-month time limit, so I still have enough time." The high sky was very beautiful today, and many shouts echoed in the space. Mount Simu, level 31, recruiting party members. Riha saw the people ahead actively recruiting team members. The Gummus Turn Guild, a magic guild, was there, recruiting warriors to deliciously butcher Koban warriors. Level 35, someone's voice was heard. Level 40, just one more and we'll depart immediately. Riha was momentarily flustered, then tore at his hair and muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, where did Chieftain Koban live? I came all this way without any information. I forgot." He recalled Brown's order, "Catch the chieftain of the best hunter tribe before reaching level 30. What on earth is Brown thinking?" Riha looked around and calculated. "I'll need to be at least level 29 to go look for Koban." Not far away, someone shouted loudly, "Anyone going to Hiru's village?" The voice clearly reached his ears. "Excuse me, would you like to come with us? Pretty Heller is also coming." Before he could react, the person continued, "The person holding a staff-like weapon." Riha was slightly surprised and muttered to himself, "My staff?" Quickly, a person who looked like a tank approached him and said excitedly, "Wow, it's really a gun? You're a sniper, right?" He replied slightly. "Ah yes," the person happily asked. "What's your level? We're forming a team of 3 and departing immediately. You're high enough level to go to the top of Mount Komoe, right?" Riha was speechless for a moment. Soon his voice was heard, "I am level 41. Upon hearing that, the person cheered. "Oh, level 41, level 41 is perfect." After a moment of hesitation, Riha asked, "Then what about the others? Am I the dealer and you're the tank?" His voice seemed to pierce his heart. "Ah, Pretty Heller, excuse me." The tank shouted loudly to the crowd, "Han-chan, I found a dealer." A hand immediately responded, Here. Seeing quick footsteps approaching, Riha asked curiously, "Han-chan?" Quickly, the other person appeared before his eyes. She happily introduced herself. "Hello, please call me Mame Han." Riha stared intently at Hannah, secretly surprised. "Oh, a nun. This team seems really good." The person playing the tank role teased, "You're not lying, are you?" Hannah also agreed. "Right," Riha replied shyly. Ah yes, he found this atmosphere strange, as the women he had met until now were either too strong or too cold. Having gone through middle school, high school, and military life, he rarely had the opportunity to get close to women. The two happily said, "Then I'll formally introduce myself. I'm Guard Masig, level 42. I am Sister Hannah, level 40. Riha quickly shook hands with him. "I am Sniper Riha, level 41. The three formed a team. Shiga adjusted the hat on his head and said, "Shall we go now?" The three walked together through tall grass that reached their waists. Suddenly he signaled with his hand and commanded them to stop in a small voice. Everyone immediately hid under the thick grass. Shiga informed them that 2 Kobans were working at 10 o'clock. In the direction he pointed, indeed, 2 Kobans were alternately scanning their surroundings. He suggested taking a detour. Riha was surprised. "What, aren't we going to catch them?" Shiga replied slightly. That would waste stamina. Upon hearing the answer, he calculated inwardly that he needed to gain experience. Soon after, he said in a low voice, "Just a moment." As Hannah and Shiga wondered what was happening, Riha continued, "You two have never seen a sniper fight, have you?" The two looked at him with curious eyes, then shook their heads silently. Riha cautiously suggested. But we still need to work well together. That's what I think. While he was persuading them, Hana said admiringly to Shiga, "It's really a waste of time." He just smiled helplessly. The muzzle of Riha's gun was quickly raised and pointed forward. Hana's curiosity was piqued by his serious demeanor. "What's the distance?" Riha aimed at the target and replied. 100 no 50 meters, Shiga, who was next to him, exclaimed in surprise. "Is the pistol's range shorter than a bow's?" At his words, Riha stammered. "I guess so." In this situation, Hana smiled slightly and reminded him. "Man, that's rude to say." The person realized his slip of the tongue and quickly said, "I apologize if I offended you." Riha focused on the target. Inwardly, he muttered, "That's why snipers aren't popular." Shiga, who had been carefully observing the situation, reassured him. "Don't worry. I'll catch the OGs." He was silent, then smiled slightly, repeating the name Og inwardly. His index finger lightly touched the trigger, then tightened firmly. Riha's voice was faintly heard. "Just you wait." As soon as he squinted his eyes, a loud explosion echoed and the bullet left the muzzle and flew forward. Shiga and Hana were startled and flinched for a moment. Both were wide-eyed with surprise. Riha scratched his head shyly. "I'm sorry, I should have warned you that the gunshot would be loud. You were very surprised, weren't you?" Shiga, regaining his composure, replied with a smile. "Oh yes, it's fine, but wow, did you see this?" Han-chan, she quickly turned to him and asked. "Yes, what?" At this moment in front of the three were the corpses of the monsters Riha had just dealt with. Hana exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my, you caught Kobin in one go?" Shiga cleared his throat slightly, then stammered. "Ahem." Riha hung. He couldn't hold back any longer and immediately asked, "Is your level really 41, Hung?" At this nonchalant question, Riha flinched, stung. Inwardly, he was sweating and confused. "Did they find out I lied about my level?" Shiga, who had convinced himself, continued. "Riha Hung is very high level, but since we look like errand runners, you let us join your team, right?" Hana cheered excitedly. "Man, I've never seen anyone catch Kobin in one hit. Hey, did you see the other Kobin just run away without even looking at us?" Riha breathed a sigh of relief as he watched them. "Phew, they didn't find out." From the opposite side, she happily asked her comrade. "But what did Hung mean?" Shiga barely replied. "It means we're getting help from a high-level person." Hana's voice was immediately filled with admiration. "Riha Hung," he sweated and muttered to himself. "I'm not high-level or anything," she pleaded with all her might, entrusting him. "Please help us again." In the middle of the quiet forest, a loud explosion suddenly echoed. Shiga was extremely startled and warned. "Careful, Guten is coming." From underground, a monster with a horrible mouthful of teeth fiercely sprang up. Then it immediately attacked Riha. Hana hurriedly shouted. "Protect!" The cross in her hand immediately created a magnetic field energy source, and in the blink of an eye a shield blocked Guten's attack. Her voice was full of worry. Riha hung. Riha, seeing the monster with its wide-open mouth and protruding teeth seemingly about to swallow him, quickly raised his gun and aimed. A gunshot quickly echoed, and Guten's head was pierced with a large hole by his bullet. Riha watched the monster fall before his eyes, secretly wondering, "Why is this so strange?" He observed the disappearing monster, thinking inwardly, "Why did that person know which monster was coming beforehand? He even warned me right before Guten appeared. Could it be?" His thoughts were cut off as Shiga spoke from behind. "Riha hung, are you okay?" Seeing the other person's genuine concern, Riha's voice was heard, sounding like a suggestion. "Mu Shiga hung. Can we talk for a moment?" he said shyly and with surprise. "Yes." Once all three were gathered, he asked seriously, "Mu Shiga hung, you're a tank, right?" Shiga immediately replied, "Yes." Riha questioned him in a cold voice. "Then why have you been avoiding all the monsters since earlier?" He sweated nervously, unconsciously scratching his face with his hand, and stammered. Well, looking at Guten, which had fallen to the ground and turned into a dried corpse, his voice continued, "It's fine to avoid them, but Hung didn't use any of his skills. Why doesn't a tank have the courage to face monsters?" Suddenly, Riha's voice dropped. "Are you trying to kill me?" Shiga, hearing that, jumped up and hastily denied it. No, absolutely not. It's not that I didn't use skills," but Riha's face gradually darkened as if in disbelief. "Oh, Hung didn't use skills, right?" he stammered. "Well, my skill is," Shiga explained in a trembling voice, "even though I'm a tank, I don't have many skills." He gritted his teeth and hesitated. "Can't think of any other reason," he said shyly. "At first I was a guide, not a pure tank. I don't actually have personal skills like aggro generation." Riha sighed inwardly and collapsed. "Oh my, so everyone holding a shield isn't a pure tank," Shiga continued. "The only skill I have that can attack monsters is Slash, but it has a bit of a long preparation time." He was inwardly angry with helplessness. Only one, and the preparation time is long. As if to avoid further embarrassment, he quickly listed his advantages. "I have a skill that can protect other team members from losing too much HP if they're attacked. That shield is called Seabri." Riha breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, at least he has that skill." But before his mood could improve, Shiga stammered again. "But that skill can only protect women." He exclaimed in surprise. "What? Why?" Hana explained shyly. "It's a guide's nature." Riha turned his back on the two and said in a disappointed voice, "Then Hung can only use the Slash skill. I hope you can control it well." He said he would slow down his attack rhythm a bit. Shiga and Hana replied shyly, "We'll try harder," smiling slightly. Riha inwardly felt relieved. "Then I don't need to worry about them while fighting." The two continued to cheer. "Ryukin is truly a good person. Thank you for forgiving us." After a long journey, the three finally reached their destination. Looking at the scenery before them, Hana exclaimed, "This place is really vast. It must have over 100 houses. Hiru's village is right before our eyes." Seeing a Koban standing guard, Riha suddenly thought, Since the village is so vast, if the chieftain disappears, there will surely be chaos. He suddenly discovered a tunnel and asked, "Is that an old mine?" Shiga immediately replied, "Yes, it's a warehouse and storage facility. The security is quite tight, so it's hard to get through without attacking together," Riha carefully calculated. "This place is perfect for hunting but not a good position for a sniper to hide, moreover with layers of guards. I need to scout the surrounding area carefully and find a good spot to snipe from." As soon as he thought of it, he quickly stood up. "All right then," Riha took the lead, excitedly giving the order to start hunting. Hana and Shiga, though surprised, hurriedly followed. The high sky was very beautiful, and suddenly a strange sound echoed in the space. A Koban screamed in surprise from a sudden attack, and at the same time a cry of one dead was heard. Shiga excitedly swung his sword at the Koban and said, "The second one will die soon." The Koban was severely wounded by his strike and flew backward, before he could even retract his sword. Suddenly 2 Kobans jumped down from above and attacked Shiga. He immediately used his shield. At the same time, the cross in Hana's hand also joined the battle. She cast a protective spell. The magnetic field energy source emanating from her spread rapidly. It diffused, creating another giant shield, giving Shiga more power to counter the 2 Koban attacks. Protected, he gritted his teeth and silently gathered his strength. Then Shiga forcefully and powerfully pushed back the 2 Kobans and shouted loudly, "Riha hung that way, focus on the direction where the Kobans are." Seeing the muzzle of Riha's gun pointed in that direction, he sighed inwardly. No, the 2 Kobans quickly returned. They quickly attacked again. Shiga sensed the danger and shouted in surprise, "Quickly use your skill, quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a single bullet simultaneously pierced the bodies of the 2 Kobans, leaving him speechless with surprise. Shiga's face instantly hardened, and he thought carefully inwardly. 2 died with just 1 shot. Riha, watching the falling Kobans, happily exclaimed, Shall we go to the next spot?" Inwardly he calculated, "I need to quickly find a good sniping spot," Hana asked in surprise. "What? How did you catch 2 at once?" Holding the weapon in his hand, Riha said casually. "It's a gun, so of course it can easily penetrate." Hearing his words, they fortunately recalled that the 2 Kobans were right next to each other. Since they were close, the sniping effect was quite good. Hana and Shiga were silent for a moment, both seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Riha found the Koban that had been severely wounded earlier, lying nearby, struggling and whimpering. Looking at Shiga, he said, "Mu Shiga hung, did you bring a rope?" the person asked curiously. "A rope? I have one, but what do you need it for?" With an interesting smile, Riha said, "This Koban is smart enough to guide us around the entire village without us being detected." The Koban was quickly tied up, kneeling on the ground and cursing loudly. "Die human, what on earth are you doing?" His voice was heard. "So it can even talk?" Riha approached, a cunning look on his face. "All right then, can you answer my questions?" He put his hand on the monster's body and warned. "All right, before you answer, you'll have to taste my skill," Shiga said, as if unable to believe his eyes. "He's tickling the monster, Han-chan." She stammered. "It seems he's enjoying this situation." Riha, comfortably torturing the Koban, explained, "This method is quite effective. No matter how unpleasant, it won't die or faint." The monster struggled, laughing so hard it couldn't breathe properly. Stop it, I'm Kyohan, a Koban of the Hiru's tribe," he said with a grim expression. "All right, let's get down to business. Where's the way to the chieftain?" Even though it was so unpleasant that tears streamed down its face, the monster still replied, "Stop it, human. I am Kyohan, a Koban of the Hiru's tribe." Riha held his gun and said, "I thought you were quite smart, but you've been repeating the same thing since earlier." "No good." Soon after, he firmly grabbed the Koban's head and pointed the muzzle at its skull. "Then I'll kill you and find another one." Only then did the monster tremble and say, "The chieftain doesn't come out unless there's something special." Riha pressed on with a sharp voice. "What's special?" The Koban, terrified, immediately said, "It's about the tribe's survival. Humans will never leave. Ah, Hiru's Kyohan." The monster helplessly uttered its last words. A loud gunshot echoed in the air, and the monster's blood splattered everywhere, and the Koban in Riha's hand decisively met its end. He replied coldly, "All right, you are the Koban of the Hiru's tribe." Shiga expressed his curiosity. "Hung, why are you suddenly asking about the Koban tribe's chieftain?" "This Hiru's village has a mountain full of mines," Hana added. "I've never heard of anyone catching the chieftain," she asked slightly. "Are we quite tired too?" Riha was deep in thought. "Certainly the Koban chieftain must be inside the mine, but no one has ever caught him. Many people still use that mine. Could it be that the Koban chieftain only appears when a player meets a special condition, a special task, an issue concerning the tribe's survival? Humans will never leave." These 3 keywords were all specific conditions, and that was the mission Brown had entrusted to him. With the keyword shooting added to that, he thought carefully for a long time, and now he seemed to understand what it was. Suddenly, Riha wondered which of the 2 had gone deep into the village. Hana thought for a moment and replied, "Oh, I went there once before." He hesitated and suggested, "I'd like to go in once too." Hana looked at Shiga worriedly. "What should we do?" The man looked a little troubled, then said, "There will be many Kobans inside the village. If the 3 of us stick together, we'll definitely be safe. But how about we look for a few more members in our guild?" Riha was quite surprised and immediately agreed. "Oh, that's a good idea," he said excitedly. "Then how about we hunt around and level up together while waiting for other players?" The 2 whispered, "Is it okay? It'll be fine." Looking at the Koban that fell after a single bullet and scream, Riha was delighted by the level up message on the system screen. "Good, I'm level 27 now," Shiga said in surprise. "Oh, level 42. He's probably higher." Hana said enviously. You level up really fast. He just blushed and expressed a slight appreciation. These people are still mistaking me. She approached happily and said, anyway, I want to see the Kobin chieftain quickly too, Riha said in embarrassment. Oh really? With sparkling eyes, Hana looked at him and encouraged him. Riha Hung is really strong. We can definitely catch him. Riha laughed loudly, but his mind was complicated. How should I answer in situations like this? It's really awkward. When the other person didn't answer, she praised him. You're really humble. Suddenly, Shiga exclaimed in surprise. Oh, there seems to be something up ahead. Following the direction he pointed, are those other players? Hana cheered. Oh, it's true. Riha was secretly delighted. Finally, other players have arrived. Looking at the people in front of him, Shiga wondered, so many people? Is it all an attack team? Hana speculated. It's probably people from one guild who came to hunt together. Their cloaks have the same emblem. At this moment, Riha flinched slightly at the emblem on the cloak. The sun emblem was suddenly really dazzling. He felt dejected. So they came to hunt after all. Not to hunt Kobins but to hunt me? Suddenly Kim Hwa tilted his head slightly, glanced this way, then immediately turned around and furiously cursed. Finally found you. You bastard who stole everything. Hana and Shiga's eyes widened instantly, and Kim Hwa's voice echoed loudly. Did you think you could escape? Shiga said in surprise. Is he talking to us? Riha sighed and muttered, I'm tired, really tired. Hana shrugged and said, who knows? Kim Hwa pointed at them and told the captain. Captain, it's that guy standing right in the middle. The man said, oh, really? He scrutinized Riha from top to bottom and said, cloak, hat, shoes, all Agonia Oso equipment set. Kim Hwa reported excitedly. Yes, that's right, Captain. That guy stole all the equipment and ran away, he bragged excitedly. I'll give all that equipment to you as a gift, Captain. Riha pretended not to hear. 10 people came over and cursed at me. Did they drag the entire guild all the way here just to catch someone like me? What trashy guys. What on earth are they thinking? Tegan, the captain, calculated inwardly. That leader guy must be the highest level. He said in a cold voice, the Agonia Oso equipment set is expensive. I'm not sure, but if that fool is level 30, the others must be around level 40 to 50. Kim Hwa yelled menacingly, you guys quickly disband your guild and hand him over. Hana said slightly flustered, why, what did he do wrong? Kim Hwa immediately rattled off. That guy is famous for stealing. If you die, he'll just take your equipment and run away. His only goal is to steal. Shiga and Hana fell silent for a moment. Kim Hwa suggested in a tempting tone, so before both sides have a hard time, how about you disband your guild? Hana asked softly. Riha Hung wouldn't do that, Shiga said. Do you need help? Riha looked at them and thought to himself, this has nothing to do with them. I can't let them get hurt. After that, Riha left the guild and replied, Mu Shiga Hung Hana, thank you for your help. He sighed and provoked them in a cold voice. So what are you going to do now? Tegan said, it's simple. Hand over all your equipment and money, then I'll spare your life. Don't make me put a warning on you. Think carefully. Otherwise I'll kill you and kill you again. Take off all your equipment. If I raise you to level 5 you'll have no hope. Riha closed his eyes slightly and calculated carefully. Punishment points. Except for a one-on-one duel agreed upon by both sides, attacking first incurs punishment. If punishment points go up, reputation drops. I don't want to attack first. My reputation can't drop. He took another step forward and sneered at the opponent. Why are you so long-winded? You don't even have the courage to fight one-on-one, yet you're so noisy. 10 people coming after me. Are you some kind of mob? Tegan yelled angrily. What, do you want to die? Kim Hwa quickly stopped him. Calm down, Captain. He reminded the others. All right, let's start now. Hana said worriedly. Riha Hung, are you really going to fight these people? There are 10 of them. Run away. Shiga suddenly grabbed her wrist. Let's go, Hana. He hurriedly pulled her along, saying reluctantly, I'm sorry, Riha Hung. Hana quickly. They were far away, but Hana's worried voice could still be heard. Riha Hung, Riha Hung. Riha thought to himself, I'll have to find these two again later. Tegan said contemptuously, crazy bastard, still putting on a show at a time like this. After that, he ordered the person next to him, Exner, finish that guy's game. He immediately replied, yes, and then he took out his weapon from his sleeve, raised it high, and chanted a spell. A message appeared in the system. Player XNER has attacked you. Hostile relationship formed. Attacking a hostile player does not increase punishment points. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Riha gripped his gun tightly and cheered inwardly. Good, he attacked first. He smirked slightly. Now I can fight without worry. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed, stomping hard on the ground, followed by a giant skull shape rising in the air. Riha's eyes widened, and he was slightly flustered inwardly. What is that? Observing the skull's cranium closely, he wondered, is it a horse's hoof? The skull shape savagely raised its 2 front legs, exuding an intimidating aura as if to attack Riha. He was momentarily overwhelmed by its presence, and his body instinctively trembled slightly. That, I think I've seen it once before. It was fear. Tegan saw the opponent freeze and said triumphantly, what? Have you seen this before? Exner and Gwar said, yes, Captain. Isn't it fear? That guy won't be able to move, he calculated inwardly. If I get that guy's equipment, my level will go up too. Then I can lead 20 people and enjoy more. Hunt monsters, get equipment, and no one will be able to lay a finger on me. Stealing is the most fun part of this game. Thinking this far, Tegan was excited. Everyone hit him once. Don't let him die too easily. His subordinates immediately shouted, yes, Captain. He closed his eyes slightly and thought about his future plans. The first guy, just then Exner, who was next to Tegan, was shot and suddenly fell backward. Tegan's eyes were filled with shock when he saw him fall instantly, and the horse hoof skull also immediately disappeared. He sneered, "What if I can resist?" At this moment, a giant bear's phantom appeared behind him. A message appeared in the system. Agonia Oso set effect 50 resistance to fear. "You have resisted fear," he thought to himself. "My right hand must be precise." Riha skillfully spun his gun and a message appeared in the system. "Reloading for 5 minutes, fixed at 30 seconds. Tegan saw him retreat and yelled angrily, "That guy ran away. Oondu, what are you doing? Shoot." The man saw the captain yell and quickly drew his bow. "Yes, understood. I'll shoot." But before he could finish speaking, Oondu was shot in the middle of his face. Tegan's pupils suddenly constricted and his eyes were filled with fear, unable to speak. After that, he hurriedly reformed the front line. "Where are the tanks? Quickly put your shields in front of me." Kim Hwa and the other 2 tanks all replied, "Yes." Tegan ducked down and hid behind them, worried inwardly. He's low level, yet he took down 2 level 50s consecutively in 2 shots. "I can't even do that." Riha turned his head while running and observed his surroundings. "Stupid guys, if you put up your shields you should chase me." Regaining his composure, he immediately commanded, "What are you doing, you fools? He's getting farther and farther away. Catch him quickly." His subordinates immediately shouted, "Yes," and charged forward. Kim Hwa said reassuringly, "Captain, anyway he'll have a long reload time. I saw it myself before." His words suddenly got stuck in his throat and he widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. As another subordinate fell after being shot in front of their eyes, Kim Hwa and Tegan stammered, "What is that?" Tegan immediately grabbed his collar tightly. "What did you say about his reload time earlier?" Kim Hwa said in fear. "No, Captain, it was clearly." He looked at his subordinates, then immediately gave the next instruction, "Quickly chase him." One person replied, "Yes." Tegan's eyes burned like fire and his eyebrows were fiercely furrowed. "3 people are already dead because of you. If you fail this time too, you're dead." Kim Hwa was speechless with fear. He let him go and yelled, "Chase him quickly." He immediately replied, "Yes," and ran. Suddenly a subordinate pointed ahead and said, "Captain, it looks like Sleeping Kid is entering the Koban village area." Tegan stamped his foot angrily. "Do you want to die? There are many people over level 50 here. Do you think we can't defeat the Koban tribe?" No, the subordinate stammered. "I'm sorry." Suddenly Hannah's voice was heard from the air. Man, he seems to be going deep inside." She urged him to speak quietly. Hannah covered her mouth and said, "Hung is watching too." She replied, Yes. Shiga smiled contentedly. "I was going to ask him for help, but things are working out better than I thought." Hannah said excitedly, "What? He's pretty cool too." "It was like watching a movie," she said regretfully. "Anyway, we can't help him anymore." He said cheerfully, "Why can't we help? I brought quite a lot." Shiga's face grew sinister. "I can kill all those people in 5 minutes." Hannah observed the situation ahead and wondered, "Man, what did you get from Okasang, man?" He replied casually, "This and that. I'll use it if Hannah is in danger." She saw Tegan was angry and wondered, "That symbol on Jay's cloak, that sun is the being sun, right? Where Kyokuju is the J master." Shiga instructed, "Yes, it's not our business. Our mission is just to watch them closely." "Understood." He stood up and stretched. "Let's just follow slowly, Hannah." Hannah asked another question. "Man, do you think there's something hidden inside?" After a moment of thought, Shiga smiled cunningly. "Riha, that guy will definitely be the most dangerous person." Screen transition. The sun had already set. Another Koban, damn it, keep catching them. Curses echoed incessantly. As one Koban was cut in 2, the person who dealt with it was violently irritated. "I'm going crazy." He swung his sword and said angrily, "Why did that sleeping kid run into an area full of Kobans? What a useless hunt. Just catch him." "I'm going to quit this game." Riha calmly and quietly observed everything. He put his sword back in its scabbard and asked, "Where's Captain Tegan?" A tank speculated, "He's probably still following the Koban corpses. He'll be with us soon." Hearing that, Riha sighed, "Damn it, if I had known I would have hunted lizards. I heard that A-grade swords have been released." Riha was still leisurely sitting on the tree quietly listening to their conversation. The tank also agreed, "That's right, we shouldn't have followed Tegan Hung. It's really tiring." He babbled on excitedly as if he had found a comrade, but they didn't notice someone approaching them. "I came because I heard Brown Bear equipment was pretty good, but I really stepped in it." Just then a foot approached and stepped on a dry twig, breaking it, and a voice was heard, "What? Stepped in it?" Tegan appeared with a furious expression. "Who stepped in it, you damn bastards?" the 2 said in surprise. "Tegan Hung," he scolded angrily. "Are you complaining? Is following me so hard?" Riha and the tank bowed their heads and softly replied, "No." Tegan continued, "Kids these days are hopeless. Hard, what about work? Are you going to do nothing in this guild? When an adult speaks, you should at least pretend to listen. You should say yes." The 2 subordinates remained silent, unjustly enduring the scolding. He still didn't stop and said even louder, "Right, answer me. You bastards, right?" Listening to Tegan's incessant nagging, Riha was annoyed, and the more he listened, the more he felt it was too much. He sat on the tree, aimed his gun, and took aim. When an adult speaks, should one just listen and obey? No, he adjusted his aim to precisely hit his head and cursed inwardly. Old man only likes to lecture others. A loud gunshot suddenly echoed in Hiru's village forest. In the quiet forest, Tegan's voice echoed like a scream of pain. He knelt and screamed, clutching his wound. My leg." His subordinates ran over in a panic. "Captain?" Tegan pointed in the direction of the gunshot. "Damn it, over there. Go through those trees." A notification immediately appeared in the system. "Player Riha has attacked you." His voice was heard. My name is Riha. At this moment, Riha sat comfortably on the tree, thinking to himself, if I had known I would have blown your head off. Both my location and name are exposed. Tegan's voice was like it was seeping through his teeth. I'll definitely kill you later. Quickly informed the Being Sun Guild, a subordinate replied yes. And very quickly a group update notification appeared. Riha aimed his gun and sneered. So Jay's name is Jingson, high school gang members are Jay Jingson, even a passing dog would laugh. Tegan sensed the danger and was afraid. Hey, what are you doing? He's aiming at me again. Quick, surround him. The tanks hurriedly raised their shields high. Yes, Tegan loudly commanded. The 3 guys in front, go quickly and catch him. Riha hesitated. But he is, Tegan roared. What are you saying? 3 people can't beat 1? Hearing that, some of the tanks complained inwardly. Tegan stood still and only gave orders to others. Riha frowned and calculated. If 3 people attack at once, they might be able to catch him, Guro muttered inwardly. But I only have this armor. If I get shot, I'll just have to endure it. Damn it. Riha aimed his gun at the 3 and warned, don't move. If anyone moves, I'll shoot. Inwardly, he thought carefully. Good, they won't dare to move now, but the problem is, how do I get out of here? I have to think quickly before the 3 of them move. Reloading the bullets will take more time. He had used most of his bullets when dealing with the cons just now, when suddenly the space seemed to shake and an alarm sounded from the Koban village. Tegan's subordinates were bewildered. Guro stammered. What? The tank was terrified. Why is the alarm ringing? Suddenly, a gigantic foot approached powerfully from the air, and soon after, the owner of that foot appeared. His appearance was very majestic, and his huge body and the greatsword in his hand were like a sculpture. A system notification appeared. Hiraka, the chieftain of the Hiru's tribe, has appeared. Riha's eyes gleamed with both joy and concern. These fools. He watched Hiraka's magnificent advance leading the army. How interesting. Is that a Koban? The system displayed information again. Hiruska has appeared. The power of all remaining Kobans in the tribe increases by 10. Chieftain Hiraka roared. At his roar, everyone present was terrified. Guro screamed helplessly. I can't move. A notification appeared in their system that their HP had decreased by 10. They were in a state of fear, unable to move for 2 minutes. With HP decreasing at a rate that would reduce it by less than 30, Riha held his gun, gritted his teeth, and admired. That's Chieftain Hiruska, the system displayed. Agonia Oso equipment set 3 pieces resisted fear. If that's the sub-commander of this monster horde, how much stronger is the commander? Tegan thought inwardly, terrified. What is that? Chieftain Koban? That didn't appear when I leveled up, Hiraka said in a low voice. You human, have you come to destroy our tribe? Tegan hurriedly explained. Wait, Chieftain, please listen to me first. Hiraka paused slightly and asked, what else do you want to say? Seeing Hiraka continue to approach him, Tegan said urgently. We didn't come to catch everyone. We just chased a human all the way here. He retreated, his voice trembling as he said, we will leave immediately now, please let us go. Chieftain Hiraka suddenly fell silent, then said in a cold voice. Really? He pointed his finger at the Koban corpses not far away. Then who made these bones? Tegan was startled and hastily searched for an excuse. That was done by the sling we were chasing, Hiraka shouted loudly. Nonsense. The wounds on the dead Kobans are not bullet marks. Humans always lie and dare to attack our tribe. He gripped his greatsword tightly and brought it down seriously. I can't stand it. With an incredibly swift strike, Guro didn't even have time to scream before being split in 2. Riha cursed as he saw 2 Kobans rush to attack. Damn it, the Koban counterattacked. The fear is gone, prepare. He quickly dealt with one Koban, saying contemptuously, Level 40 and you can't beat these monsters, Singi agreed. We just need to be careful of that big guy. Approaching Hiraka, he loudly commanded, prepare. Riha took his stance and replied, understood. Before he could finish speaking, the tank in front of him was split in 2 by the greatsword. He was terrified inwardly as he saw Chieftain Hiraka swinging his greatsword at him. What? He killed a level 50 tank in 1 hit. What am I supposed to do with this monster? Riha's thoughts stopped there, because a flash of light struck like lightning. Tegan, seeing Hiraka dispatching his subordinates like chopping firewood, said urgently, hey, do something quickly. Kim Hwa was equally flustered. Yes, me, Tegan said angrily. You're a tank, why aren't you blocking both sides with your shield? He hurriedly replied, understood. Then he quickly cast a spell to strengthen his defense. Kim Hwa rushed at Hiraka and said, Chieftain, what Chieftain, you're just a Koban. Once again a lightning-fast blade struck. His 2 hands and shield were instantly severed and flew into the air. A deafening scream echoed, and Kim Hwa wailed in pain. My hands. He sat down trembling and struggled to speak. Hands. Suddenly, Kim Hwa faltered. And before he could even see the opponent's skill, his body was split in 2, red blood splattered everywhere, and his life ended just like that. Tegan was utterly terrified. He couldn't even scream once. Riha, equally shocked by this sight, muttered inwardly, too strong. Previously, countless Kobans in this village had been dealt with, and the pressure on the tribe's survival had always existed, with humans never leaving the village. Then Hiraka appeared and punished all the humans. He quietly observed the situation from atop a tree and calmly assessed. The Jingson Guild members are fully equipped with defensive gear and weapons. It could be considered a powerful attack team of level 60. If I were Hiruska and attacked such a strong team, that level 30 guy would be no match for me. Truly a monster, Hiraka reminded in a low voice. You are the last human there. Tegan looked around with trembling eyes and accused. Please listen to me. There's a sniper over there too. He turned his head towards the forest and shouted, all right, sniper. You saw everything, right? I know you're nearby. If you help me this time, I'll remove all the penalty points. Riha was startled and hid his body. Why is that person doing this in this situation? Damn it, that guy. Tegan's voice became more desperate. Where are you hiding? Come out quickly and help me. Hiraka quietly raised his head and observed, there's a human. His eyes suddenly glowed red and his voice was filled with anger. You mean there was another one? Riha's spine tingled. Damn it. Tegan became increasingly panicked. That sniper, help me quickly. Riha hid his body behind the tree with all his might. He hasn't found my location yet. If I don't attack, I'll be safe for now. He had already reloaded his gun and the distance was appropriate. Given Hiraka's momentum, he didn't dare to act rashly. But if he couldn't kill him with one shot, he would be the one to die. Even if he died from a single shot, it would be at the hands of the Koban chieftain and other Kobans. As he carefully calculated, he suddenly thought, if I shoot now, I'll die too. Riha bent down and tried to leave. I need to move carefully and slowly. It's okay, if I don't shoot, he won't hear me. Meanwhile, Hiraka wielded his greatsword, threatening. Human, dare not step foot here again. Tegan, still terrified, defiantly cursed. Get lost, you damn bastard. You think a chieftain is great? If I die, you won't live comfortably either. Hiraka's greatsword descended decisively, severing a foot that flew past Tegan's eyes, cutting off his words and swallowing the still don't know that was about to come out of his mouth. His pupils suddenly constricted, and soon after a deafening scream echoed in the space. Lying on the ground, trembling, Tegan groaned in pain. I'm on my leg. Seeing Hiraka approaching, he lay helplessly on the ground, panicked. Tegan desperately suppressed his fear and pleaded, please spare me. I won't come here again. Chieftain Hiraka's voice echoed, humans are a species that does not keep promises. Then without hesitation he swung his greatsword. In the blink of an eye his panicked face was split in two. Riha, hiding, broke out in a cold sweat at this sight. Seeing Tegan's demise he couldn't help but admire. The arrogant guy died and all of Jingson was dealt with. Fortunately that guy died, but unfortunately the Khan horde is agitated. There might be others in the tribe, but they won't help me. I have to save myself. The Kobans roared in anger. Where is that human? Find that human who is hiding. Seeing them scatter in all directions to search, Riha was delighted inwardly. The Khan guys have scattered to find me. Fortunately, when they scatter, there will be openings, but Hiraka is a scarier guy. I shouldn't think of him as a monster. He's an NPC mimicking a human. Suddenly, Hiraka turned his head and directed all his attention to the right. He sniffed a few times, then quietly sniffed and gritted his sharp teeth. Hiraka said, Here, he loudly announced to the tribal soldiers. There's a human. Riha was startled. Damn it, I've been discovered. He's coming this way. He hesitated while aiming. Should I wait for him to get closer before shooting, or should I shoot right now? If he's this close I can see him, just like he can see me. Riha carefully observed all of Hiraka's movements, calming himself. Calm down, Riha. Calmness is flexibility and flexibility is calmness. He regulated his breathing, aimed at his head, gritted his teeth and made a decision. But suddenly, Chieftain Hiraka's eyes flashed. His expression seemed very angry. He loudly commanded, summon all the guards. Come here, it's a human. A human. Riha was startled. Damn it, I've been discovered. It's too late to shoot. Just then, Hiraka's voice continued, everyone go to the entrance. Quickly protect me. That human is at the entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the Khan army forward. The situation changed so suddenly that he was bewildered. The entrance? He quickly leapt to the ground. Riha quickly calculated. I don't know why, but this is a golden opportunity. I need to quickly move to a good sniping position before the Koban chieftain returns. He arranged the branches to camouflage himself and thought, but who is at the entrance? Was there someone else besides me who distracted him from me? Thank you so much, but very quickly Riha, camouflaged with leaves, hurried away. I won't yield that Koban chieftain to that person. In the dark night, urgent shouts suddenly reached his ears. Man, run! In the distance, two shadows followed, desperately running. Discovered, Shiga complained. I told you to be careful. Hannah was excited. But I was curious. It's my first time seeing a chieftain. She ran, admiring. The chieftain looks strong, Shiga worried. If that guy deals with Jingson in an instant, we won't be able to hold on with this either. Behind them, Chieftain Hiraka and the Khan army were in hot pursuit. Catch that guy. Shiga ran, wondering inwardly. Did Riha really lure the chieftain? Recalling Riha interrogating a Koban when he entered the village, he was puzzled. Could he have figured it out with just those few clues? Next to him, Hannah suddenly shouted, Man, bringing Shiga back to his senses. She was falling behind, panting and confused. I can't run anymore. Shiga quickly pulled out a talisman and tore it with his hand. No choice. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic wall of flames soared into the air, separating the monster horde and the two of them. The Kobans screamed in fear. Flame wall, Chieftain Hiraka was angry. Humans dare to burn the Kobans of the Hiru's tribe? Grabbing Hannah's hand and pulling her quickly, Shiga reminded loudly. Cheer up, Hannah, we just need to get out of the village. She replied with difficulty. Yes, understood. Suddenly a gigantic hand easily broke through the flame wall. Soon after, Hiraka tore through the flame wall and majestically walked out. Hannah screamed in surprise. Man Khan, the chieftain, tore through the flame wall. Shiga pulled out another talisman and urged. We're almost there. Grab my hand, Hannah. She immediately replied yes. Like lightning he shouted, go back, and simultaneously tore the talisman with his mouth. Right at that crucial moment, Chieftain Hiraka suddenly froze as if stopped, and a painful expression appeared on his face, and suddenly Hiraka's knees buckled to the ground and his arms drooped. The two were momentarily bewildered, but before they could even understand the situation, Shiga took Hannah and flew into the air, escaping. He wondered inwardly. What was that just now? Why did the Khan chieftain fall to his knees? Simultaneously, Hiraka's body was gradually disappearing. A few minutes earlier, when Shiga was fiercely burning the flame wall, Riha's feet had quietly arrived at the Koban watchtower. He observed Hiruka and the Koban army from afar, carefully calculating. It's not a perfect position, but this spot is also very good. Moreover, thanks to that flame magic, I can predict the wind direction and speed through the smoke. Thank you again, stranger. He raised his gun high and aimed. Riha calculated. The wind has almost stopped, 1 meter per second. The southwest wind direction won't affect the trajectory. The distance is 150 meters. But aiming at the target was a bit difficult. First 166 meters, then 172 meters, still not right. Riha's voice contained a hint of irritation. Damn it, it's getting farther and farther away. When the distance reached 180 meters, Hiruka's figure clearly appeared in the scope. He was excited. Here it comes. Riha quickly released the safety pin and resolutely pulled the trigger. A loud explosion echoed and the bullet left the muzzle and flew through the air. Hiruka was in great pain, hit squarely by the attack. Before he could regain his balance, the next bullets rained down, and he completely lost the chance to counterattack. The Kobans watched bewildered as their powerful chieftain was suppressed. Not long after, Hiruka's gigantic body fell to the ground and the Koban horde immediately fell into chaos. Chieftain, something's wrong. Chieftain, the chieftain has fallen. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared, announcing that Riha had completed the mission and also a level-up message, and he clenched his fist in excitement. Feeling a surge of power throughout his body, Riha suddenly crouched down, then with a feeling of victory he leapt into the air. This is the feeling, the system displayed. You have defeated Chieftain Hiruska. Therefore, for the next hour, the power of all Kobans will be reduced by 50. Riha was still bewildered. What, 50? The Kobans that Jingson had dealt with hadn't even resurrected yet. Then the remaining ones are just level 15 to 20 monsters, right? And they didn't pick up anything after defeating the monsters. All items from monsters or players will drop. He had to check the achievements first. The system appeared and the achievements were updated. After reading them, Riha couldn't help but be excited. Wow, agility alone increased by 30 points. The Hall of Fame is also really cool. Unload this. After that, he continued to review the content sent by the system and commented. It seems a bit more serious. A new ray of Middle-earth? From now on will I only encounter high-level players who can be defeated in one shot? My name will be in the Hall of Fame. However, Riha thought, top-ranked players in the world would be able to handle it in one shot. He let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. The list of achievements appeared again. After reading it, Riha sighed in relief. Without these 2 achievements, it would have been impossible for me to defeat Hiruska at my level. After that, he recalled everything he had just accomplished. I got 12 points for the BVB achievement. Before shooting just now, I poured everything into the bullet. While saying that, Riha suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, proudly tore it, and said, "Now it's time to hunt." Under the deep purple sky, a small village nestled at the foot of the mountain gradually appeared. Just then, a level-up notification came from the system. Riha, holding his newly enhanced flintlock, was delighted. Good, I'm level 32. All the Kobans will be weakened for an hour, so I can defeat them all alone. And I want to see more hunting information. The status window appeared. The system immediately updated the player's status, but there were a few lingering concerns. Achievements are 18 points, but standing points are 35 points. The highest score was always speed, but wait a minute. Stamina is important too because it increases survivability, but if so, then strength is the same, right? I need to raise it much more. The tension is building. My hairpin also determines how many times I can use a skill. It's too complicated. A sniper is not a simple player, basically based on long-range combat, but sometimes it may not be. One shot is one life, whether it's an enemy or an ally. That is the essence of a sniper. After much deliberation, Riha finally decided to invest everything in speed, leaving 5 points. Once everything was done, he felt relieved. Good. My speed is 327. By my calculations, this speed is almost equivalent to level 63. The name Agony Igor suddenly popped into Riha's mind. His motivation surged. Just wait a little, I'm coming now. However, Riha was currently in a predicament. Now I have to go to Estok. According to the mission, I have to sell these items. Oh, so busy. Right, there's something else I have to decide. Time is almost up. Should I send it or just sell it? Let's go with the option that causes the least trouble. Riha decided. I'll just give the reward to Madam. It was a simple decision. Reading the content of the bulletin board, he couldn't hide his confusion. The success reward is an invitation to the opening of Holy Grail Branch Number 2. What kind of strange reward is this? As expected of Middle-earth, it's really weird. Under the soft sunlight, a small house appeared among the green trees. Someone tapped on the table and let out a tense sigh. Madam was dying of a headache. Why isn't he contacting me? Last time I only received 1 letter. 3 months and still no news. Is it empty again this time, or did he get some bad score? At the same time, Riha was finding his direction. He opened the system window and headed towards Estok. Where should I go, or should I check what equipment there is first? I don't know what equipment drops from hunting Kobans. What did the city guard uncle drop? Suddenly, something incredible appeared before his eyes. What's that? It was the item and attribute window that appeared before Riha's eyes. There are even skills. Tegan's words flashed through Riha's mind. If all enemies are unapproachable and all attacks can be absorbed, isn't it almost like having one more life? He chuckled with delight at the thought. How did that old man fall with such amazing skills? Why didn't he use his skills? Haha. Riha immediately remembered that he had two special pieces of equipment from Hiruska. They were the Khan tribe chieftain's bone necklace and the Khan tribe chieftain's greatsword. It was a shame he had to miss out, but he was a little disappointed that he couldn't use these weapons. I have to wear the necklace. 10 increase in critical hit chance. It's truly food for me. No set effect, but this is pretty good. Finally, Riha made up his mind. All right now. His gaze turned towards the wooden house. I have to complete the mission. Standing in front of the somewhat dilapidated building, Riha couldn't help but judge. Our academy is the most dilapidated building in the capital, right? Or did I see it wrong? But he still approached and pushed the door open. It looks even older than the buildings on Mount Simu. Riha sighed and announced, I'm back. The scene inside confused him. A gunshot, followed by a scream. Ah, I'm doomed. Meanwhile, Riha still stood there blankly. What's going on? An NPC loudly scolded. Do you think you're still safe? Riha immediately drew his gun, preparing for an intruder. Another NPC, trembling with fear, still threatened. If you make such a fuss in the capital. Riha could clearly feel that there was another person inside. Another gunshot echoed. The NPC screamed in terror. Captain, his voice was so loud it echoed outside. The NPC at whom Riha's gun was aimed said in a flustered voice, all right, I'm leaving. I said I'm leaving. The war hero seems to still be alive, just you wait. Suddenly something distracted Riha and he looked at Brown with disbelief. 3 gunshots were heard. How can that person shoot so quickly? After dealing with the NPCs, Brown sighed. You're here now, kid? Riha hesitated for a moment, then replied yes. His gaze returned to the gun Brown was holding. The scene from earlier flashed through Riha's mind. 3 shots in 20 seconds. Unbelievable. With only 1 gun, Brown had clearly used 3 bullets with only 1 gun. After that, Brown told him to sit. Meanwhile, Riha was still deep in thought. 3 bullets in 20 seconds. The first bullet takes 10 seconds to fire. If Nesu doesn't take that long, it's only 7 seconds. It's just a rifle. You can't use it that quickly. Even with a covered bolt-action rifle, it takes 3 to 5 seconds without ammunition. If you can increase the operating speed of a bolt-action rifle with just 1 rifle, you would truly be the best in the world. Riha's eyes opened and he looked around the room. Seeing what was before his eyes, he was convinced of his conclusion. 3 gun racks as expected. It's Kai Muscati. As Riha continued to stare at the gun racks, Brown spoke. Does it look too old? Riha, startled, quickly denied it. No, it's not. After that, he revealed information. Shagat came here last night to inform everyone that Hiruska's mana had disappeared. Hearing that, Riha simply replied indifferently. Yes, Brown didn't forget to praise him. It must have been a long journey, but you returned faster than I expected. You worked hard, kid. Riha scratched his head and said, don't mention it. Simultaneously, a mission complete notification and an affinity level update message appeared in the system. Riha rejoiced inwardly. Suddenly Brown spoke. As expected, Riha was momentarily confused as to what was happening. Brown, without any explanation, bared his teeth and denied it. No more than expected. The system immediately announced the mission progress. Reading the content, Riha couldn't hide his joy. Thank you, platoon leader. After that, Brown said, collecting bear equipment will take some time, however, Riha asserted. It's all right, I'll be right back. Brown was already holding a book. Noisy, I don't want to waste it like that. Finally, he returned to the main topic. You have other things to do. Riha noticed the change. Oh, it changed from kid to you. After that, he politely raised his hand and asked, may I ask a question? Brown replied in a low voice. What is it? It was something he had been curious about for a while. How can he shoot so fast? However, Brown seemed unwilling to admit it. Do you think it's that fast? Not yet. You're still just a kid. Riha couldn't help but wonder at these words. Could it be even faster? In the end, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, is it a skill? Brown immediately denied it. Absolutely not, Riha continued. Or is it magic related to guns? Brown retorted. The fact that you're still sitting here is magic. Riha focused intensely to get information. Then is there something inside that black gun? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Riha internally reviewed everything one by one. There's definitely something. It's neither a skill nor magic. Keywords from his conversation with Brown. Familiar scenes he saw every day flashed through his mind, shooting range targets and even the scarecrow's shape. Through all of that, Riha asked himself one question. The system had just updated the Kai Muscati achievement. With all his conjectures and instincts, he was convinced. There's definitely something. Suddenly, Riha's eyes widened in disbelief. He associated one thing. Is that gun related to the people who founded this academy? While Riha was still confused, Brown slammed his cup onto the table, and in a low voice he spoke. Have you ever heard of Kai Muscati? At this very moment, Riha realized in a flash. Good, I found the keyword, but he didn't forget to answer the question. Are Kai Muscati the 3 people who founded Brown Academy? Brown then listed their respective roles. Brown Speed, Brown Penetration, Elizabeth Center. Oh no, it would be more accurate to call her Missy Brown. Riha had one question. Then the academy's name is, Brown answered before he could finish. That belongs to the kingdom. Those were really good days. The academy was full of energy and many students came whenever stories of Kai Muscati's exploits on the battlefield spread. People came here with guns. Everywhere was bright and bustling with people nowhere to set foot. Long training schedules. Can you imagine? Riha confirmed. Yes, Brown continued his story. The 2 were different from me. In the way they treated others and the way they ran the academy. Brown himself had to admit it again. They were truly different. Hearing the details Brown had just revealed, Riha fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile he continued his story. The other two disappeared from the battlefield, and everything ended. Here Brown's voice became serious. I will entrust this task to you. The Lost Legends. Just then the system announced the main content and simultaneously assigned the mission. Riha filtered out the most important keywords. Find Brown and Elizabeth. Lost Legends. The mission notification he had just received made him extremely confused. What? Do I just need to confirm if they're really alive? That's impossible. How can those Google guys give such an easy mission? If they went missing in battle and became legends, that's normal. But the fact that there's even a mission to find them clearly means they didn't just go missing. If I give up, I can't complete the mission. And if I don't complete the mission, there will definitely be a penalty. So I have to try it first. It was a long while before he responded to Brown. I will look into it. So Riha wanted more information about how the two were doing now. But Brown didn't answer and even gave a suspicious look. His face hardened. Can you do it, despite that powerful momentum? Riha was not afraid at all. How would I know without trying? Suddenly Brown gritted his teeth and sighed. He said doubtfully, Mrs. Elizabeth will be angry if she hears that answer. So Riha hesitated. Not only that, but Brown specifically emphasized that this would not be easy. However, Riha was particularly calm. Of course it won't be easy. After that he accepted the mission. So Brown also had no choice but to share information about the March battle that took place on the plains. He explained everything in detail. At that time we didn't have the luxury of observing each other. Brown and Elizabeth went to find a suitable place for sniping, and I moved with the two-country allied assault team of Berbil Mine. Hearing this, Riha stamped his foot and quietly assessed. That's too much. A sniping point for a march on the plains, so there are only these two pieces of information. I've been given 20 Middle-earth days and 4 days are almost up. If I make even one mistake, it's game over right away. Above all, Riha remembered Brown's words. Only 2 people have succeeded, so he vowed to himself. Since 2 people have succeeded in this mission before, I must also make up my mind, based on the provided data. After careful consideration, Riha made a decision. Alright, first, let's go to a nearby shop and check the situation. As soon as he arrived at the first location, he complained, Nothing is easy in this world. The shop owner received the item and respectfully thanked him. Goodbye, customer. Thank you for selling us this shield. Please come again, Riha replied perfunctorily. Yes, his bargaining skill had risen to level 5. He held a little hope inwardly. Anyway, since selling the shield raised my bargaining skill, I hope I can get some information from there. At the weapon shop, a voice came from the direction of another shop. Welcome, customer. Seeing someone he knew, the shop owner couldn't hide his delight. Oh, Riha, what are you looking for? A new weapon. Riha explained everything briefly. The shop owner immediately realized, Ah, you mean Sir Brown and Mrs. Elizabeth? They were famous as a couple during the war. Seeing his enthusiastic attitude, Riha inwardly speculated. There must be useful information. The shop owner tried hard to recall what he knew. Many people rumored that they were no longer alive, but the first rumor was not like that. Riha was surprised at those words. The first rumor. He pressed on to get more information. What was that rumor? The shop owner had a mysterious expression. I'll tell you if you come closer. He covered his mouth and whispered as if to reveal some shocking secret. As soon as the shop owner finished speaking, Riha exclaimed in horror. Really? However, he remained very nonchalant. That's just a rumor too. However, Riha couldn't put his hope in all of this. This is the most concrete information I've found so far, and at the same time the most unbelievable rumor. Riha scratched his head, looking tired. Hard to believe. Anyway, humans won the war between humans and monsters, right? Haha, another joke. However, a clearly discernible expression appeared on the shop owner's face. It was a miracle that humans won. Faced with his serious demeanor, Riha hesitated for a moment. Since the NPC has already asserted it, should I investigate further? After that, Riha explored more. But it's still a bit hard to believe. Are there no other rumors? Unexpectedly, the shop owner replied calmly. Oh, if you don't want to believe it, then don't, Riha carefully spoke. It's just common rumors about running away for love that keep coming and going. The owner interrupted. Your platoon leader dealt with about half of the people who said that. However, Riha still didn't give up. Who did you hear that first rumor from? The shop owner hesitated for a moment, then, perhaps thinking Riha was very curious, divulged a secret. You're so curious, aren't you? Because that's the story told by the person who last saw them. At this moment, Riha was certain that the person who last saw them directly was this man. Even while chatting, the shop owner didn't forget to sell his wares. Customer, if you buy a gun, I might just remember that person's name. Riha gritted his teeth in annoyance. Oh, seriously, why are all these NPCs like multi-level marketers? It was the same at Candlelight Castle. Then the shop owner pulled out a weapon. Here, this flintlock is what I recommend for you, Mr. Riha. It's cheap, only 18 gold. At these words, Riha was surprised. What 18 gold? He reminded him. Oh, watch your pronunciation. Suddenly, Riha fell into deep thought. It's about time I changed my weapon too. He examined the weapons the shop owner presented one by one. The first offer was too expensive. The Spitfire has an attack power of 1270, but it consumes too much strength. The needle gun. I don't like this name, but it's suitable for people from level 35 to 45. Alright, I've decided. I'll use this gun for now. After much deliberation, Riha finally made a decision. Shop owner, I'll take this needle gun. Yes, this is it. The next moment his voice suddenly changed from its usual tone. Shop owner, shall we activate my skill and start negotiating? How much will you sell it to me for? After the negotiation, Riha happily left the place. Sell a lot. The shop owner secretly agonized as if he had been robbed in broad daylight. In contrast, Riha was very proud of his spoils. I got a discount on a new flintlock, saving 70 silver. Above all, he had found the location of the person who had seen them, Nitai. The vast plains under the marching plains. Now he was more excited than ever. I've found a clue. Riha quickly headed to the teleportation support area. 1 ticket to Nitai, please. The staff member, Luna, said. That will be 80 silver, customer, Riha exclaimed. 80 silver? Luna said impatiently. If you're worried about the money, use a scroll. Next, Riha quickly stopped her. Oh no, wait a moment. He had to convince himself that this was not the time to save money. In the end, he could only reluctantly hand over the money. Here you go, Luna confirmed. 80 silver received, foreign customer. Have a pleasant journey. She quickly guided Riha into the teleportation space. Riha was in the teleportation space, but he couldn't stop feeling regret. The best thing money can buy is time. No matter how expensive it is, it should be reasonably expensive. The front is fine, but the back is all peeled off. Suddenly, the staff's voice was heard. Welcome to Nitai. Standing here, Riha speculated inwardly. The veteran with missing limbs must be someone who participated in the great war between humans and demons. This village is small, so I should find him quickly. Beside him, several children were playing. Look, the children are attacking a strange man. Wow, go away, monster. Throw stones at the madman. He. These weapons won't harm his body. Meanwhile, Riha couldn't understand what was happening. What is it? Lepanto cried out alone. My sword. I need to find the archer orc, the children shouted. Run away, the mad old man is coming. Riha stood there blankly. It seemed that if he chased the children away, the NPC's quest would end too easily. So he chose to turn away. I have 2 time-limited quests, so I'll go help him later. Wait for me. Lepanto had lost an arm. Riha continued his journey. All right, first, the village tavern. He cheerfully opened the door and entered. Excuse me, but as soon as he saw the gloomy scene inside, Riha was speechless. The atmosphere looked dangerous. Just then, the tavern owner Bali Li greeted him with a solemn expression. Welcome, customer. Riha quickly regained his composure. Yes, I have a few questions. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be disappointed. Perhaps because it's a border area, there are many rough-looking people, and some have only 1 arm. I guess I'm just nervous because I'm in a tavern so early in the morning. Then Riha began to ask the people of Nitai about the situation. Adam, hearing the name just mentioned, asked back, Lepanto, that man who's always dueling with swords? Mawson wasn't sure, but his face was excited. That SK Lepanto? The one who uses the sword fragment rapier, right? In contrast, T said coldly, Lepanto is in this village. Even with both arms cut off, he's just a sheriff. There's no one with such ability in this village. With this vague information, Riha left again, feeling discouraged. They answered about Lepanto, but it was no help at all. The current situation made him even more nervous. Damn it, there's no other way. Lepanto uses a rapier, and he was very active on the human-demon battlefield back then. The facts Riha knew filled his mind, and there were also rumors that Brown and Elizabeth had betrayed humanity. Just then, the shop owner's whisper flashed through his mind. I heard someone saw them directly meeting the Demon King. He even emphasized each word. The one-armed Lepanto of Nitai is that person, but the immediate problem was bothering Riha. Even if that's true, if I say anything, everything will be over. There's no time. Then the system notified him that there were 12 days left for the Holy Grail water and 19 days left for the Lost Legends. Reading this content, Riha felt a surge of strength and urged himself. I have to search all the shops in Nitai today, he continued to gather information. Owen, being asked, said, Lepanto, I've never heard that name. Even Water, a resident of this village, didn't know him. Who is it? If you're not buying anything, please leave. Is there really such a person in Nitai? I've never heard of it. When Riha arrived at a shop, the owner politely replied, Sorry, we're closing now. Still, he continued his journey. But when he met Victor, he received a similar answer. Lepanto Levanto, we don't have such a customer. He walked around from morning to night but couldn't get any useful information. My heart is burning. He's clearly a famous person, a sword fragment rapier user. There aren't that many people in this world. And I don't even know his face. After a short rest, Riha stretched and stood up. I need to check a few more places. Suddenly, someone touched him, and Riha shrieked. His whole body trembled, and he quickly turned around. Who are you? The person in front of him smiled playfully and said, He. Lepanto, agitated, made strange gestures with his hands and asked, Want to play fight with me? Recognizing the familiar face, Riha remembered seeing him that morning. It's that madman, right? And he scratched his head and refused. No, it's too late. Let's do it later. But he didn't seem to want to give up. He. Playing at night is more fun. Don't you know? Suddenly, Riha's eyes widened and he froze. No, wait. My assimilation rate is 50 right now, and I didn't detect that ragged old man's footsteps. Seeing the man who looked nothing like a soldier, Riha speculated that he might not just be an ordinary NPC, but a formidable being. Unable to contain his curiosity, Riha finally decided to ask directly, mister. After a slight hesitation, he continued, Excuse me, about your arm. As the wind blew Lepanto's clothes, Riha could clearly see that his arm was missing. At that moment, he was certain that the person he had been searching for so long was right in front of his eyes. I finally found him, Lepanto. but he was now spouting strange nonsense like a fool. Advance, squire. Follow my sword, as if he were still on an old battlefield. Follow my rapier. Follow Lepanto. Seeing his opponent acting like a clown, Riha was speechless. After that, he shook off the awkwardness and focused on the most important thing. Now that I've found Lepanto, I can ask him the truth about the rumors. Mr. Lepanto, my name is Riha. I have something to ask you, Mr. Do you happen to know? Before he could finish, Lepanto's booming shout drowned out Riha's words. Advance, squire, the battle is not over yet. Moreover, he chuckled and ran around quickly, playing. He. Riha struggled to catch up. Wait a moment, Mr. Lepanto, but the distance grew wider and wider, causing him a lot of trouble. Damn it, why is he so fast? Banas too is useless. He was a war veteran, right? But I'm convinced of the opposite. He's not just an ordinary madman. I can't let him get away, so he shouted even more determinedly. I have something to ask you about Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. As these two names were mentioned, Lepanto suddenly paused. The energetic atmosphere from earlier naturally disappeared. He slowly turned around and reminded him, Run away, you fool. Lepanto's face was clearer at this moment than ever before. If you keep sitting there like that, Riha's face was filled with horror. He continued, You'll be hit by Brown's gun. Not only did he gain nothing, but Riha was left with new questions. What does he mean by hit by Brown's gun? After that, Lepanto continued to run. Run quickly, run away. You'll need at least 5 shields to block Brown's bullets. Riha felt like he was going crazy because of this man. Where is he going now? Lepanto's voice echoed from afar. Run away, run further. Elizabeth is watching from afar. Elizabeth, you say? He's interested because of that girl. Elizabeth, you say? So he immediately chased after him. Indeed, he definitely seems to know something. But along the way, Lepanto suddenly whimpered. Ha. Riha, like a confused ox, couldn't understand anything. What is it? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Lepanto reached out a trembling hand and mumbled. Mr. Brown, don't go, don't abandon us. Following that, resentful whimpers were heard. At that sound, Riha was startled and froze. With wide eyes, he was horrified by Lepanto's recent actions. Riha thus realized it was post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. This trauma is very severe. I learned about this in the military before. People who have gone through intense combat usually experience these symptoms, and he was certain. Lepanto is still living in the war. Finally, Riha's body turned, his clothes flapping in the wind. I definitely can't rely on this person anymore. In this state, asking him more will be useless. I need to find another approach. Finally, a few pieces of meat were grilling over a small fire, emitting a delicious aroma. Riha held some seasoning, fanned the small fire with his raised arm, and cooked. Cooking level 5, he was like a cooking wizard. Come here, you're hungry, right? Cook Riha for Lepanto. He wanted to eat so badly that he was drooling. This is it. With his sharp nose, Lepanto immediately smelled the delicious food in less than 3 seconds. Seeing such an attitude, Riha harbored bad intentions. Got him. He seized the opportunity and deliberately teased, It smells delicious, doesn't it? Who am I cooking this meat for right now? Who should I feed it to? Mister, can you hear me? Unable to resist, Lepanto immediately began to eat. The meat is all cooked, squire. As soon as he finished speaking, he wondered who Squire was again. He took the opportunity to say, Mr. Lepanto, let's enjoy this meat and talk a bit. Riha thought that once he was full, his thoughts would be clearer. Lepanto commented that he was talking like a fool. Squire, the Demon King's army is still piling up. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. Riha was surprised when Squire devoured all the food in the blink of an eye. He's already finished. After a delicious meal, Lepanto started acting up again. I have to deal with the Demon King's remnants. Quickly, let's go to the battlefield. Riha quickly stopped him. Wait a moment, let's talk, knight, he pleaded earnestly. That war was dangerous, wasn't it? Please help me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lepanto looked puzzled. Help whom? Riha said in a serious voice. He read out 2 names. Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. Lepanto paused for a moment, then reminded him, Brown and Elizabeth, they won't return. If you meet them later, they'll be your enemies. They said that. I reported it to my superiors, but I was punished instead. It had to be that way. How could one tarnish the heroes of the nation? From what Lepanto had just said, Riha was certain that this person not only knew the truth but was also the last person to speak with him. Now I can get accurate information. Not long after, Lepanto was running around foolishly again. Quickly get my cloak, squire. I have to deal with the traitors. Riha was truly speechless. Is that all? Do I have to cook him again? Suddenly, where is he going now? I need to talk more to buy time. Just then, the system appeared. Reading this content, Riha inferred, a new mission has appeared. If I don't find his rapier, Lepanto won't survive. 10 points for success, 30 points deducted for failure. Where are such strange conditions? While he was thinking, Lepanto had already run far away. Wait a moment, please, but Riha hadn't identified the problem yet. Knight. Where are you going? He replied, as if it were obvious. To the battlefield, of course. With the information he had, Riha was sure this was the marching plains outside the P border where Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth had left. It was a desolate field, and no monsters were visible. Lepanto narrowed one eye and looked into the distance as if he had spotted something. The Cursed Dark Fairy Legion, Riha repeated blankly. The Cursed Dark Fairy Legion. Given the current situation, he calculated that he couldn't check the level of these monsters, and he couldn't suddenly engage in combat. I only have 100 bullets. I need to go back and ensure the monsters don't notice me. In this awkward situation, Lepanto loudly declared, You lot, I, Lepanto, will face you. Quickly bring my rapier, squire. Riha felt tears welling up. Are we supposed to find your rapier? Hearing this, Lepanto looked around, searching for his rapier. Where is my rapier? Riha immediately jumped into battle. If you don't have a weapon, step back. 2 cursed monsters and a dark fairy were in front of him. This time, Riha had no choice but to make a decision. The monsters have seen me. I can't let Lepanto die before I find the rapier. It's a shame, but I have to use this now. Immediately after, Riha took out his fine gun. He took a ready stance and began to deal with the largest one first. The bullet pierced through a solid tree trunk. It turned out to be part of the monster's body, but the current situation was cornering Riha. Its attack power is 3 times mine and it's still holding up. Moreover, as soon as he turned around, he saw the dark fairy. Damn it, when did this guy get here? In the end, Riha had no choice but to retreat. Everything was complicated, but Lepanto showed no fear of such weaklings. Just 1 stab is all it takes, Riha reminded him helplessly. You don't even have a sword, run quickly. After a long moment of fumbling, he assumed an attack stance again. Reload complete. Riha focused his muzzle on the monster horde. This time I'll take care of the small ones first. The moment the dark fairy spread its wings and was about to rush him, Riha immediately balanced himself and swung his bayonet. The attack pierced through the dark fairy's body. Throughout all this, Riha didn't move an inch, but it wasn't over yet. The small ones could be taken out in 1 hit, but that slow log-like one would require shooting until it died. A few minutes later, all the monsters lay on the ground. Lepanto exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent!" Squire and Riha looked at the weapons and admitted they were of a type with the highest defense they had ever seen. Lepanto praised them incessantly. With just 1 gun you could command a sniper unit. Meanwhile, Riha thought to himself, if I didn't have skills I wouldn't be here right now. He emitted a murderous aura from his entire body and said in a threatening voice, "Mr. Lepanto, 7 trained soldiers, archer support. Please shut up and let's talk." This time Lepanto was slightly cautious. Understood, Riha quietly warned him. You shouldn't rush at the monsters first. At that, he asked why, and Riha explained that they could only win by moving secretly to avoid detection. Finally, Lepanto understood. Oh, I see, that makes sense, understood. Not only that, but Riha added, the platoon leader will be very pleased when I report this. Lepanto also agreed. Then let's move quietly. As the two conversed in low voices, someone called out, Haria. Binin pointed at the person with his finger and wanted to confirm, you're Haria, right? Seeing a familiar face, Riha's face clearly showed joy. Binin, he chuckled cutely. Long time no see, Riha greeted him warmly. I'm really happy to meet you again, but why are you here, Hung? Binin said, just hunting. Chuckle. At those words, Riha was surprised. Wait a minute. Hunting, you say? I know he's experienced, but hunting in a place where you can lose your life so easily? Binin still seemed like an innocent child, but Riha's mind was full of questions. How did he manage it? Even Lepanto knew the identity of the person who had just appeared. A relative of Lazadia, you say? Truly surprising. Riha laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Immediately after, his gaze turned investigative again. His inner doubts had not diminished at all. Binin's academy is right across from here, so why is he here? Besides, he's hunting alone without even a due. In the end, he couldn't hold back and asked, Hung, are you here to hunt? You must have leveled up quite a bit, right? Binin answered casually. Just average. Haria Hung also has new equipment. Meanwhile, Lepanto was excitedly running around. I touched its tail. Wow, amazing. Immediately after, Binin startled Riha with his next words. It looks like boss equipment. Because as far as he knew, even level 200 players couldn't recognize his equipment in an instant, yet Binin could quickly and accurately identify his equipment. To get more information, Riha suggested, Would you like to come with me? I'm also on a mission. Binin scratched his head, looking troubled. It's fine, but I think there might be a problem. Riha was slightly surprised. Oh, what problem? Indeed, everything was just as Riha had surmised. Problem, as expected, there's something. Binin's voice suddenly became dangerous. It's nothing special, but he soon agreed. I'm curious about what mission Hung is on. I'll go with you, Riha replied joyfully. Good, and the two formed a team. Lepanto exclaimed excitedly, Excellent, one of the strongest in the Demon King's army is Radis. If we have them too, we won't have to worry. Only now did Binin notice Lepanto's presence. Why is the Demon King here? Riha explained awkwardly. Haha, he's an NPC, a bit out of his mind. Before he could finish, something else distracted him. There are enemies ahead. So many cursed ones and dark fairy legions. But Binin still maintained a calm posture and reminded him, Get ready, Haria Hung. He was momentarily unable to grasp the situation. What? The moment he saw Binin's bold actions, Riha was startled. Binin Hung, what are you doing? You're not a tank. They're wearing shield armor. Binin wasn't worried at all. Haria Hung, just focus on the orcs, the dark fairy pointed happily. It's Lantan. I haven't seen Rijan nearby for a long time. His subordinates also followed, shouting, Haven't seen Rijan for a long time. Haven't seen Rijan for a long time. Binin stretched his neck and took a deep breath. Following that, he blew poison breath with all his might at the dark fairies. Witnessing this scene, Riha was even more bewildered. What was that just now? He just breathed and the dark fairies disappeared. Binin turned his head and signaled, Haria Hung, now is the time. At that, Riha barely regained his composure. Understood. One of his rockets flew straight to where that one was standing. Simultaneously, Binin attacked the remaining one with his poison speed skill. In an instant, its body was pierced. Its body gradually faded and disappeared. Riha's eyes widened. I need 5 shots to take down one. But he just finished it like that. Binin's poison surpasses the power of a gun. How strong is Binin anyway? After dealing with everything, Binin suggested, shall we take a break? Lepanto, as if he had been waiting, laughed loudly. He. While he sat in a corner playing, Riha held his gun and remained alert. Finally, Binin surveyed the situation. Seeing him so focused, Riha couldn't help but wonder. He said it was break time, so why is he still looking around? I've only reached level 33 just from hunting. Anyway, the monsters on this plane aren't at a level that level 30 or 40 players can fight. What level is he at anyway? In the end, he couldn't hold back and asked. It hasn't been long since we parted ways at Candle Castle, so how much has your level gone up? Binin hung. He turned his head and asked, are you curious, Hung? And Binin revealed, I've only reached level 51. At these words, Riha was shocked. What, I'm only level 33 and he's already level 51? He uttered in disbelief. Unbelievable, level 51 you say. From Binin's perspective, knowing where and how to hunt was enough. First, I need to finish this mission quickly. I'm a bit busy, shall we move? Suddenly, Lepanto said loudly. Middle-earth's 7th Infantry Division and 3rd Allied Army. He touched the ground with his hand. This is where my comrades are buried, all enemies, 7th Company. While fleeing, I will take the lead, Riha called out in confusion. Knight Lepanto, and even Binin thought it was strange. Isn't this a bit dangerous? His attitude had changed again. Not only that, but Lepanto ran forward frantically. My rapier, I will lead. I will lead. He left Riha, who was helplessly calling the knight behind. This made him suspicious. Has he regained his memory, as if he just arrived on the battlefield and realized the battle was already over? While chasing Lepanto, Binin revealed, this will be difficult too. There's already an undead ahead. Riha was still a bit unsure. Undead? Binin confirmed. Yes, I thought my abilities wouldn't work on skeletons. Currently, Riha had only one goal. Anyway, since Lepanto is regaining his memory, I need to find the location of the rapier. The veteran escort mission will also end soon. It was a long while before Lepanto stopped. I found it, Squire. I saw my sword. He reached out a trembling hand to grasp the old image in his memory. The victory of that day where those two left. As soon as he saw it, Binin speculated. Hung's mission is probably about that person's story, and Riha said, that's right, it's a mission given directly to the sniper. Lepanto's emotions became increasingly intense. I must stop those two from leaving. I must report it. Did I report it? I did. Magic. Who was controlled by magic? Seeing the situation before them, Binin advised. Riha Hung, please keep the NPC from making any more noise. Just then, Lepanto shouted out loud the two names. Mr. Brown, Miss Elizabeth. At that moment the ground cracked and a strange light erupted. A terrifying zombie suddenly sprang up. Binin was slightly annoyed as yet another monster crawled out. Damn it, that's why I said to be quiet. Riha could identify their species. Skeletons and zombies. He shot the zombie once in the head, but it didn't budge. Nevertheless, he took it upon himself. Leave the skeletons to me. Hung, don't think about one-shot kills, just cut off their lower bodies. This time Binin was curious. Cut them off? How do you know that? And he extended his sharp claws and charged forward. The leg, that's right here, isn't it? The zombie still growled ferociously. Now that it was getting close, Riha was in a dilemma. Damn it, no time to reload in this situation. He had no choice but to risk his life. So Riha thrust the muzzle straight into the zombie's stomach. Bayonet charge. He gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. I can't fail after coming this far. After a long struggle, the zombie fell to the ground, defeated. Only then could Riha let out a sigh of relief. This was the last one. Simultaneously, Binin also reported, this side's done too. Right at that moment a resolute voice echoed, it's not over yet, you unforgivable scum. Did you think we wouldn't find you if you went outside the border? They hurled insults again. Damn lizard bastards. Riha's eyes widened at the familiar emblem. It's the dew emblem. Their appearance is truly surprising. Rising sun, why are they here? The moment he saw the group before him, Binin immediately reminded him. Riha, run quickly while you still can. Of course, Riha couldn't agree in the current situation. You saw the NPC's state, right? It's hard to escape. Besides, I owe them a debt. Binin was slightly surprised. A debt? After that, he assumed a battle-ready stance. Anyway, they're not the type to let us go even if we give them what they want. Then Riha asks Hung to attack first. Seizing this opportunity, Riha set a condition. All right, in return, Hung has to help me later. The Rising Sun group showed an arrogant attitude. Choose quickly. Either give it up now or go to hell now. You don't gain punishment points by dealing with someone outside the border. Not only that, but Bronze declared, no matter how many times you log in, I'll kill you that many times. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was immediately shot in the brain, and the rest of the group was startled. What? The company commander was killed. Simultaneously, Binin quickly sprayed poison. The Rising Sun group fell into confusion. Poison. Antidote, quickly give me the antidote. They were filled with rage, thinking of revenge. These damn lizard bastards. Observing the opponent's attack speed, Binin assessed inwardly. Fast reaction speed. Are these guys all level 60? On the other side, Riha was slightly exhausted. It's really tiring to fight and retreat like when fighting the EN gun. If Lepanto is dealt with, the mission will also end. Just then, one of them rushed at him shouting, go to hell, you sniper bastard. Riha reacted quickly and immediately blocked the attack. Bayonet attack. The clash between the two was so strong that it felt like space itself would explode. Fang, knowing he had the upper hand, sneered and laughed triumphantly. Meanwhile, Riha resisted with difficulty. Stronger than monsters even. Unexpectedly, one of the Rising Sun members rushed to attack Lepanto. I need to take care of those guys. That damn bastard needs to go to hell first. Dash and Bass. Dust and dirt flew everywhere on the ground, proving the attack was very powerful. Startled, he shouted inwardly no. When the dust cleared, a familiar figure appeared. Those guys. Lepanto appeared with a significantly different aura than before. Immense power emanated from his entire body, followed by a questioning voice. Who are you? After that, he continued in a calm voice. Squire, no stranger, are these your enemies? Riha replied in confusion. Stranger? Yes. A bald one rushed to attack him by surprise. Where did another one appear from? With just one movement, Lepanto blocked Rome. Attack Simbo Kudroy. Not long after, the bald one disappeared. Lepanto coldly uttered, "Don't ask." The Lin group recognized the current danger and shouted, "Take that guy out first." But all that returned from Lepanto was contempt. "Just that, and you think you can take me out? The Demon King's army is truly laughable." In less than 5 seconds, the two who had just charged ferociously were eliminated. Not only that, but Lepanto honestly criticized, "Too slow." Witnessing the magnificent sight from earlier, Riha was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Even Binin exclaimed in admiration, "He took them all down without a weapon. Where did Hung get an NPC like that?" "I want one too," Riha replied blankly. "He's just a mission NPC." Suddenly, Lepanto carefully knelt before Riha. It turned out he wanted to express his feelings. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have lived like that my whole life, despised by people, losing my memory. My rapier, this broken sword, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found it." Riha was surprised once again. "A magic sword, you say?" Right at that moment, the system notified Riha that he had completed the mission and leveled up. Examining the achievements he had just received, he couldn't help but admire them. 100 affinity points with Lepanto, and the reputation of the entire continent has risen accordingly. I also gained contribution points for Pubal, so Lepanto is a very famous person on this continent. The rewards are really generous, but my main goal hasn't been achieved yet," Lepanto said quietly. "Memory manipulation magic." He revealed the full story. "It's best not to hear about Lord Brown and Lady Elizabeth. They put memory manipulation magic on me. Rosa the Witch, the staff officer of the 3rd Division, that one erased our old memories." Hearing this familiar name, Binin suddenly recalled. "Rosa the Witch, the chief mage of Pubal." Lepanto continued his story. "But there should be a record of that battle in the royal archives. Only the king has the authority to modify and delete those records. So our report must definitely be recorded." In fact, there was another problem that made Riha depressed. "Their whereabouts are recorded in the royal archives, but my reputation points are too low. If I don't find proof, the commander will be angry." Suddenly, Lepanto lowered his voice. "I'm sorry, Riha, I can't meet Sir Brown. I'm no longer alive. Why would they cast such a spell on me? It must have been to keep the West untainted and to remove me from this world. That's why I can't return to the capital. I can't be in Pubal either. If Rosa finds me again, both I and the other knights will be in danger." After that, Lepanto handed him a coin. "Take this. Brown will know how to use it." Riha didn't quite understand. "This?" Lepanto said nothing more, leaving him with one last remark. "The evidence I gave them should be enough." Seeing him turn to leave, Riha wondered, "Knight, where are you going?" Lepanto said he had to go after them. Only now did Riha remember. "Ah, Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth," Lepanto continued. "For the sake of our fallen comrades, shouldn't I hear the answer I haven't yet spoken?" "Thank you, Riha. I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime." Binin also didn't forget Lepanto's contribution. "Anyway, thanks to you, we were able to defeat the Lin forces, which made things a bit easier for us." Riha shared a piece of news. "I've completed my mission, so I have to return to the capital." Binin continued. "Oh, that's a shame. Leveling up together is fun too." His voice suddenly became serious. "Riha." Binin smiled naively, and added something inexplicable. "You should grow up quickly too, very quickly." But Riha didn't understand. "Why is Binin helping me?" He was confused. "How did I do that?" He listed them one by one. "The most important thing in Middle-earth is information. Information about monster types, how to complete missions, high-level trading information. You've given me a lot of information, Hung." But Binin said, "You have potential, so the more you receive, the more you can give back. Because I've seen a lot of potential in you." However, Riha hesitated slightly. "But I'm just a gunner who isn't even level 40 yet," Binin replied as if it were obvious. First level up diligently. Then my turn to receive will come." Jin Gonggong level 23. Try to catch up with him." Riha was slightly surprised. Jin Gonggong is already level 23. He seems naive, but he's talented at games. In the end, he had to say goodbye. "Alright, I'll see you next time. Let's level up a lot and meet again." Binin waved his hand, telling him to be careful. "Riha, next time don't hide good weapons from me. The rising sun came all this way chasing that sword, right?" Binin was surprised that his secret had been revealed. "When did you see it?" He'd been caught. A system notification for an achievement update appeared again, followed by a few lines of encouraging text. Riha was currently very excited about receiving 22 stat points as an achievement reward. The final reward will probably be incredible. But only now did the game truly begin. Persuading the commander was the most difficult task. No need to worry prematurely. I can definitely persuade him. But as soon as he opened the door, a shout echoed from inside. "Shut up." In fact, he wasn't that surprised. I knew it. Inside Brown Academy, Brown's shout echoed. "Betrayal, the Demon King?" Amidst the suspicion, Riha tried hard to explain. "It's really true. I even brought evidence." But Brown aimed his gun firmly. "That evidence, hand it over quickly." Riha couldn't help but admire the commander's precise movements. 3 seconds, what kind of ridiculous speed is that? In the end, to save his life he took out the trekking coin. The commander will surely recognize this. Seeing it, Brown's face immediately darkened. A few seconds later, he finally managed to speak. Lepanto, that kid is still alive. Hearing that, Riha couldn't help but ask, do you know what this is? Brown replied firmly without hesitation. This is a trekking coin. We can find the owner's location by the amount of mana infused in this coin. It ensures comrades aren't betrayed and that plans are carried out justly. The owner of this mana is from the 3rd Company, frontline unit. That kid. As he spoke, he suddenly hesitated. Anyway, Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth went to the Demon King's castle, and Lepanto and the other witnesses were subjected to memory manipulation magic. Seeing this, Riha quickly replied, that's right. The majestic appearance from earlier was gone, and his voice suddenly became mournful. Commander, why are you doing this to me? Brown muttered to himself as if he had already realized. So this is what it was all about. Then he asked Riha, kid, do you have time for dinner with me? He was surprised by the sudden question. What, dinner? Before he could finish speaking, the system suddenly appeared before him, and Brown was still talking. You have to work with me. The screen showed the following information. Mission content and conditions changed. The mission is to find the record documents regarding the disappearance of Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth in the palace. You must be careful not to be discovered by the guards, otherwise you will fail and your reputation will decrease. Do you accept the mission? Reading that information, Riha clutched his head. What kind of mission is this? My affinity with all NPCs in the Pupil Kingdom will decrease by 50, and I won't be able to live here. Am I a sniper or a spy? He hadn't yet regained his composure, but he was overwhelmed by Brown's presence. If you claim that what you and Lepanto said is true, then I want to confirm it myself. Through the royal record documents, Riha cowered and stammered, then wouldn't it be better if you went yourself, Commander, rather than me going alone? I don't have access to the Imperial Palace yet. Commander Rosa tried so hard to hide it. What if no one in the royal family tells me anything? I don't want to know about it either. But Brown firmly refused. I cannot do that myself. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think, so he was convinced from the start that I had to do this absurd task. But Riha's mood suddenly changed with Brown's next words. I believe you can find the record documents. So Riha, there's no one else but you. Faced with that sincerity, he suddenly smiled. Riha. And without further hesitation he firmly accepted the mission. All right, I'll do it. How could I refuse when he called my name like that? A conversation took place in front of a stock Imperial Palace. Come in, Sir Brown, what brings you here? Brown quickly replied, I have business in the tank unit. But the person continued to ask, who is the person behind you? However, his face was completely unmoved and he calmly replied, my squire. Riha casually thought from behind. This is how I can enter the Imperial Palace. After smoothly passing through the gate, Brown politely bade farewell to the guards. You've worked hard. He looked around at Riha and asked, have you memorized the layout of this place? As expected, he didn't disappoint. I've memorized it all. I need to go to the east side of the palace, and after getting what I need I must not go near the central palace. Only now did Brown relax, but he still cautiously instructed, good, you must also remember all the paths you've taken. If you go into the wrong place you'll fall into a trap. Riha was surprised by the sight before his eyes. Why did the palace people build such things? Leading him, he reminded him, remember, you must leave before 9 p.m. Riha obediently replied, yes, and he gave one last instruction. Meet me on the west side of the Imperial Palace. A moment later, after descending the winding staircase, the two arrived at a place with glowing orbs. Riha was still looking around in confusion. Suddenly Brown placed his hand on an orb and whispered, this is your only chance. As soon as he touched it, a dazzling light spread throughout the entire space. A door suddenly appeared behind him. Then he turned to Riha and said, begin. At that, he quickly hid behind a nearby potted plant. Yes, but before he could do anything, a voice interrupted. Hey, is anyone here? The opponent was CL, the Secretary General. Sir Brown, isn't it? As soon as he saw him, he greeted him politely. Oh, long time no see, CL. No, I should call you Secretary General now. He humbly replied, what happened before isn't that important, but what brings you here? Even you, Sir Brown, cannot enter here without permission. You know that, right? I'm only allowing you to enter because it's Sir Brown. I would have ignored anyone else against that probing. Brown still calmly gave a reason. Since I'm visiting the palace, I thought I'd drop by to see an old friend. Hearing that, CL put on an exaggerated act. Oh, is that so? But this is the first time I've seen Sir Brown like this. Seeing you arrive so suddenly, you're not here to look at the record documents, are you? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Is that so strange? CL seemed to add fuel to the fire. Of course it is. If you were here for that, you'd meet someone else, not me, like the Knight Commander Crit or the Royal Guard Commander. Every word he spoke made Riha break out in a cold sweat. I can think of many things, for example, that you brought another person with you. As he spoke, CL directly lifted the potted plant and shook the person hiding inside. After that action, the two fell silent as if by agreement. To salvage the situation, he awkwardly explained, it would have been more interesting if someone actually appeared, right? Not like this. Brown next to him admired, your imagination has grown richer. While Secretary General Clark was recovering his image, Riha quickly ran back. Perhaps so. I'm glad you called me Secretary General. After much effort, finally passed through his sharp gaze and successfully entered the door. Riha immediately ran down the stairs. He still had enough time to execute the plan. He just needed to find it within 2 hours, in the deep darkness. But why are these stairs so long? So he kept running. And he didn't know how many stairs he had passed. Suddenly, Riha's body felt like it was floating in the air. Observing everything here, he was extremely surprised. This place is space. Riha felt like he could move freely, but his feet touched some boundary at this moment. He looked down, and the feeling of still stepping on stairs remained intact. You should have told me about this strange structure. Riha looked around in confusion, then began to focus. Find information about Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth in this place within 2 hours. I also need to find a way to escape from here. While he was still confused, his gaze suddenly stopped at one place. Are those books over there glowing on their own? Approaching that way, Riha was surprised to find a continental map and settlement status. There must be something inside. There's no way there's nothing when the bookshelf is glowing like this. I don't know when I'll be able to come to this royal library again. And Riha directly reached out to the bookshelf, intending to read a book. As soon as he touched it, the item turned into a glowing screen before his eyes, and Riha couldn't help but be surprised. The map was a map of the entire continent, and system notifications like spam rang out, saying he had collected Eastern Continent Exploration 1 through 4. It turns out someone had already explored this area and there was information about this place. Riha's face was now full of joy. Monster types, habits, levels, it's all there. The map alone will be a tremendous help. I'll almost have the upper hand in hunting. Did Binnen see this? West, South, and North were all written by a person named Panin. His level is clearly at a beginner player's level. Thinking about it again, he had seen posts about a person revered as the king of adventure. Suddenly he discovered something. This is the new continent exploration plan. And a mission bulletin board suddenly appeared asking him to bring Panan to Estok, the capital of Pubal. Panan went to explore the new continent and hasn't returned. The reward is new continent exploration rights and a 50 reputation increase. Witnessing this sight, Riha was extremely surprised. Why is there a mission here? Panan wasn't an ordinary player. A mission to find one player and bring him here. Looking at the value of this reward, it's clearly forcing me to start the mission right away. If I can get Panan to join the new continent exploration team, then the mission will probably officially begin from then on. This kind of mission was received in the Royal Library and has no time limit. The system appeared again, interrupting his thoughts. You have received Panan's last letter. At this point, Riha was very decisive. There's no reason not to do it. The system suddenly appeared, and the content was as follows. The explorer requested the king to grant funds for exploration and to accompany 10 explorers to explore the vast eastern land he discovered, the new continent. Learning this fact, Riha fell into deep thought. The king agreed but rejected Panan's proposal. Only after he left did the king realize his importance. In the end, all kings are the same. Shutting the barn door after the horses bolted, I found much more than expected. Now it's time to move. From a not-so-conspicuous bookshelf he found it. Monsters attacking in groups, the appearance of the Demon King's soul fragments. Why is the Second Centaur War record written in such small print? It's hard to find. I want to know a lot, but I only have 30 minutes. I have to find what I need to find first. After much research, Riha finally found the answer. Here it is. Lepanto is from Assault Unit 67, 3rd Company. It's the battle Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth participated in together. But in the very next moment his face completely changed. Operation name is Fragment Shatter? That's really something. They maximized the use of the terrain. They clearly knew that if they only eliminated the enemy commander, the entire army would quickly be weakened. I want to read more details, but the report Lepanto mentioned should be somewhere around here. I've almost found it. Riha continued to turn the pages until he finally found it. Here it is. Then he summoned the mirror the commander had given him. If I shine the bookshelf in the mirror, the content will be recorded. At the same time, the system appeared, interrupting the plan. Failed due to missing critical factor. Oral report collection appendix related to the disappearance of critical factors. Suddenly, a voice broke this piece. What a waste of time. The words Brown left in history were quite old now. Riha was startled by the sound and looked back. Why now of all times? The voice echoed once more. Quickly checked the bookshelf related to the Second Centaur War. At this, he was in a dilemma. Damn it, it's right where I am. Simultaneously, CL walked over from the opposite side and reported. Sir Rosa ordered me to inspect. The librarian walking ahead also obediently followed. Yes, Commander. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, But what are you inspecting? He replied honestly. I'm inspecting to see if anything is missing. Hearing that, he imagined a series of scenarios. An uninvited guest broke into the imperial palace, stole documents from the royal archives. Faced with this rich imagination, CL was speechless. That won't happen, but just in case, since I'm ordered to inspect, I will inspect. Then he quickly followed. Let's see, the First Centaur War, the Minis War, all the reports are here. Not long after, the librarian returned and reported. Oh, Secretary General. Hearing that, he immediately asked about the situation. He held up 2 books with a flustered expression. The order of the books here has been changed. The last 3 books are out of order. At this, CL was extremely surprised. What? The man continued to point out the anomaly. Someone has definitely tampered with them. There are 3 books where there should only be 2. As a librarian, I cannot accept this fact. This part is about the Marching Plains War. As the two conversed, a sound suddenly came. He guessed it was the sound of a door opening. Only then did CL realize the situation and became very angry. Damn it, immediately sound the emergency alarm for the guards. The man's footsteps grew faster and faster. Arg. A scream echoed in Riha's mind. I'm screwed this time, I'm really caught. If I'm caught, the mission is over. After desperately fleeing, he finally managed to get out of the building. Good, I escaped safely. Now I need to act normally. But before he could even move, he froze at the voice from behind. Catch him, where did he go? Don't just stand there, go find him quickly. Scatter 2 people per team, he couldn't have gone far. Riha hid in a corner and carefully observed his surroundings. There's no one here except the guards. Immediately after, a resolute order was heard. If you find a stranger, arrest them immediately. The subordinates quickly complied. Understood, understood. Hearing this, he despaired. Damn it, I can't hide in a safe place. I need to find the fastest way out of here. I have to jump over there. That path will lead me outside. East Palace, please don't catch me, please. But Riha's plea seemed unfulfilled. DG suddenly appeared in front of him, and the two collided head-on without time to avoid each other. Ah, he clutched his head and cried out loudly. He was running around the palace in the middle of the night. The Royal Archives just sent an emergency notification. As he said that, he suddenly paused as if noticing something. At this moment, Riha finally realized that DG was in front of him. As soon as he saw him, he quickly changed his attitude. Long time no see, you've already made it to the Imperial Palace? Riha also politely asked back. Ah yes, hello? The sound of armor clashing echoed. While the two were still exchanging greetings, a voice interrupted. Indeed, it's the Holy Knights, we've finally caught you. He could only stand there blankly. A man behind him proudly pointed at him. That's him, that's the guy who broke into the Royal Archives. In this situation, Riha resolved to himself. I have to pretend, I must trick them. Damn it, I escaped by the fastest route, yet they still caught up, And he opened his mouth as if to explain. What are you talking about? However, DG, who was next to him, cut him off. No, how can you say that? I know it's an emergency, but you can't arrest someone without a reason. Moreover, this person is someone who cooperates with our Holy Knights. This person is the one who defeated Chief Hiraka of the Kobun tribe recently. He felt a little embarrassed at being praised like that. This story again, nevertheless, CL remained adamant. Then why he's the most suspicious person? DG still resolutely protected him. You can't arrest someone just because they're suspicious, Secretary General Clark. Moreover, this person is a comrade of the Holy Knights. I'm not pleased that you're suspecting my friend. At these words, Riha was moved. DG is defending me. So touching, not much, but it's sincere. After a long argument, CL also clutched his head and said, All right, I'll go find proof then. Since you defeated the Kobun chieftain, you're a royal guard, right? Do you know Sir Brown? That question, Riha quickly realized that DG was trying to involve the general. He immediately and resolutely refused. Of course I am not a royal guard. Unable to find anything, DG angrily turned him around. If he really illegally entered the Royal Archives, I will hold the entire Holy Knights responsible. DG did not back down at all and resolutely retorted, All right, let's agree to that. Come on, let's go, Riha. He nonchalantly followed. Yes, but in his heart he breathed a sigh of relief. If I had been caught by the guards or the security detail, this mission would have been ruined. Fortunately, I was caught by a friend of the Holy Knights, so I'm safe like this. After that, Riha awkwardly expressed his gratitude to DG. Thank you, DG, he happily replied. You're welcome, I'm glad I could help you. The people in the archives are sensitive and always on edge, be careful. Then he asked in detail, What brings you here? Before Riha could answer, a shadow spoke. I came to meet someone. The person who appeared was Brown. My disciple got lost, so I came to pick him up. Riha was delighted when he appeared. General Brown, you're here. He appeared before the two and said, Thank you, DG, I owe you one this time. However, he humbly said, Not at all. It's just helping a friend, there's no favor owed. As soon as he finished speaking, Riha immediately followed up. No thank you, DG. Now that I've met the general, I'll take my leave first. DG waved his hand in farewell. All right, see you next time. Work hard for pupil later. Once only the two of them remained, Brown immediately got to the point. Did you meet Rosak? Riha answered honestly. No, I didn't. He wasn't there. He had said the chief mage was always in the palace, but he wasn't there, so he was having such a hard time. Brown suddenly said something significant. But did you get it? Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle and smile. The two clapped hands skillfully, like comrades who had known each other for a long time. Good. In the quiet night, under the bright moonlight, Brown's Royal Guard Academy looked very mysterious and eerie. A hand carefully touched a glowing mirror. Is this it? It was a copy of the Royal Archives reports. As soon as Riha touched it, numerous images poured out. I copied them so quickly I didn't have time to read the details. What on earth was recorded? Top secret documents. At 2100 the guards fled and 2 people were spotted heading towards the Demon King's army. When I shouted for them to stop, a gun was aimed at me and I was shot in the thigh, unable to fight further. At 8 o'clock the next day the two were found 20 kilometers from the barracks. Not having received orders for a joint operation yet, the soldiers approached and were continuously shot at. After the sudden attack, the soldiers were too hurt to pursue the two. Shot in the arm, shoulder, and pelvis, they could no longer fight. At 10 o'clock, a small unit was incapacitated by the two's gunfire. And at 1300, when Sir Brown was discovered to be struggling to move and was about to be reported, he was shot in the knee, severing his leg and making him unable to fight. Knowing all these incidents, Riha shivered. Truly terrifying, none of the people who reported returned intact. According to this report, it was true that they sided with the Demon King's army. And from here on was Lepanto's report. The mirror continued to show the content. At 2300, I had not yet received orders to capture Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth, and 2 members of Assault Unit 67 had already arrived. After receiving basic supplies as soon as we left the barracks, we received orders from headquarters to capture them. We pursued them closely but did not succeed in capturing them. They fled with a ferry known as the Demon King's Army. At our next encounter, they left a message. You won't find me in Rosa, be careful. Once again, Riha fell into thought. Did Brown and Elizabeth directly warn Rosak? I suspected Rosak because he concealed the fact that the two had fled. But this warning was before Rosak hid them. Rosak, be careful. They said that before they fled. Not only that, but Brown's face also hardened, but in just a few seconds his eyes were filled with burning thoughts. No, the phrase additional statement appeared on the screen again. Before the operation plan collapsed, Lady Elizabeth's health checkup results showed she was pregnant. This fact was recorded before she was dispatched to war. This fact truly surprised Brown. Was this it? He couldn't help but hit the table. Even Riha couldn't believe what he had just seen. To send a pregnant woman to war against demons? Before he could regain his composure, he spoke. How can this be? Why did no one tell me this fact? In that rage, Brown unconsciously gritted his teeth, drawing blood. Then he scoffed at himself. How ridiculous. We were the three musketeers together for so long and I didn't even know she was pregnant. In this situation, Riha could only quietly console him. General, however, he cut him off. But rather, I'm relieved. At these words, Riha wondered if he had misheard. How relieved? Brown's eyes were full of sorrow. Fortunately, the two are alive. Even reading this tragic report, I'm relieved that they didn't die. Because this report is about them betraying their race and shooting their comrades. Truly ridiculous. Can I still live as a general of the Royal Guard Academy after this? Seeing this scene, Riha defended them. Perhaps they have unspeakable reasons. They even warned Chief Mage Rosak to be careful, so it's not nonsense. However, he still replied without looking back, yes, there must be something I still don't know. And Brown suddenly said, thank you, young man. The screen in front of him glowed again. You have completed the Lost Legends quest. Your rank has increased. Your rank has increased. He continued the flow of emotions. Thank you very much, Riha. You are the only one I can trust right now. As he spoke, Brown suddenly hesitated. But will you be back in a few days? Just then, the system appeared again. One character was frustrated because demons were everywhere, making it impossible to meet friends. General Brown will discuss his thoughts on his betrayed comrades 3 days later. Riha quietly opened the door, but his mind was still in turmoil. This is the first time I've seen the general like this. After all, 2 of the 3 musketeers of the Royal Guard are traitors. Now was not the time to worry about others. Looking at the treasury balance, he cried out tragically, shouldn't the reward for this spy mission at least be money, only increasing my rank? I gained the general's trust, but I'm playing the game to earn money. So why can't I earn a single penny? I should sell this greatsword. Suddenly, Riha's attention was drawn to the back. Level 50 greatsword. It'll sell cheaper at the shop than at the auction house. Sell level 60 flute. Name your price. It's better to sell it for 1 gold coin than cheap at the auction house. Sell me a teleportation scroll, or buy a magic potion, whispers were heard. Look for weapons with average stats. Seeing them arguing, he guessed, the auction house. Then everyone continued to shout, if anyone knows the entrance fee, we'll sell directly. Sell me a level 130 magic staff. Witnessing this sight, he finally realized, they were trying to buy directly to save on fees. Both sides have to pay commission. Commission is 5. These cunning guys know how to make money. Suddenly, an idea popped into Riha's head. Come to think of it, I still had one item I hadn't sold. The scimitar I got from the Koban Chieftain. Koban Chieftain Scimitar. Attack power 105 to 120, requires strength 150, agility 110. Additional effect, critical hit chance increases with the number of set items. Observing it, Riha suddenly fell into thought. If I sell it directly, I save on commission, but it will take too long, so I should put it on the auction house. Before that, I should search for how much it will sell for. However, in just a few seconds his face completely changed. What? An advanced 2-handed spear is an average of 60 gold. That's 6,000,001 in cash. If advanced is this expensive, how much would a special type of weapon be? Agility 6, critical hit chance 15 increase. If a weapon can increase stats. As he walked, everyone's gaze was drawn to Riha, who was chuckling. I should sell it right away. Simultaneously, in a restaurant, a voice called out, order? Yes, customer, just a moment. Ronho sat in a chair and immediately commanded, Kimayu, quickly go take the customer's order and clear table 2. Kimayu still gently obeyed, yes, boss. He arrogantly thought, when there are many customers, I have to man the counter too. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at one place. Ronho loudly shouted, turn off your ringer when you're working. At this, Kimayu's expression became slightly unpleasant. Yes, I'll be careful next time. Why did he call me? Who else but Riha? Opening her phone, a message immediately appeared. Mom, did you eat? I'm worried about you eating alone every time. Seeing it, she thought to herself, what's there to worry about? You take care of your own meals. Then Riha suddenly asked for Kimayu's account number. He even tried to trick her into believing she had won something and sent her money. Nevertheless, she didn't pay much attention to this fact. He must have won something small again. But what kind of win needs an account number? Let's see, I need to access my banking app. But as soon as she opened the app, Kimayu was startled by the numbers on the screen and her eyes struggled to read each digit. 10. In a trembling voice, she uttered, 10,000,001? Simultaneously, the person holding the phone thought that their family hadn't had a good meal in a long time. At this moment, Riha was very happy and calculated. After deducting commission, I have gold left. I earned more money than I thought. Profit of 1,164,000 won. Transfer 10 million won, balance 1.64 million won. Then he encouraged himself. It's only been 2 weeks since I came to Middle-earth and I've already earned this much. That's not bad. I can do this. From now on I just need to go outside. To have such a relaxed mind after a long time, it's all thanks to this. Then Riha gently touched it and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Following that, numerous memories of the past flooded back to him all at once. Seeing what his friend had gone through, Riha was deeply moved. His feelings were indescribable. Thanks to this, I was able to get back on my feet. Then Riha began to calculate. I still have 4 days until I meet the general again. Until then, there's one more thing I need to take care of in Middle-earth. The bento box mission is also almost due. As soon as he thought of it, he smiled brightly. All right then. After a long hesitation, Riha continued. I'll be back before dinner. Each word was extremely resolute. In Middle-earth, in the air filled with tension, sweat dripped down his face. Gijung held his shield and powerfully deflected the saw blade in front of him. However, that only angered Igor more, and he resolutely cut down his last shield. At this sudden event he was startled. His body instantly froze. Now in Gijung's eyes, only Igor's ferocious appearance was visible, and back in reality, on one floor of an apartment, a roar suddenly erupted. Gijung, lying in bed, startled awake. It was a dream, but it felt so real. Looking at the gamepod next to him, Gijung stood there blankly for a few seconds, then began to tremble all over as if fearing something. Looking at himself, Gijung quickly turned his head away. His face suddenly became very unpleasant. Damn it! However, the ringing of his phone made that state disappear. Gijung picked up the phone as soon as it rang. Hello, is that Hung? From the other end of the line, Riha suddenly spoke. Yeah, Gijung, are you busy? That question immediately lifted Gijung's spirits. No, not busy at all. I actually felt more at ease not being able to log into Middle-earth. Why, Hung, hearing that, Riha's eyes lit up. Oh, nothing special, just thought I'd buy you some beef. Gijung shifted into a more comfortable position for the conversation. Dinner, Hung, you're even buying me beef? At that, Riha shuddered. All right, don't say it so creepily. Will you be here at 8? Gijung replied firmly. Of course, I'll be there right on time. Riha cheerfully ended the call from his end. Good, I'll be waiting. After the conversation ended, Gijung hung up first. He suddenly let out a sigh. Beef, looks like Hung made some money in Middle-earth. Well, Hung has always been good. He's done amazing things in such a short time. Thinking that, Gijung resolutely got out of bed and entered the game world. Good, Hung must be waiting. Strong resolve not to be left behind showed on his face. Simultaneously on Riha's side, Then I can't waste time. I need to hurry. I have to decide before dinner. He checked his current equipment window and after a moment an item appeared. A bento box worth 100 million won. I need to confirm if it's really that price. Riha fell into deep thought. The answer to this mission will come from Madame Lu's sister. Madame Zhou has it. Arriving at the door of a house, he couldn't help but feel confused. This is Madame Zhou's house? To confirm his thoughts, Riha boldly knocked on the door. After a moment, the door suddenly opened. The sight before him left him speechless, and only the other person's voice was heard, coming to visit someone late at night. Who are you? Facing Madame Zhou, he had only one thought. She's so tall. To avoid being rude in front of her, Riha quickly greeted her. Pleased to meet you. You are Madame Zhou, right? But internally he was still confused. She's incredibly tall. She's Madame Lu's younger sister, not older? At that question, Madame Zhou bent down and replied, yes, it's my first time meeting someone at night. At her candid words, he didn't know how to react. Oh no, he suddenly became flustered. Should I do? Did I come too suddenly? I should have thought about what to say beforehand to get information. Just then an idea suddenly popped into his head and Riha quickly summoned the smoked rabbit meat item. He then awkwardly said, I came because I have a favor to ask of Madame Zhou. But her attitude was still slightly displeased. He was very worried, but Riha continued, I brought some snacks. My sister asked me to come, so I had to. Hearing that, her expression softened slightly. Sister, please come in. Seeing his plan succeed, Riha secretly rejoiced. Good. Madame Zhou then politely served water. What is it? You're not here for anything else, are you? He was a little embarrassed by the kind treatment. Awkward. Still, it's a good thing I learned cooking. These NPCs are truly formidable. By normal standards, they're too relaxed. I need to mention a special keyword to get a reaction from them. Having met 3 people before, he was a bit more skilled this time. Riha once again racked his brain to figure out what the keyword might be. Without thinking for long, he quickly spoke. Madame Lu asked me to tell you that the bento box has departed. Hearing that, Madame Zhou was slightly surprised. A bento box. Then what did my sister say? Was the delivery successful this time? That question made Riha even more certain. As expected, the key word was bento box, and he replied very naturally. Ah yes, I heard it was very reliable, but Madame Zhou wasn't particularly excited. I received the same letter last time, but there's been no news for over 3 months. I don't know how many times this is. Riha drank his tea and organized his thoughts. Right. There's no way I'm the first. Those who came before must have all prepared themselves, he then asked casually. But is it that difficult to open a shop in the capital? She also kindly replied. Indeed, it seems my sister didn't tell you anything. At that, Riha broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Tell me what? I didn't hear anything beyond the hallway. There must be some hidden meaning. This is a typical Middle-earth hint. What is it? Is there something more important than the bento box? Seeing him hesitate, Madame Zhou spoke. Don't you understand? Why are you thinking so seriously? This bento box is much more valuable than you think. The monster of Khan is always famous for its unique taste. Moreover, this is a mysterious bento box made personally by my sister. Those who know about gourmet food will probably want to taste it by any means. If so, after a moment of hesitation, Madame Zhou looked straight into Riha's eyes and said, like wealthy people for instance. Riha was shocked by this information. Once again he fell into deep thought. There are many powerful people who want it, but only one bento box is brought to the capital. Therefore the strongest among those powerful people will get it. Immediately an image popped into his mind. Surely not. Madame Zhou quickly interrupted before Riha could utter the name. Shish, I just do as my sister tells me. Do you have any more questions? You probably do, don't you? For example, about being concerned about this capital. This is where the most people gather in the Pupil Kingdom, and it's the strongest kingdom on the continent. What if all those people gather in one restaurant? At that hint, Riha continued to speculate. Many people gathering, if they gather like that, what else could there be besides money? After a moment his eyes flashed as if he understood. Riha gulped down his water and said, It's getting late, I shouldn't bother you anymore, right? Since I brought the meat. He then stepped out the door and slammed it shut. I'll be going now. All his actions were so fast that Madame Zhou sat motionless like a statue. After a long while a faint smile touched her face. Just as my sister said, he's a really interesting person. At this moment Riha had returned to his own world. He took off his game helmet. Phew. Madame Lu is just an NPC in a newbie village? His expression became very complicated. Madame Zhou and Madame Lu are aiming for, could it be that? While he was still contemplating, his mother opened the door and entered. Riha, seeing them, he was slightly confused. He was quite puzzled. Mom and Gijun came together. Did they meet on the street? But his mother reacted intensely. As her son was hugged tightly, Riha screamed, Oh, I can't breathe. His mother cried tears of emotion. It's good that you're healthy. Why are you sending money? You're not doing anything bad, are you? In this situation he didn't know where to begin explaining. No mom, Gijun and I will explain it to you now. And once only the two of them remained, Gijun wore a satisfied expression. Ah, that was delicious. Auntie went to buy fruit, probably watermelon. Suddenly Riha called his name. Gijun quietly replied, He slowly got to the point. About that bento box mission I mentioned earlier, I think I should probably destroy it instead of selling it. At Riha's intention, Gijun trembled and was speechless. After a long while he finally managed to speak. What? A voice filled with surprise erupted from the room. What? You didn't sell it to complete the mission? And then, two hands losing their composure were placed on his shoulders. How much was that worth? I told you, didn't I? Seeing Gijun's tearful expression, Riha quickly calmed him down. Calm down, calm down. Hung will explain. After explaining the situation in detail he spoke. So what Madame Lu wanted to achieve with the bento box was to establish an information guild disguised as a restaurant. Gijun couldn't believe his ears. What? Really? An information guild disguised as a restaurant? Riha then moved on to another question. What do the experts of Middle-earth think? Can this game really be like that? Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. It's not impossible. If it's true, that's amazing. I've been to an information guild before when completing a mercenary mission. But without a legitimate reason, they demanded 30 gold. Who would pay 3 million won no matter how useful the information? At that, Riha was shocked. 30 gold? Honestly, even a secret investigation agency can't earn 3 million won. If so, Gijun nodded vigorously, and provided useful information. Even rogue guilds or mercenary council meetings have no choice but to give up on information guilds. They're that useful. Moreover, they're run by NPCs. It's like a paid strategy guide provided by the system. Riha suddenly became flustered. Are there no information guilds in a stack? At that question, Gijun replied firmly, No, the capital is directly managed by the government. It would be a disaster if dangerous people inquired about ways to assassinate the king at an information guild. Knowing that information, he understood. So that's why the bento box was to be delivered directly to the king. Gijun then casually asked, If you felt that way while talking to the NPC, it's probably true. But what's the mission reward? Riha honestly replied that it was an invitation to a restaurant opening party. After thinking for a long while, Gijun couldn't help but wonder, isn't that a trap? But he still didn't fully understand its meaning. A thought formed in his mind. Using the capital's information guild. If such a reward is given, everyone will try to complete it. Honestly, I felt it was strange from the moment Hung mentioned it. A bento box, such a good item, but there's no way they'd let Hung use it. It's clearly a non-tradable quest item. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. After hearing everything, Riha spoke. Yes, you're right. Currently, countless thoughts were intertwined in his mind. Honestly, this mission is much more difficult. So the reward can't just be an invitation to the opening party. If my prediction is correct, my choice will affect Middle-earth and that will also benefit me. A knock was heard from outside the door and Madame Zhou quickly said, Come in. At that, a hand slowly pushed the door open slightly, and seeing that it was Riha who entered, she couldn't help but speak. Oh my, aren't you that errand runner from a few days ago? As soon as he entered, he immediately got to the point. Madame Zhou, I apologize for lying. As Madame Lu instructed, I brought the bento box. Finally, he introduced himself. I am Muscatee Riha. But Madame Zhou let out a frivolous laugh. I already knew. He still didn't sense anything strange and continued, Yes, I'm truly sorry. After a long while, Riha finally realized, What? Seeing his expression, she found it interesting. Interesting. You're a really interesting person. The bento box is still intact. At Madame Zhou's words, Riha was dumbfounded. Interesting, what is she talking about? The two then officially sat at the table. As the owner of the house, she politely asked, Coffee, alcohol, tea. Which would you like? But he stammered. Anything else besides drinks? Even though Riha demanded that, Madame Zhou remained polite. Then what do you want? Suddenly she got to the point. Information. As expected, he flinched at her frankness. Sister knew. Madame Zhou sighed. Anyway, you must have anticipated what my sister Lu and I would do, which is why you brought the bento box, right? Weren't you here to see the reward? Riha quickly avoided her gaze and said, honestly, it's a bit difficult to say. It's not necessarily like that. But internally he incessantly criticized her. As expected of an NPC, where's her deductive reasoning? Madame Zhou then casually sat at the table. It's fine, no one brings the bento box to me without knowing that, my sister already told me. As her sister was mentioned, Riha quickly asked, Madame Lu? She also replied candidly and firmly, of course my sister Lu knows that almost no one will bring the bento box. If someone actually brought the bento box, they would be one of two types of people, truly foolish or selfless. Madame Zhou's eyes sharply pierced him. Or someone who knows the plan in advance and exploits it. Isn't that interesting? People who think superficially would never come this far. At this, Riha barely mumbled, ah, I see. And then he fell into thought again. Is it greed for the item? A fool who knows the value of the bento box but has no greed. Or a mission that can only be completed by someone pursuing benefits other than greed. But why has the conversation style and atmosphere been so strange since earlier? Suddenly, Madame Zhou stood up abruptly and spoke, and my sister said one more thing. Riha's patience wore thin at her ambiguous attitude. What did she say? She turned her body, putting on a mysterious expression. Whoever brings the bento box. As soon as she finished speaking, countless arrows flew straight at him, and he was about to die, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Riha didn't even have time to react before an arrow grazed his face, drawing blood. The house also shook with the immense force. Seeing the walls shattering into pieces, Riha was utterly shocked. Oh my god. Finally, he got a chance to confront her. Madame Zhou, what are you doing? But she didn't seem to intend to answer. Oh, you dodged, just relax. At that, another loud sound resonated from outside. Immediately, unknown people rushed into the house and attacked Riha. Damn it, even in the critical moment he remained calm. Too many. I need to create some distance first. Thankfully I've reloaded. Riha then counterattacked and one unlucky guy was hit by his bullet. Suddenly a sword flew from somewhere and charged towards Riha, but he nimbly blocked the attack and painfully kicked the assailant. In this situation, Riha calmed himself. I need to calmly deal with them one by one. The space is too narrow for a breakthrough. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, everyone don't move. If anyone moves, I'll shoot Madame Zhou in the head. I'll take the bento box too. Command them to leave right now, Madame Zhou, unless you want a hole in your head, even with a gun pointed at her. Madame Zhou remained calm. Aren't you being too rude to a lady? But Riha no longer held back. Anyway, they heard the gunshot, so the J. Krithi's knights will come. If you don't give the order quickly, you'll be handed over to the knights immediately. Even with that threat, she didn't waver. The Krithi's knights are coming, right? They should. But don't you think I've bribed the Krithi's knights? Don't forget I have extensive connections. People who work in the capital always have countermeasures. But choosing to bring the bento box in a dangerous situation, your handling is quick and agile. Riha remained puzzled by Madame Zhou's reaction. What now? What on earth makes her so arrogant? Her voice then became vague. Sister would definitely have given a perfect score. Me, Madame Zhou snapped her fingers. Immediately, blue streaks of light appeared one after another. It would be about 80 points. He was increasingly unable to understand what this action meant. What does this mean? She calmly said it was just a test. Didn't you expect it? I'll have to deduct 5 more points then. The test is over, Mr. Riha. Sit down. But Riha's eyes still seemed incredulous. This is the end. Now I just have to take Madame Zhou's hand and say yes, yes. No, the guildmaster's information. Now he understood Middle-earth a little better. Riha suddenly raised his gun as a threat. Who said it was over? Then he calculated inwardly. Now it's my turn, he continued to threaten. Don't lift a finger from now on. Madame Zhou began to feel uneasy at Riha's unusual behavior. What are you doing? I told you the test was over. But he stubbornly refused to yield. Don't talk nonsense. It might be a test to you, but to me it's a human life. If that's the case, shouldn't you compensate me? Future guild leader. The space suddenly seemed to explode at Riha's words. Then Madame Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile, and she let out a hearty laugh. Is that how you treat the guild leader too? Her behavior further cemented his conviction. Indeed, this was the answer. The calm Madame Zhou soon proposed. All right then, shall we begin with the first agreement? I have good information for you. The screen displayed that you had completed the mission to open a branch in the capital. Your level has increased, she coolly informed him. This is the information that talented individuals like Mr. Riha need most. 2 days later in El Canyon, someone was struggling to breathe while gathering herbs. HMPH. Looking at the results in his hand, Riha was extremely pleased. Ah, is this the price of information? There are so many herbs, just as Madame Zhou said. The system suddenly appeared and recorded achievements. Fairy Defense Achievement. When hunting 500 fairies, Strength, Speed, Intelligence increased by 15 defense. Fairy Collector Achievement E. When hunting 1000 fairies, Strength, Speed, Intelligence increased by 2 points. Standing on top of a high rocky mountain, he exclaimed. This is truly a good place for archers to level up. Then Riha suddenly turned his head and said, Then it's time to meet Brown. At this moment, Brown of the Brown Cavalry Academy was staring blankly outside. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Is the Major General in? My name is Riha. After introducing himself, he immediately opened the door and entered. At the same time, he also turned his body to face him. Upon seeing Riha, Brown's face looked much more lively. "Come in quickly, Riha. You seem different." He was startled by those words. Was General Brown always like this? He seriously asked about the situation. "Did you do any training for 4 days? But Riha was lost in thought, realizing that even an NPC had noticed his change. Then a slight smile appeared on his face. "Yes, when I infiltrated the Royal Archives my level was 36, and now it's 48. Then Riha honestly explained, "Actually I fought with fairies," but he kept his next words to himself. "Since my level went up by more than 10 because of the commotion, I would naturally look different." Hearing that, Brown's eyes suddenly sharpened. So you did it even faster." He unconsciously rephrased the vague question. "Yes, what's faster?" Seeing his bewildered expression, he said directly. "What else are you asking? It's so clear, isn't it?" A bright screen suddenly appeared in front of Riha. "I'll have to train you." Then Brown continued to inform him. "To make you one of the new Generation 3 Musketeers, the screen displayed that you had received the mission Target Accuracy Enhancement Training. This mission requires you to eliminate the Brass Demon within 5 days. The reward is a hidden skill. Failure results in death." After reading it, Riha suddenly fell into thought. New Generation 3 Musketeers it has to be. All the missions I've encountered so far weren't 3 Musketeer missions. Numerous memories flashed through his mind. But will I eventually be trained to become one of the 3 Musketeers? But why does it have to be Mrs. Elizabeth? Mr. Brown also fled with Mrs. Elizabeth. Ultimately, his thoughts settled on the person in front of him. Mr. Brown, but I'll find out soon enough. This is Middle-earth after all. He pushed aside his hesitation and suddenly asked, "This time can I catch that demon?" General Brown immediately replied, "Yes, have you caught it before?" He also answered honestly, "No, but I've heard of it." Riha inwardly speculated. "Golem, I saw it on Fernand's map. Monsters living in the Rocky Mountains." As soon as he finished speaking, his face lit up. "Indeed, then it will be very interesting. It will be much more interesting than Hiruska." In contrast to his mood, he looked dejected. "I'm not having any fun at all." Brown suddenly changed his attitude and threatened in a firm voice, "Then don't do it." Seeing that, Riha struggled to explain, "No, Major General, how can I do that?" Upon receiving a satisfactory answer, he finally forgave him. "That's more like you." Simultaneously, in the village at the foot of the high Rocky Mountain, the murmuring voices of people could be heard everywhere. "I'll go the stone golem route. Only warriors with blunt weapons will be supported. The holy ones are waiting for me. Level 70. Find fire or ice mages to catch Grey Chapel. No crazy mages." Witnessing this scene, Riha evaluated it as being just like an online game. Pushing through the crowd, he politely asked to pass. Even then, he continued to ponder. "Monsters from the Rocky Mountains are mainly stone golems and cannibalistic Grey Chapels. Golems have very frightening appearances, making them the #1 monster for dealers to avoid. Grey Chapels, though indistinct in form, cling to players and are the most disliked monsters by warriors. This means there's only one place in Middle-earth where these two monsters clash. This place has no ideal hunting grounds for specific professions." Recalling the past, Riha couldn't help but feel powerless. "Of course, as an archer I'll always be at a disadvantage in any hunting ground, but anyone else would definitely not choose this path." Just hearing the term New Generation 3 Musketeers is enough to understand this is a mission for the first 3 people to pass Brown's test. Riha suddenly thought of Kimayu and felt grateful. "Mom, thank you for choosing a core profession for me when I chose my job. Life is truly unpredictable." Then he was suddenly drawn by a sound. "Kill it, cut it, cut it. Hey, I think you should aim for the vital points." Don't call me that, it's weird." Riha's face was full of scorn at the sight. "Are these guys perverts? It's best to run away when you meet people like this." Leaving that place, he leisurely walked alone. Golems seemed to only perform simple striking movements. As he walked, Riha kicked pebbles on the roadside. "Good. It's worth a try." Tisk, he stopped as if he had noticed something. A pebble flew past him. Where the pebble stopped, the ground cracked as if something was about to pop out. Indeed, in the very next moment, a golem sprang out from there. Even facing the golem, Riha was very calm. "Okay, I've got a helper for training." His reloading movements were very skillful, and everything was completed in a few seconds after that. Riha raised his gun, ready to attack at any moment. 42 seconds, distance 50 meters, wind speed 6 meters s, quite strong. Not stopping there, he paid attention to even the smallest details. Southeast wind direction. Finally, waiting for the opportune moment, Riha pulled the trigger without hesitation, firing multiple shots in succession. As expected, the bullets accurately hit the golem's head. Good. Seeing things proceeding successfully, Riha was extremely excited. Even a golem, I can probably take it down with one shot. But his joy was short-lived and he froze at the sight before him. The golem that had just been shot stood up as if nothing had happened. This made him even more flustered. It didn't die? I hit its head, damn it. Just one level difference, but the difficulty increases. Not a single monster could be taken down with just one shot. After a long period of contemplation, Riha finally made a decision. Once again, he quickly assumed an attack stance. The power of the bullet fired this time was much stronger than before, pushing even the large golem backward. After that action, Riha closed his eyes and was very calm. His mind was unshaken, indifferent to all surrounding situations. Then Riha suddenly opened his eyes and sneered. "I knew you wouldn't die." Then his gun was aimed at the golem, and with incredible speed and power, the golem could not resist this time and shattered into pieces. After dealing with it, Riha felt very refreshed. "I started with one golem. A bullet was fired." Riha smiled with satisfaction. I knew you wouldn't die. Meanwhile, the bullet approached the stone golem's head, and impact occurred. The sound of his attack shook the surroundings. Finally it fell. Riha hugged his gun and muttered to himself, "It took 3 shots just to hit the head. It's really not easy." The stone golem's body was slowly recovering behind him while he was thinking about tactics. What about facing one golem? There's no safe place to encamp. I also need to be careful of Grey Chapel. Suddenly, Riha found himself standing in a large shadow and cried out in surprise. "Ha!" Immediately after, the stone golem's massive hand was poised to strike him. It's best to run away in times like these. Immediately, the entire ground shattered from his attack. A shockwave sent Riha flying far away from the stone golem. Arg, he blocked the flying fragments with his hand. I'm surprised by this guy's strength. He even has a splash attack skill. He raised his gun and aimed without hesitation, with no more time to think. The only thing to do right now was to prepare. He resolutely pulled the trigger, and the action was very smooth. Riha seemed to have succeeded with this shot. The layers of stones on the golem's body shattered. Witnessing what had just happened, Riha discovered something and was surprised. Inside the rough, hard layers of stone there was a shining object. A mana orb appeared. It was the golem's heart. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly reloaded his needle gun. Yes, its exterior might be an insensitive stone, but there must be a core that looks like a heart. He aimed another bullet at the stone golem. You know you'll die if you expose your weakness. Unexpectedly, new layers of stone began to grow around the shining orb. They continued to cover each other, completely concealing the weakness as if nothing had happened. Gasp, what is that? Riha made a grimace, looking at the stone golem that had no scratches. Oh really, don't do this. How can there be a monster that recovers so quickly? I have to run if I don't want to die. In the end, he fled into the forest, stopping to catch his breath. My stamina has decreased by 50. Recalling the moment he fled from the golem, Riha shuddered. Fortunately, my stamina is infinite, otherwise I would have died. The first attempt failed. Okay, admitted. Both skills require cooldown. Then he opened the system window to recheck the mission. Clearly, target accuracy enhancement training, things not visible from afar. That's all. Looking at the content of the window, he began to analyze his next move. The title is still the same. Of course it's not visible from afar. The golem's heart. So this mission is different from the Hiruska mission. The Hiruska mission was just to snipe and kill it. If I only snipe, I won't be able to see the golem's heart, so I have to shoot its limbs or regenerating parts. Ultimately, this mission doesn't seem executable yet. I really need more information. Suddenly, many sounds came from behind, attracting Riha's attention. Going to the edge of the hill, he looked down to find the source of the sound. It's almost done now, just a few more hits. Meanwhile, the stone golem's body shattered, revealing the mana orb. Sensing that the monster had revealed its weakness, the tank shouted loudly. Now, hearing that, Jinkyel swung his arm ready to finish it off. Ha ha ha, he swung his sword hard at the stone golem's body. He destroyed the mana orb with a single blow. Witnessing the battle before him, Riha couldn't believe his eyes. The stone golem fell. People then began to cheer excitedly. Okay, good job everyone. He finally came to his senses, still surprised. Wow, it's over in one hit. As soon as he finished speaking, he approached where Jinkyel was rejoicing. Ha ha ha, so Riha spoke. Excuse me. Then Riha asked a question. That orb-like thing earlier, that's the golem's energy source, right? Jinkyel seemed surprised by his question and replied, "Ha," he answered with a cheerful smile. Is this your first time seeing a golem? He obediently replied. Yes, calmly. Jinkyel began to explain to Riha. The golem's weakness is its heart. Hit it once there and it dies immediately. His guess was correct. Only the name was slightly different. Not the heart, he tried hard to remember. What was the exact name? A passing tank answered instead. It's a mana orb. Jinkyel immediately remembered. All right, that's why we called it a core. He laughed heartily and said, we called it bi-core because it's attached there. Riha's face hardened at Jinkyel's answer. Indeed. If you hit it with a club, no demon race can survive, Riha continued to ask. So when the core appears, the golem regenerates? Jinkyel patiently explained to him. That's right, so you have to hit it quickly. That's why we warriors love hunting them so much. By the way, which informant group do you belong to? Not everyone knows about golems. Riha introduced himself to Jinkyel. Yes, as you can see, I'm a long-range dealer, he exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, then what did you kill? Go back. Still not satisfied with the information he had gained, he tried to get more from him. Yes, but do you also know about brass golems? Jinkyel continued to explain without hesitation. Of course I know about brass golems. Every time that guy appears, everyone living on this mountain runs away, and then they all die together or survive together. At these words he became extremely interested. How do you know when it appears? Frowning, Jinkyel thought deeply about Riha's question. That's up to the golems. The tank interrupted their conversation from behind. Stone golems are here. Quickly focus, and get ready to re-engage in battle, he reminded him before leaving. You'll know when it appears. Don't wander around now or you'll lose your life, Riha politely greeted Jinkyel. Ah yes, thank you. Even as he focused on the new battle, he didn't forget that he had already left this place. After that, Jinkyel clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. Going all the way out alone to catch a golem, he's going to his death. What? A moment later, Riha ran to the edge of the hill. He just needed to hit the orb in its waist before the golem regenerated. Suddenly, the stone where he was standing cracked and fell straight down the cliff. Riha narrowly avoided becoming a victim of gravity. Looking down, he snorted and grumbled. Now I understand why there aren't many fast dealers. Fast-attacking dealers can't break stone golems. It would be difficult even for strong dealers to catch them with the first attack. He looked at his profession and asked himself, what should I do? Suddenly a shadow darted across Riha's vision. Another player fell from where he was standing. What was that all of a sudden? The corpse landed heavily on the ground, with no hope of revival. Riha was not only surprised by the corpse before his eyes, but also couldn't help but turn his head at the screams echoing from afar. It was brass. Its gigantic body stood firm even when stepping on hard ground, with an imposing appearance and massive size, and the screams of opposing players reaching their peak. The brass golem appeared. As soon as it appeared, the gigantic brass golem began to roar. All of Riha's stats immediately decreased. Strength weakened. Movement speed reduced by 30 for 4 minutes, stamina reduced by 50, defense reduced by 10. Looking at the system window, he couldn't help but be surprised. Does this golem also weaken me? Suddenly, blue fireworks exploded in the sky. Nearby players regarded this as a sign of a giant monster. The brass golem has appeared. The battle began. Numerous skills erupted, targeting the boss with ice shields and fire shields. Despite having to face numerous players, the monster stood firm and unwavering, watching the melee below. He muttered to himself, even if 10 teams combine forces, it takes 5 minutes. Does that mean to solo the brass golem, I need to finish the battle within 5 minutes? How should I do it? What's the regeneration cycle? If I catch it this time, when will it appear next? Lost in thought, Riha heard a shout that caught his attention. The witch was shouting in a hurry. Don't use lightning, the child asked back, as if not understanding. Why doesn't lightning paralyze him? But the witch said firmly, if the recovery time stops, you have to quickly destroy the orb. No sooner had she finished speaking than he fired a lightning arrow, disregarding the witch's shout next to him. Hey you fool, his body is all brass, why are you shooting lightning arrows? The energy of the lightning arrow was absorbed by the brass golem and concentrated on the pointed part above its head. Soon after, the monster unleashed enough power to terrify all nearby players, and then, the monster's gigantic fist violently spun, preparing to attack. A lightning vortex flew straight down to everyone below. After the explosion, silence filled the space. Riha, who witnessed everything from a safe distance, froze. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained but shattered corpses. Do I have to catch that alone? A few days later, in a village where many players had gathered, seeking golem hunting party. Looking for level 60 warrior with two-handed weapon. Anyone with a level 40 hammer join my party. Min was desperately searching for someone to lead him. Eventually, he felt like he was about to collapse. Why can't I find anyone? I'm so exhausted. Suddenly, he saw Riha passing by. Oh, that little guy also came here to hunt, really, without even telling me. Min thought to himself with a sly smile. He, that bastard will definitely get caught by the Grey Chapel. If I follow him and he dies, I'll take everything. After chasing for a long time, Min finally saw him stop. Did he really go into that dangerous stone golem area? I need to be careful not to die too. Just then, light emanated from where Riha was standing. Shielding his eyes with his hand, Min worriedly asked himself, what's happening then? An earth-shattering explosion echoed. The source of all the commotion was Riha's first bullet. Only then did he cautiously peek out to survey the situation. Min hid behind a rock, trembling, and heard him say, good, everything is as I expected. 9 days later, at a rest stop near the copper mine on top of Mount Tenero, chewing bread deliciously, Riha said happily, resurrect slowly golem, with skilled movement and other players as bait. He could easily avoid the Grey Chapels. But why can't I avoid them? Riha, having obtained the position of guard captain, possessed a calm mind technique, a skill that increased his accuracy and vision. Am I that visible? On the other hand, others were unfortunately caught in the attacks. I'm caught, let go. Suddenly, the scene before him made him stop eating and focus on what was ahead. The brass golem and its army of stone golems appeared, ready for battle. He picked up his gun and prepared to aim. Phew, it's here, I've waited 10 days. With the brass golem's roar, the battle began. A series of system messages appeared. Strength weakened. Movement speed reduced by 30 for 4 minutes, stamina reduced by 50, defense reduced by 10. Esser screamed in horror. Arg, it's a field boss. The other players were equally terrified. There's no way we can catch him, right? Haven't you seen the video where 50 people died recently? If we rush in, it's over, run away. Meanwhile, Riha quickly opened his pocket and took out a bottle of enhanced potion. Drinking the potion and rushing forward, he returned to normal. Weakness resistance increased by 20, and Riha picked up his gun and aimed. This is my greeting, you giant monster, skilled marksman. A moment later, he successfully activated the novice skilled marksman skill level 8. The reload time was 30 seconds, and the firing time was 370 seconds. But his bullet did no damage to the brass golem. No attack, alright, everyone charge, I have something to show you too. Taking out an item, Riha prepared to throw it at the stone golem horde. You lowly bastards. Just then he let go, and what he held flew like an arrow. Go? As the monsters raised their heads, a bomb pouch flew towards their heads. Roaring, just then it exploded with 4 surrounding stones, scattering fragments everywhere. Satisfied, Riha smiled triumphantly. The attack range is truly wide. Since I made it myself, then I'll make something similar. Taking advantage of the stone golem's exposed weakness, he leapt up and fired super powerful mana orbs directly. Brass right, Riha's plan was initially successful. Since I made it without preparing claymores in advance, if I only have gunpowder, I can make grenade pistols or bullets. Anything is possible if I have money. The brass golem raised its gigantic hand, preparing to attack. It tried to grab him, but he was one step faster than the monster. Riha was extremely surprised to see no scratches on the monster's body. The grenade I threw didn't damage him, then I'll have to shoot one more. But the next stone golems approached his position, gritting his teeth. Riha was determined to overcome the adversity. All right, no sooner had he finished speaking than he rushed at them with a determined momentum. Let's see who wins. His body was exhausted, smoke was rising from the muzzle already blackened from overuse. Standing before the brass golem, Riha barely managed to hold his ground. Damn it, clenching the weapon in his hand. He thought of his next move. TCH, really ridiculous. I can't die and I can't let anyone else come. If I run away this time, I won't be able to meet the next deadline. There was no more room to retreat. Riha moved forward. This is my last chance. A one-on-one duel was about to begin. Riha's muzzle was currently severely damaged. He must be injured. I just need to hit him once. Suddenly, the brass golem kept swinging its gigantic fist and raised it into the air. His shout mixed with his panicked scream. In an instant, the place where the two stood was covered in dust. Riha seemed to have luckily avoided the boss's attack. There wasn't much time. He had to think of a new approach. Damn it, then first I need to create some distance as far away as possible. Once again, the brass golem raised its two brass fists as far as possible. Just then, the ground beneath his feet shattered. The impact of the attack sent Riha flying far away from the brass golem. Arg! His body was easily sent flying by the immense force, landing directly on the cliff behind him. Riha screamed in extreme pain. His vision gradually blurred and the situation was currently extremely unfavorable. Riha's HP was at a dangerous level. My HP, and he barely managed to open his eyes and locate the brass golem. Suddenly something caught Riha's attention. He found a breakthrough and smiled triumphantly. It turned out that large cracks had begun to appear in the brass golem's core. Damn it, he resisted so much then he burst. It raised its fist to finish him off, but this time Riha had a countermeasure. Post-shield, the moment the boss's attack reached Riha. It was blocked by a solid sphere. What did that guy do? His new skill activated. Mana Virtual Barrier. If there wasn't enough power to overwhelm the post-shield, no one could break through. The opportunity had come. Now it was Riha's turn to retaliate. Goodbye, brass robot. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gun in his hand fired the final bullet. On this day, the day his bullet pierced the brass golem's mana orb, was the first day a pistol was fired to defeat a giant boss in Middle-earth. Witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, Min screamed in surprise. Oh my, amazing, Mom and Dad, that guy did it alone. He defeated the brass golem? I was looking for a party, but I felt the ground shake nearby, so I came to check. Damn it, what kind of storm is this? Good. This should make me some money. The mission was successfully completed. Riha began his journey back. Upon arrival, his face was unusually bewildered. In Astok, other players were chattering loudly, urgently seeking stone golem party members with an overseer's staff. Anyone going to Emerald Forest? In the bustling crowd, Riha couldn't stop laughing. And re-cheered with joy. I broke it. At his shout, the surrounding people paid attention to him. Is that guy crazy? Hugging his gun, Riha thanked himself inwardly. I did it. He barely managed to catch one stone golem. And now he had caught the brass golem alone. Thank you for enduring the illegally modified bullets. It's all thanks to the muzzle. If the muzzle had broken, the bullet would have immediately swelled. And if it touched the golem's testicles like a button, everything would be over. If it's exposed, the bullet's attack power is useless. Whistling, Riha walked around the village. When the blacksmith opens, I'll log out in front of the blacksmith to repair my gun. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Now I need to confirm this fact. The system window opened. You have defeated the golem leader. The brass golem's shell and the reopening of the copper mine along with continued mining will be of great help to the kingdom. Riha has also achieved the solo player achievement. Riha has placed his name in the Hall of Fame for the third time. You can use over 200 of your existing stats. Additionally, Riha has achieved the Crafting Star D achievement. Seeing the enormous rewards he had received, he trembled with joy. Just looking at it fills me with happiness. I once achieved the King of Solo Players achievement. This time it's the Solo Player achievement. If I achieve the King achievement, the enemy will be 50 levels higher than me, and the reward will be 40 levels. That means 2 other users besides me have caught enemies 40 levels higher than themselves. Now I understand. He smiled with satisfaction. I know how they do it. Like I made bombs, they must have spent money to make something. The Crafting Star achievement was received, but his name didn't go into the Hall of Fame, so that's the proof. After a long deliberation, Riha decided to stop and check his information. Now I should stop thinking about other people. When he opened the status window, the system window reappeared. At this point, his stats looked very stable. A surprised Riha exclaimed, 48, insane. General Brown's mission is truly insane. The difficulty is higher than expected. So the growth rate upon mission completion is also distinctly different. Agility 473. Thanks to this agility, I was able to complete the mission. It's also thanks to agility that the steel bullet shattered into several pieces but didn't lose its power, and that I could hit accurately. Then should I focus only on agility this time? After a moment of thought, Riha began to use skill points. He added 66 points to agility and 16 points to intelligence. He carefully calculated the stat points. This time I made pistol bullets and completed the mission. The bullet piercing through was related to crafting. Then the added intelligence must be related to intelligence. I understood the concept of crafting. It would be a waste to only increase agility, and an idea suddenly popped into Riha's head. Should I try using a new skill, naming? Riha can name items he has made himself every time he calls the name. It will approach him and grant him stats. This new skill also made him tear his hair out. I think I've seen it somewhere before. What kind of skill is it? This skill had no rank or level. He didn't want to hesitate any longer. Riha immediately used it. Naming. If I have it I should use it. Riha used the skill. You have named the item ODX Critter. Excited by the new skill, he muttered to himself in anticipation. This is awesome. Meanwhile, the system window was analyzing this handmade bomb data. I'll use this and sell it later if I don't need it. If I name it Big Yokjen Chenro, it'll sell really well. But unexpectedly, the system named his weapon Triple Explosion Low Grade. Anger surged to his head. Riha clenched his fists and shouted inwardly. Wait a minute, what is this? It's automatically named, plus I can only use the next skill after 24 hours. I wanted to call it a bomb, but why did it name it a detonator? In the end, he had no choice but to accept reality. That's right, it's Middle-earth. How can everything go my way? Leaving the computer, Riha, exhausted, headed to bed. I think I got other items too, but I'm too tired. I'll check tomorrow. And he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the breakthrough Riha was waiting for was spreading elsewhere. A tired yawn echoed through the spacious apartment. Riha woke up, disoriented after sleeping for 12 hours. Crazy. How long did I sleep? With a tired face, he opened the refrigerator and mumbled to himself that he was hungry and needed to eat. Seeing only nutritional supplements in the refrigerator, he fell silent. Riha couldn't help but think of his mother. Mother told me to drink nutritional supplements, but I should buy her what she likes. I need to earn a lot of money quickly to treat her illness. If I can continue to monopolize shields like yesterday, I'll soon earn 20,000 gold. Setting the table down hard, he reaffirmed his resolve. Good, I need to check the information before logging in. Turning on the computer and checking, he carefully reviewed it again. His reputation remained unchanged. Riha's attention was drawn. He was startled by a video of a player soloing the brass golem and cursed. Oh my god, he read the video's description suspiciously. No way, is this me? Soon his face appeared on the screen, resolving his curiosity. It is me, but that's not what's important. Who uploaded this video carelessly? Reading each comment on the video, his face turned pale with fear. I want to tell them to delete this video immediately. Riha buried his face in the table, blushing with embarrassment. If I ask them to delete it, my identity will be revealed. I still have a lot to do. What's so good about earning money with my face? A thought flashed through his mind. Could someone have recognized me? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought of a solution. What should I do now? Before turning off the computer, he left a comment on the video. To the person who stole this video, where did you find it? I would appreciate it if you could tell me the location and time this video was found. Back in the game, Kyakia cheerfully shouted. Thought that person was you, Hung. Crafting star, what's that? Then am I, who specializes in picking up monster drops, a fool? Riha sat in his chair and replied. Hung was always better than you, he thought carefully. As expected, anyone who knows me will recognize me right away. I need to be more careful from now on, Kyakia said. That's right. You seem to be getting better at joking these days, Hung. He laughed formally and said, thanks. Kyakia, do you need a shield? I'll sell it cheap, Kyakia asked back curiously. A shield? The system displayed detailed information about a special shield made from the brass golem shell. Kyakia read for a long time, then fell into thought. Let's see, Riha smiled smugly. This shield always has 41 defense points. Kyakia won't be able to find a shield like this anywhere. Contrary to his expectations, Kyakia refused. It might be good for PvP, but my current shield is better. He was immediately surprised. Riha shouted in confusion. You have to buy this for 180 gold, but you're saying yours is better? Kyakia calmly replied. Yes. Riha looked at the chat window, perplexed. What kind of shield could be better than this one? Is it because he's my younger brother that I'm so comfortable with him? Kyakia just grinned foolishly, completely unaware of his Hung's embarrassment. Oh right, thanks for thinking of me, Hung. The day we're on the same team again will come soon, right? Well, I'm off then. I suddenly feel like hunting, Riha vaguely agreed. Go, and closed the chat window. Thinking of his mother and cousin, he finally made a decision. Both mother and Kyakia have trusted and supported me. He stomped hard on the floor. Good, everyone, just wait. I'll repay you for everything you've done for me. He checked his inventory again. Good, it's 188 gold at the auction house. But I've already spent over 10 gold on various things, even money for buying paper, medicine, and bullets. When will I sell this shield and escape poverty? The young man recalled the old blacksmith's words with a sob. His repair cost was 4 gold. Riha secretly felt regret. In the end, I couldn't ask him to fix it. I'm sorry, Gun. When I sell the shield, I'll definitely take you to get repaired. Lost in thought as he walked, he didn't see a sharp twig sticking out. Just then, a tearing sound drew his attention. Riha exclaimed in surprise. What on earth is this? Looking at the torn piece of cloth that had been his cloak just seconds ago, he angrily pulled at his hair. Arg, what is this? How could this cloak have torn? He suddenly realized. Now I remember when I was fighting the brass golem, I was crawling and moving in all sorts of positions, right? My clothes need to be durable. This is such a headache. I don't even have money to repair my gun. How long do I have to endure this before I can get new equipment? After a long moment of silent thought, Riha sighed and said, do I really have to do this? Hello Kyakkya, I'm really sorry. In front of the clothing store, the owner bid farewell in a soft voice. Thank you customer, please come again. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately Kyakkya answered the phone. I was so embarrassed I thought I'd die. Riha's armor and clothes were all new. But it's not a waste of money. Thankfully I only paid less than 3 gold by using my bargaining skill. I'll repay Kyakkya double later. Now that my cloak is repaired, I need to go meet Brown and get my next mission. Brown's voice echoed in the academy. You're here? Riha politely raised his hand in greeting. Yes, I'm back, Major General. He looked at him with his arms crossed. You seem different. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, haha. Do I? Haha. Brown, not noticing that he was waiting for a compliment, simply said, well done. Riha's body stiffened. Is that all? Isn't he going to say anything about my clothes? But what interrupted his thoughts was Brown's outstretched hand. You are indeed a talented individual. The two shook hands happily. Ah, thank you. A notification board immediately appeared. Target accuracy enhancement training. Mission complete, things unseen from afar. You received 30 silver as a reward and acquired the Eagle Eye skill. Riha read the notification board with joy. That's it. I was curious about it from the first time I saw it. What is the Eagle Eye skill used for? As if knowing his thoughts, Brown said, you thought they couldn't be seen from afar, didn't you? I gave you this mission simply to make you realize that fact. After all, our job is sniping. To snipe accurately, we need to simulate several situations where things are unseen from afar. Hearing this, a question formed in Riha's mind. So this mission is sniper training? He carefully asked. Then this time, Brown didn't deny it. Yes, that's right. Another mission interface appeared. Target accuracy enhancement training and its details. Seeing it, Riha was momentarily bewildered. He felt a slight fear at the fierceness of the target. Long-tailed pheasant. As he read the training mission board closely, it clearly stated, Target accuracy enhancement training 2. Riha asked Brown as if unable to understand. Major General, do you know what a long-tailed pheasant is? He answered quickly, without needing to think. It's a bird. Hearing that, he stood blankly for a moment. Then the image of an unidentified monster flashed in his mind. A bird? Ah yes, I know it's a bird, but if I were to compare it to a more familiar creature. He suddenly wondered, is it similar to the golden eagles in the castle? A short silence followed and Brown slowly opened his mouth. It's similar, but compared to a golden eagle, the golden eagle would weep. Riha froze on the spot, his mind growing even more uncertain. What does that mean? Although I have to do this mission, even if I die and fail. Thankfully there are no essential conditions, so a long-tailed pheasant, simple. What's the next mission? Suddenly, the data screen in front of him flashed, displaying information about Lady Elizabeth's ruins with a break gun and Royal Guard achievement as rewards, leaving Riha dumbfounded. This is, at that moment, Brown slowly said, we all know she isn't dead, so the word ruins isn't appropriate. But these are her words. If asked who is worthy to be her successor, she always replied, the person who can hit a target from 444 meters away. Lady Elizabeth's old image clearly reappeared, her dignified voice still seeming to echo. I will accept that person as my successor. It seemed like a simple condition at first glance, but it made Riha's entire body stiffen. 444 meters? A violent scream erupted in his mind. Shoot a Royal Guard with a K2 scope? Is she crazy? In his confusion, he checked again, bewildered. Do I have to do this mission right now? Brown simply shook his head calmly. No, you can do it whenever you want, but as soon as he finished speaking, he looked meaningfully to one side as if giving a hint. And if you become Elizabeth's successor, you will have to take that item. Hearing this, Riha quickly turned his head and looked in the direction he pointed. His eyes suddenly stopped at the sight before him. In a corner of the room on a tall wooden shelf, an ancient flintlock called Black Bat was neatly hung. The faded metal still exuded breathtaking majesty, leaving him stunned. He couldn't say anything. In the silent space, only after a long while did Riha slowly and carefully ask, is that the gun Lady Elizabeth used? Brown firmly replied, yes. He hesitated for a moment, and before he could finish speaking, then the other two are. As if he already fully understood what he wanted to ask, he immediately replied, yes. Before he could ask further, Brown slowly continued, they have already found new owners. A doubt instantly arose in Riha's mind. Are those General Brown's and Major General Brown's guns? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, Riha realized the truth. The new generation Royal Guards must also inherit what existed before. That's why he kept assigning the target accuracy missions. Seeing him silent and unresponsive, Brown narrowed his eyes and asked searchingly, how is it? Riha had already started mentioning the unrealistic target of 444 meters. Can you do it right now? He bit his lower lip tightly and remained silent, unmoving as if calculating his next move in a difficult situation. But after a long silence, Riha decided to refuse as expected. How can I do that? I'll start the long-tailed pheasant mission first. I'll go catch it right now. Hearing this, Brown no longer stopped him and slowly urged him. You must return. Under the blue sky, those calm words embracing the small house echoed like a message deeply etched in his heart. I am always here. And time quietly flowed. Golden sunlight poured down onto the hot sands of the desolate desert. It was the habitat of the long-tailed pheasants. Just then, a long-tailed pheasant walked leisurely on the dry sandy path, completely unaware of any impending danger. At the same time, Riha quietly hid in the shadows, calculating inwardly. I just need to shoot and catch it right. What's there to worry about? With that thought, he immediately concentrated all the energy in his body and activated his skill. The next moment, a scope screen appeared, accurately aiming at the long-tailed pheasant, and he let out an exclamation. Oh, Riha grew even more excited by the ability to zoom in and out as he wished. It's just like when I first used it. This is a perfect sniper scope, he mumbled, quietly adjusting it with 2 fingers. Then why do I need to zoom in so much? It'll just make it harder to observe. Riha slowly raised his shining silver needle gun under the sun and fixed his aim on the wandering animal's body. Goodbye, long-tailed pheasant, but as if wild instinct warned it, the animal suddenly turned its head towards him. And immediately 3 sharp talons dug deep into the hot sand. In the blink of an eye, the long-tailed pheasant suddenly dashed off like an arrow, leaving only a cloud of dust. It raced past Riha, and he stood there blankly like a wooden statue. He could only utter a bewildered exclamation, with no time to pull the trigger. Watching the long shadow disappear into the distance, he could only shout in bewilderment, what on earth was that? On the other side, there was a group of players who had suffered considerable damage from the monstrous long-tailed pheasant's destructive power. If that thing appears, you should just give up on hunting. In the thick dust, Riha gritted his teeth. That's right, this is Middle-earth. Time flowed on without a single pause. The moon at the zenith of the night sky had already seen 3 days pass. In that weary moment, he chewed on a hard cracker and sighed. I still have 17 days left. He mumbled complaints in his mouth. I haven't even collected a single feather in 3 days, you damn bird. As the shadow of a long-tailed pheasant faintly appeared, Riha hurriedly raised his needle gun again, aimed and prayed in his heart to hit it this time. But fate played a trick, and the long-feathered monster dashed off like a race car, infuriating him, and he shouted, Arg, you damn bastard! He angrily lay on the ground, stomping his feet repeatedly and yelling noisily, If I catch you, you'll be 7 different dishes. The moment his anger blazed, a strange movement flashed by, and Riha paused. Oh, he quickly stood up wide-eyed and looked at the blurry shadow rapidly darting through the forest. A thought suddenly occurred to him. I was so focused on the desert that I didn't notice the bird. Observing the long-tailed pheasant's winding movement path closely, he suddenly wondered, it's following a set route, isn't it? That thought sent a momentary shock through Riha's mind. His heart pounded with tension. Once again, he slowly raised his needle gun and told himself to calm down. At the same time, a person in heavy plate armor walking in the distance was suddenly drawn by an explosion that tore through the air. At the sound, the person paused, their entire body stiffening for a moment, then slowly speculated, a royal guard. Riha gripped his gun tightly and focused on the information panel for the faceless B-grade monster. Strength 8, Agility 18, picking up a long-tailed pheasant feather, he mumbled as expected. Examining it closely under the moonlight, he was convinced. There were 2 people before me. In the darkness of the quiet night, a series of explosions echoed throughout the forest. The long-tailed pheasants fell one by one in the scope with no more chance to escape. Riha gripped his needle gun tightly with a joyful smile. Good, this is the last one. Seeing the motionless prey on the ground, he nodded inwardly. That's right, shooting and hunting were different like this. Long-tailed pheasants had a habit of sometimes mistakenly dashing into the forest even while running in the desert. If you knew this habit, you just had to follow them. Easy game. Thinking back to the mission Brown had given him, I'm a shooter, not a hunter. The joy of hunting is chasing the prey, but the joy of shooting is waiting, so even though there was a time limit, this time it was easier than when he was on the mission to defeat the brass golem. With that thought, Riha became even more delighted. It's a good thing I'm smart. An ordinary person would have struggled or failed to complete it on time if they were this confused. The Major General really wants a lot. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a growling sound. Hey! A hand full of rage was pointed directly at him, and a piercing voice tore through the air. You damn bastard, did you think I wouldn't find you? Tegan yelled manically, approaching with threatening steps. Give me the ring, you vile scoundrel. At that moment, Riha immediately turned and assessed the situation, quickly realizing that the individuals who had appeared before him were the Rising Sun Group. Seeing the Rising Sun Group appear in the distance, Riha immediately fell into thought. I thought they wouldn't return after being defeated by Hirika. There are 10 of them in total. Fortunately, if no one here knows his exact level, they should be similar to the enemies he defeated in the marching plains. Having thought this far, Riha with conviction activated his needle gun. Most of these guys must be lower level than me. Seeing Riha calmly handle his weapon, Tegan was enraged. Why do you look so calm? Put down your weapon immediately. I'm going to pull out all your hair right now. Then he playfully snapped his fingers. You'll have to repay us for the painful things we've endured. Something like that brass golem shield you put up for auction. A subordinate standing behind him immediately tore a piece of paper. A powerful flash of light soared into the sky, emitting immense energy, and Riha's eyes widened in surprise, freezing him. Seeing it cover everything like an impenetrable barrier, he gritted his teeth and hesitated slightly. Damn it, this is a rare forbidden scroll. Seeing this reaction, Tegan was so delighted that he gave an order. You won't be able to escape this time, brothers. They replied in unison, Yes, Captain. As the situation became very unfavorable, Riha hastily tried to contact his family, Gijung. As soon as he saw his cousin online, he immediately informed him of the detailed situation. Gijung, did you see Hung's location? Come quickly. The Rising Sun guys have come for Hung. Hung can't escape now. Hearing this news, he screamed in surprise and quickly reminded him. While Riha still clutched his weapon tightly, every word was filled with pressure. Understood, Hung. Please buy as much time as you can. The call ended, and Riha and the Rising Sun group remained motionless. A thick silence hung in the air. His mind was in a whirl of confusion. How can I buy time? Soon he changed tactics, put away his gun, and shouted loudly. Understood, all right, I'll return the ring, so let's end it here today. Hearing this, Tegan crossed his arms and was indignant. The ring was originally mine, it's only natural that you return it. Everything that was mine, you, while he was still immersed in rage, Riha immediately seized a precious opportunity. His hand quickly drew his weapon, and with one powerful motion he fired the gun. At that moment the bullet cut through the wind and flew straight out. Tegan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and roared. What? At that critical moment, Manhua suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. I knew it. He furiously stretched out his arm and pointed at Riha. You vile scoundrel. Then he indignantly pointed out. I've been watching you fiddling around since earlier. Riha just sighed, filled with regret. Damn it, what a waste. Tegan's face turned pale. I ate petals. I thought I had to go meet my grandmother. Because of Riha's attitude, he no longer stood on ceremony and ordered his subordinates. From today on, we must kill that guy. Kill him. Not flustered in the slightest, Riha bit his ammunition pouch and calculated. 2 are long-range dealers and the rest are all close-range dealers. Seeing them charge, he couldn't help but admire inwardly. These guys are fast. If I reload now it'll be too late. Having thought this far, he threw the bomb pouch he had made directly at them. Seeing the object fly over their heads, they suddenly stopped and stared. As soon as it landed, flames and smoke exploded in an instant. The barely surviving members of the Rising Sun group were horrified. Explosion? The situation became chaotic. How could it explode without a mage? Riha seized the opportunity and raised his needle gun. Thanks to that explosion just now, I bought time to reload. Now I just need to aim precisely and shoot. I can't die here because of these bastards. But suddenly a voice interrupted him. Everyone move aside. A man who appeared from nowhere created a beam of light with his sword and shot it forward. It flew as fast as a rocket, clearly targeting Riha. Sensing the unusual change, he immediately reached out his hand and shouted loudly, "Post shield." Simultaneously with his shout, a powerful shield instantly appeared. While desperately holding on, he couldn't help but harbor suspicion. Could it be? He's a close-range fighter, but he's making a long-range attack. Facing Zhao, who stood proudly in front, Riha suddenly wondered, was there such a strong person in the Rising Sun? Who is he? Tegan, standing next to him, flattered. Brother, you're truly amazing. Zhao scoffed dismissively. HMPH, you guys even fell to sleeping kid, while he continued to flatter. Hee, please speak well of us when we return to the guild. A bomb pouch suddenly flew and made Tegan's face turn pale. The earth-sh shattering roar of an explosion powerfully tore through the space, blowing everything away, and screams echoed far and wide. They took a serious hit. Zhao roared furiously. Damn it, Tegan hastily gave orders. First, regroup and hide behind the trees. Manhua, protect me and Zhao. Seeing that the opponent was still safe, Riha gritted his teeth, frustrated. I should have killed Zhao with that last grenade. They all quietly hid to the side and observed as he continued to be anxious. Post-shield only lasts for 5 minutes at most. When it disappears, you guys will definitely die. Surrounded, he was suffocatingly tense. Damn it. Can I kill them all before the barrier disappears, or will Gijung arrive before I die? Only one name kept echoing in his mind. Gijung, please come quickly. As the tension tightened, the space footsteps suddenly echoed. Hearing the unusual movement, Tegan and Riha simultaneously turned their heads with surprised expressions. Huh? Nara, clad in shining plate armor, slowly posed a question. What's going on now? As the space tightened to the point of explosion, Nara quietly looked around and quickly recognized the identity of the group. Rising Sun, her cold voice echoed with contempt. A guild raid battle? How despicable. Tegan gritted his teeth and roared at her attitude. Are you blind? Get lost. While he was still growling, Nara paid no attention and turned to Riha, asking, Right, you're a royal guard, aren't you? At this question he was slightly surprised. Yes I am, having confirmed, she continued. If you're a royal guard, do you know Sleeping Kid? But Riha hastily shook his head and warned in a low voice, I don't, it's dangerous now, please run away quickly. She nodded. I see, but I can't just ignore you being raided by a guild like this. Seeing that Nara paid no attention at all, they did not even try to step aside. Tegan, frustrated, gave orders. Why is this crazy guy suddenly interfering in our business? Hey, shoot! His subordinates immediately drew their bows and arrows cut through the wind, flying straight towards them. At that critical moment, Riha embraced her and stepped aside, shouting, It's dangerous, but it was already too late. In the end, he took the damage himself. His body swayed in pain, and due to inertia, he pulled her with him. Tumbling far away, he kept coughing because of the injury, and Nara, startled, ran over to help him up. However, Riha didn't forget to scold her. Hey, I told you to run away. It'll be dangerous if you stay here. She hesitated, as if she couldn't believe it. You saved me. Amidst the chaotic scene, footsteps slowly appeared, and with eerie muttering, he walked out of the barrier himself. Zhao roared fiercely, drawing and brandishing his blade, and a swirling current that tore through space flew straight towards them. Detonator? A firebird roared and flew, merging with his frantic shouts. These guys are detonators. Die. At the brink of annihilation, Nara calmly stepped forward with a resolute expression. Step back. This caused Riha no small confusion. Hey, if you don't dodge, you're going to die. Then she unexpectedly and daringly raised her hand quickly. In the blink of an eye the flames were smoothly gathered by Nara, drawing them to both sides. Seeing this sight, Riha and Zhao immediately froze. Zhao was so flustered that his throat tightened. Seeing both sides finally fall silent, Nara let out a sigh of relief and raised her hand, removing her plate armor helmet. At that moment a beautiful face was revealed, and a powerful declaration echoed. I don't like attacking others, but I can't just let you pass. Tonight will be a magnificent battle where Nara appears. Her eyes were wide, staring at the young man before her. Riha wore a blank expression, not understanding what was happening. Seeing him standing there blankly, she pointed a finger at him and asked. He spoke in an unpleasant low voice. Hey lady. Feeling ignored, Kim Hwa, frustrated, frowned and rushed at the two, shouting loudly. Die! Riha, startled, screamed. Oh dear, Kim Hwa! Simultaneously, Nara also turned her head to face him. Her face was devoid of emotion, only her lips were slightly pursed. Before Kim Hwa could even arrive, a flash of light pierced straight through his chest. He startled, stared wide-eyed at his injury. The next moment, feeling the spreading pain, Kim Hwa collapsed, wailing miserably. He screamed desperately. Ah! Nara showed no emotion. She said very coldly. Indeed, not yet. Having finished speaking, she kindly asked Kim Hwa. What did it feel like when you were hit? Did it hurt? The people who followed him, especially Ju, gritted their teeth and watched with fearful eyes. He couldn't blink and his mouth couldn't close. Just by turning on her heel, she closed the distance in an instant and hit Kim Hwa. Nara now turned to Riha and asked, all right, you were injured earlier, weren't you? He stammered, how, but before he could finish replying, Nara immediately shoved a bottle of healing potion straight into Riha's mouth. He trembled violently from the sudden force. What is this? Nara laughed cheerfully. Drink it, you got hurt protecting me, didn't you? As the potion was absorbed into his body, Riha immediately felt a clear change as he looked at his shining wound. In a few seconds he had to exclaim at the immense effect. Oh, this is really good stuff, she cheerfully asked back. Right, the wound healing is done, so now we should get to the main point. A clicking sound echoed. And then, Nara still smiled cheerfully at her friend, saying, if I could send them back I would. In the blink of an eye her gaze changed 180 degrees, her voice also became dangerous. But I can't. Zhao, standing in the distance, frowned, gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly. Damn it, I was almost there. Why did such a strong guy suddenly appear from somewhere? Should I retreat now? But after a long moment of thought he made a resolute decision. I can't. His pride took over and he immediately gave orders. Everyone charge. The opponent only has one person with low HP and a girl. Nara looked at the charging group and calmly said one word. Can't be helped. After that, it was unknown what Nara did, but only a beam of light flew straight and attacked all the players diagonally. Even Riha was confused about what was happening. The light pierced through all the subordinates and finally reached the leader. Zhao opened his mouth wide in pain and screamed. Riha was frozen like a statue at that moment. He wasn't hit, but he felt fear in his heart. Too brutal. They weren't weak opponents either. When only Zhao was left, he was immediately stunned. I've been sweeping the entire continent alone. Nara finished the attack with calm and resolute eyes. Riha couldn't stop thinking as he looked at her. That person, her fierce and resolute appearance raised countless questions in his mind. Who on earth is she? After neatly dealing with all the enemies, Nara returned to her innocent self and laughed. Phew, it's over. That person seemed capable though. Why would he do such a thing? Riha held out more than half of the remaining healing potion, intending to return it. Hey, this item, she cheerfully waved her hand. Oh, just take it. It's a gift I want to give you. He bewildered asked back. A gift, she affirmed. Yes. Nara's cheeks suddenly flushed red and her gaze shyly looked down at the ground. It's the first time someone has blocked an attack for me. Her confession made the atmosphere between the two awkward and no one spoke any further. Too embarrassed after a while, Nara hastily said, anyway, drink a lot of that item. It'll definitely help. Riha could only say familiar words, thank you, and Nara's words suddenly made his ears perk up as if she had heard something. Seeing her worry about words, Riha inwardly became flustered. The rising sun people are all gone and she saved me. Is she going to leave just like that? Thinking so, he gathered his courage and shouted loudly, Hey lady. Nara looked at him and asked, what is it? He walked up to her and said, thank you for saving me. Could you tell me your name? Nara hesitated. My name. The languid atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud shout from afar. Hung. Riha, startled, immediately turned his head to look. Seeing Gijung running frantically, Nara cheerfully said, he seems to be the person who came with you. Riha replied awkwardly. Yes, please wait a moment, and he tried his best to gently persuade him. Gijung, it's over. Hung is fine. This person saved Hung. Stop, but he still ran wide-eyed and growling, not listening at all. Nara chuckled and asked, are you talking to yourself? No one seems to hear you. So frustrated, Riha finally shouted loudly, Gijung, I told you to stop. She's a good person, not from rising sun. Not only did he not listen, but he furiously roared, how dare you touch my Hung, spirits of heaven and earth. Following that, Gijung drew his sword and shield, shouted loudly, and charged. Riha, startled, raised both hands to warn, Gijung, no? Seeing the opponent so fierce, Nara stood still, intending to teach him a lesson. She softly said, dodge the attack. The next moment, as he reached right in front of her, she raised her foot high and kicked his shield. Gijung, realizing his opponent was strong, frowned and clicked his tongue. Nara only defended and did not overreact. She cheerfully suggested, shall we talk a bit? For some unknown reason after that, Gijung's eyes widened and he kept stammering, unable to speak properly. No way could it be? Riha anxiously asked. Why are you doing this, Gijung? He turned his head and asked back. Why is Hung with this person? You came with her, Hung. What about her? Gijung, who knew Nara better, spoke in one breath. She's world rank 6, female rank 1 in Middle Earth. With just that information, Riha couldn't close his mouth and had to look at his opponent with different eyes. Nara just gave an awkward laugh. Without her even needing to introduce herself, Gijung already unconsciously uttered the name Fencer Shinara. Riha widened his eyes and tried to see her black eyes more clearly, his lips trembling slightly. Shinara, the Korean fencing gold medalist, she smiled shyly and replied slyly, hee, you caught me. Riha's face immediately lit up with admiration. Shinara, I've seen her on TV. He clearly remembered all the details. Her sword was long and slender like a rapier. Her speed and agility were far superior to humans. In the end, he lavished praise on her, just as he had on Lepanto. Gijung pointed his finger and asked in a frustrated tone, my goodness, Hung said Ring-sun was here. Why is Shinara here? And have you two known each other for a long time? While Shinara smiled sweetly and didn't answer, Riha stammered in confusion. Haha. Shinara then raised her hand to grasp her sword and spoke. I was nearby for a mission and happened to be passing by here when he saved me from the Rising Sun group, so I fought them a few times in return, Gijung asked with an incredulous pale face. A few times? Shinara then suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly asked. Oh, what are your names? Gijung quickly answered first. I am a musketeer of the Star Knights. Riha replied concisely. My name is Haria. Gijung glanced sideways and asked curiously. I can finally see Shinara Nim's weapon. Didn't you originally use a different weapon? She closed her eyes, smiled, and answered him. That's right, actually I left the capital because of this. Until I find the whereabouts of the magic sword, I have to use this staff. Gijung and Riha, as if by agreement, wore surprised expressions. Ah, I see, a magic sword. Riha scratched his chin, thought for a moment and said, is it similar to brooch? As soon as Shinara heard his words, she rejoiced as if she had struck gold, grasped his hand tightly and exclaimed, that's right, it's brooch. How did you know so well? My current mission is to find the whereabouts of brooch, the rapier brooch that can pierce through 5 layers of steel. Do you know where it is? If I find it, I can unseal the sword. Where is it now? Where is it now? Riha's head ached from Shinara's barrage of questions, and he could only scratch his head and force a smile. No, actually, under the moonlight. Riha explained everything to Shinara. She frowned slightly in disappointment. I see, so you knew about it because of the musketeer mission, he nodded. Yes, so I don't really know where it is right now. I'm sorry I can't help you. Shinara soon returned to her bright expression. It's all right. If it's near the Minis border, I know where to go. I just need to pass the scroll. After finishing her words, Shinara immediately stood up ready to depart. She waved cheerfully and said, I'm really leaving. Thank you, Haria Musketeer Nim. I'll see you next time. Just then, she suddenly used telepathy. Riha, if it's all right with you, could you be my friend and keep it a secret from your friend next to you? As Shinara left, Gijung chuckled and teased, he's completely smitten. Riha glared and growled. Hey, what are you talking about? No, Gijung, seeing his confusion, teased him even more. This is the first time I've seen Hung make that face. By the way, have you been crushing on her all this time? Riha angrily stomped his foot and with veins bulging in his neck reprimanded. You rascal, do you have nothing else to say to me? Do I look like such an old bachelor? Gijung loudly replied. What do you mean, old bachelor? Yes, Hung even told me before. Riha stopped arguing and muttered to himself, but his cheeks were flushed. Did she tell me to contact her when she comes to the capital? Famous people seem to treat the capital like their own home. Gijung chuckled with his arms behind his back and eyes raised. That's right. Shinara is part of the Holy Knights after all. Hearing that, Riha turned his head and asked, what? Gijung, realizing his Hung knew nothing, informed him that Shinara was the first user and the only one to receive a knight title. There was a reason for her fame. He was surprised to hear that. She's even more amazing than I thought. Gijung then asked curiously, by the way, what about Ring-sun? What happened with that? Riha's face crumpled at that. They probably came all the way here after seeing our video of catching the brass golem. Gijung scratched his head in frustration. These damn bastards, they won't be able to find anything with just a piece of information to come in such numbers. Riha remained silent. He gratefully admitted, if Shinara hadn't come this time, Hung would have really died. Gijung, hearing his sister's name, said cheerfully, that's right, Hung. First, go to the least populated place until you reach level 100. He paused at Riha's next words. But Gijung, Hung isn't planning to do that this time, he exclaimed in surprise. How what? Riha said seriously. Hung is going to pay them back for everything they did to me, even if I pay them all back. As Gijung said, the problem is that the Ring-sun group moves in packs. Riha then entered the castle, quickening his steps as he thought, if they all gather, there won't be any place for new users in Candle Castle. On the contrary, I'll have to fight alone. The reason Ring-sun continues to exist even with their use of force is because of their number of members, and another reason is that it's difficult to seriously injure them. It's impossible no matter how I think about it. As Riha opened the familiar wooden house door, Brown growled, You're back? He raised his hand in greeting. Yes, Major General. He glanced behind him and his expression turned serious. Have you understood the difference between hunting and shooting? He replied excitedly. Of course, it was a bit tough though, Brown praised him gently. As expected, I knew you'd finish it in 10 days. Just then the system also chimed, enhanced training. Completed sniper and hunter missions, obtained 5 silver and gained a crafting skill. Riha clenched his fists in delight. Awesome, I got another skill. I roughly know what kind of skill it is, Brown then sternly warned him. If there's no information about the target, the cost is too great. Right? Riha replied, that's right. He also advised him, if it's a monster, take a break. Boss monsters have a big difference in appearance. Riha then frowned slightly and asked cautiously, but what if the opponent is human? Just then a fateful notification arrived. Comprehensive mission. Assassinate Angel, leader of the Wild Angels, within 30 days. Failure will result in the destruction of target accuracy enhancement training. Lady Elizabeth's will, Lost Legends, and Brown's expectation missions 3 times. Riha almost fainted after reading it. I have to do 3 missions consecutively in Middle-earth. How much does he want to train me? A moment later, Brown deliberately brought up the Angel mission in the Marcus unit, southeast. Kill Angel, the leader of the Wild Angels. Riha took the piece of paper Brown gave him and muttered, "Is this his face?" It was a man with long shaggy hair and a rugged face. Brown also said honestly, "That's right, I haven't seen him directly, but this picture is based on rumors and testimonies." Riha continued, "Understood, I'll assassinate Angel and return. Honestly, I know this question is a bit much, but may I ask one thing?" Brown immediately glared at him. "What are you asking?" Riha quickly said. "Even if I kill Angel, the Marcus unit won't completely disappear. Someone will take over, or a second or third Wild Angel might appear, right? So what's the point of this mission?" Brown frowned slightly at Riha's direct question and seemed a little surprised, and he said, "If the leader is eliminated, the Marcus unit will automatically disband or internal strife will erupt over succession." Riha thought from a different angle. "But what if that doesn't happen?" Brown replied indifferently. "It doesn't matter if it doesn't happen. Let's take a coin as an example. You have to flip a coin to know if it's heads or tails. You can't know anything before flipping it." After speaking, he opened his palm, which had been covering the coin, and asked a short, meaningful question. "Right?" Riha was slightly dazed at first, staring at Brown with wide eyes. A moment later, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he replied, "That's right, if I don't pull the trigger, nothing will happen. In the end, I'll either hit the target or not." With a clear mind, he set off with renewed vigor. "Major General, I'm off." He closed his eyes and nodded slightly, wishing him a safe return. Riha looked at him with eyes full of trust. "If there's someone who gives such useful advice, whether they're an NPC or not, I'll respect them with all my heart." Riha's footsteps quickened on the long road. He reinforced his resolve with a menacing thought, "Angel, just wait." At the same time, on the desolate sandy plain, several people were slowly walking. They were marching, and the one at the forefront was none other than Riha's target. Angel, under the crescent moon in the sky. There was a canyon road passing through a brightly lit gate with torches. This was the territory of the Marcus unit, and at this moment boisterous laughter echoed. Inside, Angel was having a joyous time with 2 beautiful women. He said in a booming voice, "Hey, bring more wine." His subordinates quickly replied, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, the 2 guards at the gate had different expressions. Goran cursed irritably. "Damn it, everyone's drinking and having fun. Why am I the only one standing guard here?" Dingo grinned. "You can go in and drink later." Goran fumed inwardly, cursing. "You damn bastard, I want a drink and have pretty girls serve me." Riha was then in the Marcus unit's territory. He was hiding in the bushes, listening intently. "Their defenses are lax, so the chances of me being discovered aren't high. But I need to be careful just in case. I have to complete the mission perfectly. I already used the marking skill when I first spotted him, so I can reduce the risk of the leader escaping." Thinking this, Riha was disappointed with the marking skill's ability. "It can be used on up to 3 people, but no matter how I think about it, this skill is very useful. Anyway, I can't use the skill on 3 people." However, he smiled contentedly, thinking that thanks to this skill, he would be able to catch up with them. The mission execution process was also not easy for him. He had to follow them for over 10 hours to understand this base, their movement paths, behavior patterns, and surrounding terrain. He had grasped all of this over 17 days. However, upon arrival, Riha felt a sense of difficulty. But the stronghold has magic circles laid everywhere, and they're not to be underestimated. He fell into thought, lowering his gaze to the purple courtyard, and continued to be vigilant. "Because of that magic circle, I couldn't use the precious scroll after sniping. But today is my chance. On the day he goes to raid the village, he'll definitely be drinking in the annex." Riha had considered everything very carefully, so he was very resolute. He firmly gripped the barrel of his gun, lightly raised it, and vowed inwardly, wait until the target appears." At the same time, Angel, full of wine and food, let out a refreshing yawn. He staggered out to the gate and chatted with the 2 soldiers. "Ah, I'm full." Dingo, seeing him, greeted, "Good evening, leader." Riha loaded his gun as soon as he saw him. "He's here. He's drunk, he's chatting with the guards. I prepared thoroughly enough to remember even these small details. I've already prepared an escape route." Seeing Angel gradually move away from the gate, he anxiously urged himself, "Kill him and escape." A thunderous sound echoed. A decisive sound resonated in the sky. In an instant, Angel fell to the ground before Jason's horrified gaze. He stammered in disbelief, "WW what?" In his moment of confusion, Jason accidentally revealed a shocking truth. The decoy body is useless. Riha, who was about to flee at full speed, stopped. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what he had just heard. Decoy body? The Marcus unit's stronghold was then filled with screams and footsteps. Bruno took temporary command. "What are you doing? We prepared a decoy body for this very purpose." "What?" "Find him. The assassin must be nearby." In the chaotic situation, a figure slowly emerged from inside, and a calm voice echoed amidst the urgent screams. "Strengthen the perimeter, use detection skills. Everyone unroll your scrolls, reinforce the magic circles, and don't let a single rat escape." The young man giving orders was Angel, the true leader of the Marcus unit. His subordinates rushed to flee, replying in unison, "Understood, boss." Riha had been too shocked to move since earlier his body frozen. He cursed inwardly, crazy. Looking at the slender young man commanding below, he couldn't believe it. "That's Angel?" In the chaotic night, hoarse neighs echoed with loud, sharp voices. "Catch him, catch that damned royal bastard." Gradually, a single cavalryman became a troop, and Angel loudly ordered them to show the Marcus unit's power. Everyone obeyed in unison. "Understood, boss." Riha now had to escape for his life and cautiously looked behind him. Damn, what a mess! Angel's army had suddenly appeared right behind him. There, Riha, terrified, fumbled to open the system window. In this situation, he quickly pulled out a bomb pouch and threw it directly behind the Marcus unit's advance, obscuring their vision. Angel, with quick reflexes, avoided the danger. He covered his face with his hand to prevent smoke and debris from getting into his eyes. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, maintaining his balance. Enzo's face was now filled only with irritation and rage. "Don't think this will end easily. I will definitely find you and kill you." Fortunately, Riha safely returned to the castle. He stood in the alley panting. It was then that he finally spoke heavily, realizing the picture on the wanted poster was fake. That one shot ruined everything. He kept blaming himself, replaying the situation. "When I secretly approached and marked Angel, I definitely saw him." Riha vividly remembered his furious expression at that moment. "He will definitely find me." The first 17 days went very smoothly, but on the 18th day I wasted time. When I heard the rumors and saw the picture, I should have investigated sooner. I was too hasty in thinking about the next step. I thought I would be safe by coming here. Suddenly his sixth sense detected danger and his heart pounded. "Angel has chased me all the way here." He commanded viciously, "Burn everything." "Find him," his subordinates replied. "Yes, boss." Lee helplessly watched secretly. "Damn it, how did he get here so fast?" In an instant, the entire street was engulfed in flames. An old man named Krat was apprehended and questioned. "Tell me, didn't a stranger pass by here just now? Speak quickly." The old man clasped his hands and said, "Oh, I don't know, please, spare my life," and with a resolute finger commanded, "Useless, kill them all." His subordinates immediately rushed forward and killed innocent residents. "Yes, boss." Angel laughed maliciously. "You damned royal bastard, did you think I'd foolishly wait until daybreak? I've been through too much of that. I've already blocked your escape routes with magic, so I know exactly where you're hiding. Don't even dream of escaping from me." Suddenly, Angel discovered suspicious black smoke billowing from a small alley. He immediately widened his eyes and laughed sinisterly. Yes, he was there, but he was forced to turn his head by an explosion from behind. Flames were still raging fiercely everywhere in this village. Revan and Bato shouted in turns, "Come out, where are you? That damned royal bastard is letting residents die." Ino grumbled to himself, "The explosion is just his ploy." Then he said aloud, "He's not here anymore. 3 teams clear the area, the rest follow me." Riha remained tightly hidden in the corner behind the wall, clearly hearing the sound of hoofbeats and people. "Yes, boss." He clenched his teeth and sweated at that moment. "That madman just to catch me." The tragic situation before his eyes made Riha grind his teeth and want to say, "You burned down the entire village?" Seeing the unrecognizable charred bodies, Riha quietly decided, "Wait, Angel, you tricked me and you'll pay the price soon." The entire village was now engulfed in flames. Bago approached and reported, "We've searched 3 villages, but we still haven't found any trace of him, boss." He turned to Angel and asked for his opinion. "What should we do now?" Angel's eyes gleamed with disbelief. No way, he couldn't have left 3 villages in such a short time. Then why did he cause the explosion in the first place? He immediately instructed, "Follow me for a moment, prepare to move camp. The rest of you pack all valuables and move out." Bago immediately obeyed the order. After that, they wasted no more time and immediately rode back. This sudden intention made Yoren slightly worried. "But boss, do we really have to move camp? This is a big deal," he said firmly. "Of course we have to move. What's the point of the camp if it's exposed?" He didn't forget to add. "Who else is at the camp?" He replied in a resolute voice. "No one, boss." Angel, hearing this, praised him for a moment. "Good." Upon reaching the destination, he commanded again, "2 of you, go clear out the storage. No need to bring clothes or useless weapons." The subordinates behind him replied in unison, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Angel's body was pierced by a bullet flying from somewhere. Elkin, witnessing this scene from the side, was startled and shouted loudly for his boss. The very next moment he pointed his finger towards the forest and warned loudly, "There's someone there." Simultaneously, Riha, as expected, subtly opened his mouth from this side. "It's no surprise. You'll all follow him soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed one eye again and prepared for the next shot. Not long after, the system notified him that he had leveled up twice. Mission complete. Strength, intelligence, and spirit all increased by 3, contribution points 90. Riha let out a sigh of relief and stretched. Even though it was a D-rank mission and very tiring, it's still worth doing another mission. He immediately opened the mission board. Instantly, Riha recalled when he first saw them. "I knew I just had to wait until they returned to camp." Compared to NPCs, he was a very cautious person. That's why he left most of the people to clean up the camp with only a few guards protecting him. But suddenly he flinched. A phrase on the mission board caught Riha's eye. "You are known as the one who saved people from the oppression and exploitation of bandits." He couldn't help but think deeply. "I didn't save the oppressed people. On the contrary, 3 villages were burned because of me. I should have looked into the hints of Middle-earth more carefully. Next time, I need to try more methods. Whether they are NPCs or whatever, there must be a way to save everyone." Upon his return, Brown sat opposite him and said in a stern voice, "It must have been a mess, right? Night Crit told me everything." Riha's heart was a little uneasy. "It should be fine, right? The mission was successful after all. Can what I'm doing be called sniping?" Suppressing the fear in his heart, he carefully began to explain. Major General, the angel fellow, was not the person in the sketch. Despite his words, the general remained silent. Hand on his chin, Riha continued to explain, "I believe the person in the sketch was Angel and neglected to gather additional information. I killed his decoy body. As a result, 3 villages suffered great damage. I still have many shortcomings. I apologize, General." In the end, there was nothing he could do but bow his head and apologize. But for some reason, Brown remained silent, no emotion showing on his face. However, a second later, he suddenly spoke. "What are you talking about? Night Crit gave you the wrong sketch. He has already come several times to apologize." Riha's face was filled with confusion. "Yes," Brown continued. "From the beginning, it's because I couldn't deal with the bandits that so many things like this happened. You did everything very well," before he could even react. But, he hastily cut him off. "What I entrusted to you was not to eliminate Angel or save people. The only thing you had to do was to shoot Angel." Riha was bewildered by the sudden change. "Ah, I see," Brown then informed him in a gentle voice. "You worked hard. It would have been better if you had saved the villagers too as an added bonus. Now you have completed your comprehensive training and become a true marksman." The very next moment, the system appeared again. "You have completed the comprehensive test mission. You have gained 1 gold coin, a sniping skill, 10 affinity, and 90 kingdom contribution points, and your level has increased by 1. Hearing this, Riha couldn't help but be excited. Awesome. In his heart, he couldn't hide his joy. "I received the general's recognition, leveled up by 1, and even got 1 gold coin, plus I received an additional sniping skill. This is really awesome. Is today my birthday?" But before his joy could fully subside, Brown spoke again. So are you planning to continue fulfilling B's wish now?" Hearing this, Riha immediately avoided the question. "Me? No, now is not the time." Hearing this, the general didn't forget to advise him, "It's good to take your time, but you never know when other enemies might appear, so be careful." At this, he smiled and replied, "If the general keeps saying that, then all right." In the end, Brown officially declared, "That's enough. There's nothing more to train you on. Work harder on your own." However, upon reaching the door, Riha suddenly paused. "Excuse me, may I ask one more thing?" His voice was still relaxed. "Anything." Nevertheless, he hesitated slightly in his words. "Kid, Sleeping Kid, does the general know him?" As soon as that name was uttered, Brown's complexion changed. At this moment, the atmosphere fell silent. The two looked at each other for a moment, but the very next moment he uttered words that Riha couldn't help but anticipate. "Curious?" Time flew by quickly, and he now sighed in disappointment. Phew, he was almost going to say it, but why did he suddenly stop saying anything? It was a false hope. "All right, all the stats I received from the mission have already been added. I should increase agility more and try a new skill." As soon as he thought this, he immediately opened the system window. All skills were displayed on the screen and a new skill called Sniper Apprentice was added. His face was full of anticipation. Good, Riha quickly selected that skill. "I'm quite curious about what this skill is like." As soon as he clicked, a window opened on the screen. "This skill consumes 200 mana to increase maximum range by 30. The effect lasts for 1 minute and the cooldown is 1 hour. After reading it once, Riha was surprised. It increases range. Even though it only lasts for 1 minute, it increases by 30. If it's 455 meters, I can shoot from over 400 meters. I was wondering whether to increase the number of gunpowder bullets, but this skill just fell from the sky. This alone isn't enough." Just then, something suddenly caught Riha's eye. The sacred oven sign in another spot. "Training points open in 4 days. Seeing the long queue in front, he exclaimed, "Wow, look at that crowd." They instantly chattered loudly. "What is that? Looks like a new store. Damn it, there was no announcement on the homepage either." "Such minor things won't be announced," Riha observed quietly from a distance, his eyes filled with excitement. "Perhaps most of the people here don't seem to know that this is a restaurant. No matter how observant someone is, if they haven't experienced Middle-earth, they won't know the role of this store in terms of information. This place will be ahead of all other players later." As Riha turned with a satisfied smile, "In 4 days, I'm really looking forward to it." However, he was completely unaware that someone in another corner was secretly watching him. He pointed at Riha with one hand, leaving a mark. After that, he smiled sinisterly. Currently, Riha was near the orc tribe in the Sentimental Mountains. He was hiding in a high place, preparing to test his newly acquired skill. Then Riha carefully placed his hand on the trigger and slowly felt it. No wind, perfect. Below, the orcs were busily mining, completely unaware. Suddenly, something flew and struck the pickaxe in an orc's hand, knocking it away. The pickaxe then spun several times in midair before flying towards a large rock in front of Kuang. The orcs were now confused, not knowing what was happening. On the other hand, Riha, perched above, was slightly dissatisfied with the recent shot. "Damn it, the situation is a bit difficult right now. Using the skill increases the range, but the bullet velocity is too slow. The typical bullet velocity of a flintlock was 300 meters per second. The range was 340 meters. That meant if he shot from over 400 meters, there was a possibility that the opponent would detect it. Moreover, Brown's quest wouldn't just require hitting a target from 440 meters. He even prepared for the worst-case scenario. "This is serious." Suddenly, a scream was heard. "Find him this way?" At the loud noise, he immediately paid attention. From a distance, Tegan, full of rage, pointed his finger at Riha and shouted, "That bastard, what's he doing over there?" He led people in black clothes and quickly approached. Reaching this point, he was startled. "Why are they here?" Suddenly, Tegan raised his head and immediately spotted him. And then he warned. That guy pulled out a scroll. As soon as he heard this, his hands became frantic. As soon as he shouted for them to attack quickly, Riha luckily activated his skill. In an instant, he teleported to another location, and Tegan, still filled with rage, clutched his head. "That damn bastard!" He didn't hesitate to turn to his subordinate and ask, "Where did he go?" Sheer immediately replied, "V-port." By this point, Tegan was slowly losing his patience. "V-port again? Everyone regroup and go back." The people quickly obeyed the order. "Understood." Meanwhile, at V-port, Riha gasped for breath after running for a long time. How did he know where I was now, he suddenly realized. I was also marked by someone in Du Sing's son. What should I do? How long does the marking skill last? He didn't know who it was, nor the level or rank of this skill. Not long after, they also chased him. Lemon was standing here, and a scream came from a distance. "Capital is stock," she still calmly introduced herself. "This is the capital of the Pupil Kingdom. How much is the fare to a stock per person?" Riha, running out of time, hastily flew over. "All right, if it's not over 2 gold, send me quickly." Right behind him, Tegan continued to command, "Catch him, tie him up quickly before he escapes." Sheer didn't hesitate and immediately cast Rian's binding magic. Seeing them almost catch up, his face was filled with panic. Lemon still kindly said, "Have a pleasant journey." In a flash of genius, a magical hand almost reached Riha. But the very next moment, at the crucial moment, he finally successfully teleported before being caught. Having lost his prey twice, he was extremely frustrated. Damn it! Upon arriving in the capital Estok, Riha couldn't understand why they had used magic. They were villagers, and he was determined to chase them. He wouldn't be unaware of the meaning of using magic in a village. A random teleportation scroll costs at least 50 silver per use. "If I keep running like this, I'll go bankrupt," he complained, blaming the heavens. "Am I the only one who has to go through this?" On the other side, Gijung sent a message when Riha had no activity for a while. "Hung, why aren't you leveling up?" He immediately replied, "Something happened. Those guys from Gai Sing's son must have come back. They're using a marking skill to chase and kill me." As soon as he heard this, he screamed in surprise and hastily asked, "How many? What level are they?" On this side, Riha also reported specifically, "Level uncertain, seems like about 20 people." Gijung, hearing this, said, "Hung, don't go anywhere and stay in the capital. There are just knights in the capital. If they attack, are you planning to kill them all?" At this, he scratched his head, thinking, "How do I remove the marking skill?" He didn't hesitate and replied, "Only the wandering merchant On sells items to remove marking skills. He'll be very hard to find." Riha's last hope also vanished because of this, and he could only remain silent. After that, he suddenly fell into deep thought. "If I call Gijung here now, it will only disrupt his hunting. I just need to wait in the capital for 3 days or more. Otherwise, I'll have to keep running and escaping." Following that, Gijung also asked, "Hung, are you okay? Should I go there?" Riha hastily stopped him. No, Gijung, don't come. It's nothing." "Then what are you going to do, Hung?" His voice was filled with bewilderment. Currently, his face suddenly changed as if he had decided something. Riha then slowly explained, "There's one thing I haven't told you until now. I was afraid you'd think I was crazy." Gijung still didn't understand what was happening. "Hung, don't say that. I'm scared." Nevertheless, he hesitated. "Can Hung really do that?" Hung is going to wipe out Rising Sun. Hearing this, he was so shocked he felt like he was going to break through the screen. "What? No way. This isn't just a simple thought. Even if your head explodes, if Bujima doesn't inherit, everything will be the same." Riha didn't give up and tried to explain further. "No, Gijung, listen to me. You only know if you try. Nothing will change if you don't try, right?" In the end, he was persuaded by those resolute words. After that, Gijung's attitude completely softened. "My goodness. I understand your stubbornness, Hung. How can I stop you? Then let's go register the guild." Reaching this point, he was slightly dazed. "What?" Before Riha could react, he continued, "I'll help you, Hung. Let's create a guild." His eyes now inadvertently widened with curiosity. Gijung then began to explain the outline. "Whatever Hung does, if Hung kills a J Racing Corps member, Hung will become a criminal. In that case, you have to declare war on the guild. If you declare war, only the capital becomes a safe zone. And if it's a war between guilds, the security forces won't be able to intervene." Riha's face was now filled with gratitude. Gijung, but before he could speak, he cut him off. "First, I think I need Hung's consent. You know, there's no peace until the war is over. Hung has clearly chosen to walk a thorny path." Riha smiled slightly. "Thank you, Gijung, of course. I guess I forgot since I've been in a wheelchair lately." Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. "What?" Right at this moment, he replied in a resolute voice, "I'm a soldier. I'm from the sniper unit. Don't worry. I'll show you the results." The scene switched to the banquet hall of the Southern BL branch of Bingen. The announcer began, "Next up is this week's Top F Manager Award." On stage, Liam kept shouting, "The team leader who achieved the most outstanding results this week is congratulations. Yes, it's Team Li Qian. The prize is a special level 95 sword. Please come up to the stage to receive your award." Amidst the crowd's cheers, the two shook hands. One person spoke first. "You've worked hard." The other humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the branch manager." At this moment, Don Yoku's face was beaming with a full smile. "No need to be modest. I look forward to your continued efforts without delay." The next moment, the old man continued to announce, "Now, I will announce this week's PH Battle Asia's Best Award. Who is the winner of this week's fiercest battle? Just then, a message suddenly appeared on Danyoku's system screen. An urgent message has arrived from headquarters. A guild has sent us a challenge. Hearing this, his attitude was very arrogant. A challenge? What crazy fools, suddenly he stammered. I have no information. I've never heard of this guild name before, Danyoku asked again in disbelief. No information? What's the guild name? Mess replied. They call themselves the Lightning Oro Hunt. Setting sun, his voice was full of surprise. What, Boss Oro, are you crazy? Then he burst out laughing. However, he still added, no, he seems to be a sniper, but there's really no information. Hearing this, Danyoku's face turned sinister. A sniper, daring to challenge Gai Shin's sun. Are they trying to make the sun set completely? Then he suddenly realized something. A sniper, isn't that the guy Tegan FM is after? Meanwhile, elsewhere everyone was surprised. What, this is just a restaurant, the person next to him immediately retorted. You idiot, where's there such a big restaurant? However, as they tried to enter, Binnen hastily stopped them. Excuse me, customers. Today is our grand opening. Could you please come back tomorrow? One of them also exclaimed. Anyway, it's too expensive here, we can't get in, let's go. The person next to him agreed. Right? Then suddenly a familiar shadow slowly approached from a distance. She tried to refuse again. Excuse me, customer, today is our grand opening. But Riha quickly interrupted. I know. Hearing this, Binnen's expression changed, and then he politely replied, We've been waiting for you, please come in. A player who saw this was startled. How did that person get in? Another person next to him also wondered. Is he an NPC? It looks like there are only NPCs inside. As soon as he entered, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, then took off his mask. It's okay. I wasn't caught. When I log in, I'll know which Shin Sun members are nearby. Then Riha entered the opening ceremony hall. The grand opening of Holy Grill. Will there be a reward for this series of missions? Just then, Madame Zhou also approached. Oh my, you've finally arrived. Seeing her, Riha quickly bowed politely. Congratulations on your opening. Seeing his polite demeanor, she spoke lightly. What congratulations, thanks to you everything went smoothly, and we could open safely. This is no time for that. The next moment he immediately requested. Then please help me with one thing. As the head of a guild with much information. At this, Madame Zhou tilted her head slightly. Your words are too stiff. Oh well, I owe you a favor. Without making Riha wait long, she immediately said, Follow me. A moment later, the two arrived in another room. It was very lavish. He looked around and admired. The image of an information guild is quite dark. What on earth is this mansion? At this, Madame Zhou still calmly replied, Why should we operate in secret when we can do business legally? Then she motioned for Riha to sit down. He still maintained a polite attitude. Yes, I'll sit. Now Riha's heart suddenly felt a little tense. Indeed, only Madame Zhou and I could come up to the highest floor. Then he looked around and suddenly noticed someone nearby. 2 or 3 people seemed to be invisible. Am I finally at ease? If a place requires this much, it has to be the best guild. A moment later, she began to speak. Shall we talk business now? What are you curious about? Oh, by the way, no abstract questions. He quietly held his teacup and fell into thought. How can I defeat Du Ying's son? Is that question abstract too? Concrete information to catch up with Jing's son. In the end, after much hesitation, Riha spoke. Then, a question burst from his lips, and Madame Zhou's expression was one of surprise, but the next moment she quickly returned to her calm state. An interesting question, the answer to that question. Hearing this, Riha was filled with anticipation, and then she replied honestly. Riha was slightly disappointed by the answer. Oh, information provided by the guild. I don't think it will answer my problem. Is this because of guild rules? Madame Zhou simply smiled brightly. It's nothing, that's just information that fits your plan. We don't provide answers. Instead, since you attended the opening ceremony, how about greeting everyone here? There are quite a few nobles. His eyes now shone with surprise. Then he clenched his fists. Riha was very excited now. Of course, returning to the Ying Sun side, a voice echoed, Musketeers. Another person replied very firmly. Yes, that's right. On this side, Danyoku rubbed his chin with his hand. As far as I know, musketeers are a weak role. Our Tegan FM seems less capable than I thought. He merely bowed his head, admitting his fault. I'm sorry, branch manager Danyoku. At this he smiled, his lips curled upwards. For a musketeer, 1 mage and 2 archers are enough, but even Zhao, who was dispatched from headquarters, failed. Sir Zhao must be very angry. Perhaps information about him has now spread to headquarters, Tegan stammered, explaining, and no, that's not it. I heard that Sir Zhao is more interested in Shinara than in him. Hearing this, Danyoku's expression changed. Does that mean information about him hasn't reached headquarters yet? Then we'll have to deal with it ourselves at the branch, he asked again in disbelief. Yes, his tone was full of confidence. No one else. We will personally crush the Lightning Oro Hunt Guild. Tegan FM, no. Tegan SFM will lead it himself. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. SFM, that's special. At this point, Danyoku didn't hesitate to admit, yes, I'll tell headquarters. Use this opportunity well to show a perfect image to headquarters. Tegan bowed his head, moved. Thank you very much, ASFM branch manager. Without delay, he immediately ordered, all right, quickly call the other FM members and let's go. Branch manager? Suddenly, a scream from outside startled Danyoku, and he turned around. The person continued to shout, branch FMs are under attack. Several FMs were attacked as soon as they arrived at the branch building in front of the building. When this information reached Danyoku and Tegan's ears, both of them immediately froze. Only one thought simultaneously flashed through their minds. What? Danyoku frowned and growled. Who is it? His subordinate reported, panting and flustered, his words rushed and broken. I don't know who it is, but it's very chaotic in front of the building. His thoughts raced. All the FMs are rich and high level, so there's nothing to worry about. Who on earth is it? Who on earth is it? Riha's blurry face flashed through his mind. Danyoku's eyes twitched, his whole body seemed to freeze, and it was even hard to breathe. He needed no evidence. His intuition screamed the answer. He's here. Danyoku glanced at Tegan, lowered his voice but subtly implied, if that sniper is there, it's actually an opportunity for us. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully waved his arm and issued a thundering command. Everyone prepare and go out. The SFM will charge and catch him. Tegan didn't hesitate for a moment, growled his reply and then ran out. Understood, boss. In a wide grassy plain, 3 people crouched behind a few makeshift wooden boxes. An uneasy gaze swept across the surroundings. Where is he? Where is that guy? All tanks, quickly raise your shields and gather. How can we gather? We'll be attacked if we even move. Tegan gritted his teeth, his gaze darting in all directions. Rage boiled within him. Damn it, where is Sleeping Kid? There's nowhere to hide here, but he won't have anywhere to hide either. As the tension continued, one of them couldn't hold back and shouted. It was a cry that seemed to suppress fear. We just need to run 50 meters. Why is this heat unbearable? He suddenly stood up from his hiding place. If we go inside, what will that damn bastard do? Namdu sneered mockingly. I thought you knew how many people you had, but you don't even know that. Without further concern, he coldly turned his body, leaving his comrades behind and fleeing at full speed. The branch manager is inside. If you want to be threatened, go ahead. I'm leaving. The remaining person stretched out his hand, begging in panic, but it was in vain. Hey, however, Hoon didn't run even 100 meters before stopping. Time seemed to freeze, and at that moment blood spurted from his neck, staining the air red. His helpless body collapsed, and the green grass immediately turned into a red pool of blood. The remaining 2 were frozen, trembling all over at the horrifying sight. Another one died, and it's not even a skill. What on earth is happening, my God? There was nothing but silence. Tegan's heart pounded in his chest, and cold sweat streamed down his temples. He carefully pressed himself against the wooden box. No, it's not magic. If it were long-range magic, I would at least hear the chanting. Could it be? Is it another player, not Riha? Is he doing close-range attacks with invisible magic? Does invisible magic break when attacking? That can't be. Meanwhile, in the deep darkness of the plain, Riha lay still like a ghost. He hid beneath a lush bush with only the cold muzzle protruding outwards. The blue steel gleamed. His sharp eyes firmly aimed at the target. Without the slightest tremor, Tegan trembled, asking himself, is this person even a player? The sound of a door opening and a dry gunshot broke the silence of death. Danyoku immediately raised a massive shield in front of his chest. A loud clang echoed, and the outer shield violently vibrated. Deep scorch marks remained at the point of contact, and smoke billowed. Danyoku sneered mockingly, his eyes full of arrogance. Immediately, his subordinates cheered and shouted. As expected of branch manager Danyoku, Tegan was so surprised he was beside himself. Indeed, Riha is nearby. Everyone quickly raise your shields and retreat. Everyone replied in unison, their voices hoarse with tension. They tried hard to maintain their remaining composure. Understood, Tegan hastily gave instructions from the front. Everyone quickly run away, he needs time to reload, hurry. The one who sent the challenge is nearby. Get inside, quickly get inside, everyone in, then close the door. Once the situation stabilized, he quietly approached the window. Tegan's gaze went far, and at that moment his pupils contracted violently. Towards the forest, a thin column of smoke rose 100 meters away, swaying in the wind. Tegan's heart clenched. Smoke, could it be there? I can't believe a musket can shoot that far. Riha calmly lowered his muzzle and sighed regretfully. Indeed, he's clever and smart. His reaction is quite fast too. I don't know who's who, but I've taken down 10 of them so far. They've hidden like turtles. Let's wait and see what happens. He brushed off the dust from his body and chuckled lightly. Anyway, Madame Zhou's information was accurate. The location of the entire branch and the aiming points were perfect information for a sniper. Riha marked a red X on one spot. This dam just needs one hole. I'm going to make one hole first. This will be a fight where they have to plug the hole. Who will kill whom and how? He held his gun, and a cold light gleamed in the darkness. The terrifying faces of the 2 enemy leaders flashed in his mind. I'll wipe them all out. Inside the warehouse, a slightly trembling voice echoed. Was that lawless Diatizi just now? Tegan hadn't yet recovered from what had just happened. He stammered. I think so, Danyoku said in disbelief. He seems to be about level 70. It's surprising that a sniper can shoot that far. Riha's power made everyone shrink back. It's impossible unless he's a tank. A rational person suggested they quickly report to headquarters. Branch manager, if we delay any longer, we'll all die. But Danyoku didn't rush and reminded them, think carefully. What if we report to Tegan SFM and he's not a tank? Besides, he's alone. Could it be? He wore an excited smile, and greed completely overwhelmed his previous fear. Isn't he a rich guy? So he'll be our target, and an opportunity for revenge. If he's not an oil baron, his money will run out someday. We can catch him ourselves. We are the Nampu branch, once the wealthiest in the ring. The 2 subordinates, awakened by Danyoku, looked at him with admiration. As expected of the branch manager, unlike them, Tegan showed no emotion. His face was calm, even cold. These guys are acting like I lost all my assets, 50 gold. No money, no equipment, not much has changed compared to before. Should I join in this? Should I speak or not? He secretly contacted Danyoku. Hey branch manager, he put a hand to his mouth, signaling silence. A system screen appeared on Tegan's face. The message was clearly printed. Tegan SFM, we will form a team including temporary FMs, so quietly catch Riha. Reading that, Tegan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Branch Manager Don Yoku is trying to lure other guild members, but he already thinks the same as me. He's sure we'll be abandoned, but those guys don't know anything. As night deepened, the entire forest was plunged into cold darkness. Among the damp grass, Riha quietly calculated his next move. Damn it, now I know why the armed guerrilla unit took the mountain path. If you don't want to encounter others, this is the only way. The gun in his hand gleamed coldly under the moonlight like a harbinger of death. That light was not just metal, but a rare omen of the dew. In just one day, the Nampu branch, the Paper branch, the Dongpu branch, the Amo mountain branch, and in a quiet room Binnen sat by the window. Lazily turning the pages of his book, he brought the teacup to his lips. But just then a premonition of ill omen brushed past his mind. The Emerald Forest branch had been attacked. Among them, 3 branches had their manager-level personnel, 2 branches had their deputy manager-level personnel, and all branches with 4 or more FMs were shot dead, all unpredictably. A faint landscape appeared like fragments of memory pulled from the past, and Gunbo struck his heavy mace forcefully against his shield, making a dull sound that seemed to tear through the night. Beside him, Lim He sneered, raising his middle finger and saying provocatively, "Where are you? Come out right now. You damn bastard, you're a dead man." But before the curses could finish, tragedy struck. A sharp bang echoed, and the bullet accurately pierced Gunbo's forehead. Lim He froze. His whole body stiffened, and cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. Arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by extreme terror. Thanks to Gunbo's death, the remaining individuals finally learned the target's whereabouts. They immediately pursued in that direction. He was here. Under the cold, silvery moon, Riha waited quietly, the black muzzle in his hand shining coldly like the eyes of death. His heart pounded violently, and his body trembled as the gun barrel was pointed directly at the opponent. He unconsciously managed to shout, "Wait a minute! Damn it, this cursed bastard!" A tremendous explosion echoed. Blood splattered before his eyes, and his vision blurred amidst the piercing pain. All sensations disappeared, and only a silent night draped over his helpless body. The scenes of the past vanished like mist scattered by the wind, and reality pressed in, heavy and tense. Crash! Kyokuju slammed his fist forcefully on the desk, and the sound resonated, cracking the hard desk surface like a spiderweb. The entire room immediately fell silent. No one even dared to breathe. He growled, calling out a name. Nambiel. Don Yoku was startled, immediately sprang to his feet and respectfully bowed at the waist. "Yes, Chairman." Kyokujuji's cold gaze pierced directly into him. "The problem with that damn bastard, if I'm not mistaken, seems to have started at your branch because of that damn bastard. The branch's monthly average income has decreased by 43 compared to last month." The others bowed their heads, kept their mouths shut, and acted as if they weren't there. As Kyokujuji's questioned him, Don Yoku's face was drenched in cold sweat. "But the Nambiel branch seems to have no problems. Why is that?" Don Yoku's heart seemed to stop, and anger surged within him. He gritted his teeth and muttered, secretly cursing in his mind, "Haria, you damned bastard, why don't you show yourself? Were you planning to play with us from the start?" He didn't care what Don Yoku was thinking and commanded resolutely, "This is your last chance, Branch Manager Don Yoku. I'll give you 1 week. Bring me a screenshot of Riha's character being deleted." He froze, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he stammered, "Yes, Chairman, of course." Kyokuju turned his back and left, his footsteps crushing the cold floor, casting a murderous aura throughout the room. "I'll have to gather some information myself," before his figure completely disappeared. A sinister smile crossed his cunning face, and he was about to go find them. A few days later, Riha sat alone on a green grassy field, slowly cleaning the gun in his hand. A train of thought ran through his mind. "Damn it, where have those bastards gone? I can't find anyone. Should I be angry? But there's no sign of them pursuing me. Is it because I killed too many of them?" His gaze, as if nailed, stopped at a distant point. The muzzle in his hand slowly rose, aimed at a figure frantically looking around. He was like lost prey. "Got him, I won't let anyone live." A sound that tore through space echoed, and the muzzle trembled slightly. The bullet swiftly cut through the air, accurately embedding itself in the unlucky one's back. Blood gushed out. Riha didn't even blink, even praising himself inwardly. "Good shot." He quickly changed direction. Next, suddenly, a pillar of white smoke rose in the distance, and he paused. The gun barrel moved a beat too slow. "Wait, what's that?" Immediately after, the rustling of leaves grew loud. Tegan at the forefront emerged from the bushes with his sturdy body, a blade in his hand glinting. "Haria, we found you," each of them excitedly commanded. "Catch him." Riha's entire body tensed. All his nerves moved according to his survival instinct. A sudden ambush. They finally made their move. Kim Hwa directed the archers to form a formation. "Catch him." A storm of arrows tore through the air and fiercely flew towards Riha. He barely dodged and sped off fleeing. "I deliberately made it difficult for them to pursue yet. They're better than I thought. They might catch up quickly." A booming voice attracted the attention of other nearby players. "It's useless to resist," Haria Zhao declared loudly. "We will surround this place and catch you no matter what." One person cupped their hands to form a telescope and observed. "Well, what's that?" his friend next to him asked curiously. "What's going on? Aren't those Rising Sun Guild members?" He suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, where are those guys going?" With suspicious eyes, the group witnessed the Dwying Sun Guild members lining up and heading towards the darkened forest. The forest seemed to swallow all light. Tall trees blocked all light, and the forest was plunged into dark, gloomy shadows. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard. They stopped their steps and looked around, assessing the situation. "Damn it, I can't see anything," one person reminded in a trembling voice. "Commander Go, this is a dark forest." He didn't seem to care much. "Dark? You mean it's a place for beginners?" And he tore a piece of paper in half. I should leave this here. Tegan, the guild leader, handed you command, didn't he? He nodded, confirming. Yes, I received direct orders from the chairman. I can summon all FBAs nearby. Hearing this, Zhao cunningly smiled. Kaka, well done. You know what needs to be done. I'll follow your command, Tegan. He replied briefly. Understood. Elsewhere, Don Yoku's notification sound echoed. Tegan sent a voice message. Don Yoku, I order you to summon all F3s in Daelim. Don Yoku calmly agreed. Understood. With a snap of his fingers, a massive army suddenly appeared behind him. They teleported to the designated location. The powerful army marched in perfect order across the vast plains, highly conspicuous. 531 FBAs were successfully summoned from the Rising Sun Guild. All FBAs will have a command unit for this assault. Tegan meticulously deployed his forces. I will organize a siege of 20 units, 25 men per unit. The landing, encirclement, and destruction battle begins. Everyone responded to the order by raising their weapons high and shouting. The forest silence was broken. This was the moment he had long awaited. He clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, I can kill him, Huria. Tegan continued to give orders, commanding his army. They had no idea. But on a tree not far away, Riha was already secretly ambushed, watching their every move. He narrowed his eyes, estimating the enemy's numbers. He just said about 500, 530 is quite a lot too. It'll be quite challenging for me. Just wait a little longer, Tegan. He took out a piece of paper, tore it forcefully, and prepared for his next move. Just then, Yin Ga raised his hand and called for light, and Go exclaimed in admiration, this forest is quite large. He agreed, saying, this is a low-level hunting ground, but it seems quite expansive. This man, sweating, muttered angrily, I almost got lost, how annoying. Suddenly, Ya waved his hand and shouted loudly in a resolute voice. Don't underestimate Sleeping Kid, he's not an ordinary sniper. He has strange stealth abilities, so we need to find him with our eyes. Scatter in all directions. Immediately after, he continued to give orders quickly. Scatter. The group immediately obeyed. Each one, pushing through the dense trees, complained and thought inwardly, where is he? Where is he? Damn it, annoying little bastard. As soon as he dies, his limbs. Suddenly, one of Zhao's squad members was shot and fell, disappearing from the battlefield. Sensing the danger, he instinctively ducked to the ground. O petition as warned loudly. It's Sleeping Kid, everyone get down. The scene before him was just an empty forest, so Zhao couldn't help but be suspicious. Get low. Where is he? How can he be so fast? I can't see him anymore. I can't even see the flash of gunpowder. Just then, another one of his subordinates fell. Anger surged, and Zhao gritted his teeth and said, damn it, is that Sleeping Kid's magic skill? He couldn't hold back any longer. Zhao clenched the hilt of his sword with his right hand and suddenly sprang to his feet. Where is he? Where is he? At his actions, Jinkoro, startled, hastily stood up and tried to stop him. Lord Zhao, it's dangerous to shout like that. Be quiet. However, he swung his sword and cut him down, shouting in rage. Shut up. Blood splattered everywhere, even on his face. But Zhao continued to curse loudly. Damn it, too noisy. Suddenly a flash of light streaked past, narrowly missing each one's leg. He glanced down suspiciously. On the dark ground, a firecracker was half burnt, its red flames crackling, illuminating the dark surroundings. Each one gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, he was above. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. Flames lit up the entire sky, and the sound of the explosion echoed. As dawn broke, Riha sat on a tree, happily making firecrackers and muttering to himself, if you underestimate controlling the field of vision, I'll use it. You need to be careful in the dark. You can enter, but you won't be able to leave. He held a lit firecracker tightly in his hand. Firecrackers were thrown one by one, and explosions echoed everywhere, with flames and smoke covering the battlefield, creating a scene of intense chaos. A thought flashed in Riha's mind. The first thing to do is choose the battle location. He clung tightly to a vine, swaying his body, analyzing the situation in his mind. From my perspective, this wide forest will be the best battleground, lots of places to hide. I need to move elsewhere to secure a new line of sight. Just then, Wandu shouted, that's it, scatter quickly. In contrast, Tanaz hesitated. But if we do that, he immediately became angry. Don't talk so much, just do it quickly. Tanaz sighed and raised his hand to condense mana, but suddenly a bullet tore through the wind, struck him and threw him backward, blood spurting red into the air. Who's there? Smoke billowed from the flintlock in Riha's hand, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Good, perfect, just as I thought. Suddenly, a fantastical achievement board appeared above his head. Angel wings shone brilliantly as if piercing through the darkness. At the divine sight, Riha froze, and the smile on his lips vanished. A deafening sound echoed, and armor-piercing bullets were used. At the same time, dazzling light not only illuminated the entire forest, but also revealed his location. They all immediately turned their heads, their gazes uniformly fixed on him. Haronan, with veins bulging on his forehead from rage, commanded loudly, that Sleeping Kid is up there. Immediately, Ellen followed, saying, catch him, that little guy. Riha was flustered. Oh no, I can't underestimate them. He continued to command, gather all the assassins, climb the trees. Wandu suddenly replied, here's a ladder, Haronan urged impatiently. Quickly climb up and pursue. He immediately obeyed, but before he could act, Wandu looked up and was startled. Huh? Immediately after, a boom that shook the entire forest echoed and explosions rained down fiercely. The spreading lethality was like raging flames, and the man could only let out a single scream. Oh no, countless bombs continued to rain down. Haronan shouted, run, 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 to remind them. As they fled, Riha playfully stuck out his tongue. I set that up, the soldiers shouted in confusion. This damned rope ladder, everyone scatter, as the day turned red. Tegan, watching the flashing lights in the forest from afar, couldn't comprehend the situation. and an unpleasant feeling surged in his heart. What is this? How can this be? Why can't I even contact Chaco? Was I tricked? What's going on? Is it over? Immediately after, a strange sound echoed deep within the forest, reverberating in Tegan's ears near the exit. He suspected inwardly. What is it? Is it our army? Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared, rustling through the grass. Tegan's eyes widened and his face was filled with surprise. He pointed tremblingly ahead. You are. It was Riha. He walked out slowly, covering his head with one hand. What? Why didn't you go inside? Riha sighed, a mocking smile on his lips. You said you'd get revenge on me. What are you so afraid of that you're just standing outside? Tegan froze, completely unexpected by this situation. You mean you were outside? He asked back. Are you still not understanding the situation? Kim Hwa behind him spoke, trying to hide his fear. Commander Tegan, are you just going to watch? Jun-Sok also agreed. That's right, teach him a lesson. Take down that damned bastard. Hearing this, Riha laughed gleefully, picked up his gun and challenged. If you want to, try it. I'll show you how I take down 500 men. Tegan swallowed hard, his heart pounding violently. And trying to hide his trembling, he growled orders. Everyone fight. Suddenly Hannah appeared and resolutely stopped them. Stop. She calmly approached, stood between them and looked at Riha cheerfully. It's nice to meet you here. He was slightly surprised to see not only Hannah but also Sig. Oh, how did the two of them get here? She immediately replied. It was noisy, so I dropped by and I meet you like this again. Sig smiled, reminding them of the current situation. Let's talk later, we need to deal with these guys first. Hannah pointed directly at Tegan's face and declared to the opponent, our forces weren't numerous, so I had no choice but to surrender, but it's different now. Sung, flustered, whispered to Min, what do we do now? The crowd approached him step by step in anger. What are you looking at? Surrender, you damn bastard. Our army is much larger now. Tegan gritted his teeth and gnashed them. Damn it. Riha slowly raised the muzzle of his flintlock and said in a clear voice, now that the three of us are together. All three Riha pointed their cold muzzles at Tegan simultaneously. He deliberately teased him. What are you going to do? Continue or stop? You don't have many chances. Don't make me say more. His words made him tremble with rage. Kyokuju, hidden by a curtain, looked at Kai with suspicious eyes. So you mean you have all the information about Riha? She resolutely confirmed. Exactly. Everything has been prepared in advance. Suddenly, Wanji covered the right side of his mouth with one hand and quietly called out. Director, although they are considered the best information providers in Middle-earth, this is too fast. They will surely demand an exorbitant price. Hearing this, Shozo was speechless. Suddenly, Kyokuju glanced down and suspected inwardly. A scroll full of text suddenly unfolded before everyone. Wanji's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in shock. Huh? This was the old man and the military map that appeared before his eyes. Wanji couldn't help but exclaim, the headquarters locations of all our branches. At this moment, Kai slowly explained, to avoid suspicion I wanted to mention this first. We didn't hand this information over to the Mages Guild. That person seems to be connected to other information providers. Hearing this, Kyokuju looked surprised. He opened his mouth to ask again, and she seemed to still be unaware of the information source. Kai explained in a normal voice, we are having difficulty finding the source of the information. I believe it's highly likely to be an NPC-operated information provider. It doesn't seem to be a player. Having said this, she proposed a negotiation. I'd like to end this meeting here. If you agree, I will accept the request to eliminate Haria for 1,000 gold coins. Elsewhere, the sky was turning orange. The standoff between the two factions was extremely tense. Tegan gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. We will retreat. His soldiers couldn't believe these words. Kim Hwa even called out to Tegan SFM. Tegan closed his eyes, trying to suppress his sadness, but tears still streamed down. We lost. Kim Hwa clenched his trembling hands, preparing to declare something, but before he could speak, Riha interrupted. Don't say that. His gaze was firm and his hand still held his gun. I'm not kind enough to just let people who say such things go. Hearing these words, Kim Hwa gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and trembled all over. Tegan turned his back to face his comrades and said in a gloomy voice, damn it, it's time to retreat. He painfully clenched his fists. Immediately after, they were all enveloped in a blue light, and before Tegan everyone slowly disappeared, and he couldn't say anything. Tegan slowly turned around with a sad expression. In the end, he pressed the logout button that appeared on the system window. Finally, Tegan disappeared under the watchful eyes of Riha and his group. When the message current player is offline appeared on the system window, Yanbai was extremely surprised. They really disappeared. He couldn't believe this outcome. Looking dumbfounded and cursing, he said to Jock Jame, those damned rising sun bastards, they all ran away. Then shouts and cheers erupted from a group of soldiers, making a boisterous sound. We won, we won. They all cheered and ran towards Riha, shouting Mages Guild, and he wondered, Mages Guild? They happily pushed their way to him, continuing to shout, the lonely one who colored the sunset defeated the rising sun. So handsome, I love you. Cheers erupted, but Riha couldn't stop the crowd's excitement no matter how much he shouted. Stop, please put me down, it hurts. The butt of the gun is digging into my back. Just as he was about to sit down, someone appeared and asked, your player name is Haria, right? He replied, puzzled. Aha. Hearing this, Naz's face was filled with respect and joy. I'd like to add you as a friend. Immediately after, they pressed the friend request system, showering him with questions. What you did was truly impossible. How did you defeat the rising sun alone? What is that weapon? How could you attack from so far away? I saw it in the video. Surrounded by people, Riha desperately shouted, wait a minute. Fortunately, Sig ran up and rescued him from the enthusiastic fans. He pulled Riha along, announcing, I'm going to use the mass teleport button. Hearing this, he was startled and asked back, "Mass teleport?" Sig chose action over words. He tore his weapon, declaring, "All right, let's get out of here now." At that very moment, the three of them were enveloped in a blue light and vanished. The people chasing them looked around with wide eyes, wondering, where did he go? The teleportation light brought the three of them to a house in the mountains. While Riha analyzed the situation, Sig took Hannah's hand and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, shedding tears. It's truly crazy." Riha's face was filled with surprise. He wondered inwardly, "Wait, where is this? Is it a house?" He suddenly turned around and asked with interest, "Are you okay, Haria?" He replied, Yes, thank you for saving me. I didn't realize they'd be so excited." Sig laughed in surprise. "Why wouldn't they be? You're their hero now, even if people don't know your real name. Everyone in Middle-earth knows Mage's Guild." Riha scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "I'm still not used to Mage's Guild." Hannah suddenly recalled the chaotic scene of the shouting crowd. She said, puzzled, "Oh my, you didn't know," seeing the fallen in that memory. Sig asserted that whenever he raided the Ring Army, people could only see smoke from afar, which was why he was called the Mage's Guild. Hearing this, Riha laughed in embarrassment. "Was I? That's embarrassing." He scratched his head again and asked, "By the way, what's your relationship? And where is this?" Hearing this, Hannah smiled awkwardly. "Oh, there's nothing between us, just a secret relationship, right?" Sig also laughed and added, Right, we're not that kind of relationship yet." Riha reached out his hand. Suddenly, she pointed her finger at the flintlock and suggested, "And may I take a look at that? Your weapon. It seems capable of attacking from over 100 meters." Riha replied cheerfully without any wariness, "Oh, this, of course." He began to analyze the situation again. "Good, I'm out of the chaos now, but what should I do? I probably need to go to the capital. Everyone recognizing me is the problem." Suddenly, Sig made a wicked expression, drew his sword and declared he would destroy the weapon, his eyes gleaming dangerously. At that moment, Riha muttered to himself, unaware of anything, "I guess I'll have to wear a mask for a while now." An uneasy intuition immediately made Riha turn around, and he gasped inwardly, "Ha!" At that moment, the flintlock was already split in two and flying into the air. In an instant, Hannah grabbed its head with her hand and threw it to Sig. He immediately caught it and smirked. Sig then calmly admired, "Actually, it didn't break in one shot. I guess my skill level is still too low." Hannah cheerfully added, "At least we got it, Makion." Neither of them paid any attention to his startled face. Finally, Riha opened his mouth blankly and asked the two. And then, seeing their murderous faces, he stammered, "What does this mean?" Riha asked Hannah and Sig, puzzled. "What does this mean?" His face was serious. "If this is a joke, it's not funny at all." Sig sneered contemptuously. "I don't care what you think, you're nothing without that gun." Facing the situation at this moment, Riha speculated, "Are you two members of the Rising Sun?" He laughed loudly, looking at Hannah. "He's asking who we work for." Hannah also propped her chin and added, That's none of his business, he's going to die soon anyway." Suddenly, Hannah turned back, puzzled. "Oh right, what else did Okasang say before? Something different from the start." Sig raised an eyebrow and replied with a confident tone, "I told her I caught him. Then she said the leader was on his way and to wait. He got hit pretty hard, so it's natural he'd want revenge. That's better for us. Because of Riha, Okasang said we could get 20 more. Hearing this, she was delighted. "Really?" Immediately after, Sig drew his sword and declared, "Say it again, Haria." The sharp blade was pressed tightly against Riha's neck and he growled, word for word, "Just shut up." At this moment, he calmly thought, "Who is Okasang? When did they start paying attention to me?" Recalling the time when Sig and Hannah were still pretending to be kind, Riha analyzed that the mountain was level 26 when he first met it. To think that the people he met by chance were guild members tasked with catching him. How could such a coincidence happen? Was meeting them part of Okasang's plan? What was her true purpose? He reminded himself. No, don't delve too deep. The priority is escape, not gathering information. Thinking so, he reached out to the system window. But Sig quickly turned his attention back to Riha. "Who do you think is faster, pulling out a bomb or me slicing your neck? Go ahead, I don't care if I die now." At these words, Riha gritted his teeth in anger. Sweat streamed down and he opened his mouth. "You guys," but suddenly someone opened the door and entered as if they had planned it beforehand. Seeing that person, Sig smiled and sighed, "It's Kyokuju." He entered from the door and received Sig's greeting, "Hello." Kyokuju waved his hand, puzzled. "You two were sure I was listening." At that, Sig introduced himself. "My name is Shinobi Mashige. I received instructions from Okasang." At that moment, Riha frowned, knowing the identity of the person in front of him. "So you are Kyokuju Shis?" Hearing this, he stared at him, smiling wickedly. "Haria." Kyokuju resolutely acknowledged his enemy. "Yes, if a small fry like you keeps resisting, it'll be hard to find you." Wan also nodded in agreement. "That's right, Administrator. But he's finished." Riha began to calculate his options in his head. "Should I set up a shield and then throw a bomb? That would buy me some time, but the weapon. Damn it." But Kyokuju's voice brought him back to reality. Riha thought, "There's no point in thinking about it. I'm inviting you to join the Rising Sun." Hearing this, Hannah and Sig, who held swords, were startled. And Riha also widened his eyes, puzzled. What did he say? Even Wan didn't understand what was happening and asked the administrator, "What does he hope to gain from him?" Kyokuju's words surprised Wan. "Administrator, can you really not think of a way to use that rat?" Riha's eyes slowly darkened, but Kyokuju continued, "Haria, you still don't seem to understand. I'm telling you, you're going to be the Rising Sun's dog." Kyokuju's voice was now full of mockery. Hearing this, Riha was silent for a while, showing no reaction. Then he openly cursed, "Don't mess with me, you crazy bastard." Wan, hearing this, shouted in anger, "Shut up." but Kyokuju raised a hand indicating it was fine. Then he slowly reminded him, "Think about it, Riha, you could do meaningful things with your talent. You could earn at least 10,000 gold a year and it's quite safe." Riha muttered inwardly. Gold. He imagined the enormous sum. Shining gold coins were stacked layer upon layer, covering the entire room. Thinking of his real-life self, Riha inwardly assessed, "If he's not lying, I could pay off my leg surgery in 2 years." But as he thought this far, he smiled dangerously. "I suppose," Riha scratched his nose, saying awkwardly, "I guess I was enough of a nuisance to make you say such things." Seeing him still smiling, Wan's forehead pulsed with anger. "What did you say?" Riha lit the fuse of his bomb admiringly, saying, "From what you just said, the rising sun seems to be on the verge of collapse." "Well then die." Kyokuju and Wan were startled by his next words. "You won't be able to stay vigilant." Immediately, he shielded himself, and Hana and Riha continued in this small space. Then a massive explosion erupted directly from his hand, followed by ear-splitting screams. Riha escaped the explosion, fleeing alone through the thick smoke, falling to the ground, crouching, covering his head and avoiding fragments. After that, Riha clutched the broken half of his needle gun. He ran, calling Sig's name, gripping the broken part tightly. Riha gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "This damn bastard, I still have a lot to do. What will I do without a gun?" Suddenly, Kyokuju's voice thundered in his ears, "Catch him!" The people following him all chased after him, and Riha was extremely annoyed, filled with irritation and displeasure. "Damn it, the bomb exploded and the house collapsed. How can they react so quickly?" Kyokuju continued to command. "Subdue him, Administrator Wan." Wan immediately replied, "Understood." Immediately after, he cast a spell, shouting loudly, "Slow down!" Instantly, Riha was bound by chains, his hands tied. He roared in exasperation, "Damn it!" The system notified, "You are afflicted with the slowdown status effect. Movement speed is reduced by 50 for 1 minute. Kyokuju gathered his strength and threw a punch. With a threatening voice, "You rejected the generous offer I extended." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent and power was concentrated. "Now I will exact revenge for my guild." Crushing fist, intense magical energy flew like a whirlwind directly towards Riha. Simultaneously, Kyokuju's voice resonated, "Die." But Riha smiled, admiring inwardly. "Good, there's no one around." He immediately commanded Soul Link. Instantly, a streak of light flashed. Kyokuju was perplexed, having faced it directly. "What is that light?" Where he struggled and flew, the ground shook as if something was about to erupt. The system notified that the novice's Soul Link skill had been activated. This skill could summon a companion for 30 minutes. Gigantic claws emerged from the ground and Koma's entire body appeared. Subsequently, a rumbling sound successfully generated a sound wave. Kyokuju had to retreat several hundred meters to avoid it, and a long groove formed in the ground. He gasped in awe at Koma's power in front of him. Koma growled and smoke billowed from its mouth. In fact, Riha hadn't anticipated its power either. He stammered, calling out, "Koma." Seeing a monster completely different from its previous cheese stick-like appearance, Riha still cried out in disbelief. "Koma?" The people currently standing in front of Koma screamed in surprise. "Whoa!" Sig was horrified, sweating. He asked, puzzled, "How did a fire golem suddenly appear?" Here he acted cute, his eyes wet and his nose red. Seeing this, Riha's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Koma excitedly rushed towards him and licked his face, and Riha burst into laughter, gently stroking its head, replying softly, "Yes, yes, it's really good to see you again." Koma happily rubbed its head against his hand. Looking at Koma in front of him, Riha frowned, admiring inwardly, "I knew he'd reach a high level, but I never expected him to become a fire golem." After that, he turned to look at the enemy group and simultaneously declared, "All right, let's continue our reunion later." Instantly, Koma entered battle stance. A hoarse voice echoed through the valley. Riha coldly waved his hand, ordering them all to be killed. Koma roared, letting out a fierce sound that seemed to tear through space. The system announced a battle roar. Sig and Hana stumbled, and the wind was too strong for them to stand. He quickly raised his shield to cover his chest, trying to maintain his balance. Wan struggled to brace his body, trembling all over from the immense pressure. Kyokuju was flustered, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide open and extremely tense. The system continuously warned, "You are afflicted with the fear status effect. You cannot move for 3 minutes. Both total HP and stamina are reduced." One person could no longer hold on and put his hand on the ground. Kyokuju panted, trembling, as if about to collapse. "He's not a tamer, so how can he summon a monster?" Riha looked at Kyokuju and laughed coolly, replying, "What are you talking about? Didn't you know I was a royal guard?" But he was relieved inwardly. Fortunately, they didn't hear the name of my skill. At that moment, Koma growled incessantly, ready to charge ferociously. A notification board appeared, reminding, "Companion summoning time 30 minutes, current level 66. Summoners level 1-2 added. Companions current level 112. Koma was filled with rage, its red eyes burning with bloodlust. Riha analyzed inwardly. "My current level is 92, but Koma's level has risen to 112. Sig stammered, bewildered from a distance. "He's insane. Oh, Agonia Oso is a level 60 horde. How did he become like that?" "Dispel the debuff," Hana, confused, added. "I'm also afflicted with fear, but this fear lasts much longer." Riha clenched his fists and muttered inwardly, "It seems deciding to fight Rising Sun was the right choice." Suddenly Hana, terrified, approached him. She clasped her hands, forced a smile, and pleaded, Mr. Riha, we're not with Rising Sun, we just did it for work. Please, can't you forgive us? Before she finished speaking, Riha irritably shouted, "Shut up, you two are the biggest threats here." Riha smiled and commanded firmly, "Koma, take care of those two first." As soon as Koma received the order, it roared ferociously. Seeing that, Sig's face turned pale and he trembled, unable to speak properly. Get away, Hannah merely shrieked helplessly from behind. "Riha, you damn bastard!" Riha turned his back with an indifferent expression, and behind him a loud explosion and screams erupted. Kyokuju knelt on the spot, staring blankly with vacant eyes. Suddenly, Riha spoke. "It seems you have something to say." Hearing that, Kyokuju broke out in a cold sweat and looked puzzled. After a moment, Kyokuju's face was bruised and swollen, and only then did Riha press him. "Where are you from?" Kyokuju replied. "As you can see, unfortunately we cannot reveal our names." Riha gripped the flintlock slung over his shoulder and threatened. "Is your head not working properly?" Kyokuju, terrified, hastily covered his face with his hands and spilled everything. "I apologize, our guild name is Shinobi Gumi. We are investigating various ranks, though we don't know their criteria. They gather information on their targets through tracking and espionage, and sell it at a reasonable price to those who need it." Hearing that, Riha rested his hand on his chin and fell into thought. He recalled the group and speculated. "Shinobi I and the guild leader, are they this person named Okasang? So are you saying I've become their target?" Kyokuju submissively replied, "That's right." Koma was then cheerfully clinging to Riha's clothes. Riha put his hands on his hips and evaluated inwardly. 20 minutes left until Koma disappears. For now, this seems to be the most information I can get about Shinobi Gumi. Then he spoke seriously. Kyokuju, terrified, shouted, "Yes." Riha asked, "What are you planning to do with your guild?" Kyokuju carefully replied, "I don't know what you mean." In front of the miserably kneeling Kyokuju, Riha calmly explained, "Since the situation has become this serious, shouldn't you disband the guild? Even if you don't disband it, it will eventually be destroyed anyway. Either way, it's the same, isn't it? I imagine the news that I took down your 500 men has probably spread by now." Kyokuju broke out in a cold sweat, avoided his gaze, and replied, "Yes, probably." Riha's eyes instantly sharpened and fury blazed. He raised his needle gun high and shouted reproachfully, "You broke my rifle. Because of you'll have to pay the price." Kyokuju, trembling, pleaded, "Please calm down," he promised with an authoritative tone. "They will compensate you immediately." Riha's fist flew and struck Kyokuju's face, making him spit blood. Riha mercilessly shouted, "I don't need it." He was violently beaten, and Kyokuju harbored hatred. "You damn bastard, he's crazy. I'll make you pay for humiliating me." Riha clasped his hands and pleaded, "Please stop, I'll do it. I'll disband Rising Sun." Smoke was still rising from the muzzle, and Riha sneered, "Aha, now you're thinking of doing it. It's only natural for you to disband the guild. But what about the price for your mistake?" Riha sighed and subtly gestured for money with his fingers, and Kyokuju, blushing, carefully replied, "Money you mean?" Riha didn't hesitate to demand. "Yes, hand it over." After a moment, Riha and Kyokuju signed the compensation agreement. This was to compensate the exploited players. Lower and mid-level players would receive their losses back from Rising Sun, either in money or items. If the recipients couldn't be found, the assets would belong to Riha and the guild leader. He resolutely declared, "It will go back to the lower-level players you exploited." Kyokuju and Wan, hearing these series of clauses, exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Seeing that, Riha irritably shouted, What are you saying? Why are you talking like that? Are you answering with questions again? Do you want to die? Do you want to resolve this easily? Or should I beat you half to death, torture you and kill you? Just do what I tell you." The contract was reconfirmed. Riha was satisfied for a moment. Good. Holding the contract in his hand, he joyfully calculated. With this, Rising Sun will no longer exist. The two bruised knelt at his feet and lamented. "How many times are you going to read that?" Suddenly, the sky erupted with countless colorful fireworks, and Koma looked up curiously. Dee announced with a broad smile, "The guild war between Rising Sun and Twilight Guild has ended. The winner is Twilight Guild." Waiyan and Wajing watched the magnificent fireworks in awe. The system continued to chime. "Congratulations on Twilight Guild's victory on this side." Kia observed the sky, her eyes sparkling. Kyokuju's hand on the ground was now veined with blood from anger. Riha glanced at him with a puzzled expression. Kyokuju clenched his fists and vowed inwardly, I will make you pay no matter what, Riha." He calmly shifted his gaze to Wan, who flinched. "Hey you're the scenario director, aren't you?" Wan, sweating, replied, "I apologize." Yes," Riha implicitly suggested. "Anyway, you're going to create a new guild, aren't you? Why don't you create a new guild for that fool over there?" Wan asked back, bewildered. "What? I don't know what you mean," Riha calmly explained. "Someday someone will create another guild like Rising Sun, so will it be necessary to be under Kyokuju? Rising Sun doesn't seem to have any money left." Hearing that, Kyokuju's face turned pale and he was speechless. Wan sneered maliciously and staggered to his feet. Kyokuju, tense, threatened. "Scenario director, you will regret betraying me." Wan turned around and scoffed contemptuously. "You damn bastard, why should I work under you? You're pathetic." Fierce anger engulfed Wan and he left, leaving a single remark, "I'll create my own guild." Kyokuju sat there swearing in rage. Damn it. Subsequently, Kyokuju also disappeared into a blue light, leaving only piercing screams. No, Riha stood silently and watched. Koma clung to his leg like a cheese stick, cheerfully following him. Koma looked puzzled as Riha picked him up. Silence enveloped them and Koma whined a few times. Suddenly, Riha bent down and laughed loudly, trembling, then threw Koma into the sky, cheering, "We won!" Koma, also affected by his emotions, laughed joyfully. Late at night, the sound of gunshots roared in a Texas shooting range. Various sounds assaulted his ears, but the young man, who looked like a part-timer, was deep in sleep. Suddenly, Polias approached and questioned, which cleared up a misunderstanding. "What are you looking at?" Kit, wide awake with sharp eyes, slowly said, "It's just a video game." After Polias approached and looked closely, he asked back in disbelief, "Are you saying this is a game?" Clearly, the scene unfolding before them was the moment Riha fired his weapon. Polias recognized it with just one glance. "Oh, a flintlock. That's a flintlock pistol, isn't it?" Kit firmly confirmed. "That's right." As the video played until the moment Riha successfully shot Don Yoku, Polias couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, he's pretty good, quite a marksman." But in Kit's sharp eyes it wasn't enough. "His accuracy is okay, but the bullet is slow." Just then the 9:30 bell rang loudly. Kit stopped all conversation and calmly spoke. "Boss, my shift is over," Polias also said regretfully. "As always, you're so punctual. Can you work for 30 more minutes?" Hearing that, Kit immediately seized the opportunity. "If I work longer, can I get 1.5 times the overtime pay?" Of course, he was immediately refused. "Dream on. Even if I tell you to work more, you'll just doze off. So go home and sleep." Kit, accustomed to such remarks, replied, "See you tomorrow." Polias had been familiar with this personality and attitude for a long time. He shrugged and followed with a deep sigh. "Goodbye." The pistol in his hand glinted under the clear moonlight, and his last words somewhat proved his identity. Mr. Kit. Simultaneously in Hong Kong, the Lim sisters were absorbed in technological development. They each did their own work, paying no attention to each other. Their eyes were glued to the screen as if by a magnet. Suddenly, the younger sister Wajing discovered something and exclaimed, It was clearly related to Huayan, so she looked up and informed her. "Sister, look at this." But Huayan didn't care and focused only on one thing. "Come on, Wajing, go to sleep. That's why you're short. You don't go to bed early." Wajing, knowing what word her sister was most interested in, finally spoke. "Haria." Sure enough, Huayan immediately got up in surprise and hastily asked, What happened? What happened to Haria?" And Wajing, as always, chose her words carefully. Rising Sun 1. That information alone wasn't enough to know the situation of her acquaintance, so she quickly rushed over and reminded her sister, "Move aside. This viral video, it can't be Haria, can it? Wizard of Clouds is Haria." Wajing firmly said, "That's right." She then explained the information she had gained. Haria, the leader of the Twilight Guild, posted an article titled Slaughter on the homepage. Her hand holding the mouse trembled in surprise and she checked. Slaughter? The sight before Wajing's eyes was apparently too shocking, as her face was not good at all. Riha flying freely on the screen seemed to make it difficult for all the words caught in Huayan's throat to come out. Really? In the end, with a sigh welling up from deep within her heart, she could only offer the most common comment, "Wow. Truly amazing." He overcame countless difficulties on his own. Seeing the official number of enemies he had to face alone in the battle with Rising Sun, Huayan was surprised and flinched again. 500 men, 500 men. He had made tremendous progress, and at this rate, am I seeing this correctly? She suddenly fell into deep thought. It wasn't that I never considered recruiting Haria into my guild again. Memories of when the sisters had to face the enemy's combined attack flashed through her mind. Since that day, the Flame Guild had always been constrained by the Scarpower Guild. He wasn't strong enough then, so the recruitment issue was simply overlooked. What if Riha joined my guild now? While Huayan was deep in thought, Wajing pursed her lips, wanting to say something. Suddenly she slightly shyly crossed her legs and wrapped her arms around her body as if to boost her confidence. Knowing her sister's thoughts well, Wajing spoke with a hint of shyness and personal interest. "Sister, I'm fine." Huayan turned her eyes to look. My goodness, just by her gesture I could tell she had a crush on someone, she teased. "Look, little Wajing has a crush on someone." Wajing was so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head. That's not what I meant, but thanks to this, she could analyze it from all directions. Anyway, if even Wajing agreed to this, Haria must be a useful companion. The corners of her lips curled up in a moment of overflowing arrogance, and she firmly said inwardly, "Haria." With the confidence of the eldest daughter of the Lim family, Wajing showed confidence and grasped everything in her hand. "I will definitely bring him into our guild." Simultaneously, Riha, who had attracted everyone's attention, was teleporting, emitting a blue light. After a moment, his feet successfully landed on hard stone. Suddenly, before Riha could catch his breath, a notification appeared from the system. It turned out that after that battle, he instantly gained fame and fan messages poured in. "I love you. I want to join your guild." What was that at 2 minutes 40 seconds in the slaughter video? Was it a bomb? Because of you, I became a royal guard. Once everything settled down, Riha was surprised to receive the notification. "You have 873 unread messages. Check your voicemail." What is this? 873 messages? I guess I had an inkling after seeing Gijung's exaggerated reaction. They must all be from the Wizard of Clouds or the Shin Sun people. I don't have time to get caught up in this temporary fame. My original plan was to only use the needle gun. And once I got the black bat gun, I was going to sell the needle gun. My needle gun. Looking at this guild war from an economic perspective, I lost more than I gained. I invested about 50 gold, and in the end I only had 30 silver left. Of course, not everything went as negatively as Riha's efforts, but his success was proven by the numerous achievements gained through his fandom. Strength 10 stat points. Hatred of sin and criminals, 11 stat points. 1 guild war, Eliminated Rising Sun members for 14 stat points. Excitement was currently not enough to express his emotions. Money wasn't everything in this game. He gained 35 stat points from these achievements and it wasn't over yet. Symbol of the battlefield. Riha has earned the Representative of the Battlefield achievement, praised by all for showing a demon's face to the enemy and an angel's back to allies. Gained an additional 16 stat points. Excitement spread everywhere from his joyful face. This is my first A-grade achievement. You get it when you defeat more than 500 enemies in one battle and don't escape. Okay, I've also placed my name in the Hall of Fame. Thinking about what happened in T-Valley, one of the 3 names in the Hall of Fame must be Agroni Igor. But without getting lost in thought for too long, Riha decided on the next step. Stat enhancement, alright, 20 stats in intelligence and all the rest in agility. A smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Good, I'm only level 92 but I already have this many stat points. The continuous events made him feel light. Perhaps I'm a genius in Middle-earth, comparable to Lim Wajing. Finally, finishing everything, Riha flicked his cloak, letting it flutter in the wind. Some time has passed. I should go to the academy. Now that my level and stats are higher, the director might give me a new mission. I hope I didn't surprise him too much. He headed there vigorously as if it were his second home, filled with utmost excitement. Director, but before he officially entered, he felt something wasn't right. Something was happening deep in the hallway, and Riha pulled out his needle gun, wary. Who else is here besides the director? Someone's voice rang out high and clear. Still as ill-tempered as ever, it's a miracle we can talk without pointing guns at each other. Not stopping there, another person poured out words in a persuasive tone. Oh dear, you two still haven't gotten along. Riha's hand gripped the weapon even tighter. Who is it? Doesn't seem like an NPC. There's a player who's close to Brown, the conversation continued. The third person seems smart. I wondered why he never visited. I didn't know he did it alone. He declared war on a giant guild alone. It would be good if he helps in consolidating information. These words coincidentally matched an incident Riha had been secretly eavesdropping on recently. Wait, are they talking about me? But the other person firmly retorted, that won't happen. Someday he will be my enemy. Cold sweat ran down his body like raindrops falling from a height. An enemy? Who is calling me an enemy? From behind the door, Brown let out a long sigh at the recent conversation. I didn't realize you knew so much. The person you just talked to was none other than Sleeping Kid. It wasn't that difficult. And there's no need to help him any further. This much of a hint is enough. He put his hand on the door and exclaimed loudly, as if he had discovered his presence. He definitely had a very keen sense as a musketeer, and easily discovered that Riha had been eavesdropping on everything. Riha thought he was perfectly hidden, but Kit had recognized him too easily and directly with his keenness. As he suddenly opened the door, Riha broke out in a cold sweat and was startled. The next moment, as if having found a new body, Riha let out a sky-shattering scream. He immediately recoiled as if white smoke was rising from the floor. WH what? It was then that Brown finally realized that his other disciple had arrived. Riha, he stammered, his voice quivering. Hello, it's been a while. Then he scratched his head and explained, I didn't eavesdrop on purpose. I was just passing by. But the general merely calmly admired, all right, I understand. I just wanted to compliment you on how well you concealed your presence. However, Kit's eyes were currently staring intently at Riha's half-broken needle gun as if trying to bore a hole through it. Finally, a smile appeared on Kit's lips for the first time since meeting him. He said, you are far more interesting than I thought. Then he spoke to Brown, emphasizing each word. So he won't need any other help, the general slowly asked again. Is that right, Kid? He confirmed once more. Yes, I'll stop by again sometime. Regarding this situation, Brown only offered advice and nothing else. Come more often. You know there's no one else to talk to besides you. And as Kit's figure slowly disappeared, the general asked the remaining person again. Anyway, Haria, I've heard some interesting information about you. At these words, he chuckled awkwardly again, trying to excuse himself. Haha, oh general, it's really nothing. But Brown seemed not to believe him at all. Really, however, the general did not press the issue for too long. Then what's the reason you came to see me today? It was only now that Riha belatedly realized what he wanted to ask. I wanted to know if there's any more training suitable for me. Since Riha's mission had progressed to the next stage, the general immediately raised a question. No, so have you decided to participate in Elizabeth's trial? Since the goal was somewhat difficult to achieve, Riha waved his hand. Oh, not yet. Then he changed the subject. By the way, who was that person just now? At this question, Brown looked puzzled and immediately replied. Oh, you don't know? Then, without waiting for Riha to waste time, the general reminded him of the question he had asked earlier. Do you remember asking me about Sleeping Kid? Riha's eyes widened, and at this moment he awakened a deeply buried memory. Then he stared blankly at the closed door, startled. So that was Sleeping Kid. The next moment his feet quickly ran across the hard ground. He was another musketeer besides himself. Seeing that he was close to the commander, he must be a seasoned individual. That means he has more experience. The moment Riha decided to find Kit and talk to him, the other person seemed to have already been waiting for him. The calmness on his face showed that all of Riha's actions were predicted by Kit. Seeing this, he slowed his pace and spoke, hello, I'm Riha. Inwardly he thought, was he waiting for me? Very concisely, sometimes even more concisely than fire, he only said one word, his name, Kit. Despite being a musketeer from the same academy, Riha stood blankly for a moment. Under the setting sun, the silhouette of a solitary cowboy appeared before his eyes. This was Kit. He looked like he had just stepped out of a movie. Like a cowboy movie, countless questions burst forth in Riha's mind. Why is Nara looking for this person? Could he be her boyfriend? No, the aura he emits is different. Then, as soon as he realized he had been standing still for too long, he hastily explained as if waking from a dream. I apologize for eavesdropping earlier. Not many guests come to the academy, Kit said magnanimously. It's all right. An awkward silence ensued. Riha struggled to bring up the topic he was most curious about. You're a musketeer, right? May I ask about what you said at the academy? However, all he received in return was sleeping Kid's silence. When he finally spoke, it was a frank assessment of Riha's current situation. You haven't completed the Elizabeth test yet, and your level is too low to score 100 points. This surprisingly blunt remark caused him no small confusion. What did you say? Kit, without bothering to be polite, emphasized each word. Your level is too low. Then, with a deep sigh, he added in a calm voice words that seemed to pierce Riha's heart. You have to level up this hard. These words really angered him. What did you say, or are you making fun of me? Then Kit, completely ignoring the issue he wanted to talk about, resolutely exposed the shocking wound that he couldn't defeat them with his current ability. This fierce criticism immediately made Riha's forehead wrinkle with anger, and he clenched his teeth, suppressing the surging rage within him, as if growling each word between his teeth. I'm sorry, but why are you being so arrogant and not explaining properly? I can't take it anymore. Riha directly poured out the truth from the bottom of his heart. Honestly, it's a bit unpleasant. No one expected Kit to show no reaction and simply turn and leave. He wondered, where on earth is he going in the middle of a conversation? Does he want me to follow him? Then he hastily shouted, Hey. By the time he caught up to him, Riha's body was already covered in a black aura. I don't know what you're doing right now. Are you listening? As he talked to himself and Kit, making it a self-inflicted drama. If you're listening, tell me. Suddenly, without giving anyone a chance to react, he stomped on a piece of wood as if showing him an attitude. In the end, this time too, a misunderstanding arose due to Kit quickly changing the subject. This tree drops 13 leaves every time it's kicked. Indeed, his brain moved so quickly that Riha's head was filled with question marks. What did you say? He calmly said. That's my test. Just a few words added numerous anger marks above his head, unable to hold back any longer. He finally erupted like a volcano. All right, but don't you know how to talk properly? Stop talking and let me speak. However, while scolding Kit, Riha himself realized something. Wait, my test? His voice finally lowered with a question. You don't mean, at this moment, Kit's identity was finally revealed by himself. Yes, you should probably call me Musketeer Kit. As soon as he heard this familiar title, Riha's eyes widened and he looked stunned and dazed. Because as someone who learned about musketeers at the academy, it was natural for him to know about related matters. If it's about speed, he's the one who inherited No Brown from Commander Brown. All right, this is the person who inherited No Brown from Commander Brown. So that's why their personalities are similar. In the end, Riha realized that what Kit had just explained in his test was to shoot these leaves. He confirmed, that's right. According to his mission, he speculated to the other person with a tense face. Are you measuring distance in meters? The Elizabeth test requires shooting from a very far distance, however. Kit's answer once again exceeded expectations. I was asked to shoot from a distance slightly less than 2 meters. These words startled a sniper like Riha. What kind of musketeer can hit that distance? However, after finishing his thought, a light flashed in his mind and he noticed something special. Still, you have to shoot many leaves, right? But Commander No Brown seems a bit bland. The test should have required hitting 2 leaves at the same time, or something similar to earn the title of speed. However, Kit himself indifferently admitted as if the mission wasn't his own. That's right. Once again, he suddenly repeated the act of violently striking the tree, and Riha was startled. Oh, thanks to this fierce impact, small green object slowly fell before his eyes, and Kit calmly said, 13 leaves fall, and it's easy to catch one piece. He began to explain in more detail. The test required me. Maintaining a calm expression, the words Kit uttered were no different from saying that the weather was nice today. Shoot all 13 leaves. Clearly hearing the content of Kit's test, countless thoughts flooded Riha's mind. It takes 3 to 4 seconds for one leaf to fall, so to hit all of them I have to shoot more than 3 per second. If it takes 4 seconds to reach the ground, that means only 0.3 seconds per leaf. How can someone with a flintlock do that? Curiosity filled his mind, and in the end he had to ask a question. How did you pass the test? It seems almost impossible. And now, Kit, whether you're a senior or not, you don't have a flintlock anyway. His eyes still remained calm, not wavering in the slightest. Even the arm in his pocket moved according to Riha's ignorant words. I can't believe someone without a gun in their hand would say such a thing. You earned the title of speed, so you must have received a super high-speed flintlock, right? Once again, Kit spoke extremely concisely. That's right, clearly that alone couldn't suppress his extremely high curiosity. Subsequently, Riha's eyes flashed with light. Then why can't I see it? I know musketeers can't put flintlocks in their inventory. The inventory in the Middle-earth world is just a window-shaped bag, so long items like spears or flintlocks can't be put in. At Riha's fierce and resolute assertion, Kit sighed. In the end, he mentioned a special item that only he possessed and said, You must know the answer too. Haven't you also made bombs? Then he closed his eyes tightly and said word by word with a slightly sullen expression, Besides, you had it before too, didn't you? However, this ambiguous tone made Riha completely unable to understand. goodness, can't we have a proper conversation? What did I have? What do I know? Despite his fierce attitude, Kit remained calm. Come quickly, going quickly after being angry. He comforted himself. HMPH, it's all right. Even if he doesn't give me the answer, at least he'll answer this question. His sharp eyes narrowed keenly, staring fixedly at the person under the blue and romantic leaves. A silent, deep voice echoed. Why did you help me, and in such a mysterious way? After a long time, just when it seemed Kit wouldn't say anything, he immediately got to the point. Because I need the power of the heart, Riha belatedly caught up. What did you say? In just 4 words, Kit summarized his main purpose. A powerful drill. This cold frugality could no longer anger him. Looking up at this unnatural sight, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Seriously, what is this guy saying? It's like he's living in his own world. I wonder who the drill is. Suddenly, as if understanding everything, Riha cleared his throat and said, Oh, I think I get it, Kit. These words surprised Kit so much that he shouted, What did you say? Riha's finger pointed directly at him, and he said forcefully. He opened his eyes wide, baring his teeth, and declared in an extremely resolute posture, You're a tank, aren't you? He even got more excited as he spoke, laughing so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. You're doing this because you need me, right? But you're too embarrassed to act like a normal person. Don't they call people like that tanks? Unfortunately for Kit, an American from Texas, cultural synchronization was not properly achieved, and he asked blankly, Tank? I don't know what that means. Riha just let out a light sigh regarding this matter. It's okay if you don't know. Anyway, all right. So that's all you can tell me? Thanks to Kit's somewhat overwhelming help, he now had confidence that he would obtain the black bat. All right, I'll pass the test as quickly as possible. He even smiled, speaking with arrogant confidence. And I'll get the title of heart. Maria? Kit surprised him no small amount. He was smiling without reservation. I don't know if he's young or trying to look cool. Riha's eyes still casually observed and speculated about this newly acquainted musketeer colleague. The two of them really suit each other. Then, when everything was done, Kit turned and walked away. Anyway, even if he didn't finish speaking, he understood perfectly well himself. Yeah, see you next time. As soon as Kit finished speaking, he immediately turned into a blue light, and Riha let out a sigh of relief. He's a really strange guy. He's probably the strangest person I've ever met. I'm tired. Under the roof of Brown Academy, his unrestrained voice echoed in the sky. Was Kit's test really that difficult? Brown said. Yes, he came back in 3 days. I told him about the test. He performed the skills very well. I value them, but what can I do when he acts like that? I have to give them to him, all right? It was then that Riha fell into deep thought with a serious face. How could that happen? No matter how skilled I am at shooting, reloading still takes 25 seconds. Just then, Brown's voice was heard. Would you like more tea or coffee? He was startled from his thoughts. Oh no, I'm fine. I think I should go. The general, seeing his disciple's back receding, suddenly called Riha's name. He turned around, puzzled. Yes? But Brown merely slowly uttered one meaningful sentence. Don't think about everyone unilaterally anymore. I never asked you a question expecting you to answer that way. Never. Surprised and hesitant, Riha raised an eyebrow and said understood despite answering that way. As he walked through the capital S stock, his mind was still filled with confusion. Don't think unilaterally, that's too much of a headache. What does that mean? The commander's use of the plural form for flintlock threw Riha into a whirl of confused thoughts. Riha finally erupted. Are these people making fun of me? Seriously? He recalled the ambiguous statements made by Kit and Brown. You also had it before, didn't you? And don't think about everyone unilaterally anymore. Riha felt as if they were mocking him. Why don't they just tell me honestly? And this guy Kit is the strangest. What did he get from the commander? He doesn't have a flintlock. Did he hide it in storage? Riha frowned, sighed briefly, and fumbled in his space. Damn it, a royal guard without a flintlock. It's driving me crazy, even if it's a needle gun. And he had to practice it one more time to realize it himself. Finally, Riha discovered something, and his eyes widened. Looking at the half-broken gun in his hand, time and space around him momentarily froze. Wait a minute. The memory of being fiercely pursued by Kyokuju's Rising Sun group came vividly back to him. And even now, how was I able to put the flintlock in storage? Time flew by quickly. In fact, it hadn't been long since Riha realized what Kit could do. Hello, he greeted cheerfully. Oh, it's been a while. He was Rich, the blacksmith in a stock capital. He sighed after just finishing a batch of work. Phew, there we go. What can I do for you? Do you want me to check the inside of the barrel? In the hot space, Riha's refuting voice echoed. No, he patiently asked again. Then what is it? His story seemed a bit difficult to understand, so he sweated and forced a smile. I came for this. Rich often screamed in surprise. What is this? It's cut. This gun is split in half. After that, he said firmly, I don't think I can fix this. Buy a new one. But Riha said, actually, I want to try this once. He offered an abstract explanation against the hard rock. Can I do this to the barrel? Rich understood and exclaimed. Oh, thanks to his rich experience in blacksmithing, Rich immediately understood what he was talking about with just a few words of explanation. Does this really work? After that, he raised his own question. Even so, can the gun fire like that? Riha replied in a firm tone. Yes, I guarantee it. With the gun owner saying that, he was completely thrilled to try something new. All right, let's do it. The moment of truth was finally revealed, and a joyful voice echoed. Thank you for waiting. The weapon was modified to a length of 40 centimeters, with a thin, rounded muzzle and stock perfectly fitting in one hand. It's done. Riha's face was full of satisfaction. Yes, this is it. This is the answer. This flintlock was small enough to fit in a pocket and could also be hidden in his waist or clothes. After finishing the work, Riha was filled with pride at having completed a masterpiece. Do you like it? He replied. Of course it's really good, but before long. Riha hesitated once again. But Rich snorted, in puzzlement. With his experience handling various guns, he offered several opinions. Can you add a rotating mechanism to the barrel? This surprised him. A rotating mechanism in the barrel in this small hole. After careful examination, he fell into thought. I don't think so. You wanted a rotating mechanism, didn't you? Riha continued to try and persuade him. Can't even a skilled blacksmith make something like that? Unfortunately, Rich handed it back and said, I'm sorry, no, as if something came to mind. He suggested another creature from another industry. But a dwarf could do it. As soon as he heard the word dwarf, the dignified image of a dwarf floated in Riha's mind. Dwarves were known as skilled blacksmiths. They could craft rare magical weapons, and specifically in the world of Middle-earth they could only be met in one place. After accepting Riha's suggestion, Rich bid him farewell, and he headed straight for his immediate goal. It was Mount Adamia, located at the western edge of the continent. It was a long mountain range stretching from south to north. He walked firmly on the hard ground. In other words, it was outside the borders of Pubal. Eventually, it wasn't long before Riha successfully exited the magnificent city gates. After walking for a long time on a forest path, he thought, this should be far enough, right? The barrel was shortened, making the reload time much faster, taking only 10 minutes. He stretched out his arms, squinting, and measured. It didn't take long. He gripped the gun firmly. Suddenly a wind blew from somewhere, dislodging a leaf from a branch. With a sniper's keen eye, Riha easily spotted it. He finally decided to take action, and a single gunshot bang echoed throughout the sky. However, something strange happened. The bullet cut through the wind and flew, but it missed the target before it even fell. This caused Riha, with his perfect aim, to be nothing short of bewildered. Why is this happening? The barrel length is shorter, so the range has also decreased. I should shoot from closer. After continuous study and clear analysis in his mind, Riha immediately made a second attempt. Again, a fierce gunshot echoed again, and his gaze remained sharply focused. Unfortunately, the leaf fell silently to the ground as if nothing had happened, and Riha was so surprised he almost fell backward. I can't even hit it standing here. Unbelievable. He no longer needed to move step by step. All expressions, from composure to bewilderment and now perplexity, appeared in an instant. What if I shoot from this close? Try to hit it. Don't joke around, I can't miss it. Just as a moment of near despair was about to engulf both mind and body, Riha's expression finally changed at the last second, but the result was neither good nor bad. The perforated leaf fell very close to his feet. At this moment, with tears in his eyes expressing both pain and the joy of success, Riha could only exclaim, haha. Finally he calmed down and looked at the modified flintlock in his hand, now a pistol. The range was 25 meters. He couldn't help but be disappointed by the harsh reality. I knew the range would decrease, but I didn't expect it to be this severe. I can't use a pistol as my main weapon. I need a rifle to shoot from a distance. This new pistol is for close-range defense. I'll pull it out against those who think I only have a rifle. Kit probably used a gun like this too. He had at least 4 pistols, not 2. Through his own series of experiments and judgments, Riha reached a conclusion close to the truth. That way I could sweep them all away in 1 to 2 seconds. However, as soon as he realized something, he had many questions about all the perpetually enigmatic problems. No, wait, Kit doesn't have a rifle. He only used pistols with a 25-meter range. Then he immediately asked himself, letting his mind wander freely into imagination. Is that what royal guards usually do? After that, he constantly thought about Sleeping Kid's long-range combat ability. What was his combat usually like? Suddenly, someone's shout was heard. Riha successfully woke himself up from the confusing and seemingly endless topic. It turned out to be an old acquaintance Riha had met and even helped during the battle with Jing Sun. A shining face wearing the distinctive plate armor of the leader of the Pubal Knights Knights appeared before his eyes, and he couldn't mistake it. Shinara? She rushed over with all her joy, even skipping. When did you come to the capital? I told you to contact me when you came. Only then did Riha remember. I forgot. I'm sorry, I just came to get something. This caused Shinara no small surprise. What thing? Did you get a new weapon? Oh, by the way, where's your rifle? He didn't hesitate, except for a slight hesitation when mentioning the needle gun. It broke during the battle with Rising Sun, she immediately and appropriately exclaimed. Oh, I saw the video of you defeating that guild. It was truly amazing. You defeated them all by yourself. I thought it was really great. Riha couldn't help but be embarrassed. Really? Haha. Not stopping there, Shinara suddenly remembered something and searched for something in the space. Oh, I have something I want to show you. As soon as the magic sword appeared, he immediately stiffened. Oh, no way. After that, he realized at the point of comparison with the previous sealed version. It's a sealed sword, she confirmed firmly. That's right, I unsealed it. Now it's just a magic sword. Riha, full of joy, immediately exclaimed, Congratulations, but Shinara replied to him with the most sincere attitude. It's all thanks to you, Riha, I owe you too much. He observed the magic sword and fell into thought. It's an essential weapon for a warrior. So is she as strong as an NPC? No, perhaps even stronger. He thought the conversation would end here, but Shinara said firmly. Oh, by the way, Riha, he asked back in puzzlement, and then the topic shifted elsewhere again. Do you still want to keep your guild? He recalled. Is she talking about Tegan's Twilight Guild? Probably not, she happily suggested. Then do you want to join the Zis Knights? It was no different than a bomb falling on his head. Riha was so surprised he flinched. Huh, what did you say? Shannara, not bothering, repeated. The Chris Knights. I think you're qualified enough to join the guild. If you complete a few missions, you'll definitely be able to join. She even excitedly pounded her chest and declared, I'll tell them more about you. However, what came back to her was Riha's silence. He just stood there blankly. The Zis Knights, one of Pubel's most powerful knight orders. The image of himself wearing shining metal armor popped into his mind, and she wanted to invite him, but Riha already had his own plans, so he immediately refused. Thank you for your offer, but I don't intend to join any guild right now, Shannara said disappointedly. Really? That's a shame. It's only for a moment. You'll fall back into your own world again. I haven't even tried my pistol yet. I need to use it in actual combat. Thanks to Riha's unconscious actions, she successfully found a difference in his bag. What is that weapon? As he said that, he didn't hesitate and smiled brightly. Oh, this. Of course, after sweeping that guild, my rifle broke and I couldn't use it anymore. So a familiar name suddenly popped out of Shannara's mouth. Kit. Riha, still uncertain, the killing intent burst from her body in a terrifying direction, even creating a violent whirlwind. Seeing this terrifying sight, he was suddenly flustered. Nara was completely different from the cheerful girl earlier. Now she was like a demon demanding revenge. She growled word by word through clenched teeth. Did Kit give you that weapon? Only that guy uses that gun. Hearing this, Riha immediately waved his hand, hastily denying it. No, I made it myself. That person named Kit also gave me some information. However, in his surprising explanation, Nara easily caught important features. Information. So you met Kit? Riha hastily admitted. Yes, I met him by chance at the academy. Hearing such a reply, the killing intent that had been bursting from her body disappeared, replaced by a displeased expression and tightly pursed lips. So she forgot about bringing him back to the team. Shannara complained loudly. TCH, he ran away again. Riha couldn't suppress his curiosity and decided to ask the question that always lingered in his mind. Shannara, what's your relationship with Kit? Why did you react like that? After a moment of silence, she seemed unwilling to say anything, but eventually, Shannara slowly opened her mouth. It was a long time ago. It turned out there was a justifiable reason for her animosity towards Sleeping Kid. I challenged him to a duel and I lost. Hearing this story from Shannara's lips, Riha stammered in surprise and asked again, You lost? Are you talking about a rock-paper-scissors game? She didn't get angry or displeased at all by his ignorant words, but emphasized, No, and directly revealed the truth about the figure from the past. We dueled and I lost. At this moment, Riha's face also became more serious than ever. He defeated a master like Shannara. A moment later, he offered words of comfort as if to say, Oh, it must have been a long time ago, right? When you were a low level. That could happen. What's the big deal? As Riha muttered his next words, Shannara's two hands clenched tightly, and her voice grew smaller and smaller. Haha, I even lost to a rabbit once. Finally, she said firmly, No, I was already famous back then. It wasn't that long ago either. All sorts of absurd thoughts popped into his mind. No way, is Kit strong enough to defeat a master like Shannara? It wasn't over yet. She moved on to the next question. Do you know why Kit has the nickname Sleeping Kid? Riha honestly shook his head. No, I don't. When this issue was brought up, Shannara shrugged and scoffed. He loves to sleep too much. He even sleeps inside the game. What she had just mentioned left him speechless. He sleeps inside the game too, he confirmed again in his mind. He's a truly strange guy. Seeing his expression, Shannara's calm eyes were fixed on Riha as if she had fallen into the river of the past. Her voice echoed softly under the blue sky. A long time ago, when he got a new item, the Rising Sun Guild came to find Kit and tried to take his new item away. Hearing this familiar name, he couldn't help but exclaim, Rising Sun, they really love to fight with other people, don't they? Shannara also nodded. That's right, a total of 30 people came to find him while he was sleeping in an inn, Riha guessed based on the player's process. So Kit couldn't retaliate? She thought about the situation at the time. Ah, of course, there's no video of that day. It all happened in the blink of an eye. This caused him to widen his eyes in shock at the incomprehensible words. As the gentle breeze brushed softly past the leaves, his questioning voice echoed in the space. What happened? Shannara's lips were slightly pursed and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Eventually, she revealed the immense truth in a calm tone. All 30 of them died, and Kit was still lying on the table. He didn't even move his upper body. The only thing that moved was his two hands dangling under the table. At this very moment, Riha could only stand there blankly. Huh? Shannara's gentle voice continued. A moment later, he stretched and got up, saying this. A chilling coldness flowed across her face. What just happened? As soon as this question was uttered, the atmosphere between Riha and Shannara was replaced by a familiar silence. Shannara closed her eyes and confirmed each word. And that's why he got the nickname Sleeping Kid. Even while sleeping, his muzzle can aim straight at the target. You won't be able to dodge. Everything happened too fast. And only then did Riha finally and clearly understand the man's terrifying power. What? That guy took out 30 people while sleeping. Unbelievable. Filled with curiosity, he showed Nara an attitude of wanting to learn clearly. How can Kit be so strong even though he's not a master? She patiently explained to him in detail. Level isn't everything in Middle-earth. Why do you think this game easily hides everything else but reveals level rankings? Riha's next reaction was tailored to the question Nara posed. Why? Is that? She didn't pause for too long. As soon as he asked, she immediately answered so they could feast. Its purpose was to reveal masters to hunters and make masters prey. Outsiders didn't need to know what their levels were. They were all very strong. Then, looking slightly surprised, she asked him back, "Riha, I thought you already knew this," but he said nothing about it. All the data from Nara couldn't help but make him a little confused. Leveling up isn't the only way to gain stats. If you acquire many rare achievements, you can gain higher stats than the general stats of your current level. You don't have to look far to find such a person, because I am that person. Turning her gaze elsewhere, she continued the topic between them. Do you know that killing a master earns you achievements? If you kill someone in the top 100, you'll earn an achievement corresponding to their rank. This is why Middle-earth reveals level rankings, allowing outsiders to feast on those masters as prey. If masters are hunted, they will lose levels. In the end, all of Riha's thoughts were officially organized in a better direction. Alright, since masters are revealed and large-scale competitions are encouraged, resource consumption is inevitable. Even if masters gather a considerable amount of powerful items, they will never appear on the trading market. This must be why masters don't sell their equipment for money. Everything was instantly decoded after Nara's professional and specific explanation. Because if they sold old equipment and became targets, they might never be able to rise again. By encouraging competition in this way, they will maintain the balance between Middle-earth currency and real-world currency. In the end, one couldn't help but admire all the calculations of the developer here. Google, what a crazy game design. After waiting for Riha to digest everything, Nara directly stated that he was likely to be classified as an outsider. You'll soon receive invitations from many guilds, so I wanted to tell you to think very carefully. The previously unknown feeling completely changed, and his expression brightened even more as he continued cheerfully, "And one of those invitations will be from the Holy Knights, right?" Even she herself no longer had the heavy, solemn atmosphere of a few seconds ago. "That's right, that choice will be the best for me. And all conversations must eventually come to an end. Well, that's it, I have to go now. Be sure to message me next time." Riha shouted loudly, "Alright, be careful and see you again." At the same time, elsewhere unknown but definitely Middle-earth, someone spoke with emphasis word by word. Don't make me say it twice. It turned out to be Hien, the guild leader of Star Power. "Get these ice shards out of my sight." The person opposite him was none other than Waiyan. "Why don't you back down first? You ruined this meeting." Not just him, but one other person was threatened. It was you who came from Sasuke. So the negotiations stalled in a tense atmosphere. In the end, she couldn't stand it anymore. Waiyan shouted in frustration, "You call this a negotiation? It's really ridiculous. Why is it always like this?" But Hien shrugged and said nonchalantly, "You said it. It's my fault. I thought a foreigner would have difficulty understanding what I was saying." Her anger reached its peak. She went straight to the root of the conflict between the two guilds, regarding the Del Castle incident. "Let's make this price the final price. No more excuses." The man's fingers kept tapping rhythmically on the table. His calmness in repeating the final price was so extreme that Waiyan was startled and gritted her teeth. "What?" Her sharp gaze stared directly at her opponent. "Are you going to start a guild war?" Hien frowned and retorted nonchalantly, "If you don't give up, we have no other choice. I'm not afraid of Baihu. Do you think we won't have masters in Korea?" Hearing the man's words, she said contemptuously, "Are you going to hire masters? Even if you have a lot of money." He wasn't angry at all despite being ridiculed. "Not now, it's not the right time yet, but once we own Del Castle, I can promise a portion of the profits. We can even give masters a share of the profits for 2 months. If we get 10 months of profit, that won't be bad either." In the end, she clearly understood what decision Hien had made. Her whole body trembled with rage. "Alright, so that's how it's going to be. Good, let's do it. Star Power, I'll make red flowers bloom brightly on your body. I don't care if it's the Dragon Knight Guild or the Lightning Guild. Bring them all. I don't care about anything." A staff of unknown power struck the hard stone floor forcefully, making a dull sound that seemed to tear through the night. As soon as Hien extended his finger with international friendliness, another magic circle appeared. "Good luck." As they left, Vice Guild Leader Wang said only one word, "Should I kill Commander GWAK?" Waiyan shook her head. "No, Wajing, you did well. There will be many opportunities to take him down in the future." Like fire and ice, the hot sisters spoke intimately, and she immediately said, "Haria, his information has officially appeared before both of us." Following Waiyan's declaration, "I intend to gather outsiders because masters are very expensive." The countdown to the war between Star Power and the Wang Guild was now 1 day away. Under the warm sunlight, in stark contrast to the tension between the two guilds, Riha was happily chatting and laughing with Billy. Then, he immediately handed him a full pouch and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you," Riha reciprocated as soon as he received it. "I should be thanking you too." Although the exact nature of the transaction was unclear, it seemed to be a win-win deal beneficial to both parties. Riha in particular was very happy. What a relief, now I'm a nouveau riche too. The remaining money after paying damages to the guild was an enormous sum. The amount equivalent to 88 gold was truly beyond his expectations. Moreover, I sold the name of the Twilight Guild and got 100 gold. Look how shiny it is. Thinking back to why Billy had come to cooperate. He had sought me out after watching the video. He said he wanted to be a movie star, but that had nothing to do with him buying up the guild's exclusive name. His firm footsteps slowly trod upon the hard stone path. Now I no longer need to worry. I will still use the slingshot until I get a fair reward from Elizabeth's mission. I will buy it. At the same time, in the dispute report meeting between Star Power and the Wang Guild, players were discussing boisterously, one after another. In the end, Hien stood on the podium and began to speak. As everyone knows, the man's voice rose to its highest pitch, clearly revealing extreme anger. Wang rejected all the proposals we made immediately. An atmosphere as hot as a volcano was created, and voices of dissatisfaction erupted everywhere. Unbelievable, they rejected our good proposals. Those guys are blinded by money. I told you not to trust capitalists. In the midst of it all, Sasuke thought quietly on the side. Actually there was no proposal in the negotiation. In the spacious room, angry voices echoed one after another. What about the capital invested in Del Castle? Guild leader. How much did we invest? 20,000 gold or 21,000 gold? Hien frowned and slowly spoke word by word with emphasis. Excluding the 3 allied guilds, we invested 21,850 gold. At the enormous sum, one of the female players asked anxiously, Guild leader, can we not retrieve the money now? The man's voice echoed, filled with pain. The money invested in Del Castle was listed as a donation, so it cannot be easily withdrawn. Of course, no one would tolerate anything that affects the common good. Unbelievable. I invested all my assets. It's my wedding fund. You said investing in Del Castle every year would return 30 profit. And while everyone was making a commotion, the two remained quiet in the flow of life. Tin sighed deeply and concluded. In the end, the problem is still money. Gijung shrugged and retorted, can't be helped. We are all founding members of Star Power too. At this moment, Hien's staff struck the flat floor forcefully. The horrible sound it made successfully drew all eyes to him, ending the commotion. Once the whole area quieted down, Hien decided to make an official announcement. So today I'm telling you everything. We need to prepare for a guild war, not stopping at mere words. The man even went so far as to form alliances. I contacted the Dragon Knight Guild leader and the Lightning Guild leader. As a final result, we decided not to give up any of our investments. The people here were simultaneously startled as soon as they heard it. Guild war? Everyone's faces turned pale, and the proud demeanor of demanding money earlier was nowhere to be seen. Oh my, the Wang Guild doesn't have many members, but the terrifying thing about their organization isn't its size, but the fact that their core members, Wajing and Baihu, are in that guild together. But Hien declared in an unwavering voice, you can choose not to fight, and he strongly focused on the benefits, saying, but you won't get your investment back. We invested as a group and there will be risks no matter what. If you can overcome this challenge, what awaits us is Del Castle, a place compared to the golden city of El Dorado. We will make it. We will win. We will gather people who can fight Wajing and Baihu. He boosted morale to the fullest, and even famous masters like Shinara were included in Hien's mention. This name was no longer unfamiliar. As a famous player ranked 6th in the world, all the spectators were surprised and repeated Shinara. Clearly, everyone could easily see hope, if she decided to help. Not stopping there, the man continued. One more thing. I plan to bring in high-ranking masters from Korea, not just the 6th rank, but even Ryan, who is 2nd in Middle-earth. This name made them more frightened than ever. So Yin was a mysterious swordsman. Hien spoke word by word with emphasis. Of course, this is not just talk. We will ask for their opinions and set conditions. This excited them more than ever. We'll do it. The complaints of a few seconds ago were completely replaced by the noisy sounds of excitement. Tin still had his eyes closed as if everything had nothing to do with him. Gijung's face clearly changed to an unreadable expression. Because looking up at the constantly morale-boosting guild leader, doubts kept spreading in his mind. Hien hung, what he's saying wasn't discussed with us. At this moment Tinhai doubted. Do you think he'll come? Gijung understood who he was referring to and forced a laugh. The 2nd-ranked guy wouldn't help for a few pennies, and the conversation between them was naturally unaffected by the enthusiastic crowd in front. Clearly Hien himself was well aware of how much influence the arrogant words he had just uttered held. Cold sweat constantly streamed down his forehead. After a while he finally gathered all his resolve and slowly spoke. After making the man understand nothing, the man gave instructions in his own solemn voice. Maintain order and call Kia over here. Conversation time passed and Gijung's face stiffened in surprise. What? Hung wants me to bring Riha Hung into Star Power? Showing a clear seductive attitude, Hien re-evaluated without bothering or hesitating. Yes, honestly, I trust him more than other masters. If he joins us, it will be a tremendous help. Gijung didn't know how to express it. The way you say it, Hung, makes it even scarier. And he said honestly, actually, I invited Hung many times before and told him all the benefits guaranteed by the guild. But perhaps because I was the one who said it, Hung didn't seem to believe it 100. These words of his surprised the man. Really? What did he say? Recalling the moment they first met in the game, his words from that time remained vivid in his memory. Hung said he wasn't interested at that time. Hung was still a low-level player, so maybe he thought he wasn't qualified, and at this time. Sasuke, as soon as he clearly heard the situation, fell silent as if thinking about something. In the end, he joined the ranks of seduction with words of persuasion. Kia, we need his strength, whether it's a life-or-death battle or guerrilla warfare in general urban areas. If we have his sniping skills, our combat range will expand even further. With persuasiveness, his words were clear and firm, so Gijung couldn't help but fall silent and mutter. If Sasuke Hung is so firm, then eventually getting Riha and inviting him to the guild won't contradict the upcoming events, so he agreed. Okay, I'll tell Hung. Immediately, the sun like Hien appeared. You promised, didn't you, before disappearing into the blue light, he urged excitedly. Don't expect too much from me. Riha Hung is about to log out, so I'll log out too and talk to him. The moment Gijung's shadow disappeared from Middle-earth, silence immediately fell upon Star Power. Sasuke, who had always been close to Heian, clearly understood a few things. Guild leader, are you really going through with this plan? It was unclear what they were conspiring, but the long hair on his forehead successfully obscured the man's expression. Yes, this is the only way for both sides to survive. At this moment, the young man happily emerged from the game console, still unaware that he was on Heian's chessboard. Although I promised to do this, the coldness of the words that spilled from the man's mouth, colder than the late autumn wind, was that he would sacrifice himself for our Star Power Guild. In a cozy house filled with warm sunlight, a familiar voice softly echoed from Kim Doo's mouth. Riha, Mom's going to work. Don't play games too much, he happily replied with a witty remark. Yes, Mom, don't worry, as soon as the door closed. He let out a sigh of relief. In his mind, he pictured having a meal with grandmother Kim Doo. I'll be able to have a hearty meal with the money I earned. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to eat like this. Remembering her happy face, he inwardly admired. Fortunately, Mom is happy. Putting everything in the past, he leisurely returned to the main problem in his head. The flintlock problem is solved, so I won't ask for anything else. While his fingers tapped rhythmically, searching for information, Riha mumbled to himself. It's not good to always change hunting grounds. Where can I get good FB for level 100? As he scrolled through, a strange situation suddenly appeared, startling him. The screen was filled with data. The battle begins in 12 hours, I wonder who will win. As he analyzed the forces of Star Power and Wang Guild, Riha was surprised. Star Power and Wang Guild are fighting? Reading this article, he couldn't help but worry. It says here the battle will begin tomorrow morning, which means they've already declared war. He then continued to skim through the explosive headlines. What is exclusive trade? Does that mean the guild with that authority will own Del Castle? The winner will have power over the castle. I heard they can even decide the type and quantity of goods. Reading this information, Riha gulped. The dungeon entrance, if they win, can they completely control dungeon access? Even just collecting entrance fees would generate enormous profits. So that's why Star Power and Wang Guild were going so crazy. When I fought the Joising Sun group, they fought over the entire castle. Suddenly, Riha's phone rang loudly, drawing his attention. All his thoughts focused on the small screen, and it was clearly his younger cousin. As soon as he answered the phone, he immediately cut to the chase. Gijung, I heard about the guild war, he said, surprised and excited. Hung saw it too. I was just about to tell you, Hung. Can you log in now? At that, Riha smiled, let out a sigh, and quickly replied, Yes, I was just about to log in, just a moment. The moment he finished the operation, he saw Gijung running towards him, excitedly shouting, Hung, I found you. The two shook hands warmly. Oh, you just changed your equipment? He proudly boasted. Yes, I'm about to participate in a war, so I need to prepare. I don't have money to change weapons, so I only changed my armor. After talking and catching up for a while, he carefully examined Riha's equipment. Ah, now that I see it. Hung also just changed weapons? Riha looked at Gijung's gaze and the special needle gun and confirmed. Ah yeah, I just bought it. It's difficult to use, but it's quite strong, quite strong. The wind rustled the leaves, and Gijung's voice echoed in the air. And Hung, me too, he wondered. After much hesitation, Gijung cautiously asked, Hung, are you still not planning to join our guild? Riha pointed to himself in surprise. Star Power, me? Seeing this reaction, Gijung scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry for asking again now, but he and Hung said that your achievement in defeating Rising Sun was too great, so you should be invited to the guild. He forced a smile. Ahaha, really? And then he couldn't help but fall into thought. So many people. The familiar image of Lim Huayan clearly came to his mind. The enemy will be Lim Huayan again. Memories of his first encounter with the Lim family resurfaced. We didn't just meet in the beginner village, we fought alongside those sisters too. I'm not going to do something like that. Gijung, seeing Riha lost in thought, excitedly interrupted him. Hung, you really don't want to participate? This time it's different. The guild leader wants you, he continued to invite him. Excitement echoed, pulling Riha out of his confused thoughts so he didn't need to be sad or anything. He was at a loss, helpless. What should I say? As the two talked boisterously, a shadow appeared from behind a nearby bush, observing from afar. Just a few seconds later, the person dashed from their original position, immediately drawing the attention of both Gijung and Riha. This startled Riha, as he hadn't noticed the other person's presence at all before. Gijung also quickly turned around, keeping a close eye on the person's every move. He reacted immediately, and a resolute voice directly echoed towards the unknown figure. Who are you? Then the brothers Riha and Gijung immediately matched paces and quickly pursued. Stop! The unique guild logo on the unknown person's cloak was clearly visible. Seeing that symbol, Gijung's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't suppress his rage, shouting loudly. Wang Guild! Hearing that, Riha, chasing from behind, suspected. Did Wang Guild follow Gijung? The guild war hasn't even started yet. But as all the events connected in his mind, he immediately became certain. Is Lim Huayan really already starting to gather information on the opponent? Clever. After a long pursuit, the two eventually grew exhausted and disheartened. Gijung sighed, tired. He got away. After catching his breath, he turned and confirmed, You saw it too, Hung, didn't you? Those damn bastards were following me. Lim Hwayeon, she's really scary, Riha nodded. Yeah, I saw it. Suddenly, he changed his expression to a sad one and asked again, but Hung is still not participating, right? He was flustered and quickly replied, yeah, and then, flustered again, he sought a reason to refuse. I need some time to think, but Gi-jung reacted vehemently to Riha's continued hesitation. What else is there to think about? It's a good opportunity. He then resolutely presented the advantages. Joining Star Power Guild, considering the fame, it's a chance for you to participate in a big war. Hung. Suddenly, Riha put a hand on Gi-jung's shoulder and lowered his voice. That's what I'm saying, Gi-jung, you can't just see how splendid this war is. It's good to think about what you can gain, but more importantly, you have to think about what you might lose. Then he smiled brightly, emphasizing something important. This isn't just for me, it's for you too, Gi-jung. Hearing all these confessions, Gi-jung fell silent as if pondering something deeply. After a while he opened his mouth with an awkward expression. Hee, Hung has really matured, Riha glared. You rascal, do you think I'm worrying about you when I say this? Seeing that he had already made up his mind, Gi-jung no longer held him back. Alright, I'll tell the guild leader that, he nodded. Understood, he mumbled to himself. Even if I don't join Star Power I will, but he didn't hear properly. What did you say? Riha quickly changed the subject and said as if nothing had happened. Nothing, you're busy. Go on. Without further delay, Gi-jung flew off like a rocket. Alright Hung, see you later, he waved from below, secretly vowing in his heart, as soon as the appearance of Aigu is freed from that damned monster. Not long after, an orc shrieked in excruciating pain after being shot. Its body continued to be hit by invisible attacks flying from a distance. Riha was ambushing from one side, calmly taking aim and shooting. 2 shots were enough to kill a level 100 orc. He wasn't even aiming for critical hits. Observing the gun barrel, Riha frowned slightly. But this gun is too light, making it difficult to aim. I aimed for the head and heart, but it hit the shoulder and thigh. While adjusting, his pupils suddenly contracted, sensing something unusual. Without further thought, Riha quickly turned his body and raised his modified needle gun. Who's there? A girl's shadow subtly emerged from the bushes, and a gasp of admiration escaped her lips. Oh, what is it? A new weapon? Seeing Riha's unfamiliar attire and weapon, she unconsciously exclaimed, That will compensate for your close-range weakness. Realizing it was someone he knew, Riha breathed a sigh of relief. Long time no see, you still have that habit of suddenly appearing, don't you? Hwayeon waved her hand in greeting. Weren't you surprised? I guess you knew we were coming. He lightly twirled his gun and said, Not to boast, but I knew you'd use any advantage if you saw my video and participated in the war. Not that many though. Hearing this, Hwayeon no longer inquired but directly invited him. Really? Then no need for further explanation. Join the Wang Guild. We will win. I guarantee it 100. Riha paused slightly at Hwayeon's confidence, asking if it was 100. But that confidence wasn't enough to persuade him, so he quickly changed the subject. How can you be so sure? I've always known you have a habit of deceiving others. Seeing the other person casually brush her hair, Riha became even more suspicious. But isn't this a bit too much? Hwayeon returned to her calm smile, showing no signs of worry at all. You don't need that many strategies to win a war. And slowly approached. The one who can defeat a lion. She brushed past him and whispered meaningfully in his ear, It's the enemy in its belly, the parasite. Immediately after, she turned around and chuckled, and Riha's face flushed. Star Power seems to have trouble controlling its people. Some even came to us to give information. Hearing this, Riha frowned and thought, There's a traitor. Someone betrayed and went to Hwayeon. This thought continued. It must be someone in the Star Power Alliance. Meanwhile, Gi-jung had already arrived at the meeting place. Hung, I'm here. Hien looked at Gi-jung with an unpleasant expression. He sighed, tired. Phew, I'm sorry I'm late. Just then, Hien suddenly threw a ball of light and Gi-jung was startled, not knowing what was happening. Other people also appeared one by one at his call. Gi-jung, don't be late next time, Gi-jung awkwardly replied. Yes, I'm sorry. Hien then lightly pointed to a chair next to him. Come and sit. He reached out his hand and placed it on the armrest of the chair but still seemed to hesitate. What I want to ask is, in front of Gi-jung, his colleague simultaneously tensed in anger, and even Hien wore an annoyed expression. The contours of his face hardened as if he had swallowed a bitter thorn, making him suspicious. What is it this time? Tin showed no friendliness towards him, making Gi-jung unable to understand why everyone was like this. In the heavy atmosphere, one of them suddenly spoke. I'm sorry. As that sound suddenly echoed, he froze. At that very moment a beam of light suddenly burst forth and the shining chains thrown by Hien tightly bound his body, and because of this Gi-jung could not move or resist due to the trapped effect. He asked, puzzled with numerous questions, You're playing too much. But Hien replied irritably, Playing. Saying this much, he snapped his fingers as if to summon something. Can you still say that after seeing this, Gi-jung? Even at this point he didn't understand what they were trying to do. What? The screen showed Riha and Gi-jung laughing happily in real time. Because of this he couldn't understand and quickly made excuses. At that time I was chasing someone. But before he could finish speaking, Sasuke's angry interruption burst forth. Chasing, pointing directly at the screen floating in the air with his finger, he gritted his teeth word by word. A chaser with such a happy face? Gi-jung quickly replied. No, he alternately looked at their faces, then suddenly pointed out a weakness. Wait a minute, you weren't there. As the mysterious masked man appeared on the dimly broadcast screen, Gi-jung firmly asserted that it was a fabricated photo. Everyone collectively retorted in anger. Fabricated? No one will believe that. Do you really think the guild leader won't check? As those words pierced his ears, he froze, his mouth agape. Unable to say anything, not wanting the situation to spiral further into a deadlock, he flusteredly moved back and forth. All right, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding there is, but if you have any questions, just tell me, I'll explain," as soon as the words left his mouth. Footsteps approached and a low, confident voice echoed, "Of course, Gijung, you have no reason to betray," Hien took step after step, his confident voice brooking no refusal. "You are kind and sacrifice for star power." After a heavy silence, he crossed his arms and asked emphatically, word by word, "Is everything because of Haria?" As the familiar name reached his ears, Gijung's heart seemed to stop. Riha Hung, why is Riha Hung being mentioned? In the suffocating moment, he desperately struggled. If Hung is saying that because of that picture, I'm sure what it is, but Hien didn't care and said coldly, "Stop pretending you don't know. I really can't believe you still don't know." The images of the Lim Huayan sisters were mentioned to Hien again, and Riha had someone helping him from behind. At that very moment, Gijung's eyes widened again in surprise. As if he had been struck by another mental blow, he stammered in a panic as if defending himself. "I think this is just a misunderstanding. Riha Hung would never do such a thing." Unintentionally, a staff was brought down hard on the floor, making a clanging sound as if to warn Gijung. Seeing him still stubbornly defending, Hien almost shouted, "This is war now." Meanwhile, Sasuke silently closed his eyes as if choosing to listen rather than intervene. "If you continue to act this way," the very next moment, he clenched his fists in anger and shouted loudly into the space, "Everyone in Star Power will be in danger." Even at this point, Gijung's mind was filled with doubt, but, his Hung's innocent and bright face flashed for a moment, and he simply couldn't accept what Riha Hung had done. Seeing him no longer reacting and remaining silent, Sasuke produced another piece of evidence. "If you see this, you'll have no choice but to believe you were deceived." Once again, the video of the Huayan sisters meeting Riha was still trending at number 2. Not stopping there, Hien continued to press him with sharp words. "Do you remember the incident where the Lim sisters appeared at Canal Castle? The video quality is very low, but the person in the video is definitely Haria. This is an undeniable fact. A beginner Royal Guard fighting a field boss 1-to-1 and a Royal Guard defeating 500 Rising Sun Guild members." Each sentence poured out like a blade, piercing his belief. Does this make sense? Of course not. A Royal Guard is a trash class, fighting 1-to-500. How could anyone be so foolish as to believe that's true? But amidst the crushing weight of countless questions, he still firmly held on to his last belief. "No, it can't be. Riha Hung would never do that." Just then, footsteps echoed and a resolute voice rang out, "Stop, everyone." Hien immediately turned to Tin with a suspicious expression. He rubbed his chin with his hand and slowly suggested, "Guild leader, no matter how suspicious it is, I think we should give Gijung a chance to explain." Then he looked directly at him, showing trust. "Gijung, I don't think Riha is a spy for the Lim family, so find the evidence." Hearing that, Gijung's face brightened, tears welling up in his eyes. "Evidence? That's right, I just need to prove that Riha Hung has nothing to do with the Lim sisters, right?" Hien then silently glanced at Sasuke, waiting for his attitude, and when a resolute nod was given, Tin immediately tore a teleportation scroll. "All right, then I'll take that as agreement." Just before the dazzling teleportation magic circle activated, Gijung slowly called out to Hien Hung, his eyes wide, filled with burning determination. "Wait, I'll ask Hung everything." The moment the light gradually enveloped his body, he shouted like a vow, "I'll prove Hung's innocence." A moment later, Tin and Gijung vanished in an instant. No one noticed the cunning smile that subtly appeared on Hien's face. "Good, Gijung. But if you can't, you'll have to take responsibility for all the losses your Hung caused Star Power." Simultaneously, elsewhere unknown but definitely Middle-earth, Wajing unconsciously flinched as her sharp ears detected a strange sound and she quickly turned around. But what appeared before her eyes was only the constant rustling of leaves and the conversation between Riha and Huayan. "You're really stubborn. I thought it was a pretty good offer. Not many men." Halfway through, Huayan realized she had made a slip of the tongue and quickly corrected herself. "I don't acknowledge or respect many people. I don't want to waste any more time." She urged Riha to decide quickly and asked one last time, "Are you joining our guild?" As that heavy moment passed, a rustling sound came from the bushes. At the sudden noise, Riha immediately turned, his face filled with suspicion. And at that moment, as soon as he poked his head out of the bushes, he widened his eyes in surprise. "Hung, Riha, what's going on?" Riha flinched at the sudden appearance, his entire body stiffening as if cornered. Before he could explain, Gijung threw a suffocating question. "Are you acquainted with that woman?" Immediately, Huayan also shouted in anger, "Are you from Star Power?" At this, Riha hastily spoke in a trembling voice as if grasping at a faint hope. "Gijung, the reason I'm here right now is," as he reached his hand back to continue speaking, "it's because Wajing began to cast ice magic." Sensing the impending danger, Sig shouted loudly, "Gijung, get out of the way quickly," and immediately he swiftly drew his lightning sword, full of rapidly rising energy from its sheath, then resolutely swung it once to block the fiercely flying ice magic. All scenes exploded in a flash. Gijung froze, his eyes wavered, and tears threatened to well up as the long-held trust slowly crumbled. In the chaotic moment, Riha turned around and desperately shouted, "Don't attack, Wajing, stop." Then he quickly turned to the other person. He pleaded urgently, "And Sig, please stop too." Both of them eventually stopped and the trembling sword in the air slowly subsided. Taking advantage of the brief silence, Riha rushed forward in a flurry. Before Gijung could even catch his breath, Sig had already pulled Gijung into the light teleportation zone. I didn't know you were that kind of person. I guess I misjudged you. Gijung, let's go. Gijung ignored the desperate shouts from behind, offering no reply. Wait, don't go. Riha stretched out his hand desperately towards the glowing light source, shouting his name one last time. Gijung, but no answer came back. He stood alone, frozen in despair, with the name Gijung caught in his throat, stifling him. Riha gritted his teeth in helplessness. Everything condensed into a chaotic storm in his mind, and his legs could no longer hold him. Damn it, really damn it. He shouldn't have hidden the fact that he knew the Lim sisters from the beginning. Before his gasping breaths could subside, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind, and someone asked, do you know the Star Power Guild's knight? Riha immediately turned his head, his eyes burning with fury. Lim Huayan. He growled in a low, enraged voice, asking, who told you those things earlier? But she cocked her head, puzzled. Who are you talking about? As she casually asked back, Riha's anger exploded even further. About parasites in the lion's belly, about traitors within the Star Power Guild. Who told you those things? Yet Huayan merely watched him indifferently, saying nothing. Her indifference was like setting fire to a barrel of oil, and Riha grew even angrier at Huayan's next cold words. Why should I tell you? I don't have that responsibility, do I? Those indifferent words were no different from a slap. He immediately drew his gun, aimed it at her head, and said, tell me quickly, or I'll have to be ruthless. Yet she remained completely unfazed, casually looking at his face red with anger. What are you doing now? That calmness made Riha even more uncontrollable, and he growled, I can't let Gijung misunderstand. Tell me quickly, who's the traitor? Huayan said casually, as if everything was just a game. Oh really, you're going to shoot and smash my head if I don't tell you? She crossed her arms, radiating powerful energy from her body, and coldly reminded him of her identity. I am the guild leader of the Wang Guild and the eldest daughter of guild leader Limlong. Are you going to shoot me now because of your Star Power Guild Junior? And that junior doesn't even resemble you at all. Yet Riha remained completely unshaken. He growled, putting resolute will into each word. If what you said is a lie, then I'll have no choice but to intervene. His angry words were filled only with the determination to reiterate what he had chosen. Now answer, because Gijung is the most important person to me. At his fierce attitude, Huayan slowly turned, ambiguously replying, I want to tell you, but I don't know either. Of course, it would be difficult for anyone else to easily recognize a person whose face was completely covered. I might recognize their voice, but I don't know if the information he provided is true or not. Maybe he's a double agent sent by the Star Power Guild. He might have come to deceive me. Immediately after, she hesitated as if trying to show sincerity. Besides, I have no intention of harming either of you. As the wind swept through the space, Huayan looked up at the sky and slowly suggested, then let's do this, persuade your brother. Her next words revealed her true purpose for today. To join the Wang Guild. Riha was momentarily dazed, letting out a surprised sigh. Ah, Huayan shrugged confidently. This is the best option. I need you. Her gesture of brushing back her red hair exuded noble elegance. Be my sniper and bodyguard. Yet he still hadn't collected himself, standing blankly in shock. Seeing Riha's silence, Huayan smiled slightly and whispered sweet words. I'll give you 1,000 gold as an advance. I guarantee a minimum annual salary of 3,000 gold, and with bonuses you could earn 5,000 to 10,000 gold every year. Hearing those enormous numbers, he fell silent, lost in thought, his mind filled with confusion. Such a large sum of money forced him to calculate. This is a very attractive offer. If she agrees to pay that much, I can easily achieve my goal in 3 or 4 years. The plan to accumulate 2 billion gold, that thought lingered in his mind, tormenting him. This must be what many people call a life-changing opportunity. I should accept it for now and figure out how to talk to Gijung later. Then everything will fall into place. After all, he's my family, so he'll have to follow me, right? Others might think that, but not me. At this thought, Riha expressed his resolve in a cold voice, still maintaining his politeness. I apologize, Ms. Huayan, he emphasized with a calm and firm expression, but I will refuse, you're right. Gijung is not my blood brother, however. Memories of the fun times they shared from the real world to the game came flooding back. When I was about to drown, he pulled me back into this world. He's not just a brother. In Riha's heart, Gijung was like the person who gave him a new birth after his misfortune. Therefore, he firmly emphasized, he's also my savior. For these reasons, his resolve became even stronger. So I will never join Wang. At this, Huayan listened to his every breath and facial expression, offering no rebuttal. I would rather fight you than betray Gijung. Surprisingly, as his last words fell, she gave a satisfied smile. A light laugh suddenly broke the tension, and Riha was startled immediately after. Huayan broke the frozen atmosphere. Just as I expected, you're quite a man, Riha, right, Wajing? Hearing that, her sister nodded and quickly replied, yes, that brother is trustworthy. Then she suddenly giggled. How long are you going to point that gun at me? At those words, Riha flustered, his face turning red. Did they just test me? Then Riha lamented, putting his weapon back in his holster. Ah, how embarrassing, she emphasized again in a confident voice. But the offer is sincere. It's not a joke. Those words surprised him not a little. Her eyes gleamed with amusement. She continued the invitation. If you change your mind, you're always welcome. If you join Wang, it might be much easier to find the traitor in the Star Power Guild. In the end, she left Riha in confusion and bewilderment. All right, let's part ways now. Let's go, Wajing. Her sister quickly replied, yes, sis. And so the two left, leaving him alone in the vast space. Riha rubbed his forehead with his hand and sighed helplessly. What should I do now? At the same time elsewhere Gijung was bound, caught in a suspicious voice. I warned you, didn't I? Sig looked at him, uttering each word coldly. Now that everything has settled down we have no other choice. Then he held out a piece of paper in front of his face, declaring as if darkness was about to engulf the boy's entire body. Sign quickly, Gijung. Night sky was serene, the moonlight faintly rising in the sky, softly flowing. Riha kept calling only one person, but all calls ended in silence, and he sighed in disappointment. He kept his gaze fixed on the screen, muttering to himself, Gijung, why aren't you answering the phone? All lines on his friends list were hopeless. I tried to contact him right after parting ways with Lim Huayan, but he blocked me. Doubt echoed in Riha's mind. Could he really feel that betrayed? And at that moment, in a completely different place, someone was huddled in bed, lost in despair. Gijung was deeply saddened. He frowned, deep in thought. Sig must be incredibly disappointed. The accusations and disgust of his comrades suddenly came to mind. Gijung, I'm truly disappointed. As one of the founding members of Star Power, I trusted you and gave you a chance, but in the end you couldn't deny it, and you'll have to pay the price of betrayal. Hien didn't hesitate to emphasize the core point, declaring, if we lose this guild war, the damage is expected to be approximately 2.6 billion gold. That astronomical figure was recorded in the contract with 4 strict clauses, and only victory could grant exemption. His sharp eyes turned to Gijung, who was subdued by Sasuke, and he growled, putting strength into each word. If we lose this guild war, Gijung will pay the full 2.6 billion gold. Recalling those words, tears burst forth, unstoppable. After that, he pulled the blanket over his head and huddled in a dark corner, his phone lying silently on the table. In the holy barbecue restaurant, filled with the sizzling aroma of meat and the strong scent of alcohol, lively chatter filled the air. Who do you think will win, Luo? Star Power or Wang? Amidst the chattering crowd, someone whispered mysteriously, I heard the Dragon Knight Guild will side with Wang. Just then, a waiter approached Riha's table and asked, what can I get for you? Without thinking, he casually replied, vodka martini. But the next instruction made the server hesitate. Shaken, not stirred. Having heard every word, she let out a joyous laugh. And as if to spread that delight, she said cheerfully, of course, regular customer, please follow me upstairs. As soon as Madame Zhou saw the familiar silhouette appear, she immediately beamed. Oh my, it's Riha. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Nice to meet you. She quickly seated him and skillfully guided the conversation. Seeing you here, I presume you're looking for information? Without the slightest hesitation, Riha immediately got to the point. Yes, and I'd like you to find something else for me, along with the guild information I requested last time. In his mind, the shadow of the name that killed his younger cousin appeared. Since Philip Baihu has decided to side with Wang, there's no way Igor won't participate. He's a guy who doesn't understand the meaning of alliances. He'll kill anyone he meets. I won't let Gijung die this time. At this thought, he firmly strengthened his resolve, his eyes filled with tension. Who will appear in the upcoming guild war? Agroni Igor, I need information about him. A few days later, deep within the magnificent mansion adorned with the Wang Guild's flame emblem, a voice boomed. Welcome. As Huayan and Wajing elegantly entered the hall, the low voice boomed again. Administrator. Immediately, Huayan's resolute steps stopped. Jiajung, I told you not to call me administrator here, didn't I? The old man stammered. Why, yes, I apologize, guild leader. The person next to him couldn't contain their curiosity and whispered. Jiajung, I thought the Wang guild leader was Ms. Wajing, the old man whispered back. Technically yes, but Ms. Huayan handles the actual guild operations, so she's the guild leader. Without wasting any more breath, Huayan said resolutely like a command, all right, the time has come. Jiajung immediately replied quickly, ah yes. Majestic footsteps led her directly to a large room where a red light reflected off the high ceiling. Let the meeting begin. Then she slammed a sharp object onto her palm, shaking the entire room. Huayan emphasized, putting strength into each word. This meeting is held to provide accurate information to everyone and to achieve our guild's core objectives as quickly as possible. After that, she lightly snapped her fingers, lighting a fire, and coldly declared, first, let's talk about the first battle. On a blurry screen shrouded in thick gray smoke, feet suddenly stomped the ground, kicking up dust, and at that moment, Dane charged forward at full speed, observing the enemies in front of him meticulously, then commanded majestically, just as the captain said, there are only 15 of them. Bind them all. The Wang Guild members stood there stunned and confused. Damn it, how did it come to this? Immediately, they were trapped in a tight siege. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed, Star Power, everyone prepare. The incessant screams heard through the surveillance screen made the scene even more tense. At this, Huayan suddenly said, this happened on the first day of the Guild War, less than an hour after the battle began. We were utterly defeated. Even though the safe underground dungeons are completely secret to each guild, Star Power knew our base precisely, and even knew the exact number of people needed to defeat us. Jiajung held the information sheet, reading blankly. They attacked 9 safe underground dungeons simultaneously, resulting in 132 casualties. Complaints echoed, but the real problem is that my confidential information was leaked. In response to this issue, the sound of finger snapping was heard once again. We will bring him. Everyone simultaneously looked to one side and cheered. They saw an arm grabbing a person and recognized that person as Crow. Ja Kim's outsider. After killing several enemies, he stuck out his tongue and laughed gleefully. Kakeke, someone found out and screamed. Crazy Commander Sig. Carrion was an ally of Star Power. Hearing this, the Wang Guild members were puzzled. Are they recruiting an alchemist? Yet he deliberately added a mocking sneer. I heard Star Power tried to recruit Philip. I expected that filthy guy would never participate in such a fight, but just in case I decided to act before him. Following that, he completely turned around and winked dramatically. Right, darling? Wajing waved her hand irritably and said, don't talk to me, despite such an attitude. Crow still laughed heartily with amusement, and she stomped off, suppressing her resentment. I'm fine on my own. Why did Honey bring in a guy like that? He didn't care and coldly pulled out a red vial, then flicked it hard, sending the cap flying. Now wake up. Thick red liquid constantly bubbled and streamed onto the floor. In an instant, a colossal figure surged from the ground, roaring at his summons. Blood Golem. The Dragon Knight Guild players trembled in fear at this sight, and it charged, raising its arm to grab the person in front of it. Then an enraged scream echoed with red bloodstains. Stop! Save me! Save me! Meanwhile, Wang closed her eyes and made her final conclusion. It seems we will win the battle at Taiganas Plain. Both sides have won one major battle, but judging by the casualties, we are still at a disadvantage. Only results matter, so all efforts must not be in vain. Strengthen security and always remain vigilant. We must prevent this from happening again. Everyone is busy with the battle, so move out. The meeting is adjourned. Returning to the battle scene while the Blood Golem fought fiercely, a shadow flickered in the distant bushes. Riha hid himself in the bushes, holding his flintlock and focused intently on the situation ahead. Observing this scene, he inwardly admired, amazing as expected of Wang. I can't believe they successfully recruited foreigners in Wangriang. I didn't know there were such people among foreigners. Suddenly, his eyes paused. He seemed to have seen something. What caught Riha's eye were two people in black clothes lurking not far away. What is it? Seeing their stealthy appearance, he fell into thought. They are wearing the same type of cloak as Wang, but the color is different. That color is for camouflage in the environment. It's a camouflage cloak. There's no indication that they belong to Wang or Star Power. They are hiding, and their position suggests this isn't the first time they've been observing someone. A thought suddenly occurred to Riha. What if they are the people who came out of the capital and appeared before Gijang? At that time I thought they belonged to the Wang Guild because of the cloak symbol. But now I have to consider many things. If the person who followed me was truly from the Wang Guild, Wang would know that Gijang and I know each other. Riha reached out to those two and used his 9th grade novice tracking skill. Who are they? I'll chase you to the ends of the earth to reveal your identities. Just then, a building was engulfed in flames and screams tore through the air. Raid, Wang, take your positions, protect the hideout. Amidst the screams, people were systematically eliminated, unable to escape. Wang Guild members continued to fall under Star Power's ruthless assault. Yan, watching this unfold on the screen, frowned in silence. Meanwhile, Jaejong was drenched in sweat. Seeing his team members fall one by one, he said urgently, I sincerely apologize. 4 Wang Guild members died in the attack in Mio City. Though sitting comfortably, her thoughts deepened. Yan propped her chin and asked, You've noticed this has been happening for days, haven't you? And you know our casualty count too, don't you? Jaejong nodded. Yes, with no more useful thoughts coming to mind. She coldly dismissed him. That's enough, you may leave. After that, she frowned and fell into thought. It's already been a week since the battle started on the Taiganas battlefield. Then she recalled Carrion of the Dragon Knight Guild and Crowie's Blood Golem. Star Power hasn't even shown itself yet, but all our cards are already revealed. 10 people are focusing on us. They've ambushed us again. It's guerrilla warfare. Yan touched an object on the table with her slender hand. I must have missed something. She held the Xer card and re-examined the entire situation, but still couldn't understand where everything went wrong. Just then, curious voices echoed throughout the hall from another guild. What's going on? All 3 teams reported success. Hearing that report, Hien smiled brightly with joy. Wait, really? That's amazing. Then he quickly surrounded Sasuke and praised him passionately. I thought you were just a dark and gloomy fellow, but where did you get this information? He quickly replied, Thank you, my lord, he continued. We are spending a lot of money, but Wahong's losses are even greater. We are spending money like water on goods, but as long as we occupy Del Castle, there will be no problem. We will recoup all costs and more. While the praises continued, Sasuke calmly added, We can raise and recover funds during battle, without difficulty. We will devise guerrilla tactics while preparing for a full-scale assault. Hearing this, Hien gladly agreed. Good, Sasuke. Do that, I trust you. As he left, his lips incessantly expressed gratitude. Thank you, God, I'm so grateful for you, Sasuke. But the moment the door closed, an unreadable expression flickered across his face. It's nothing. The showdown between the teams created explosive headlines. Star Power is unexpectedly gaining the upper hand in this battle, comments flooded in. I recovered money from Wang and betted on Star Power. Wang still has a lot of money to spend. Star Power keeps leaking information. I heard they're gathering at the demonic rift. Some guilds occupied territory burned fiercely. With comments mocking Wang from Star Power and shocking news that both sides would fight in the demonic rift. A few days later, the demonic rift became the rallying point for 2 hostile forces. Amidst the unexpectedly tense atmosphere, a loud voice suddenly boomed. Jaejong, prepare. After checking all equipment and formations, he nodded, confirming completion. A moment later, Yan turned and asked, It seems we have fewer people than them. Any news from Wangriang? He calmly reported. I've contacted Baihu. He said 888 of their elite warriors are ready for battle. They stood at the front in fierce formation. She said loudly, Good, make sure this mission goes perfectly. Get the alchemists ready too. Under the deep blue sky, a blue banner fluttered in the wind, and a voice echoed, This is the last time, Yunchul nodded. but his face was filled with worry. I don't know if that's possible, Master Heian. If we delay even a little longer. Carrion, on the other hand, was completely calm. He said resolutely, no need to worry. Master Heian's plan has never failed. Then he looked around and emphasized, the real problem is how long we can hold out now. At that moment Sasuke asked, Master, what are your orders? Heian answered after a long pause, that's enough, Sasuke. After careful consideration he commanded resolutely, you protect me. He quickly replied, yes my lord. After that he clenched his lips as if gathering all his strength to issue only one command. Then he finally gripped the weapon in his hand and shouted loudly, everyone prepare for battle. The cry echoed in the air, shaking the entire space. We will defeat the witches and bravely advance to Del Castle. Seeing the dust clouds of people rushing in, Jaejung reported worriedly. Guild leader, scouts report Star Power's forces are approximately 600. Yeon coldly retorted, so? Seeing the rush of people he judged, since Star Power started this battle it must be a trap, they've concentrated all their forces here. Hearing this she frowned and reconfirmed, so you're saying something is wrong, but she didn't hesitate. At this point there's no need to try to figure out their strategy anymore. Then she immediately called her sister's name loudly. Wajing, as soon as she heard it she nodded as if she understood. Yes sister. Without a moment's delay Wajing gathered all her strength, raised her arms high and braced herself. This sight froze the enemies on the opposite side, leaving them speechless. As enough energy gathered a spell resonated from her lips. Arctic spiral. Immediately a colossal pillar of ice formed from the explosive energy rushing forward with fierce power and fury. The people of Star Power turned pale at this sight and screamed in terror, wait mages, stop, stop. While confusion spread, Ritter of Lightning calmly reminded them from the side. Master Heian, reinforce the trap. He nodded. Understood, Yunchul. At that moment he gathered all his strength and slammed his staff hard into the forest floor. Subsequently he raised his weapon high, forming a massive defensive wall, blocking the storm. A fierce collision exploded, shaking and spreading throughout the entire space. And Yeon gritted her teeth. Oh, what a dirty trick. She looked at the shield she had obtained and evaluated. They came here early and set up a trap. Yunchul was sweating from the aftermath of Wajung's attack. In his mind everything already set up was clear. I'm using 4 guardian spirits but I can't block even a single spell. Just then footsteps slowly approached and a voice echoed, that's why I'm here. And to everyone's surprise all sorts of staffs were raised high as per everyone's declaration. They all raised their staffs high and gathered their strength, successfully creating orbs of energy, drawing in the surrounding spiritual power with shouts showing the swirling energy orbs in the air. Heian, seeing this sight, curled his lips and thought to himself, if this attack hits the defensive wall it will be a huge problem. Thinking this far, he shouted loudly from within the magic circle. Spatial distortion. Immediately the orb slowly moved towards the Arctic spiral. Wajing, seeing the unfamiliar object approaching, widened her eyes in surprise. It was clearly exerting so much force that it made her sweat. Suddenly the orb glowed fiercely, shaking the entire area. Then it shattered with the shouts of the outsiders. Shattered, this explosion created a violent and fierce wind in all directions, plaguing everyone. Screams echoed throughout the world, and even the faction that executed it was affected. But more than the fierce event unfolding before their eyes, Gijung was overwhelmed by disappointment and frustration regarding his brother. Riha hung. Gijung gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. A loud shout echoed as if concentrating all his strength on his body. Immediately after, relentless slashes tore through the horde of blood golems blocking their path. On the opposite side, the familiar figure of Tin also charged forward brandishing his blade. Fierce power swept through the monsters, eliciting desperate howls. Crowley, seeing his creations torn apart, clutched his head and screamed, those damn bastards are killing my beautiful little golems. At this the members of Star Power rejoiced at the sight before them. Wang only has money, it's not difficult at all. If this keeps up we'll really win. But before the exaggeration could end, a strange impact suddenly echoed, shaking the ground violently beneath their feet. Everyone engrossed in battle simultaneously paused, uttering a bewildered exclamation. Ha! From a distance, hurried footsteps echoed rapidly. The urgent sound of an approaching army charged straight ahead. Seeing a unit with long banners emblazoned with dragon insignia fluttering, everyone stammered, no way, no way. As everyone looked up at the mountaintop where they had halted, a shout erupted. Bai-hu! Observing the person at the forefront closely, they all shouted in unison, Bai-hu! At the same time. Huayan suddenly curled her lips and said, now I understand why people say not to fight with Koreans. She calmly took a few steps forward and exclaimed, what a relief! Her eyes triumphantly stared at the enemies, concluding, your success in minor battles proves that my decision was not wrong. The members of Star Power immediately murmured at the appearance of the other faction. Wang Griong, damn it, Wang Griong again, no way did they come to help Wang. While people were still in confusion, Huayan quickly seized the opportunity and commanded, surround Star Power. As soon as Bai-hu received the order, he raised his head high and shouted, Wang Griong, advance! The sound echoed through the mountains, shaking all forces and charging with a roar. Wang Griong, advance! From left to right, one cry after another, footsteps shook the ground. Wang Griong, advance! Under Bai-hu's command, countless people poured down the mountain like a burst dam, shaking the entire space and throwing it into chaos. Seeing the fierce spectacle filling the sky, continuously pouring in, Gijun could only grit his teeth and endure the fear that revealed itself before his eyes. Even Tin at this moment was utterly terrified, his mouth agape. Only Heian remained silent, clenching his lips and saying nothing. As time passed, Wang Guiyang's massive army eventually shattered Star Power's illusion of victory. One soldier, looking around the chaotic battlefield, muttered through gritted teeth, "Just how many are there?" All faces on the opposing side were filled with murderous intent, tightening his chest. "Damn it, we've lost our chance to win." Yan, seeing the disadvantage turn in her favor, calmly stepped forward. "So what's the plan now? It seems like the same situation as Tig Valley. You tried to sweep us away before Wang Guiyang arrived, but you were too careless. Heian is still the same, isn't he?" Heian showed no fear. "Just as I expected, Yan. You are an excellent businesswoman, but you will never be a great guild leader who rules the world." His sharp words left her momentarily puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Heian looked straight at Baihu and coldly exposed her scheme. "You thought I had sealed this space, so you brought Wang Guiyang here, didn't you?" At that moment, even Wajing was surprised by Heian's unexpected bluntness, but she looked around at this revelation. Yan frowned and fell into thought. Heian didn't seal the space, a single spatial magic spell. Within the world's top 100 mages, her mind was deeply engrossed in the still unanswered question, then what in the world? Just then, Wajing's urgent cry tore through the air. "Sister, hurry!" She still didn't fully understand the situation and turned back with a puzzled expression. Heian had already completed the magic circle and said, "Too late, Ice Mage." At the feet of Wahong's allies, a dazzling light suddenly flared brightly. He burst into a joyful laugh and shouted, "Goodbye, Baihu." The very next moment, he cast a roaring spell from where he stood. Forced teleport. At the moment, Yan, finally shocked, quickly turned around. No, a scream erupted as a shining pillar of light enveloped his body. Baihu, she couldn't stop it and could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. Her eyes were fixed, her body frozen, unable to utter a single word. At this critical moment, Heian immediately commanded resolutely, "Seal the space right now." Just then, Star Power unveiled its hidden trump card. Sasuke, standing nearby, closed his eyes and silently analyzed. Forced teleport. This skill teleports the target to a random location. After this is over, I'll have to ask where Baihu went. While his subordinates cheered excitedly that Baihu had disappeared, he was still lost in thought. Even if Baihu was teleported somewhere nearby, it will take a considerable amount of time for him to return. Yan realized that he had saved this part for last and instructed, "Zhejiang, command Wang Guiyang." Then she hastily urged, "Do it quickly." Before the main forces collapsed, he quickly replied, "Understood, guild leader." In her mind, although Baihu had left the battle, Wang Guiyang's 88 men were still present. The combined forces of the two guilds are about 1,000. Yan quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, we still have a numerical advantage. The Star Power Alliance has about 400 members. Even without Baihu, we have twice as many." But Heian must have calculated this too. That's probably what she's thinking now. He looked at Yan with a sly smile. "It will take Baihu at least an hour to return. We just need to wipe you out before that." Wang, seeing a familiar shadow charging in the distance, he was even more certain that this battle was over. Sensing the impending danger, Wajing hastily reminded, "Sister, behind you." At that sound, Yan was puzzled and surprised, turning around. Heian smiled as he was dragged along, witnessing the scene before his eyes. At that moment, Igor charged forward, carrying a massive weapon on his shoulder, radiating murderous intent. Everyone who saw the enemy before them trembled with fear, stammering the terrifying name, Agrani Igor. He approached, revealing sharp teeth as if enjoying what was to come. Then, with a thunderous scream, he raised his club high and began to attack those who dared to block his path one by one. Too many. These bugs need to be eliminated. Yan, seeing the scene before her, faltered amidst the screams echoing everywhere. Even as her comrades cried out in confusion, only one thought remained in her mind. "We've lost." Screams and echoes of doubt mingled above the blue sky. What on earth? She realized the chilling situation. It's over. Just then, with contrasting thoughts, a gun barrel slowly rose. "It's not over yet." Riha, hidden in a nearby bush, focused intently on the battle through his scope, asserting that this battle would not be lost, and he would make sure of it. The fierce battle between Wang and Star Power, it was as if every single blow shook a blade of wind. After a fierce battle, Growly appeared powerfully, and the fate of logging out could not be avoided. Wajing now lay motionless on the cold ground. As soon as Igor appeared, he successfully seized Yan, and her comrades around them were shocked and gaped. "We won, really, really?" He walked for a moment, then threw her to the ground as if signaling the end. At this moment, Heian still walked joyfully into the midst of the chaotic battlefield. "You're truly amazing, guild leader Heian." I was half-hearted about whether this plan would work. Hearing that, he turned and added, "Once Baihu is dealt with, it's all over." The moment he contacted Igor, "I was confident we would win this battle." Of course, maintaining a guerrilla strategy also contributed greatly to unsettling the enemies. He then skillfully turned his body. Heian's gaze and gesture were directed at someone. But the true MVP of this battle is Sasuke, who contacted Igor and led the guerrilla plan. "Now Igor is your superior. I have one request. Eliminate Lim Yan." Simultaneously, Sasuke unexpectedly stepped forward and ordered to take care of the rest. Igor quickly replied, "Ah, understood." Saying that, he did not hesitate and struck Heian with a blow. "I was just about to do that anyway." He stood blankly from the unexpected frontal attack, unable to react to what had just happened. As a sharp pain surged, he finally came to his senses with extremely constricted pupils. "Ah." In the end, he clutched his wound, spitting blood, and fell to the ground. Heian stammered, "What?" muttering in disbelief. Igor reminded. He might die, Sasuke complained irritably. I told you not to eliminate him. As it happened too suddenly, Carrion expressed his dissatisfaction. Wait, what's going on? Suddenly someone said. I advise you to step back for your own safety. Groups of warriors emanating murderous intent stood in front, weighing heavily on the space. Observing them, he realized in his heart that these were the people who came with Igor, and he hesitated slightly. Sasuke, hearing his name called, scoffed disdainfully. Sasuke, he, clutching his painful body, couldn't utter proper words. You, in the end, after all that, he still questioned in incomprehension. How could this happen? But he cut him off sharply. No pointless words, Chairman. He then snapped his fingers as if to summon something, correcting himself. I mean Hien. Sasuke held out a piece of paper in front of his face, emphasizing each word. This is a contract transferring ownership of Del Castle to us. Sign it and everything will be over. All the humiliation I had to endure while working under you. How do you think I could have tolerated it? The answer, because I was never your subordinate to begin with. The true winner of this battle is not star power, but us. Your failure to suspect me even once is the reason for your defeat. Hien gritted his teeth in rage, hearing Sasuke's calculating words. This bastard. He slowly turned around, emphasizing his words with breaks. Don't get too excited, Hien. You don't want to die, do you? If you want to live, stay still. He then placed a hand on his shoulder and revealed everything. Oh, and I embezzled a bit of money from the accounting books. He then openly threatened Hien, smiling slyly into his ear. If you make any move, I'll pin everything on you. Then you'll never be able to return to Middle-earth. Now sign the contract. Don't waste any more of my time. Just then, Yan regained consciousness, opened her eyes, and slowly looked around. Seeing the scene before her, she realized, the parasite in the lion's belly is Star Power's vice guild leader. I can't believe it. Hien, reading the contents on the paper, cried out. Sasuke, so you were Japanese all along? Planned to betray me and Star Power from the very beginning, Sasuke coldly said. Shut up, don't waste any more time. He then cast a spell summoning countless chains binding Hien tightly. Bonorusu, in the end he really is a troublesome fellow. Kijun, witnessing the scene, was startled and confused. Sasuke hung, what are you doing? Before he could turn and answer. He had already stepped on Hien's head and warned, it's none of your business, we're discussing what to do with you after this battle. This isn't for your ears. Just then, one hand pressed against the ground and a powerful cry echoed. As he witnessed the eruption of dissatisfaction, Yan immediately revealed this shocking truth. You came with Haria, didn't you? You're being framed. If this continues, both you and Haria will. But before she could finish speaking, Sasuke sharply clicked his tongue and immediately cast a ninja spell. Freeze. Once again he cast the skill. Bonorusu. Hien's body stiffened so much he couldn't even make a sound, but hearing that, Kijun gritted his teeth and the long-suppressed resentment and anger welled up within him. He then shouted loudly, full of rage, throughout the space. Hung is the real culprit. All the moments he had manipulated people flashed back with every word that escaped his lips. The person who appeared before us and the person who tricked the members into thinking I was secretly contacting Haria. Kijun immediately asserted, summarizing all the incidents. It was all you, Hung. Sasuke was not afraid. Instead, he challenged. What if it was? You have no evidence. Besides, wouldn't it be better for you if this guy disappeared? This trash was planning to blame the guild war entirely on you. He then turned around and scoffed. You have no reason to protect him. At this moment, Hien struggled to open his mouth. Hung is sorry. It might sound like an excuse, but the one who planned to frame you was Sasuke. He couldn't tell how many times he had clicked his tongue now. Meaningless resistance. He continued to try and make excuses. I shouldn't have listened to him, but seeing the enormous amount of money at stake in this battle, I was afraid. Kijun's trust and values slowly crumbled with his tone. He's so selfish. Happy memories rushed in like a wave. I didn't step forward to protect Hung. Hung, you were blinded by money and missed the most important thing. Hung, were we only together for money and fame? The only thing I wanted to protect was, after a brief silence, he resolutely declared in a battle stance, it was our guild, Star Power. Seeing Kijun adamantly refusing to listen, Sasuke sighed. He pressed Hien's head down hard and muttered, these kids these days really. Then Kijun's firm appearance was deeply etched in his eyes, mingling with Sasuke's growl. He's really annoying. Igor, take care of Kijun. Upon receiving the order, Igor slung his weapon over his shoulder and laughed heartily. Haha, you still remember me. He excitedly rubbed his chin and said, you're the little kid who tried to protect someone, right? Kijun gritted his teeth, feeling his heart pound violently, and told himself, there's nothing to be afraid of. I've improved a lot. Next time I face this damn bastard, I'll slice his face with my sword. Without further delay, Igor raised his massive blood-reeking saw high. Are you ready, little kid? He looked at the small figure opposite him and shouted the skill name, Blood Saw. Kijun trembled with fear inwardly but still stiffened his body and glared, determined to fight. Just then, Tin ran from a distance, calling his name, Ki, but before he could come to his rescue, a fierce aura had already struck Igor directly. He was surprised to find that the bullet before his eyes had pierced his forehead. Seeing that scene, Kijun was so surprised he froze. His eyes stared blankly at what was floating in the air, which had brought down Igor. Just then, Kijun finally fully realized who its owner was and burst into tears. Overcome with emotion, he turned his head towards the person who had caused the incident. A familiar figure came into view. Riha, with his cloak fluttering, shouted loudly, saving him in time. Hung, after the gunshot, Igor had only lost some stamina and sustained no significant damage. What on earth? How dare you attack me? Kijun's face lit up at his bewildered reaction. Where? Agroni Igor looked alternately at Wajing, who had passed out, and Wayan, who was conscious but powerless. Bong Guild, damn witches. He resolutely identified the cause and gripped his sword tightly. I'll break every one of your bones. But before he could act, Igor was hit by another bullet in his thigh, and a pained scream echoed everywhere, along with curses that made his allies' faces pale. Damn it, Sasuke, you didn't say there was a third faction. He glanced at his half-empty health bar and muttered, damn it. He then quickly turned to his subordinates around him. I need blood. That gaze made everyone tremble with fear, but they were caught by him before they could escape, and they became a natural food source for Igor. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, hastily tried to stop him. No, Igor, if you keep doing that. Before he could finish speaking, someone interrupted. Where are you going? Isn't that the vice guild leader? It turned out to be Tin Sasuke, approaching with a sword. After a moment of silence, he slowly regained his composure and opened his mouth. Tin then cautiously reminded, don't interfere if you don't know anything. Weren't you always a neutral party? But he didn't care. That's right, so I've decided to intervene. Tin's gaze was very firm. Because I thought that Master was better than you. These words left him speechless. Soon after, attacks from two different schools of thought continuously clashed in the air. Sasuke and Tin still fought fiercely, exchanging skills that left only afterimages. Their actions confused allies like Karien and John. Why is Tin fighting Star Power's vice guild leader? What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, Hien gritted his teeth. I don't need to worry about the guys who are trying to bring me down. He looked at Hien, who was sitting nearby. The only thing I need to do, according to the agreement, is to incapacitate Star Power's guild leader. And while Igor growled, Kijung suddenly stood in front of him. I'll make you sign, even if I have to cut off your arm. That unexpected appearance, surrounded by murderous intent, delighted him. Little kid, he admired Kijung's firm stand in the middle of the defense line. He's trying to stop me again. Even when facing Igor, he no longer trembled with fear of the strong. Don't think I'm the same as before. These words only irritated him. How ridiculous, little kid. Igor unleashed all his rage on Kijung. Despite all the attacks, he still held firm with his sturdy shield. Meanwhile, Kijung was counting 16, 17 in his mind. This action was met with ridicule in his eyes. Surely you're not counting how many times you're enduring me. But he continued to focus, paying no attention to his surroundings. 20, 21. Ki's indifference angered him. I'll send you off before I count to 30. Kijung suddenly gave an incomprehensible smile. No, you're the one who's going to die here. He then recalled his conversation with Riha. How long does it take to reload? He replied honestly. About 25 seconds, although it was still much slower compared to other professions. He was doing his best. Probably right? Kijung closed his eyes and smiled hearing those words. Good. The day I fight alongside Hung isn't far off. Back in reality, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. 24, 25. Just as Igor was almost upon him, Kijung suddenly shouted loudly, Hung. At that very moment, a single shot was fired without hesitation towards them. The bullet accurately pierced his left shoulder, and immediately after, a painful scream echoed throughout the space. Taking advantage of Igor's momentary distraction, Kijung gripped the hilt of his sword and prepared his ultimate skill, Sacred Soul. He then stabbed the opponent's side with the fiercest force, Sworn Knight. He faltered for a moment from the unexpected attack, and red blood poured out like a waterfall. Igor's top-tier weapon finally clanged to the ground, and with it his body fell before Kijung, unable to move. He gritted his teeth and exerted force as if something terrible had happened to his body, because he tried to pull out the weapon but it wouldn't budge. My sword is stuck in that guy's body. What was even more terrifying was that Igor's head tilted back, emitting a growl, and in an instant he transformed into a complete werewolf, easily gripping the sharp steel blade with his bare hands. This time I'll finish you off completely. Sensing the danger, Hien tried to warn Igor, give up Kijung, but Kijung still tried to hold on. No, Riha Hung needs enough time to reload. Just then, Wajing, who had regained consciousness, suddenly cast a frost skill. Igor's hideous mouth was suddenly sealed as if gagged, and despite her severe injuries she continued to maintain the attack. This action gave Kijung a little extra motivation, but Riha on this side pleaded with him. Ki, step back now. If you keep holding on like that you'll… His words suddenly stopped as Kijung's puzzled smile shone brighter than the sun. It's okay, Hien Hung. I trust that Hung. As soon as he finished speaking, Igor successfully used his strength to break the ice barrier over his sharp snout. Hien's face was extremely terrified at the shocking sight he was about to witness. No, on the other hand, Gong firmly believed that Riha could do it. Just then, a single bullet tore through the strong wind. Kijung, despite being captured once again, resolutely told himself. Meanwhile, Agroni Igor was completely unaware of the impending danger. So he still fiercely threatened the sly name right in front of him. It's over, little kid. The moment the bullet touched his head, it unleashed a terrifying power. Before Igor could react, shards of ice fell, and white smoke lingered in the muzzle, indicating the end of the attack. And as notifications continued to pop up without stopping, Riha's expression was one of extreme surprise. Not one, but countless system windows appeared endlessly like messages titled, Your level has increased. What had just happened astonished everyone. To level up by defeating another player, even when not a guild member, was truly unprecedented. Riha was too engrossed in other thoughts to question anything, merely frozen in place. At that moment I was watching the game. The violent scenes from earlier kept flashing before Riha's eyes. Scenes of Sasuke stepping on Hien's head or forcing him to agree to the contract made me feel like I was about to burst with rage. His gaze fell upon the level up system window. but thankfully I was still alive. Igor had vanished into thin air from Riha's recent attack, and finally he saw his entire body stiffen before his eyes. He couldn't hide his joy and smiled broadly. I took him down too, but Riha quickly calmed himself with the next bullet. It's not time to celebrate yet. This will only end when I break free from the Aga Guild. As he fled, Sasa's subordinates loudly announced, Igor is down, catch that damned killer. The subordinates uniformly shouted in command. Riha, on the other hand, continued to flee desperately. Then he stomped hard on the ground to leap and threw himself down a cliff tens of meters high. While free-falling, Riha was so happy that tears streamed down his face. His actions utterly bewildered Kijang. Riha hung, you're really going to die, you idiot. Yan also gaped in surprise. How can you be so clumsy? Just then, a person with a staff approached the cliff edge. Fortunately, I had a little mana left. Kijang quickly turned back to Hien. Without lengthy explanations, he immediately created a spatial distortion magic circle in front of Hien. The magical hand instantly caught Riha's overly joyful body. It gently clutched him and slowly released him into the air until he safely touched down. Only then did Riha realize his reckless action and let out a sigh of relief. I almost died. Sasa's subordinates gritted their teeth in anger at the sight. Riha even chewed on a piece of paper. Riha, you Korean, I'll try to remember your name. Despite the attack where a bullet pierced the wall, he merely scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Thank you. Hien showed no emotion, making it impossible to tell what he was feeling. Riha. His thoughts were suddenly cut short by Riha. This isn't the time for such talk. Where's Sasuke? Just then, Wan suddenly recounted the situation when Igor fell. He fled. These words left him stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, another hand rested on Riha's shoulder. Kijang approached and hugged him, and he could only smile awkwardly. Hung, are you okay? How did you get here? Regarding the other person's question, Riha merely put on a foolish expression, trying to deceive him. Haha, it was just a coincidence. Following that, he smiled gently at Kijang. His next words, one by one, froze him. I met the Yan sisters. I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance, Hung. Riha slightly bowed his head, explaining, I wasn't trying to deceive you, but Kijang immediately cut him off. It's okay, I also blocked you without giving you a chance to explain. I was so confused that I made everything worse, acting like that was completely wrong. So as he hesitated and couldn't continue, Riha cleared his throat and shook hands with the other person simultaneously. So we've made up. Karyan and John, on the other hand, took turns questioning Hien. Excuse me, could you please explain what just happened? What exactly occurred? Before he could answer, another person interrupted. It was none other than Riha, who had decided to resolve all the problems that had just occurred. Please listen to my explanation. He stood in the middle of the two blue and red armies and shouted loudly, Guildmaster, Vice Guildmaster, please come here. I will reveal the hidden truth of this war. The unveiled videos astonished everyone. What? Mages Guild? Riha not only denied it, but also provided more detailed information. That's right, it's the 17th fake guild created by Shinobi Gumi to make money. The Danyoku Guild. The Guildmaster must be someone else. From what I see, their Guildmaster is probably just a low-level player. Recalling old times, Juan suddenly interrupted with a question. Then the person we met back then, he immediately guessed, it's probably Sasuke. Kit listened and nodded, deducing, but Hien was startled. I see, so that screenshot was also a fake fabricated by Sasuke. As everything became clear, Juan suddenly said cautiously, I apologize, it seems I've caused you trouble, Master. He also replied, flustered, it's okay, thank you. Seeing them resolve their conflict, Riha slowly continued the story. After weakening the Pupil and Wang alliance with that battle, he gathered a new force with powerful troops and supplies. That force was Igor and his guardians, and the profits that should have gone to Pupil and Wang were taken by them. His every word silenced Yan. Finally she spoke, wondering about Riha's actions. Why did you get involved in this? Are you exposing everything to stop this war? But those words annoyed Karyan and angered him. What are you talking about? Even though Igor jumped in later, this war was almost over. And the winner, but Karyan's eyes immediately widened when he heard the crucial question. Then Dragon Knight wants to keep fighting? Yan continued to express her opinion. It won't take much longer. Wang and Wangryang are your direct opponents. If you choose to keep fighting despite knowing this, then please allow us to participate as well. As the atmosphere grew tense, Riha hastily stopped everyone. Wait, this isn't the time to fight. I think it's pointless to fight when we know nothing about the Shinobi Gumi Guild. We need to end this war between these guilds, however. She didn't seem to agree with the plan. Then who should win? If you tell us to back down, I object. We sent many proposals to Pupil before. Hien listened, and his face turned pale. It only now dawned on him. Wang did that. Yan was still arguing with Riha. Calm down, Ms. Yan. Everyone knows Wang won't back down. Only Hien felt foolish for having been deceived in the past. I sent Sasuke and he attended several meetings in my name. Wang made many proposals. He only told me that they completely ignored our proposals. This truth made him grit his teeth and question himself. What the hell? Then he directly approached Yan. Please, I beg you, I will take full responsibility. Hien didn't mind bowing his head. If I leave Pupil, please trust the guild members one more time. Riha had to speak to resolve the situation. Wait, please listen to me. I have a very good proposal. She looked at him with suspicious eyes. A very good proposal? After waiting for everyone to fall silent, Riha happily began to explain. I've done some research and I found that everyone else is more concerned about dungeon management, troop maintenance and other things. So Wang will stay in Dalim Palace and hire both the Dragon Knight Guild and the Lightning Guild. Since the Dragon Knight and Lightning Guilds don't have auxiliary forces, they will cost less than the entire Wangriang. You've all seen the effectiveness of the two guilds, haven't you? So what do you all think? Good idea, right? With Riha's negotiation, the Dragon Knight and Lightning Guilds were hired by Wang. Heian, taking responsibility for the defeat in the guild war and the internal guild conflict, voluntarily left the guild after transferring the guild master position to Qijung. That decision made Qijung incredulous. Heian Hung, do you really want to do that? Heian didn't regret it and even actively encouraged him. Qi, it might be a heavy burden, but you're the only one I can trust to leave Pupil to. I'll talk to the other guild members. I'm sure no one will object. He tore up the contract in front of Qijung and said, I'm leaving Pupil to you. Heian decided to use his personal gold coins and items to pay for this guild war and exact revenge for the humiliation he and Pupil had suffered, vowing to catch Sasuke no matter what. Soon after, the sun set in the desolate valley. Riha breathed a sigh of relief after successfully handling everything. While he rested, someone approached and praised him. You did very well today. It was none other than Wang. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, saying, you appeared at just the right time. And your persuasion was truly excellent. Riha's expression suddenly softened and his voice became more serious. If even you praise me, then I must have done really well. These words made Wang blush slightly, but she quickly changed the subject. By the way, where did you get that information? He turned his face away, flustered. I just combined the information you gave me with what I already knew, but that expression drew even more of her attention. Wang pierced through the core with just a glance, freezing Riha. You mean you got information from an NPC? He turned his back against the cliff and joked, making her chuckle. Let's say you're right. Wang suddenly sat in front of Riha. You're truly special. She rested her chin on her hands and smiled brightly. I can't believe you took our side then, she teased playfully. Maybe half of it was because of my younger sister. But his reply surprised Wang somewhat. Haha, maybe a little bit because of you too. I mean, how can I just pass by when a beautiful woman like you is in trouble? Following that, he trembled all over, too embarrassed by the cheesy words he had just heard. Just kidding. As Riha confessed, the atmosphere grew cold. Haha, we're quite close, so I helped you, she interrupted angrily. What are you talking about? Really? After that, he screamed, ouch, that hurts. That's how the civil war ended. Thanks to Riha's physical interaction, the battle between Pupil and Wang ended with Wahong's victory. Not far away, two men were talking. You recorded everything, right? Yes. Drill listened and shouted with joy. Excellent, we're the only ones who recorded this scene, aren't we? He pointed at the valley and enthusiastically questioned. That player, the man who shot Igor in the head, have you come up with a cool nickname for him? Tease quickly repeated what he knew. He's probably Riha. As I recall, people call him Wizard of Clouds, but Drill was not satisfied with that answer. Wizard of Clouds sounds too weak. Think of a better name. Come on, you work in the broadcasting industry. His expression was pained. What else does he want? Ah, wait, I remembered. It's from some play I don't remember, but that name would suit him very well. Yes, accent snip. A few days later, in Astok, Riha was once again hiding in a dark corner. He quickly poked his head out and then returned to his original spot. No one's here. I can log in freely. Ever since I appeared on TV, people keep calling me things like accent snip. How did they come up with such a name? Then he snapped his fingers. I should investigate this while I'm at it. Just then, countless blue lights appeared before Riha. All of them were system windows announcing the rewards he had received from the recent battle. Even he was surprised. All this from just one battle? Suddenly, all of Riha's gaze stopped at one point. Surprisingly, it was because of the contents of a new skill. The gradually shattering image of Igor reappeared in Riha's mind, and only now did he realize. Now I get it. That's why I leveled up even though I didn't participate in the guild war. I thought it was really strange that Igor wasn't a monster. But it wasn't all good news. That means I've become Igor's lifelong enemy. Anyway, there are too many windows, so I don't know what to do. First, let's see how many stat points I've gained. Riha's stats were all elevated in the system window. This left him wondering what to prioritize with 213 stat points. Let's invest 1,000 in agility. Immediately, his stats increased by 1,000, and I'll save the rest. Riha suddenly reached out to the system window and finally pulled out a very beautiful medal, Agroni Igor's necklace. Its information and properties quickly displayed. The hero's medal contained elven characteristics, allowing the use of the forbidden skill, Rage. Riha's eyes widened as he read. A hero grade item, higher than rare grade. This necklace alone gives a 100 charm bonus to dark elves. But what is this ability? It's really trash. Is this really an item from a high-level master? Hello, Chief of the Bandits necklace. Thank you very much. After obtaining the Forbidden Rage skill, he immediately set to work. Alright, it's time to go to the Ruta Palace. The magnificent palace immediately appeared before Riha's eyes. Sasuke, on the other hand, regretted the defeat in the previous battle. I apologize, Miss Chio. We failed to capture Dalim Palace. The woman named Chio didn't blame him but looked at herself. It's okay, maybe we were too greedy. Balance is most important. We need to have power equal to Wang to reconfirm. We need Pupil for that, but now the two guilds are cooperating. This problem was solved by the vanguard. I will find other alternatives. I will find other guilds to control the fire, but the woman immediately interrupted. I've contacted the Minas Guild and the Scion Alliance. This move surprised Sasuke. Players from other countries, an inscrutable smile appeared on Chio's lips. She had already observed the entire situation through the magic orb in her hand. I mean, who said two hostile guilds had to be from the same country? Meanwhile, at a base under the dark night sky, monsters with terrifying teeth continuously let out eerie cries. A man smiled cheerfully. This doesn't seem to be a laboratory either. I've come to the wrong place. In front of him were two ferocious two-headed monsters, Ed and Russ. Russ's muzzle was sucking in the air. If they can't communicate, there's no need to be here. On the opposite side, Russ charged ferociously. He shot his gun back without fear. The destructive power of that attack was strong enough to send both the monster and its owner to the afterlife. A grotesque smile appeared on Russ's face once again. Goodbye. As Eden's colossal body fell, he didn't watch any longer and turned to leave. Since this isn't it either, I'll have to find a new clue. Such a person can never obtain it. But Russ's eyes were filled with excitement as he uttered a familiar name, accent snip. In the middle of the street, players competed with each other, holding out attractive invitations, looking for a level 57 warrior team. Recruiting a wizard with 750 stats. I've already filled 4-5. If you come, we can leave right away. We're looking for a healer, please. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, he thought to himself, wow, this is crazy. There's no reason not to make money here. She's amazing too, Wyeon. His conversation with Wyeon that day came back to him. So the answer is still no, even after several proposals. That's right, she already knew. To persuade Riha, she offered an attractive authority. Then how about this? I'll give you vice guild leader authority. He hadn't expected the other party to be so bold. What? Wyeon didn't stop, explaining in detail. I can pay you a salary equivalent to pupil. Through this war I discovered your abilities on the battlefield, so I'm trying to match your rank. Her cheeks flushed slightly with an inner thought. And there was a personal reason too. Wyeon's gaze was fixed on Riha. I want this man by my side. Despite the many advantages offered, Riha still cleverly refused. My cousin's surgery is approaching, so I need to help her. This reason slightly annoyed her. Damn it, is he using his cousin as an excuse again? Riha inadvertently muttered, if you want me by your side so badly, give me one of the monthly castle profit. But Wyeon immediately accepted. All right, the number she proposed was much higher than he expected. I'll give you 10. Riha turned around in surprise. And Wyeon emphasized again, in case he hadn't heard properly, 10 of the monthly castle profit. As his name was added to the list of the true owners of the castle, he was very excited. I was just joking, but she actually gave it to me, so I can continue to receive income from here. At the peak of his joy, he accidentally stepped on someone else's foot. Ow! Riha scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, I'm sorry. The man was about to curse. What are you doing? My foot hurts. But after seeing his face, he changed his attitude. Ha, you're the one? Then he immediately pointed his finger at the other person. Haria, you're Haria, right? Haria Snip. When that name came out, everyone was stunned and couldn't close their mouths. Riha could only stand there and watch as people revealed his identity. The sniper with the silver rifle. Both men and women showed respect. Oh my god, it's really Haria. Just a few seconds later, they all rushed towards him. Please take a screenshot with me. Riha was flustered, seeing the people surrounding him from all directions. Mr. Haria, look over here. Did you get any items after killing Igor? Is it a sword? You changed your necklace. What's the item's name? Surrounded by a barrage of questions and beautiful women, Riha could only weakly resist. Ah, please don't push me anymore. Don't touch me anymore. Amidst the chaotic situation, something was suddenly launched into the blue sky, instantly exploding like fireworks, making everyone stop. And soon after, a dignified voice echoed. Everyone stepped back. When they looked back, everyone was surprised. Oh, it's the royal guard. As he approached Riha, people whispered, what's he doing here? Jin Gil carefully asked, are you Mr. Haria? He hesitated and replied, ah yes. Then, as if he had been waiting, he grabbed the other person's shoulder and said, please come with us. And without waiting for any answer, he took Riha and flew into the sky. The people standing below could hear his helpless cry. What is it this time? Not long after, Riha was slightly surprised by Ya Young's serious expression. What is this? Why did he bring me here? Does he still have something to say about the Allied Guild War? The old man held the documents and read clearly. Haria from Korea, 30 years old. Your nationality is the same as Miss Wyeon's mother. Then he interrogated him like a criminal. Your real appearance is almost the same as your character, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Do you have any chronic illnesses? How is your family if you're not around? The questions made him very flustered. Wait, what are you talking about? But Ya Young simply calmly turned the page of the document. Basically, it's just for investigation. You served in the Korean military. It's written at the end of the report. What profession are you currently engaged in to make a living? Riha was very displeased that his personal information had been leaked. Wait, is it just for investigation? Why do I have to tell you all this? And what are those documents in your hand? Are you investigating my background? But what came back was the old man's inscrutable expression. Investigating your background. Considering that you might become a member of the Limlong group, this much basic investigation is necessary. Riha was surprised by the information he had just received. Limlong group, wasn't it just the Wang Guild? I don't remember applying to join. Ya Young finally understood the conversation to some extent. I see, then you're not fully aware yet. Anyway, at least it won't be a loss for you. Whether it's Miss Wyeon or Miss Wajing. Before the old man could finish speaking, Wyeon arrived. Wyeon warned as soon as she entered, didn't I tell you to shut up, Ya Young? And Wajing also said with killing intent, I'll get rid of you." As soon as the words fell, two enormous energies appeared simultaneously. Fire explosion, ice thorn. The old man took all the attacks by himself and was flung towards the chair where Riha was sitting. He was hiding behind him, but he was very indignant inwardly. They didn't even consider the possibility of me getting involved. These violent sisters. Not long after, Waiyan stepped forward, explaining awkwardly, "I'm sorry about what just happened. Ya Young has talent, but sometimes he gets ahead of himself." But Riha wasn't appeased by this. "Just an apology. What about the magic?" She casually waved her hands to her sides. "Is this really the only reason you came all the way to Ustak? Just because of a sealed cave dungeon?" He was slightly annoyed by this indifferent attitude. "She's ignoring my presence." Precisely because of that, their conversation proceeded somewhat coldly. "Are the bullets enough?" "They are enough, and the skill cooldowns?" "All skill cooldowns are finished." But Waiyan was still not reassured. "Are you sure you brought medicine?" Riha was annoyed upon hearing this. "What are you, my mother? You're asking too many questions." Just then a small slender finger gently touched his shoulder. When Riha turned, Wajing held out a strange purple orb. "Oh, Oppa, take it." He was slightly flustered by the items placed before him. Why are you giving me these expensive items?" she casually replied. "Because I bought them before, Oppa. You need to pay attention to your stats too." But that wasn't what Riha wanted to hear. "I'm asking why you're giving them to me." "Honestly, I need these too." Their conversation was interrupted by Waiyan. "All right, we're here." The trial dungeon, the sealed cave, was right before their eyes. "We brought you here at great expense." He was already excited for no reason. "Thanks to all of you. It's my first time here." At this attitude, she fell into thought. Is he planning to fight alone? But he's not even level 120 yet. He needs at least 145 to fight alone here. The iron gate of the dungeon slowly opened. Just then, Riha's attitude became serious. "I'm going. See you later." Wajing, who was beside him, suddenly said, "It's okay, Ani." At these words, Waiyan snorted in incomprehension. Her small mouth hesitated for a moment, but her entire face showed absolute trust. Still not enough to satisfy him. Back in the castle office. "Let's begin." Waiyan immediately got to the point. "What is Haria doing today?" Ya Young immediately reported. "He's still in the cave today." A slight worry crossed her face. "Still? It's been days already?" The old man cleared his throat. "He is very resolute." Waiyan inadvertently muttered, "I hope he sleeps enough." At these words, Ya Young was startled. "Are you worried? He has grown another step." When the old man hit the nail on the head, she immediately struggled. "What are you talking about?" "No, why would I worry? It's just that he's taking advantage of the fact that you don't have a dungeon entry ticket. Besides, with those stats, how could he die in the dungeon?" Ya Young was surprised again and asked, "How do you know Mr. Riha's stats?" It was then that Waiyan revealed the secret. Wajing used a check info scroll to confirm his stats. "And has the donation issue for Estok City and our city been resolved?" The old man replied with satisfaction. "Of course. I can arrange meetings with other associations whenever you wish." She moved on to another topic. "Wajing, have you found anything unusual among the soldiers and outsiders in this vicinity?" Wajing was silent for a moment before calmly reporting, "There are 3. Waiyan was surprised by the number. 3? Who? Immediately, she thought of the black-clad Shah Guild members. They had been constantly circling the outskirts of the castle. At this information, she thought seriously, "Then Igor is waiting somewhere." Waiyan's eyes widened as if she had discovered something. "Wait, who is the guild leader of the Shah Guild, and why are they so loyal to Igor?" This question was quickly resolved by Ya Young. "According to the investigation, they are from the Russian army. This association is composed of soldiers selected for cyber warfare. It's an open secret that Russia is providing national-level support to Igor." She listened, nodded, and concluded, "It seems Bani Philip Baihu poked a hornet's nest." The old man also recalled Riha's duel with Igor and agreed. "That's right, when the Wangriang Guild hindered Igor's leveling up, Russia decided to activate the Shah Guild." Setting this issue aside for a moment, Waiyan spoke to Wajing again. "Then what about the other 2? She immediately pointed them out. "One is Kid Sid." At that name, she wore a curious expression. "Sleeping Kid," the old man interrupted again. "He is an outsider who uses guns. Mr. Haria might know something about him," Waiyan inadvertently speculated, and an unfamiliar person appeared somewhere. Perhaps, did he come here to meet Mr. Haria? Even though Kid was near the castle, she still wondered, "Wajing, who exactly are you?" She suddenly fell silent, making the atmosphere slightly serious. Outside, someone was secretly watching Kid. With his keenness, he discovered that there was a Luo with a huge rifle opposite Kid. The man once again displayed his peculiar sly smile. At the same time, Wajing mentioned the other person's identity. "Luo." At that name, both their faces changed color. Ya Young shouted again as if wanting to reconfirm. "Miss Wajing, Luo, are you talking about Luo?" She calmly brought her teacup to her lips. "Yes, Luo it is." Wajing's eyes became even sharper. "The bloodthirsty mercenary." At these words, the old man was stunned for a few seconds. The bloodthirsty mercenary. Combat-skilled professional. A warmonger who can be hired by anyone with enough money. Seeing Ya Young's attitude, Waiyan inquired, "Is he strong?" The old man tried to recall what he knew. "I haven't met him in person, but according to rumors he's probably," she asked urgently. "What rumors?" Ya Young immediately explained. "His nickname is the Bloodthirsty Mercenary. The word mercenary really suits him, but he also has another nickname, the Dragon Warrior. He supposedly earned this title after fighting and defeating a dragon. Ya Young's clenched hand was clammy with sweat. He wouldn't have earned such a title just by participating in a dragon raid. Then he recalled the majestic figures of Alexander and Bifus. He must have truly defeated the most excellent one. Following that, a detailed story emerged about Luo fighting the Dragon Knight Alexander alone. On the other hand, something wet was being pulled out of his hand. It turned out that Riha had neatly dispatched 10 frogs. Congratulations! Level 144 achieved. But he suddenly felt an unusual presence approaching. Immediately, he fired the hummingbird gun in his hand. The bullet flew straight towards the creature, trying to ambush him from afar. Thus another unfortunate frog returned to its ancestors. After this incident, Riha resolved inwardly that he would not let his guard down until the very last moment. I've leveled up 26 levels in a few days. It's time to leave this dungeon. I was a little worried about the simulation dungeon because you can't give up halfway. If you give up halfway, you lose all the experience you gained. But this dungeon was easier than I thought. Once everything settled down, he yawned widely. How long has it been since I last slept? About 5 days in Middle-earth, so about 24 hours in reality. I'm so tired. But there were still a few things he needed to take care of. Just then, Riha's stats window suddenly appeared. Seeing the results he had achieved, he was wide awake. Agility over 1000, reaching 1000 with just stats without the help of titles. You would have to invest all your points for that. You would have to be at least level 180. But to achieve the required stats for certain items, you still have to distribute stat points. Someone at level 180 wouldn't be able to reach 1000. I started to fall into the illusion that I had increased my agility so much that I no longer needed the accurate hand skill. After his internal monologue, Riha touched the system window, and this skill had no level or specific name, and consumed 40 of the user's total HP, but in return it increased attack damage by 20. Whoa, a 20 increase in attack damage is no joke. I already had to exchange HP at a ratio of 21 in Middle-earth. Moreover, if I intend to use this skill, investing in HP stats is truly a waste. Because high HP does not increase attack power. Alright, let's stop dedicating ourselves here today. He finished by clearing the entire dungeon. The moment he was about to turn around, something appeared on the system window. The screen showed Kid approaching the south gate of the castle. After connecting, Riha seemed flustered. Who is it, Kid? He urged from the other end of the phone. Quickly, come here. He didn't rush, slowly reconfirming. Kid, is that you? What's going on? Kid replied concisely, as if seriously injured. We need to leave now. It was only then that Riha recognized the seriousness of the situation. It's so sudden. Are you near the castle now? Goodbye, Kid. When there was no response from the other end of the phone, he ran even faster. Oh my God. Riha resolved inwardly, deciding to meet Kid. Can we just have one proper conversation? Not long after, he arrived outside the south gate of the castle. Riha looked around. Where is he? Then he called out in all directions. Kid hung. Kid. A message from Kid reappeared on the system window. He informed his location, surprising Riha slightly. The tree on the left. With that information, he walked and reported the situation. Alright, Kid, I'm here. So can you tell me why you called me? Suddenly, Riha's eyes sharpened and his brows furrowed. He finally found Kid's location, but he was severely injured. Riha rushed towards Kid. Without delay, he handed him healing supplies. Take this recovery potion. Kid spoke with difficulty. It'll be useless. I need to go to the temple. I'm under a sage's curse. Riha was startled by this information. A curse? Once again, his face showed clear signs of panic upon seeing something. It turned out to be the shape of the wounds on his body. What are those wounds? What weapon in Midgard could pierce a person's body so cleanly? Suddenly, an ominous premonition struck him. If there was one, it was Riha vocalizing his own guess. Piercer. Did he do this? As this name was mentioned, Kid continued to gasp. Yes, hurry. We need to escape before Luo arrives. As soon as he finished speaking, a system window suddenly appeared before Riha's eyes. The content was quite surprising. Would you like to accept the party invitation? He accepted without hesitation. Is Luo's nickname Piercer? I don't know what's happening, but it seems urgent. I'll accept the party invitation, as if sensing something approaching. Kid suddenly lowered his voice. Too late. While he was still bewildered, the sky suddenly flashed like lightning. What is that? Both of them quickly looked in that direction. A gigantic man with mighty legs approached with an imposing presence. A massive weapon was in his hands. Luo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even though he stood far away, an immense sense of intimidation emanated from him. Riha stood blankly for a few seconds at Luo's appearance. That man. His threatening appearance alone allowed for an accurate guess. The man named Piercer Luo. Seeing Luo approaching, Kid immediately urged him to shoot. Riha turned back, flustered. What? Shoot him? It's true that I know him, but do we really have to become so hostile? His hesitation further irritated Kid. Do you think he'll think like you? Are you going to wait until he puts a hole in your lung? Riha was shocked by these words. So he's the one. Explain what happened. What's wrong with this guy's head? Is he only good looking? But he still aimed his hummingbird gun. Then he took a very serious aiming stance. Luo, is he the guy who put a hole in that man's ribs? Just by his appearance, Riha could gauge Luo's skill. He looked very strong. For a moment, hesitation was evident on his face. It's clear. I'm about 250 meters away from him. If I pull the trigger now, I'll definitely hit him. No doubt, his thoughts were interrupted when the man's eyes suddenly flashed like lightning as the intimidation erupted. Riha stood blankly for a few seconds, then unconsciously slumped to the ground and screamed. Only then did he realize that his opponent was far from ordinary. "What is this? What?" Kid on the other side was not surprised at all. "You saw it too." Riha's mind immediately changed. "By pull the trigger." "No, before I even pull the trigger I'll die." He was quite surprised to see Kid struggling to get up. "Considering your situation, it's impossible to confront him now. I need to buy a few minutes while you deal with him." Riha, not ready, cried out in a fluster. "What? Wait. But he resolutely drew his gun. "I won't last long." Luo on the opposite side still walked nonchalantly, holding his massive gun. As if he had received a challenge, he immediately aimed his muzzle. Despite his unhealed wounds, Kid still provoked him strongly. "I'll play with you for a bit." Luo at these words resolutely pulled the trigger. "You're already in that state, yet you dare to block my path. Truly audacious." But he paused for a few seconds at the unexpected action. Riha warned in a fluster, "Be careful." But only a massive blaze fiercely erupted before his eyes. After firing the first shot, Luo continued to charge and attack. "I'm not interested in you. Hand over that bullet, magician." It turned out Kid was safe even after the attack. "He hasn't equipped that yet. It's just a nickname." The two fought very fiercely and Riha merely watched from the sidelines. He had no idea what was happening, but he decided to aim his gun. "I have to stop them. I don't know why, but Kid is fighting for me. I'll shoot Luo in the leg." Kid, sensing the opportunity, also urged, "Hurry, shoot him. I can't hold out any longer." Because of this, Luo discovered his position. He suddenly showed a sly smile. "Is he truly the bullet magician?" Then he quickly pulled out a massive bullet. "You're useless now, Kid." Kid's brain cells immediately received a shock. He aimed for my head and torso. He was puzzled by Luo's actions and lowered his muzzle again. On the other side, Riha, as if knowing what it was, reminded him. "Kid, don't run away." He shouted as loud as he could to make Kid turn around. "Stop!" Just then, Luo fired a massive bullet, but its destination was the ground beneath his feet. Kid froze completely, his gaze fixed on the ground. The ground around the bullet cracked, but it didn't explode, and instead exclamations echoed. "My goodness." Riha was completely surprised by the sight. "I've seen this technique at the academy, but I didn't know he could cause such great damage." The image of a tank and cannon clearly came to mind. It reminded Riha of Luo's current appearance and the skills armor break, pierce, potent pierce. Riha slowly analyzed the working principle. The bullet doesn't separate immediately. He could even imagine the internal structure. It's a delayed explosion type. Kid was still standing blankly when he heard a loud voice calling him. "Kid!" Because he understood exactly how the bullet worked, Riha rushed towards him without hesitation. He firmly embraced his opponent with one arm and stretched out the other arm to reverse the situation in the last 2 seconds. When the time ran out, a dazzling beam of light burst out through the cracks. Soon after, a massive explosion occurred. Because they were wearing many items, the two were able to withstand the immense destructive power. Riha's expression wasn't good and Kid was slightly worried. "Are you okay?" His mind was very uneasy right now. Damn it, he even broke the barrier. He can even break a barrier that can block a golem's attack. That power is truly terrifying. Taking advantage of the still safe time, Riha quickly helped him up. "Kid, snap out of it. We need to escape now." But Kid suddenly clutched one side of his face in pain. "My eyes." Then he touched the open wound. "Everything's blurry." All these expressions made him even more anxious. Damn it. But Riha still tried to take him towards the forest. "It's too difficult to escape. If I have to take Kid with me." So he sat Kid under a tree and aimed his muzzle. Through the barrier and dust clouds, Riha could see Luo's arrogant figure. He was also aiming his muzzle in this direction. Luo's red eyes were filled with cruelty, but it didn't scare Riha at all. He resolutely aimed forward and immediately commanded, "Soul Link." As the bullet fired, a strange smoke cloud formed. It surprised him and made him wary for a few seconds. Suddenly, Koma's colossal hand stretched out from there. Soon after, it appeared very powerfully before Luo. He seemed slightly confused. It was a bullet, but he quickly denied it himself. "No, impossible. It's probably one of those annoying techniques." Then his muzzle also began to condense air. Luo quickly pulled the trigger. The bullet fired with immense speed. It embedded itself directly into Koma's body. Only then did he realize Riha's intention. Did he summon a bear to obstruct my vision? It further stimulated his fighting spirit. But he was still aiming directly opposite. "So you wouldn't be able to see me either, right?" The hummingbird gun continued to condense air as instructed. This time the fired bullet directly hit Luo's leg. He paid quite a price for a moment of carelessness. "What?" Taking advantage of his opponent's injury, Riha quickly turned and left. "Good, he's lost his balance." It turned out he had observed Luo's stance every time he used that gun and discovered his weakness. He stood balanced on 2 legs. In other words, if one leg was injured, he wouldn't be able to use that gun. "Then I can safely help Kid up. He won't be able to shoot anymore." Then he immediately sped up and charged forward. "Run!" Luo was enraged and could do nothing. "Is he locating my position and attacking me simultaneously?" Despite the bone-chilling dust, he knelt on one knee and slammed his massive gun into the ground. Riha, thanks to his quick thinking, Luo paid attention to him. "Interesting, I'll definitely remember you." As time passed, Riha stood at the entrance to the Temple of Dal in the Moon City. His expression grew progressively worse. Phew, he was certainly no easy opponent. The recent battle had chased away all his drowsiness. Horrible guy. How could he take a bullet without even a scream? I should have given him a few more shots until the end. but it was too dangerous. While Riha was lost in thought, someone approached. My life is the most important, but upon seeing Kid, Riha changed his mind. I mean both our lives. Suddenly, he extended his hand forward. I have a lot I want to say, but at this action he breathed a sigh of relief, ready to reciprocate with a sincere handshake. Riha genuinely welcomed Kid's presence. Welcome. After they left the city, he said with relief, let's talk here. He began to speak excitedly. Tell me, then why didn't you go through all the paths here? You even brought an uninvited guest, Kid retorted. No, he didn't follow me. Seeing Riha slightly surprised, he quietly revealed the real reason. Piercer Luo is looking for clues about the bullet magician. Riha was once again speechless at this information. Then he urgently asked, what does that mean? The bullet magician is? But Kid calmly cut him off. It's your nickname, and it's the nickname Luo is looking for. But Luo might not only be looking for the name. It could be Grand Flow. I don't know exactly what it is. It's probably an achievement or a status, but one thing is clear. There's no other meaning to that name. Bullet Magician is a name for someone who can shoot magic bullets. It's a name only for someone who can do that. At this, Riha closed his eyes and pondered everything deeply. I gained a similar achievement after killing Igor, and it will disappear if I'm killed by Igor in return. Is the Bullet Magician like that? Can I gain achievements by taking down others? Then he presented his deduction. So Lua thinks I have an achievement or something else and has come to take it from me. Is that what you think, and that's why you came to save me? Kid replied honestly. That's right, I tried to tell Lua that the information was wrong, but he wouldn't listen. Generally it's very difficult to have a conversation with him. Riha just chuckled, but inwardly retorted, you're the difficult one to talk to. He suddenly became serious. You need to quickly inherit Elizabeth's legacy and be careful. The moment you become Elizabeth's successor and the third royal guard, you'll be able to see other royal guards on the map. There was so much Riha truly didn't understand. What is that? Does it work like a friends list? But his mood quickly changed. Good. Anyway, I'm really glad I met Luo. Kid couldn't understand him. Glad. The image of Aperture's attack bullet flashed back into Riha's mind. Because I got an excellent clue from him. He turned around joyfully. Oh Kid, there are a few things I want to ask you. He was silent for a moment, and his face changed slightly when he heard Riha's request. Your weapon, the high-speed rifle. Can I take a closer look? Getting back to the point. Kid resolutely refused. No. Riha's mind immediately broke down. Hey, I'll just take a quick look. Its power won't disappear. It's too unfair. I saved you. I even showed you a secret skill. You should live with a conscience. It's unfair, unfair. His childish words made him sigh, and he reluctantly agreed in the end. Alright, let's go. We can't use skills in the middle of town anyway. Riha's face immediately brightened. Let's go. But Luo confused him slightly. He seemed to have already left the Pupil Kingdom. He must know that I'll come back stronger than before once I recover. They soon arrived at an area outside the village. Riha squinted, hand above his brow, to look into the distance. Isn't there a place with a lot of monsters for us to practice? 2 targets appeared. Ah, there's a wolf over there. Let's use skills on that one. But Kid spoke contemptuously, saying the wolf was weak. Riha immediately got angry at this response. Who cares if it's weak or not? Please just show me your weapon skills. He stomped his foot in anger right there. Aren't you going to show me how amazing it is? Riha turned blankly at the sound from a distance and discovered Yan leading people to ambush them. He quickly ordered his subordinates, pursue the hunter. A series of system windows appeared. User Ivan has attacked you. Rivalry has been established. You have been affected by the slow skill. Movement speed reduced by 20 for 1 minute. In this urgent situation, Riha immediately entered combat stance. Damn it, how dare he? Kid, I'll attack first. So, but Kid suddenly gave a smug smile. This is a good opportunity. Then he took out 2 high-speed rifles intending to demonstrate for him. I'll only show you once here. Riha hastily stopped him to prevent him from acting recklessly. Wait, Kid, do you know who those guys are? Kid replied, bewildered. No. As Yan's group rushed from a distance, he explained even more urgently. They're on a different level than the Dawn Rats. On the other side, Ivan was still giving meticulous instructions. Split into 2 to block their escape routes. First team, move as planned. The goal is to capture Haria alive. Let's finish this before the Wang Guild makes any moves. The subordinates all replied clearly in unison. Understood, Commander. Having no other choice, Riha had to shoot first. Damn it, he immediately took down one person. In his mind, the resolve was firm. If I'm lenient with these guys now, I'll be a fool. Then he urged Kid. Kid, do something quickly. But at this moment his romantic soul surged forth. Hey, do you know the song Storm? Riha frowned and aimed. What song? The next bullet took down another person. Just then, Kid began to hum the song. Where I was born, sandstorms are a common occurrence, as if a monster has swept through, blowing away all weak lives. Riha had to judge his actions from his outward appearance. Is this guy crazy? I thought something was off about him. Seeing Kid's arrogant demeanor, he finally concluded that he was insane. He really is crazy. But Riha's eyes widened in surprise as his gaze was fixed on the opponent's weapon. The form of the gun suddenly changed. Kid was nothing short of an artist performing right in front of him. As Ivan's group approached to capture Haria, he unleashed his bullet storm skill. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 enemies met their demise. It happened so quickly and dangerously that Riha had no time to react. Ivan's face was unbelievably pale. A shining rifle was tossed into the air, and not just one but 2 rotated in alternation. Kid swiftly pulled out 2 other rifles, and with just a few bullets he mowed down all of Ivan's subordinates, leaving Ivan in shock. What? Hearing that voice, he calmly aimed at the target, then fired several more shots in rapid succession, giving them no time to act. 2 more were expelled from the server, but Kid showed no signs of stopping as he began to move elsewhere. As screams echoed, Riha stood there dumbfounded while he continued to shoot forward. Enemies fell one by one, unable to even say their last goodbyes. After eliminating them all, Kid lightly waved his hand and the rapid-fire rifle spun a few times in the air before skillfully landing in his hand. A flash glinted from the barrel and Kid exclaimed, "It's been a while since I used Bulletstorm." Seeing the exceptional skill displayed before his eyes, Riha broke into a cold sweat. Kid's gun was a revolver and he had no less than 4 of them. He was now approaching closely. "Not bad, huh?" But Kid hesitated at Riha's question. "How?" He seemed not to understand his words. He spoke hesitantly. Wasn't Middle-earth set in the 16th to 17th century? To make a revolver, you need at least blank bullets and rotating grooves. This is advanced technology. But these words left Kid helpless. "Are you saying that even after seeing Luo's weapon?" Riha finally calmed down. "The term advanced technology is more suitable for describing Luo's weapon than mine. Crimson geckos are nothing compared to cobalt blue pistons." At those 2 names he was startled. "Lizards and snakes? Wait a minute." Then Riha, agitated again, pressed him. "Then why didn't you use it when you fought Luo?" Kid calmly explained. "My MP was depleted then. I was hit by Luo's bullet." He paused and playfully remarked, "Are you jealous?" Sure enough, he had seen through Riha's thoughts. "Yes." Before he could react, Kid casually walked away. "Then you'll have to get stronger quickly." With his hopeful words, leaves fell into the air. "I'll be waiting." Kid disappeared from sight, but Riha still stood there. After pondering something, he suddenly sighed. His mind was a little confused by what he had just heard. Is he mocking me or cheering me on? But either way, even if he's trying to make me misunderstand, I'll definitely chase after him. After everything settled down, Riha suddenly called out to someone. "You two, you've been tailing us for a long time. Don't hide, show your face." "I'm counting 3, 2. As he counted to 1, Ya-Young appeared with an awkward smile. "Haha, Haria, you noticed?" He had just witnessed the battle firsthand. "Gah, since when did he notice? Just a moment ago I was about to go save him." But Kid quickly cleared all the enemies. "So I missed my chance." It turned out Riha had known for a long time. "How could I not know? Who are you trying to fool? A sniper of all people." Ya-Young still scratched his head in embarrassment. "You make me feel a little ashamed. I heard they were trying to buy them, so I came to save you." But he cut him off with a forced laugh. "You came to save me? All right, you came to save me." But his unspoken thoughts were out of control. "You came to save me? You were just waiting for us to fall, weren't you?" Riha this time retorted with a threat. "I wonder how Wai-An will react when she finds out you were caught in the act." Ya-Young's face immediately changed, flustered. What?" Seeing him scared, he pressed harder. "What if I say that because of this incident I no longer trust Wai-An? Why should I participate after such an insult? How can a person with pride do such a thing?" Sure enough, he was completely terrified. "Actually, it's not what you think, Mr. Riha. Do you need anything?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ya-Young offered a bribe. "Here are some scrolls." There was no reason for Riha to refuse. "Hee, if you're so sincere, I'll accept." Even after emptying all his possessions, he still knelt and pleaded. "Is there anything else you need? Please tell me if you need anything more." He showed a hesitant expression for a moment. "I need one very important thing. Can I borrow your head for a moment?" Without waiting for the other party's consent, Riha aimed his gun at his forehead, making Ya-Young's face turn pale. He repeated, sounding very amused, "Can I just borrow your head for a moment? I'll shoot once and give it back." Not long after, a dignified voice echoed from the grass behind the mountain. "Step back, move back a little more." Ya-Young obediently listened and followed. "Understood." The very next moment, Riha resolutely raised his muzzle in that direction. "That's enough, stop." He then gave another instruction. "Measure the exact distance from here." Wanky already had a tape measure in hand. "Yes." Holding one end of the tape measure, Ya-Young held the other end and he ran to confirm the distance. After laying the tape measure on the ground, Wanky reported loudly, "I just measured it accurately." A slight excitement was visible on his face. Ya-Young stood a little further away at 44 meters, but he was screaming internally, how long do I have to do this? Such a useless job." The result made Riha sigh. "Damn it, it's about 450 meters by eye." Elizabeth's tracking range did not allow 450 meters or 440 meters. It could only shoot targets exactly 44 meters away. Despite much experience, it was really difficult to hit the precise distance. The scope he used in the military used a laser rangefinder, making the measurement process very simple. But in Middle-earth, no country could produce such technology. Unfortunately, he missed a good opportunity. Returning to his original position, Ya-Young made a suggestion. Mr. Riha, how about trying a different method?" Riha asked hastily. "What method?" The old man showed a confident expression. "How about using a telescope?" This opinion wasn't bad for him either. That's right, usually that's better, but thanks to my special skill, my eyesight is already as good as a telescope. My eyes are much more accurate than a dedicated scope, but I can't measure the exact distance with this skill. So that's the problem. Even with a telescope, it will be difficult to get an accurate measurement." While the two were discussing, Wanky suddenly suggested, "Then why don't we make a dedicated scope specialized for a distance of 44 meters instead of 100 meters? Riha himself thought this suggestion was feasible. Making a scope specialized for exactly 444 meters, not a standard measuring range. He immediately turned around and snapped his fingers. Mr. Ya Young, the old man reluctantly replied yes. Under the clear sky he began to ask questions. The Wang Guild's vault is in Dalei Castle, isn't it? The scene shifted back to the bustling street. After handing something to Riha, Ya Young happily said, "Congratulations, but I've finished the 44-meter scope you requested." Riha looked at the scope in his hand with joy. He immediately thanked the butler. He also nodded in response, yes. His heart was suddenly filled with excitement. "I did it." But his expression suddenly turned cunning. "Yes, so we should be honest and open with each other." That expression startled him. "Hey, what are you talking about? We're both men." Hearing such words from a man in his 40s was not at all pleasant. Ya Young saw it and laughed, explaining, "Haha, really? It's just because I believe Mr. Riha will become a strong ally of Wang." But his mind was already terrified. "If I say I think I'll get along well with Hua Yan and Hua Jing, perhaps an unknown curse will pour down on me." As if he still had something to say, Ya Young called out again, "Mr. Haria." He turned to look. Yes, what followed confused Riha a little. "Now that I think about it again, do you remember your conversation with Kid? Things like the cobalt blue piston or crimson geckos. That reminds me of an old story I heard from a fisherman. He said he cut open a perch he caught in his net and found something like a lizard or a snake inside. There was a story like that. But what he was interested in was a different story." Why suddenly?" The old man merely sighed. "I just thought of it now. I also used to cast nets when I was young." Riha looked skeptical. "What? That's a bit absurd." In the end, Ya Young politely bowed and said, "Then I'll see you next time." He also reciprocated. "All right, see you later." Ya Young then happily waved goodbye before the scene changed. "Thank you." He kept his hand on his chest in that position until Riha completely disappeared, then he casually turned and walked away. "I'll go back now. Hua Yan is looking for me." Then Ya Young suddenly smiled mysteriously. He's a truly interesting guy. His mind was filled with the plan with guild leader Limlong. "I need to report." Clear skies, morning sun pouring golden warm light. Footsteps hitting the ground echoed rhythmically like a drumbeat signaling a new day. A person pushed the door with their hand and the creaking of hinges softly reverberated. Riha entered with a bright smile, greeting in a lively voice. "Good morning, Commander." Suddenly he paused, his eyes blank. "Huh?" No one was in the room, only a bare desk and chair. He looked around suspiciously. "Isn't he here?" Just then a bang came from outside, drawing Riha's attention. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. At the training ground, Brown watched Zephyr train, arms crossed, strictly supervising, not missing any movement. After a while he sighed and scoffed. "Truly amazing to even come to the capital. Did you really catch the Black Eagle with such skills?" Zephyr was so frustrated he wanted to cry. "It wasn't far. Why did it overlap?" Riha was also surprised as he approached. "My goodness, a new recruit?" he reminisced. It had been quite a long time since he had seen that look in the commander's eyes. The way he looked at him when he first came to the academy was still vivid, and just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Brown also sensed his presence. "Ah, you're here." Riha, Zephyr, disheartened, was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, Haria, it's Haria." He immediately rushed to him excitedly. "Mr. Haria, right, I became a musketeer after watching your video. Can I get your autograph?" The commander coldly dampened Zephyr's spirits. "If you don't go back to your spot and complete 50 shots, you'll be disqualified." Then he greeted him. "Riha, your skills have improved again in the short time I haven't seen you." He smiled awkwardly. "Ah, yes, thank you." Riha smiled inwardly. Long trend so enthusiastic. Looking back at what he had gone through, he was truly looking forward to it. The two talked on one side of the training ground and Brown's voice was soft but full of curiosity. "Why are you here?" Riha's expression was calm. "You know why." He didn't need to think for long, quickly smiling as if he understood. "You're here because of Miss Elizabeth," Riha honestly admitted. "Yes, I came for her legacy." A moment later he stood at the edge of the cliff and a cold wind swept through the cracks in the rocks. A stone that his foot had dislodged rolled down and disappeared into the deep abyss. Riha shielded the sunlight with his hand and looked into the distance. This was the commander reminiscing about his youth. "I used to come here often to meet friends. It's truly nostalgic," he quietly admired. When the commander was young, this game had only been out for a year. Becoming an NPC in the game is unbelievably realistic. More importantly, one of the targets is 44 meters away, and there are numerous slanted targets embedded in the opposite cliff. The distance between the two sides was obscured by a faint mist. Riha quickly calculated. The important thing is to identify which target it is and attack it, I suppose. But Middle-earth is definitely hiding something. It won't give it to me easily. Right, a gentle breeze blew. Falling leaves swirled in the air. He deliberately complained to Brown. "It's too much, Commander." He immediately recognized Riha's pretense. "Too much? That's enough for your level. You have 3 chances, good luck." He gripped the flintlock in his hand tightly. "Perhaps I should be grateful that this mission has no time limit." At the same time he took a deep breath and prepared. "Fortunately I practiced in advance." He suddenly became curious about Riha's casual remark. "Haha, practice you say." Riha knelt and aimed, his eyes following the target. "Yes, wind direction, wind speed. Predicting the worst case scenario is basic, isn't it?" he added inwardly. "Help doesn't actually confirm the distance. It's just a feeling. But fortunately I practiced with a revolver." Riha smiled, encouraging himself. "Even so, it would be a lie to say I'm not worried." Brown was intrigued by his performance. Is that so?" Riha concentrated. "I'll start the mission." He activated his eagle eye skill and his pupils immediately turned golden, light flashed, piercing through everything, and his soul, as if leaving his body, gently moved with each breath, locating the target in front of him. The first trap of the trial had numerous targets. Too many targets were placed too close to each other, making it a huge challenge to find the real target exactly 44 meters away. The second trap was the revolver, and the third, was it the third? Riha's gaze suddenly stopped and he noticed something strange. A suspicious syllable escaped his throat. He immediately focused on pinpointing the exact location of that target. Even by eye, it looks farther than 430 meters but closer than 450 meters. In reality, it's very close even at the 44 meters aiming point. He swallowed hard, hesitating in his mind whether to shoot or not. I have 3 chances. I just need to shoot once. If I miss, I can shoot once more. No, I shouldn't think that way. It's not 3 chances, it's only 3 shots to hit it accurately. Focus, Riha. You're a sniper. If you think about the wind, you won't be able to pull the trigger accurately. You have to believe you'll hit it on the first shot. Riha's mind raced, calculating meticulously. The size of the target is about 170 to 175 centimeters to the endpoint. At that size, I can estimate about 60 to 70 of them are 44 meters away. Without including red, where is the exact target? For a fleeting moment he paused and smiled confidently. His assured voice indicated the southeast direction. The wind speed was about 9 meters s, enough to shake tree branches. Precisely calculating the distance would affect the bullet's trajectory. Riha stabilized his heart rate with a deep breath. His breathing became light and calm. The sniper gently placed his index finger on the trigger and magic silently accumulated, ready to explode. The vibrating sound carried by the wind spread far and the bullet tore through space, flying fiercely. Riha's coat fluttered in the wind. The bullet flashed like a fantastic blue petal, finally piercing the bullseye accurately. With immense power, the entire target shattered. Witnessing this sight, Brown displayed a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with expectant contentment. Just as I predicted, he clapped his hands, praising. Congratulations. Riha remained calm and composed, not letting temporary success make him complacent. Brown's voice carried emotion. 3 chances were a luxury for you. The system displayed 2 consecutive notifications. Your level has increased. Brown couldn't hide his surprise and satisfaction. Congratulations, 3 chances must have been impossible for you. I didn't expect you to succeed on the first try. Truly astonishing. Riha humbly scratched his head and the other person smiled at his genuine demeanor. To be honest, I'm even more surprised. I didn't expect to succeed on the first try either. The two shook hands and their eyes met in a significant moment. He couldn't hide his surging emotions. Besides her, only I in this world succeeded on the first try. Just kidding, haha. He asked again out of curiosity. Really? Brown closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing past memories to flood back. She always said that those who succeeded on the third try couldn't compare to those who succeeded on the first. That's why your skills have grown so much. Following this guidance, Riha, filled with surprise and self-pride, immediately understood. Does experience scale with my effort? That's why I leveled up twice. He gently placed a hand on Riha's shoulder, his eyes filled with trust and encouragement, as if an invisible force was being transmitted from Brown to Riha. Prepare yourself, this part won't be easy. The system window displayed achievement information. Musketeers Next Generation. A grade aiming target achieved. Achieved third, 200 additional experience, 36 stat points. Fame 200, Pupil Kingdom contribution 400 acquired. Achieved Musketeers Next Generation third, enshrined in the Hall of Fame. Additional bonus points, Continental Fame, Pupil Kingdom contribution acquired. Riha stood there blankly, gazing at the black flintlock hanging on the wall. The light reflecting off the metal made the item appear even more mysterious. He swallowed nervously and slowly approached with heavy steps. His heart pounded, and he carefully lifted it with both hands, feeling the weight and intricate details of the black bat. Brown handed the gun directly into his hands, earnestly advising with serious eyes, "This item is yours now. I entrust it to you, Elizabeth." The system displayed a message confirming this was not a hallucination. You have acquired Black Bat. The image of its previous owner briefly flashed. He was very excited holding it. The light yet powerful feel of the weapon in his hands almost emptied his mind. Too light. Just then the system suddenly assigned a new quest, clues to the other 2. Find the 2 comrades who disappeared in the war between humans and demons. Before accepting the quest, Riha quietly but cautiously asked Brown for his opinion. "Commander, do you wish for me to seek out Elizabeth?" He nodded without formality in a confident tone. "Yes, if those 2 are truly connected to the Demon Legion, it would be a grave matter. There are rumors currently circulating that monsters are reviving near the borders of various countries." He grasped the core information. If it's everywhere, that immediately means the surrounding air becomes heavy and filled with a dangerous premonition. He revealed the truth with sharp eyes. "You were given orders." This information made him wary. A slight sweat formed on his palms. "In other words, the Demon Legion is preparing to reappear, isn't that right?" He sighed with a worried expression. "Even we can't be sure." Riha frowned, stroked his chin and fell into thought. His brain quickly found the clues hidden behind all the events. If the Demon Legion is preparing to act, does that mean another war is coming soon? He recalled the time he killed Hewitka. To prevent the same tragedy from happening, I need to get stronger before the war begins. He suddenly felt relieved. A smile spread across his lips and all his previous worries seemed to vanish. "I'm starting to understand this mission. This must be part of the main story. He firmly pressed the accept button. Now that there are no failure conditions, there's no reason to refuse. After making his decision, Riha informed Brown of his plan in advance. Understood. First, I will gather information related to the Demon Legion. And then, he held the black bat at chest height, his eyes sparkling with interest and anticipation. Shall I test how to use this? I saw Kid and Luo modify their guns. He was also impressed by that incident. Are you talking about that story? His voice intentionally became low and solemn. The answer made Riha's eyes sparkle like stars, filled with purity and hope. However, Brown's next words, like a cold wind, completely dashed all his hopes. I don't know. He stood there blankly for a fleeting moment, his mouth agape and his chest aching with disappointment. He chuckled softly, his eyes looking reminiscent. The black bat was the gun Elizabeth used. I also tried using it once, but I couldn't change its shape. Riha was anxious to confirm what his words meant. Brown ambiguously turned and left. You'll have to figure it out yourself, isn't that how life always is? Ha 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 ha. His voice was humorous and relaxed, leaving Riha behind, a mix of confusion and curiosity. He could only respond with an awkward laugh. Ah yes, reality was resentful and he felt both helpless and annoyed at the same time. He's dumping all the difficult work on me and not doing anything himself. After resolving everything, he bid farewell. Well then, I'll be going now. If you feel that I'm quick to understand problems, it's probably because they're difficult to solve. He quietly looked out the window, deep in thought. You'll soon walk the same path. His every word seemed to open a faint door, and the more Riha listened, the more ambiguous he felt. What do you mean? He kindly offered a clue. Go to the Adamantia Mountains. You'll find the answer there. Riha walked lost in thought. He analyzed the words he had just heard, every tone lingering in his mind. Adamantia Mountains, that probably means the dwarves. His guess seemed plausible. Now I need to prepare to leave. Detailed information about Riha's new weapon was displayed. Hero's gun Black Bat, untradeable. A weapon with overwhelming technology for humans. Weapon transformation skill. He widened his eyes in surprise, his heart pounding. Another hero-grade item? The metal in Riha's hand shimmered in the light, emitting a special aura. This equipment is also hero-grade. How rare would hero-grade weapons be? He checked other items in confusion. Then what about the attack power? The system immediately answered. User's agility multiplied by 7, which is 7,770. He was startled by this phrase. Damn, my current gun is only 5,000 at best. That's the special hummingbird gun. Attack power 4760 in Riha's heart. A fire of anger suddenly ignited and spread throughout his body. These damn bastards, they were all using hero items? He puffed out his cheeks, a look of injustice on his face. I wish I had the black bat sooner. The black bat uses agility as its attack power base. In that case, I absolutely cannot invest stats elsewhere. I'll invest everything in agility. In accordance with his thoughts, his stats immediately increased by 260. Suddenly, a communication window appeared in Riha's ear. Did you finally do it? At the familiar voice, he was excited. Riha clenched his hands, filled with joy and excitement. Kid, you're still alive. He adopted an arrogant, challenging tone. What player in this world could kill me? I was only in that situation because I was ambushed. Riha suddenly focused on his location displayed on the map. Kid, are you at an inn? Kid replied indifferently and honestly. I need sleep, he responded with an awkward laugh. All right, he placed his arms behind his head, a comfortable expression on his face, but his voice held a warning. You should periodically check Luo's location. The misunderstanding about the bullet magician seems to be resolved, but you should still be wary. Riha didn't pay it any mind. Why? Now he also knows it's just a nickname. Kid, finding it interesting, warned again, he's difficult to talk to. He only classifies things and people into what's necessary and what's not. That guy is dangerous. He sighed, clicked his tongue and chuckled. Clearly there's nothing to solve by talking to him. Anyway, thanks. Riha probed the other person's intention. Are you thinking of going to the Adamantia Mountains? Are you coming with me? He had already seen through the other person's intentions and there was no need to beat around the bush. I'm tired. See you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication window disappeared and he cursed under his breath. Selfish bastard. Riha wore a suspicious smile as if he had achieved his goal. No need to beat around the bush. It's not bad to get some information from him anyway. If I want to load bullets into my new gun, I just need to meet a dwarf. I need to go to the Adamantia Mountains. He condensed a purple sphere of magic between his hands and spells floated and glowed in the air, calculating every step for the upcoming battle. But first I need to stop by Moon City for a bit. Night deepened, and the soft yellow light spilling from the apartment window created a peaceful scene. A gentle voice echoed, Riha, Mom's home. Kim Do curiously opened the door and entered, finding the room empty and the game capsule closed. She was used to this sight. Are you playing games again? Seeing the bright smile on her son's face, she also felt deeply satisfied in her heart. Kim Do walked over to the game capsule, bent slightly and whispered softly, I'm so glad your face has brightened. Inside the game world, a single droplet fell, disturbing the calm surface of a tranquil lake. From the blurry water's reflection, Doomy appeared first. Welcome, outsiders. Brown gazed at him gently, his eyes filled with interest and encouragement. You seem to have grown stronger, Riha. The faces of old friends flashed through Riha's mind. He deeply absorbed their every word and action. Every memory, like vivid fragments. He. Want to go hunting together? It'll be so much fun. Hurry up, you'll be able to join us soon. Finally, Wajing bid farewell. See you next time. Riha walked aimlessly through the endless white void. Suddenly he paused. Wei Yan's image appeared before him. Her eyes shone brightly as if she wished to meet him quickly. Riha? His cheeks flushed and his heart suddenly pounded violently. Shyness and excitement spread throughout his body. In Moon City a pale blue light descended from the sky. It glittered like countless broken crystal shards reflecting the sunlight. It stopped in the middle of the plaza next to the fountain. As the light slowly faded and the surrounding space dimmed, Riha's figure gradually became clear. A gentle breeze beneath his feet lifted him, then gently lowered him to the ground as if comforting him. His eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes held an unreadable expression, a mix of bewilderment and surprise. What was that? What did I just see? He recalled the scene he had just witnessed, every image flashing through his mind. As soon as Riha used magic, a purple crystal ball suddenly appeared before his eyes. He frowned, observing its every movement with suspicion and curiosity. A message. After clearly seeing its contents, he was momentarily startled. His eyes suddenly widened, a natural reaction as he was surprised by something completely unexpected. The system displayed a dreamy pink effect window showing Wajung's list of favorite places. Riha widened his eyes in surprise. What is this? Wait, no way. This is the crystal ball that girl Wajung used. Elsewhere, all sorts of objects like teddy bears, books and pillows were scattered all over the room, creating a chaotic and lively scene. Wajung's face was flushed and her hands and feet awkwardly rummaged everywhere. Where is it? I can't find it no matter how much I search. Huaiyan was puzzled by her strange behavior. What's wrong, Wajung? Wajung trembled and with tears in her eyes muttered desperately as if the whole world had collapsed in an instant. It's not here. Huaiyan was even more puzzled. What's not here? Wajung replied with an exhausted expression amidst the messy clutter. My crystal ball. Huaiyan was still confused and couldn't understand why her sister was taking it so seriously. A crystal ball? I don't think you dropped an item. I can just buy you a new one. Wajung sobbed and stammered. No, that's not the problem. I think I accidentally gave it to Riha. She hung her head and sighed helplessly, a heavy sensation weighing on her shoulders, but no matter how hard she tried, her heart would not be at ease and tears of regret kept flowing. My crystal ball. Huaiyan vaguely comforted her sister. Don't worry, it's not worth much. Elsewhere, Riha chuckled with a slight surprise. She probably mistook the two orbs. Amazing, I didn't expect an ice mage to have such a cute side. Alright, let's see, if I go a little north from here, I'll reach the Scion Alliance. To go to the Adamantia Mountains it would be faster to go through Minas, but Luo's dark and gloomy face, his burning eyes and the smoke emanating from his mouth flashed through his mind. Bullet magician dead. That image left a terrifying and unforgettable chilling sensation. I can't risk charging at that lunatic. Luo is currently in the Minas kingdom. As soon as the three musketeers know each other's faces, he'll come after me the moment I set foot in Minas. The three musketeers, descendants of heroes, the weapon of the Red Heart Musketeer, Black Bat. Riha frowned and carefully examined every corner of the gun. He touched the intricate details with his hands. No matter how I look at it, it's just an ordinary flintlock. How am I supposed to modify it? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. No way do I have to use a skill. He immediately summoned the system. The screen displayed detailed information about the weapon transformation skill S. At that familiar name, Riha widened his eyes in surprise. His heart pounded at what had just appeared. S is an abbreviation for Special Sniper Rifle. A cutting-edge sniper rifle designed for special forces, but this is a weapon that uses an electric system, so it shouldn't be usable in Middle-earth. He silently gazed at the black bat in his hand for a moment, then decided to use the weapon transformation skill. The barrel emitted a mystical blue light. Riha watched the transformation process without taking his eyes off it. The light suddenly changed to a dazzling golden hue. The light diffused widely. The black bat appeared in a new form. The barrel was pitch black and glossy, and the receiver gleamed with majesty. He tightly gripped the gunstock. Riha was surprised despite having anticipated it. Haha, unfortunately, I won't be able to call Kid and Luo here. Those abusers must have been caught by the hero near the Ratman's habitat border. Riha assessed the surroundings. It would be worth testing here. This is my first time testing a new weapon as a successor to the Royal Guard. Now it's time to test the modified BB gun. First, he took a deep breath, composed himself with a poof sound and fully concentrated, aimed and pulled the trigger. He was ready to witness the new black bat's power explode, but nothing happened and he froze blankly. Disappointment and bewilderment enveloped him. What? Riha pulled the trigger a few more times, but the result was still the same, and moreover, his movements attracted the Ratman's attention, whose red and fierce eyes filled the surrounding air with suffocating tension. Accompanied by squeaks, he discovered the crucial reason and knelt, placing both hands on the ground. His fingers trembled from the unexpected shock. There are no bullets. I thought this gun would automatically generate bullets with magic. I guess I was too excited. The sound of rat hordes approaching grew louder, and he startled back to his senses. They ground and surrounded him. And Riha, tensed, cursed inwardly. Damn it, the rat horde, concealing terrifying power, tensed its muscles and rushed at him. Riha shouted in a panic. Wait a minute, let me take a break. You have to let me load bullets at least. He sized up the situation and turned around, desperately fleeing, eventually unable to bear it any longer and gripping the gunstock tightly. You guys are really annoying. Bayonet attack. Riha raised his gun high and both sides engaged in a melee, the air extremely chaotic. He roared, raging with anger. Die, San Federal, Venut Debo City. Riha's face was pale and exhausted after the chaotic battle. Bandages were wrapped around his cheek and several scratches clearly showed the aftermath of what he had just experienced. I almost died. I can't believe I, a successor to 3 royal guards, have to do what I did at level 1 again. His body trembled. Wrapped from head to toe in a cloak, and the surrounding space seemed to emphasize the loneliness and cold. It's too cold. The weather has been getting colder and colder since I came to Syrian. There were several people recruiting party members on the street. Healer wanted to Salia Cave. Party of 4 needs 1 healer. Human players wanted to the snowy region. Let's go to Adamantia with us. Riha was drawn to their destination. Oh, they're talking about Adamantia. Maybe these people are also heading there. I should ask to join them. He approached and spoke. Hello, may I ask you something? Jin Gong smiled amiably and turned around. Yes, he immediately stated his purpose. I'm also on my way to Adamantia. As soon as they saw each other's faces, both were surprised simultaneously. Aharia Jin Gong, the man happily took his hand and greeted him. My goodness, what brings you here? Riha replied politely. I have somewhere I want to go. How long have you been here, Hung? Jin Gong explained. I haven't been here long. Rizu goes wherever there are animals. He knew the man's personality well. Alright, so you're the trainer, Hung? Riha was so engrossed in conversation that he didn't notice a cloaked person on a nearby building's roof silently observing him. Victor's face was hidden beneath his hood and his sharp eyes scanned his features. Red cloak, silver flintlock. Haria has appeared. He's with an rude fellow, probably a healer. Vigor. The black weapon looks like a flintlock. He can come here too. In the snowy mountain hall where the middle class thrived, the two walked side by side on a path. The trees along the road were also wearing thin coats of snow. It's really nice to walk with you again, Hung. Jin Gong awkwardly scratched his head. Me too, I didn't expect to meet you here. Oh, by the way, I saw your video, Hung. Riha turned back suspiciously. Video? Jin Gong expressed his emotions. The video of you fighting 500 Don Guild members one-on-one. The Guild War video between Star Power and Wang Guild was also really impressive. He chuckled awkwardly when the embarrassing subject was brought up. Ah, that video. Oh, by the way, how's your friend doing, Hung? The dancing crow. The man felt helpless. That's not his name, but I can summon him if you want to see him. Don't laugh at him. Riha was filled with anticipation. Finally, I'll get to see the dance of the ages. Jin Gong raised a single finger and shouted with a powerful voice, Hell Crow. The man struck an enchanting pose and gracefully twirled, even blowing a heart with flushed cheeks and pouted lips. Summon, he collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach and unable to stop laughing. Ha ha ha. The man shed 2 streams of tears, his expression awkward and comical. He whistled, trying hard to suppress his embarrassment. As Riha was laughing so hard he was crying, a shadow suddenly fell over him, making him pause. He looked up in surprise and saw a black shadow flying in the sky. A strong wind brushed past his body. As the black shadow landed on the ground, snow flew everywhere. Riha closed one eye to avoid the dust. He crouched low, his feet firmly planted, his body taut like a bowstring, ready to face the unexpected pressure. At this moment his gaze was fixed on one spot. A colossal figure was faintly visible beyond the snowstorm. He gasped, a sound mixed with admiration and surprise. Wow, what is that? The Hell Crow's cry echoed across the sky, its sharp sound piercing through all the surrounding space. Jin Gong awkwardly scratched his cheek and explained, Haha, that's why I couldn't summon him in the middle of town. Riha was very curious. Just how many levels are you, Hung, to be so big? The surprised man rubbed his nose, feigning humility. I'm not as strong as you, Hung, but I still worked hard to get to level 89. He recalled the impression from their recent meeting. He's much stronger than when they met in the party of 3. I knew he had talent from the beginning, but it's still surprising. Riha shivered, enduring the bitter cold, and sneezed repeatedly with squeaking sounds. Jin Gong, Hung, are we almost there? Looking around, it doesn't seem like the place we're supposed to go. Unlike him, the man was completely unaffected. Ah, it's nearby, but snow rabbits usually appear around here, so this is the best place for an ambush. Riha was still curious. But what exactly is a snow rabbit? The man immediately briefly explained the target. It's an animal I need to tame. It hates birds and giants like me, so I really need the help of a human player like you, Hung. At this point, Riha fully understood. So the reason you brought me here was to use me as bait to lure the snow rabbit? Jin Gong, with an eager expression, put his hands together and prayed reverently. Please, Haria, I won't let you get hurt. Just stand still and let the rabbit lower its guard. He felt his intelligence slowly declining. He sighed and accepted his fate. Damn it, I got tricked by that guy. Arriving at the designated spot, Riha carefully moved, gripping his gun, ready for any situation. Alright, since he's an acquaintance, I can help him out a bit. Snow rabbits don't seem like dangerous creatures. A snow rabbit cautiously approached from behind him, sniffing all over his body. He distracted himself, thinking he wanted to quickly load bullets into the black bat. Until I reach the Adamantia Mountains, this transformation will be really expensive. A total of 500 energy was used for the transformation. Suddenly, he spotted an abnormal target through the scope. He took a breath and observed more closely, not missing a single small detail. Their cloak color is different, but the direction they're heading, could it be the Shah Guild? Riha hastily opened a window. Hey Jin Gong, Hung, lower your presence and slowly approach the prey. Shish, wait. This is our chance to catch the snow rabbit. He panicked and corrected himself. No, I mean the Shah Guild is coming. This isn't the time to catch snow rabbits. At this moment, the snow rabbit sensed a presence and turned its head. The man immediately seized the opportunity and jumped, hugging the snow rabbit. Gotcha! The snow rabbit shrieked in surprise. Then it violently thrashed around, trying to dislodge Jin Gong from its back. Riha continued to warn the man. Jin Gong, Hung, the Shah Guild people are coming. They'll reach us in 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the man was completely focused on the snow rabbit and didn't hear a word he said. Don't shoot. Just wait a little longer until I can tame this rabbit. Riha grew very anxious. Tame? How long do you think that'll take? The man roughly guessed. Probably about 5 minutes. He gritted his teeth in anger, sweat beading from tension. Jin Gong Hung, do you have to go this far for a rabbit? Wait, is he trying to buy time? Could he and the Shah Guild? No, Jin Gong Hung, whom I know, would never do that, but I can't let my guard down. I need to prepare in advance just in case. The man still stubbornly held onto the snow rabbit, which continued to struggle. Wait, it's almost exhausted. After this is over, I'll definitely take you out of here safely. Riha had no choice but to fight the enemies himself to buy time, cursing inwardly. Damn it, Victor also discovered his whereabouts and loudly instructed his subordinates, Team A, capture Haria alive. The rest is up to you. The current situation was very urgent. He helplessly called Jin Gong. The man gritted his teeth and used all his strength, followed by hearts and pink balloons floating in the air. The man shed tears of emotion. I succeeded. The snow rabbit is now obedient. Victor pointed a finger at Riha in order to capture him. Jin Gong slowly chanted a spell. Respond to me, Snowy Mountain. He couldn't understand what the man was doing. Jin Gong, the man, infused all his magic power into the snow rabbit, his body filled with power, and at the same time a loud voice echoed throughout the entire space, Call of the Wild. Around them a strong wind spread in all directions, carrying sparkling snowflakes. The mountains behind shook violently, creating a grand and imposing scene as if a massive army was moving simultaneously. The man nonchalantly reminded him, Haria, get ready to run. He immediately rushed towards Jin Gong. What? The man pointed to his left and explained, Did you hear that sound? That's why I told you not to shoot. Riha turned his head suspiciously, and what met his eyes was a shocking sight. A massive number of snowballs were rolling down the mountain at incredible speed. This was because snow rabbits are always closely connected to each other. If even one of them is in danger, all of them will sense it and immediately come to assist, he gasped in shock. This is like an avalanche. The Shah Guild members swayed under the pressure, unable to stand properly. Captain Victor resolutely instructed, Don't be afraid, capture Haria alive. Jin Gong gestured to Riha to run right now. He followed the man in bewilderment. Jin Gong Hung, where are we going? The man replied. Where else? To our next destination, the Adamantia Mountains, of course. His expression contorted and he hesitated. But there's a cliff in front of us. Before he could even prepare himself, Riha's scream echoed throughout the vast snowy mountain region. Jin Gong calmly asked, Haria, you trust me, right? He immediately confirmed resolutely, Of course I trust you. That's why I haven't fired a single shot yet. The man grabbed his arm in satisfaction. Good. Riha's body stiffened with tension. This man, what is he trying to do? The man's footsteps were right at the edge of the cliff, and without hesitation he pulled him along and immediately jumped. Experiencing this situation, he felt as if his soul had left his body, and tears scattered in the wind. In the end, only a scream remained. Victor, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it! However, before he could even think of a countermeasure, he was surrounded by a dense horde of snow rabbits. They were in a state of confusion. Damn it, kill those rabbits quickly, quickly. But there are too many. On the other side, Jin Gong had transformed into a giant eagle. His sharp talons tightly gripped Riha's cloak, pulling him into the air with overwhelming force. As soon as they left, the area above the cliff was engulfed by an avalanche. The Shah Guild members screamed, their cries echoing throughout the mountain. Jin Gong spread his massive wings and flew steadily in the strong wind, carrying his teammate.